Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I don't have one of those long ones in me. I need a couple days. I need a couple days as we say good morning to everybody out there. Getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're stuck in traffic, drive safely. Please drive safely. It's not worth it. All the students, all the cops, all the carpenters, union workers, garbage men, firefighters, cops, what else? CHP officers. You know the drill. As we say good morning, good morning, good morning. The Morning Roast is back in the Bay. We are back in the Bay here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today and shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Comcast Business Text Line as well. Thank you to everybody on the roast for supporting us going to Las Vegas, including Pete's Coffee, sending us down to the big game. And, we're starting to hear from sound. Here's some sound coming out of that Super Bowl, something we'll get to. But the big story that hit this morning, as the Warriors get ready to host the L.A. Clippers, and the Warriors are red hot, winning 5 straight games, 7 of 8, is that the Warriors inquired on LeBron James and the L.A. Lakers to see if he was available for a trade.
Sounds like somebody was all over this a couple weeks ago.
What?
I've been all over this LeBron to the Warriors thing.
No, Spadoni, get it.
Covering it like peanut butter and jelly on
face.
bread.
Why are you making that face, Spadoni?
Spadoni, have I not been saying
I know why you're making that face, Spadoni.
Have I not been saying it?
Okay, it's one thing to say I truly believe the Warriors are going to get LeBron James this year. Then it's just like, come on.
What?
They didn't even talk about players. They literally hit up LeBron James.
But LeBron goes where LeBron wants to go.
Yeah, they have a player option.
Yeah, okay. Take your Laker fandom off.
I'm taking it off.
No,
why would LeBron want to come from the Lakers to the Warriors?
Because he wants to play with Steph Curry.
Okay,
period.
is that it?
Yes.
Period. End of story.
Yes.
Okay.
LeBron's entire career, he goes where he wants to play. Period. So if he wants to play with Steph Curry, that's where LeBron's going.
But it is one thing to say, hey, I would love LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors. He wants to play with Steph, as opposed to Joe Lacob saying it. Well, and in the article, ESPN, Adrian Wojnarowski pointed out that Draymond said, hey, LeBron James seems to be unhappy. Maybe you should call the Lakers about LeBron James. This was a Draymond Green recruiting pitch.
Well, it was a clutch movement.
It was a clutch movement. Not necessarily Steph. Now, it didn't go down. The Lakers and everybody said, yeah, we're not interested. Now, he does have a player option next year for $51 million. He can become an unrestricted free agent. But I don't want LeBron.
I do. I'll admit it. I'm going to raise my hand. I'll take LeBron.
What does he do for the Warriors? What does he do for the Warriors?
He immediately gets us a lot of foul calls.
Okay.
Like, immediately.
Does he get us a top 6 seed?
Well, I mean, look, on any
right now the LA Lakers are in the box with us.
Yeah, I know, because the rest of their team's not very good.
Well,
I look at it this way.
What? Austin Reeves is pretty damn good. He's not.
Go straight to Austin Reeves.
Anthony Davis
is excellent.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
in the box.
Okay. This is a wacky season. If you take LeBron, he instantly becomes, at minimum, the second best player on your team.
Okay, fine. Where does that get us in the Western Conference?
I don't know, but I know that come playoff time, if you have a half-court offense with 5 minutes to go with Steph Curry and LeBron James out there, to me, that I'm looking for high IQ, old-school winners, and that's what both of these guys would be. I'm in on it. Like, you could be out on it. I'm in on it.
Yeah,
I'm in on the LeBron experience. The guy still, on any given night, can be one of the top 10 players in the league. And you know that with LeBron comes a lot of, obviously, crazy media coverage. But you're going to get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the whistles. And you're going to be in the mix. I'm not saying you're going to be a champion, but you're in the mix. LeBron's still very, very good.
Didn't say he wasn't. He's an all-time great. No doubt about it. But LeBron James does. Gosh, I just don't want to talk. I don't even want to imagine it.
Why?
I want to beat him. I'm a competitor. I'm from the old school. Like Jordan. Does he want to team up with Magic Johnson or Larry Bird? I'm old school like that. I get that it's LeBron James. I get that he's going to bring triple doubles. He's also going to bring all the other stuff. And the other stuff that you guys all complain about, he's going to bring that aspect to the team. All the passive aggressiveness, all the social media posts, all the little, I think this and I think that. Do you really want to go through that?
I mean, really? Honestly, I'm at a point right now where it's all about the next couple of years trying to win a championship. And I just think that I boil it down to this simple. With LeBron on your team's better. 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. Unless we're trading for Giannis or something like that. 9 times out of 10, LeBron makes your team better. I know he's ancient. I understand. He comes with tremendous amounts of baggage. He's at the end of his career.
Right.
It's going to be a short-term thing. We're talking about a 1 or 2 year deal.
So by getting LeBron James, you're giving up something, right?
Probably.
You ready to give up on Kuminga?
No, not Kuminga. But there's about anything else I would give up.
You're probably giving up Kuminga.
I wouldn't. Because you got to have one guy who can guard out on the perimeter and be a young gun. If there's one thing that he learned from the Kevin Love trade is you got to have some perimeter help out there.
Right.
You need some young guns that you can run with, and I don't think that you're going to be giving up Kuminga. What I would do is staple 10,000 first-round picks, and that's why getting under this cap is very important for the Warriors in the offseason because you lose the ability to send multiple first-rounders. You could stagger your first-rounders, essentially, because you can't do back-to-backs.
Right.
But, I would trade a zillion first-rounders in the future for just a couple of years of LeBron. That's me, and I know others disagree.
Yeah, and now you're probably bringing in his son. Bronny James at one point. Well, he's probably not, but isn't that part? He has that much power to say, "I need my son at the end of the bench."
We had Corey Joseph on the team for 6 months.
Thanasis Antetokounmpo's on scholarship with Milwaukee. He's getting free money.
He actually had a sick little highlight last a week ago.
Chasky,
and everyone was going crazy.
He's not a good NBA basketball player.
Every team in the league has a guy on there.
If Milwaukee cut him tomorrow, nobody would pick him up. His ass would be right back in Greece. 888-957-9570. I know you want to laugh.
If the Chiefs were told by Patrick Mahomes you have to sign Jackson Mahomes, they would do it. Okay? I'm just being real.
I don't know about that.
I mean, that's what.
I don't know about that. Patrick's like,
if Patrick said,
no.
Take it or leave. If Patrick said, take it or leave it, they would sign him in a heartbeat. Heartbeat. It's good business. Keep your stars happy. So am I alone on this? Really?
No,
I'm
I
out
don't
on an
think
island?
so. I don't think so. I think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who would welcome in LeBron James. They will welcome in because of what it's going to do off the court. Jerseys are going to sell. Chase Center's going to be, it's already sold out. It's really going to be booming. Ticket prices go up. It's a seed. You're getting all the national TV games. It's Steph and LeBron. You're getting all the headlines on ESPN every single day.
I mean, it's a Yankee move. I mean, it's a move right out of your playbook.
But no, not my playbook.
You love big stars.
No. You love big stars.
I do.
I love my team. I love beating big stars. I love being a competitor.
We've already beaten them.
I don't want LeBron James joining up Steph Curry and having the same amount of rings. I want Steph to have more rings than him.
Okay, but if it was
Draymond to have more rings than him.
Let's say at the end of his career, Giannis, it would be different. Is it just because it's LeBron?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. No,
he's the biggest rival. He's the biggest rival for us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I get it. Now, I would have, once he got here, I'm like, all right, LeBron James is here. Great. But I thought that window passed. I wanted LeBron in 2012. I wanted LeBron in 2013, 2014, when he was going to lead the Heatles. That's what I thought. Boy, go get LeBron James right now. 10 years later? 39? Oh, man.
Well, of course he's not the same LeBron, and I understand that.
I'm kind of good off LeBron. Very interesting story to drop from Ramona Shelburne this morning. Very interesting. ESPN.com broke right when we got up this morning, taking our showers and whatnot.
It's a great palate cleanser from Super Bowl devastation.
Well, the Super Bowl devastation ain't going nowhere. That ain't going nowhere. All right, did you see Brandon Ayuk yesterday? That's why the Super Bowl devastation ain't going nowhere. My man's needed a hug, and I don't blame him. Watching that Super Bowl again and going through it again, how are we not talking about a parade tomorrow?
Well,
how are we not getting ready for a parade tomorrow?
25 reasons.
Yeah, there's probably 30.
Special teams gaffes, defensive assignments late in the game, offensive line playing, very incohesive. Your left tackle, who's a generational, had one of his worst games in a Niner uniform. George Kittle on a milk carton. Brandon Ayuk not getting targets, looks, whatever happened. Deebo Samuel getting plastered by their DBs. I thought that the coach and the play calling was just a tick off at times, and some of the situational play calls, clock management, Christian McCaffrey fumbling the ball, you miss an extra kick. Then I look at what Kansas City did. Like, we haven't even gotten into Kansas City defensively. The more and more I watch that, their defensive personnel, we dramatically underrated it.
Yeah. No, I don't think we did.
I did. I'll admit that I did.
They're not the 85 Bears.
No, but their linebackers are really good. They played a smart game.
No, Spags had them lined up and ready to roll. But then, in hindsight, and because we're doing this in hindsight, the 3rd and 5 after the 2-minute warning. And you see the sounds of the game, and we'll get up here on our board in just a second, and we'll play it for the audience. Shanahan is saying, McCaffrey. He runs a Texas route. We had Balding on yesterday, Brian Baldinger. And Brian Baldinger, hey, Ayuk's right off the line of scrimmage for the hot route. Purdy's looking right at him, doesn't pull the trigger. So you had 2 guys open on the play. But even I go back to that play, and I said, damn, what if you would have just ran the ball on that play? You forced Kansas City to call a timeout. Maybe you get 3 to 4 yards to set up a 4th and short. I don't know, man. It just feels like these big games under Shanahan, they're just not as buttoned up. They're just not. They get tight. Maybe it's from the head coach. I don't know what it's from. But the fumbles, the holdings, the penalties, the situational football, 3rd and 4, Patrick Mahomes trucks your DB, Diablo Lenore. Little things like that happens to the Niners.
He just put his shoulder down.
It's just, I don't know, man. It hurts to lose that game the way they lost that game. The more and more it sinks in, like landing in the SFO and getting into the car thinking, damn, they really went out there to Las Vegas and lost the Super Bowl in overtime.
And it wasn't one thing.
It was
the ultimate pie chart of culpability game loss, and where everyone has a slice.
Ross Tucker was on last week with Signing Guru talking about how the Niners complain or whatnot. But I will say this. And I was thinking about it after watching the highlights of Drake Greenlaw tear his Achilles, and you see the team going, oh, no. I wonder, especially with Deebo Samuel and a hamstring injury. This is where practicing at UNLV, I wonder how soft those fields were.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
How much did that affect his Achilles? No, that's a real. I'm not making an excuse for Drake Greenlaw. But you go on that turf and you run around on that turf, how much wear and tear on your legs? We saw what happened in MetLife Stadium. This is where you got to have things buttoned up by the NFL. I don't know how much of an impact. The guy's running around and all of a sudden his Achilles just pops like that, run off the sideline. Well, I've never seen anything like it.
I haven't either. I mean, look, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I'm not going to even pretend to have any insights. He did miss week 18 with this Achilles tendonitis. Yep. So who knows, B? I mean,
Deebo's
it's an interesting
I just don't know how much the practice fields had anything to do with that.
It's an interesting
They were complaining about the soft fields because what if we twist an ankle? What if we tear a hamstring? And then you see in the Super Bowl, Deebo Samuel, your tone setter on offense, hamstring injury. Can't get open. Well, he was getting shut down anyway, but then that obviously impacted him. He wasn't on the field on 3rd and 5 on the last play of the game. Or, in regulation at the 2-minute warning. He wasn't on the field. No. And then Drake Greenlaw, your tone setter, who's having an absolute epic start to the Super Bowl, tears his Achilles running off the sideline.
All that, I mean, there's 2 different teams with Drake Greenlaw not on the field. Like, I agree with that. But here's the thing, B. You still had chances to win this game over and over and over and over again. It's just it's never going to settle for me. The other element that I can't, seeing the right guard Feliciano go on a tweeting spree yesterday. Dog, put the phone down. What are we doing? What are you doing? What are we doing? Like, if you want to alienate yourself from a fan base quicker, tweeting about teammates, tweeting about other players.
Did he tweet more?
Yeah. Oh, all day. He was tweeting all day. And look,
I got to see this.
Feliciano and Jalen Carter were going at it. Jalen Carter said that he was referencing his dead friend, and Feliciano said that he was challenging him. Dog, put the phone down.
Jeez, Louise.
Just put the phone down. Then he's saying, I was hungover, and that's why, I just opened the app and I was defending Colton McKivitz, and then I ran the bus over Spencer Burford. It's just... less is more in these situations. You know, I don't pretend like I have the kind of fame or followers that any of these people have, but there was a particular person from Philadelphia who will not leave me alone when it comes to social media. And you know what I did? I just blocked him. Cool. And he got a big rise out of it. And he's gonna, he's gonna post that. And guess what? Less is more. Just leave me alone. It's not real life. Social media sucks. More harm can be done than good. Leave me alone. Feliciano, put the phone down. Stop tweeting. We don't want to hear from you. Just let it go. It makes me never want to see this guy in a Niner uniform ever again.
It's not a good look. No doubt about it. Not a good look. Let's go to Nickel Dime in the 510. Nickel Dime, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call. Good morning.
What's going on?
Hey, I just want to chime in on that 49ers Kansas City Super Bowl. I just want to say that for me, looking at it from a different perspective, I just look at it like this. It was a battle of what coach was going to outbeat what coach, and it showed on Sunday. For me, I look at it like this. If Wilks' defense would not shown up on Sunday, Kyle would not be done talking to him. He would have just said he's done. But because, for me, I look at it like this, is Kyle, who froze up when he needed to show up, meaning time management, clock management, and get a little bit more creative with the play calling. He didn't do it on Sunday, and this was the consequence of not doing so.
Bonte, how many decisions you think there are in an NFL game for a coach like Shanahan?
Oh, decisions every play.
Like thousands, right?
Thousands, every play, within the play. Yeah.
I think it's one of the most easily scrutinized things. Like in baseball, there's only a couple of things, pre-pitch or which batter and switch this guy, hit and run. There's situations. On football, we have personnel groupings. We have down and distance. We've got clock minute. Within one play, there might be 20 or 30 different things that you can come up with. I'm probably underrated. There might be 100 different things. I just think that all of the Kyle critiques, a lot of them are fair. Yep. And when you lose the way that the Niners lost, you open up Pandora's box to be criticized at every single turn. They were just so close. And it's like, I watched that play, that third and fourth play. Do we have that sound? Yeah. The third and fourth play, where it's
Chris Jones?
The fourth quarter. Yeah, no, the fourth quarter.
You're talking about, that was 3rd and 5.
Should be 3rd and 5.
2-minute warning. Yeah. 3rd and 5. We don't have that up yet.
Okay, well, can we get the theme sound up? Because I want to hear that play. But that one in particular.
And by the way, I'm looking at our tweet here, and I'm not trying to come down and say I love his road. But it says, Valentine's Day, and Brandon Ayuk is upset. How do we know Brandon Ayuk is upset?
I don't think he's upset.
He's upset maybe about the Super Bowl loss. What makes people think that he's upset with the organization? The guy is hurting right now. Now, he did look, the Niners are going to take care of him. I truly believe the Niners are going to take care of him. I know his family's tweeted and stuff like that, probably putting pressure on the organization or whatnot, and they're all upset. The guy is probably ticked off because he got 6 targets because he wants to help his team win the game. He's too good of a player to walk off a football field in a game like that with only 6 targets. But I don't think Ayuk's. Did you see the young man yesterday? The guy was broken.
Yeah, he wants to win.
Broken. He had nothing for the media because he was crushed from losing his football game. All right? He was crushed. He's not upset with anybody. The guy, look, I didn't take losing well as a kid. I still don't take losing well. I can't stand it. So how can we expect some of these guys to not be hurt by this loss?
Well, and I don't see it as him being sour. I think he's just devastated. He pours his soul into this season. If you've gone to any of the practices, he's been dominating the last 2 years.
Last 2 training camps, been one of the best players in training camp.
And to defend him here, it's not selfish to say, man, I would have liked to have had more of an impact on the outcome of the game. I understand where he's coming from. Right. I'm not mad at Brandon Ayuk at all. I want 53 Brandon Ayuk in terms of heart and soul and dedication to the team.
Yeah, I don't like the caption saying that he's upset.
Ayuk is the last guy that I'm worried about.
I don't like the caption saying that he's upset. We don't know. He's not upset. Let's hear from Brandon Ayuk from yesterday. Go ahead, play, Spinoni.
Is your hope to remain with the 49ers moving forward?
If that's the right move, yeah.
What would that right move look like for you?
Being a champion.
Being a champion. He just wants to be a champion. And he teared up saying that what hurts is that his teammates did train like champions all season long. We talked about this journey that started in late July, and I remember highlighting this duo at wide receiver and how good they would be this season. And Brandon Ayuk was damn good. dead good this year, proving that he's a number one wide receiver, especially on this football team. So I don't get let's not make things up about Brandon Ayuk, man. We got to be better with our tweets. The guy's hurt right now. He's crushed. They just lost the damn Super Bowl in overtime. All right? We want to be hey, I want to be a Niner forever. The guy's emotions in shambles. Shambles. You may never get an opportunity to be at this spot again in this moment.
I mean, again, put yourself on his team. You would want 1,000 Brandon Ayuks lined up alongside of you. Who cares like that?
So, anyway, we'll break. It's the Warriors game day brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity Chingy Network made for streaming live sports. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Farmer's Dog. Your comments, man. We go in all type of different directions. You want LeBron James? 888-957-9570. Now that's out there. We'll get back into that. We'll get back into Draymond Green, having some words from Kevin Durant. We also got Super Bowl reaction from everybody. It's all coming up here on The Roast.
From Better
Yeah, I don't rock to that. I don't rock to that.
No, it's a banger. I'll give it to him. It's a banger.
No, it's not. Get your 95.
Baby Chet's gonna have her little pop R&B moment. She'll have a little window of a couple years.
She probably will, and I won't be knocking to it.
No, you'll be banging this.
No,
you'll be at the concert with
100%.
I'll be in the back of the suite, sipping, eating some popcorn, chilling, watching the game on my phone. Watching on my go. Oh, yeah, happy Valentine's Day to everybody who celebrates. Happy Hallmark Day to everybody out there. Happy Hallmark Day. I need to get some flowers.
You sound chalky.
I need to get some flowers.
Like some chalky candy.
I need to get some flowers. You doing anything for Valentine's Day?
Me? Yeah. Recuperating.
Oh, you're not taking Michelle out?
No, that's for later on.
What do you mean that's for later
I don't know.
on?
We're going to do something later on this week.
Oh.
Yeah, today's not the day. Today's my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. I love you.
Yeah. Why? How do you not leave with that? Happy birthday, Doreen. Hope your birthday is booming.
Her and Jim Kelly.
Wow, she has the same birthday as Jim Kelly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought you said Chip Kelly there for a second.
No, Chip Kelly begging to be back into the NFL. I don't know if you saw those reports.
Hey, back at Ohio State. 95.7 The Game Gear now at breakingt.com/957. We haven't updated this. I was going to tell people we got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday. Well, Sunday's passed. You can still wear 49ers gear, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. Anthony, what's happening?
Hi, buddy.
Top of the morning, fellas. So first thing first, welcome back. Hope you guys got your electrolytes in, because being in Vegas longer than a few days gets crazy. So I've been there before. But I wanted to say like maybe two things. I listen to Club Shay a lot, and he had said something about a week ago. He said losing hurts more than winning feels good, and you know, I know that's what some of the Niner players, or all of them, honestly, are feeling right now, because they were, honestly, when you get to the Super Bowl, you are the best of the best. Like, the cream of the crop rises to the top, and the Niners were almost there. And I understand. Now, I don't agree with Feliciano. Like you said, Joe, put the phone down, bro.
That's all.
Like that, because, you know, words, you can't take them back. And you say stuff, and that's really how you feel. And then it's like, how do we get back into training camp, in early August and September, knowing that you feel the way that you felt, and now you're trying to say, oh, well, no, I didn't mean that way, and I was drunk. No, man, because like people say, just two people that tell the truth, babies and drunk people. So you really feel that way. But I also kind of want to put this out there, man. I listen to Steiny and them as well, and sometimes he's a little bit too brash in my opinion, and I don't want to come down his road, but he says, like, Kittle wasn't good enough, and if Kittle can catch, he would get more targets. And it's like, bro, you got to stop that. Like, Kittle can't call his own number, and maybe he could have did things a little differently this past Sunday, but let's not act like it's up to the play calling of Kyle Shanahan to get Kittle open. And Brock Purdy played a pretty good game, and maybe he wants a couple throws back, but, like, there were some mistakes made on the coaching side, not the player side. Like, we gotta stop that rhetoric, of blaming these players, because like I don't really like that. I don't want to push shows against each other, but I didn't really like that he was saying that, because like that wasn't a player's issue. That was a coaching issue. So that's all I got, fellas.
Yeah, hey, the player's not decided to stay in and block on third down like Kittle was. Right? The player, George Kittle, was blocking on a lot of third downs in that Super Bowl.
Way too many.
We saw it. 3-man routes against that secondary. That's not on George Kittle.
I mean,
Shanahan's an elite play caller. How the hell does George Kittle walk off the field with 3 targets, 2 catches, and 4 yards? But it's a combo too lopsided.
Platter. It's a combo platter for me. So, like, for example, I know we have the sound. I would love to hear it. Like, they're getting ready for a particular play, and you can hear different players explaining.
I got it right here.
Play the play, and let's break it down. Listen to it.
3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 2-minute warning, 4th quarter.
We get a first down, we knock a lot of time off this clock. Big play the game right here.
Your best play that you have in your book right now. Because you don't want to give Mahomes the ball back.
Nah.
All right, hey, man, we got
sacks, obviously. Hey, alert the pressure. We cannot take a sack.
Christian. Got him. Give it to him.
Woo, that was a good move.
Okay, so
Kansas City defender said Christian McCaffrey, that was a good move.
Yeah.
He was wide open.
Oh, but that's the play where McDuffie comes flying in and bats it down on Purdy. Now,
on the blitz.
All of the internet sleuths, and this is why I kind of roll my eyes when I see all the all-22. He should go here, the hot route, and blah, blah. We don't know what they're being taught. We don't know what they've executed. We don't even know what the play is. Like, the coach is saying, McCaffrey. Everyone on the planet who's watched the all-22 is saying, Ayuk.
Right.
And Purdy's telling you yesterday in the press conference, I've completed that pass to Jennings thousands of times, or whoever was in Jennings' spot. So, like, there's 50 million ways to interpret something. The guy called a play. The players are out there executing. You hear Trent Williams multiple times. We can't take a sack. So, like, I just, it's on everyone. The play caller, the players, the other team. Like, it's a combo platter. It's never one.
Well, I thought, especially in the first half, the players let Shanahan down. McCaffrey let him down by fumbling.
Agreed.
Trent Williams let him down by false starting, and then he called for holding.
Yes.
You know, the
great
players,
play by Purdy.
The players let Shanahan down with the lack of execution offensively. Now, did Shanahan let them down with some, hey, let's force feed Ayuk. Let's force feed George Kittle. I don't know. I watch all these other teams when they have their elite playmakers. They make it a point to get them the football, or at least target them. Now, Deebo Samuel gets 11 targets in this football game. I got it. 11 may be a little too much. I'm cool with 8 or 9, but Ayuk only 6 and George Kittle only 3. That bothers me. Kansas City, we all knew, you, me, their Niners defense, Steve Wilks, Travis Kelce's going to get targeted, and he still doesn't get stopped. Why? Because they know how to diagram plays for him, and they have that good rapport with Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, but to my point, he got 9 targets. They make sure their number one playmaker gets the target share.
But as we just found out on that play, as you hear the coach say, McCaffrey, the world watches the play, and everyone's like, well, Ayuk's wide open. Well,
he was right there on the hot.
No, I know, but the coach is like, do you see what I'm saying?
The coach is saying McCaffrey.
And the quarterback
but Purdy never even looked over there.
No.
Purdy never looked to his right.
So it's really difficult for me after watching things back, like to be like, he's got to go here. Why isn't they going there? We don't even know. Like, I have no idea what he's seen. I have no idea what he's being coached.
You know
it's
what,
so
though?
hard.
The coach is yelling McCaffrey. That tells me Brock Purdy made the mistake there.
Well,
he never looked to his right. The blitz is coming from your left. Okay, I know the blitz is coming. I need to get the ball out quick. I know I'm going to take a shot. If he is looking right, Texas route, McCaffrey, boom, first down, game over. We're talking about a parade tomorrow. It's that simple.
I hear you, but then like, what are the principles that Brian Greasy is telling him in the where the blitz comes, you throw right to that hot read, the vacated spot. Like there are certain rules and things. I don't know, man. Like this is where I have a tough time playing armchair quarterback 2, 3, 4 days later. I know it's what we all do. I'm not saying we don't. I do it all the time too. Right. Why'd you go here? Like for example, on the throw where he threw to Kittle up and over the top. Right. He had Debo and Ayuk wide open underneath.
Also, Tony Romo mentioned that Kittle should have ran maybe his route inside and not outside. So we don't know.
We just don't know.
What we know is that this team wasn't buttoned up enough to win the Super Bowl.
They weren't all on the same page. Like the one thing I kept saying, like during the game with Purdy, and I know everyone said he played good. I thought he was just a tick off from what he's been all year.
Right.
Just a tick, and he was still good. But like he was just a little tick off here when it comes to decision making. Throws were just a little off. He was just a bit hesitant. There were a couple of throws where the pocket.
Yep.
He was standing in the pocket and he couldn't get tall enough to kind of just deliver it.
At times he looked like a quarterback. One of those college quarterbacks where they're just like 5 wide, 4 wide, and they sit in the pocket. They turn, they throw. They don't do any drop backs. It's just, hey, I'm going to snap, get the snap, look around, and throw without using much footwork. At times it reminded me that, you know what I'm saying?
No,
you get these quarterbacks like in Oklahoma, right?
Yeah.
They get the ball, they look around, they throw the slant, boom. They don't really have a 3-step drop back or a 5-step drop back. At times that's what you saw with this playbook and this game plan with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Look, man, we can nitpick this game until we're blue in the face.
No, we're gonna.
And we will. The fact is they blew this Super Bowl. The fact is that they blew it. They had control of this game.
But isn't that one play? Isn't that like
it's a microcosm of the entire football game?
Thank you.
So
coach is thinking one thing, the players are thinking another thing, the quarterback chooses something else, and everybody has a point of view, and in their prism they think it's right. Like they just weren't all on the same page in the biggest game, and it sucks.
So James Conn wants me to shut up. He doesn't want me playing Monday morning quarterback. Unfortunately, I get paid to talk, so you're gonna have to hear my voice for another 3 hours in 20 minutes.
Game. I mean, we're analyzing the game. People what fans do.
People get a little emotional. They get a little emotional when they don't like what you say. Well, turn the radio then if you don't like what I say, James Conn.
I do want to get into your point about everyone in the stadium knows the ball's going to player X.
Right.
And I would like to just dissect that a little bit.
Well, Devontae Adams, right? Like he's going to get his targets.
That Green Bay. The Niners played Green Bay, what was that, week 4 a couple years ago at home.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone on the planet knew Devontae's the guy to guard.
I mean, come on, man.
Okay, remember the Tony Romo Chiefs game where D Ford jumped off sides?
Yep.
I'll never forget. There were 3 consecutive plays.
30 tids.
Tony Romo goes, the ball's going to Gronk. The whole Arrowhead Stadium knows the ball's going to Gronk.
And then later on, it went to Edelman.
But he went to Gronk 2 times in a row.
And then Gronk 2 times in a row, then Edelman on the 3rd and 10. They had 3 straight 3rd and 10s. 3 straight. That's what I'm saying. Kittle's a first-team All-Pro tight end. First-team All-Pro. All-Pro. 3 targets for George Kittle? Good Lord, man. It's... Oh, man. I don't even know what to say anymore about this game. I just... 3 targets for a first-team All-Pro.
Steiny doesn't think he can catch?
Well, no. Steiny talking football. Come on, man. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. It's your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We're taking calls on the other side.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law.
all this crap? This is not going to make me laugh. Why are we doing this? You're killing my
Just
brand,
wait till
man.
the beat kicks in.
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell everybody this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What is this?
Knox.
What are we doing? This Boy Band Wednesday?
Valentine's Day. Love song, Sponte.
This ain't a Valentine's Day song. Is it? Oh, my gosh. Oh.
Hey, Scrooge McDuck, smile a little.
No, I'm not going to smile when this crap is being played over the airways. Sorry, kids.
This song is about heartbreak, though. Niner fans are feeling a lot of heartbreak.
Bonte Belichick over there, sour as hell. On to the next holiday. We're on to the next holiday.
We are on to the next holiday.
Bill Belichick, big Taylor Swift guy, by the way.
I want Belichick so bad as DC. By the way, if Belichick refuses, Pete Carroll should be online too.
No. Go give me Mike Vrabel.
Okay.
I don't want that covered.
I'll take any of them.
Well, he does run a 4-3, Pete Carroll.
I'll take any of them.
Speaking of heartbreak, does any guy enjoy Valentine's Day? Does any guy enjoy Valentine's Day?
No.
It is a hump day.
That was Joe Spadoni.
Not me.
That was not Bonte Hill.
It's another word for Wednesday. Right. Come on, people.
Can you play me some NFL music? I got 9 minutes of incredible content before we change the topic.
Incredible topic. Incredible content.
All right. Laugh at our pain. That's the name of this segment.
Laugh at our pain?
Laugh at our pain.
Oh, boy.
These are the how many of them? 15, 20. I don't know, 15 or so things that happened to us at the Super Bowl that did not include the game because Bonte needs to be cheered up today on Valentine's Day.
I don't need to be cheered up. I'm fine. Just should play Backstreet Boys. What the hell's going on around here?
Now, is this funny or sad?
The Warriors won 7 of 8. I'm happy as hell.
All right. Were you as happy then as you happy when you jumped on stage with microphones with me and you at the Super Bowl?
That was pretty cool. What did I tell you before we jumped on stage? I had to get Shasky psyched up because he was thinking twice about it. Cheerleaders are up there shaking it. They're waving the pom-poms. We got the DJ on 1s and 2s. And I told Shasky, I looked out and said, let's go be legendary.
It's a pretty cool
Let's
idea.
get on the stage. Yeah, who gave us that idea?
Yeah, I wonder who gave us that idea.
So just before that,
about the only thing he done.
Bonte was walking through him because he's like
2 other things.
Because he's like 9 feet tall. Okay, these are things that happened to us at the Super Bowl that did not include the actual game itself. We're walking around and there's Niner fans everywhere, and they're like, "Oh my God, Bonte Hill, Warriors! Oh my God, Bonte Hill!" And he always does this thing. What about Shasky over here? And I love that. I do appreciate that you include me.
Yeah, because if I don't include him, Shasky will come out of the airwaves.
True.
It's just Bonte getting on love, just forgetting about me.
No, but he was getting so much love, and this guy.
Hold on. And I give him so much love. And Baldy comes on. It's like, hey, Baldy, how about you and me? Hey, Dave, how about you and me? Hey, George, how about you and me?
Well, we're getting to you.
Yeah,
we're getting to you in a second. And this guy turns to me as Bonte's taking photos with all these guys. He goes, "Oh, I don't like you. You're negative." I go, "What?" And then like a minute.
That's right.
A minute later, he goes, "Yes, Steiny." I go, "I'm not Steiny. I'm Shasky." And he goes, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." My heart sank when he referred to me as Steiny.
Oh, yeah, no. You loved it, though, because you look up to Steiny. So it was actually a compliment. It was actually a compliment.
Because Steiny's so tall,
listen,
we all have
I'm
to
not going to
look up
lie.
to him.
I wish he didn't say Steiny, because Shasky's face when he goes,
My face
you're
went-
negative. You're always scary. I was like, yes, it's not just me.
He was so happy.
It's just not me.
All right, so then we get into the stadium. I'm going all over the place. There's stuff all over. We get into the stadium and walking down, and I go, "Hey, Mike Florio."
Oh,
It's
yes,
me
we ran into Mike
and
Florio.
Bonte and Sam and Mike Florio. He comes walking over within seconds. He goes, "Which one of you guys is the one I yelled at?" And Bonte turns and goes, "That's him. That's him. That's him." And completely runs me over with the bus.
But then he goes, "Oh, I know your voice. We've gotten into it before." So he knew exactly who we are. And guess what? Mike Florio's joining us Friday at 8 o'clock.
I love it. Florio's a great guy. I like Florio.
Oh, no, now you like Florio.
I like Florio.
Now you like Florio.
Well, now that I'm a member of the media, of what I call the white collar brigade, now
man.
I know. Two mentions.
I forgot we saw Florio. He goes, "Oh, yeah,
totally
you guys.
forgot. I knew
you
you
guys."
So then later on, and we'll get to the food that we ate.
Also read into Rob, Black Sports Online, Rob Littall.
I didn't see that.
And I said, hey, some of your captions, I just stay away from.
Yeah.
I'll just keep it there.
Okay, so then they go, "Hey, there's food in the media section. You guys go get the food." Now, this is my first foray into being a member of the media at a game. And I go, "Wow, Bonte's been talking about all these spreads that they have. This is the Super Bowl. This is going to be incredible." And as Sam so eloquently put it, it was like Fire Festival food.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm not going to complain about free food, but it was definitely no Levi Stadium.
The grandma's
spread.
cookies, though.
The grandma's cookies did hit.
I didn't even have them. Whitley ate mine. She's like, can I have these? And she was feeling a little under the weather, and I was like, man, the Chiefs are about to lose. Go ahead and have those cookies.
All the sweets must have gotten all the good stuff because those spreads were kicking, man. Oof.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
I
well,
bet.
and then as we're standing there, it's me and B, and I see this guy walking down, and I go, oh, my God. It's freaking Joe Fonzie. I love Joe Fonzie.
Oh, yeah.
When I think of 49er football and I think of Sundays in the 90s and in the 2000s, I think of Joe Fonzie. I stick my hand out, I go, Joe Fonzie. He goes, I'm a big fan. And I like, my world lit up. As low as I felt when someone called me Steiny, I felt as high as Bonte Hill does when he's 6'5", walking around the stadium and everyone knows who he is. Joe Fonzie saying to me and Bonte that he enjoys our work, that literally made my day. And because I look up to people like him.
No,
Ibanez, Fonzie, like these are the guys I grew up looking up to.
Fonz is real cool. And we'll get him on the show because guys like him, Marky Ibanez, Fred Ingles, the Vern Glynns of the world, Gary Ratnich, of course, our local newscast, they deserve love because they brought a lot of sports intel to our lifetime, to our televisions. They gave us all the insight. And those 49er pregame shows back in the day, 8:30 in the morning, right before the NFL Fox pregame show, that was my life. Yeah. With Harris Martin, Jamie Williams. It was a lot of good times there.
Well, and,
Fonz is cool.
Now comes kind of the sad stuff, all right?
What's the sad stuff?
We walk by and we see Marcus Thompson and we see, Tim Kawakami, and we're chatting it up with them and everything's good. But earlier, Lubman and I see a homeless guy and he's being escorted. And we're like, what the hell is going on? Only to find out later on in the game, that's Carrot Top.
Yeah.
I couldn't Carrot Top. Sam, Carrot Top looked terrible.
No, it was a bad scene seeing him. Same thing. I saw him walking around. And it's just like, who the heck is this guy? They show him on the screen later. It's that same guy. It was like, my God, I thought Carrot Top was a homeless person.
Well, Carrot Top, he was on with Laura Brent earlier in the week.
Oh,
so I got a glimpse of him.
I didn't see that.
And I was at the NBC studios when he joined. I was like, boy, but Laura, I'm talking to Laura. She goes, he could have been a nicer guy. I mean, I feel bad for him, whatever it was. He's still in the Super Bowl.
Well,
apparently he's still got some appeal.
He does.
He's got the show at the Luxor. I was actually bummed out that I didn't recognize him in time because I would have loved to get a picture of him because people say we look alike all the time.
That's
a bad comp, dog.
By the way, you also forgot the Spanish broadcast booth before the game.
Oh, I'm getting to that.
Well, yeah, it was before the game. And you know what? Actually, before the Spanish broadcast booth, we had to stop by the first aid room because somebody got hurt.
I know.
Somebody got hurt.
I got my nose broken by Matthias, essentially. He gashed me right in the nose. He was so happy to see me. He jumped up in the air and he axe chopped me. But that wasn't before we ran into somebody who refused to look in my direction.
Who's that?
Mike Silver. I'm walking down and it's just me and him. There's nothing worse than when you do the unofficial head nod and that person puts their head down and keeps plowing through. Only to see him after the game where he comes running up to us and goes, how do I get to the field? How do I get to the field? And we were like, I don't know, dude.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
First of all, I wouldn't be upset about Mike Silver not saying what's up to you because you guys don't like each other. when somebody doesn't like me, and we walk past each other, it's all good. Wait. I know you don't like me. I don't like you. Keep it moving.
Kind of like a former 95.7 The Game employee who saw all four of us from 95.7 The Game and didn't even look in our direction.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't care.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
I don't like fake energy. Keep the same energy that you always keep off air. That's all. I'm okay with that. Mike Silver wants to say, hey, whatever, keep it moving.
So not only did I injure my nose, I also injured my foot because of the anxiety I had during the game. I hate you. I hate you so much.
How do you hurt your foot by tapping it all game long?
The anxiety, my leg was like jittering the entire time.
Mine was too, but I just, all right.
You don't have the foot issues that he does, though.
Yeah, I guess not.
It's the plantar fascia.
Thank you. And then later on in the week, I would injure my ear. Sam Lubman would not shut up. I love you, Sam, but man.
God forbid I ever try to make conversation with the people that I work with.
No. So I'm sitting. No, hold on.
I said that.
Trying to make conversation, right? I go down to watch the fourth quarter of the Utah Warriors game with Sam Lubman in the casino sportsbook. I go down there. I maybe got 10 words in. It was such a one-sided conversation. He's cut me off at the right. I was like, damn, are you Shasker or are you Lubman? There's only 2 people in my life who cut me off.
But you missed it. See, we were in a cab, me and Lubman. And we get to the end of the cab. There's like a couple minutes left in the ride. And the guy turns to us. He goes, hey, let me tell you about Jesus. And he starts going on this entire long rant. And Lubman cuts him off and goes, sir, I'm an atheist. I don't feel comfortable talking about this right now. Sam, get in here on that.
Oh, man.
I'll be honest. I mean, this... maybe not my proudest moment here. It's kind of a proud moment, but I just wanted to stop the conversation because I was just not in the mood, and I thought, I mean, I'm not an atheist. I was just saying it to stop the conversation. But yeah, my guy just blew right through that stop sign and kept right on talking to us. It was just like, well, all right, that plan didn't work.
But that wasn't as bad as post-game, the saddest walk that I've had in a long, long time. Me and Bonte sadly walking through a crowd of mixed, you had Chiefs fans that were happy, Niner fans were depressed, and we're doing a live video, and I'm about to send this video to Nahegan or whatever, and this guy is chirping at me and Bonte about our comments on the game. He's totally interjecting himself into the video, which, we just kind of rolled with it. The guy wouldn't shut up. He would not shut up. Oh, I played college football. This game is, the game in Miami is the one that hurts more than this one. And Bonte's like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. The guy would not leave Bonte alone. I had to peel my guy back.
Well,
this guy, to your point about people run their mouth when they're drunk and they do things, you're right, B. I stand down to your original opinion. You are correct.
Well, first of all, there's this little Chiefs fan, 19 years old, running down the stairs, screaming in Niners fans' faces. So he looked at me, and I didn't have any Niners gear. I had the beige jacket, pea coat, the long trench coat on. And he looked at me and was like, you're a Niner too? And I said, hey, man, not now, dude. Keep it moving.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
You did say congratulations. It was classy.
And he kept talking.
Yes.
And I said, kid, this is how people get their ass kicked. You keep talking. He goes, I'm 19. You're 52 years old, man. So I go, well, this 52-year-old has grown man strength and will knock your ass out. I told the kid that. And so he goes down a flight of stairs and he starts screaming at other Niner fans, and they happen to be roasters. And they were like, dude. And I told the kid's dad, I said, hey, man, you gotta tell him to chill, man.
Totally agree.
You got to tell him to chill. It's not going to end well for him. We're cool. We're just trying to walk this off. But you're yelling at people's faces? That's how people get their ass kicked. Then we get outside, and the guy jumping in the video, he's looking at me. He goes, you think this loss is worse than Miami? We had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. I said, look, that loss sucks. But this one hurts more. Exactly. We just lost in overtime, homie.
He wanted to do comparative shopping on the spot about which one was worse. And then he tried to give you his credentials. I played college ball. And you go, yeah, where?
Right.
Dead
now,
silence.
Again, guys, Shask and I didn't have Niners gear on because we were in the media section.
Yes.
You can't wear Niners gear in the media section.
Which brings me to my last point.
So hold on. So to the point about the guy jumping in our video telling me, I said, look, man, you can feel how you feel. I know how I feel. They're supposed to never say he lost in my lifetime. So then he tells me to shut the bleep up. I played college football. So I said, oh, where'd you play college football at? He just kept saying, shut the bleep up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. So I said, okay, man, keep it moving. We walked down the block. The guy slows down with his boy. Goodness. He kept looking back. I was like, you're still talking? And finally, the backpack almost came off, and I was ready to tell some
I had to separate
I was ready. It was just like, enough's enough.
And thank God Coach in Los Altos was there.
I shouldn't be out there. But, like, enough is enough. You're going to talk to people crazy for about 5 minutes.
No, the guy was out of control.
Enough is enough.
And then his buddy wouldn't control him. It was crazy.
And after a loss like that, I'm not in a very good place.
Just leave people alone.
I'm not in a good place.
Don't rub it in.
We just lost that game.
Totally.
And he was a Niner fan, though.
I know.
He was a Niner fan, kept testing me, and I was like, all right, dude.
But you told him to back away multiple times, and he wouldn't listen.
So, anyway.
Which brings me to my last point. We weren't allowed to wear our Niner gear, which I get it. I get it. And I told the boss, I'm going to abide by the rules. But at least I'm a real Niner fan. And Bonte's a real Niner fan. Watching members of the media who have no idea who any of the 49ers are, any of the history, standing and cheering when the Niners are scoring, I was like, I thought we were supposed to be journalists. I thought we were supposed to be unbiased. No, it just blew me away.
Well, you got beat writers parading around like Niners historians, so what are you going to do? I mean, come on.
Speaking of which, we saw that guy in the Luxor very sadly, and Sam Lubman yells, "Hi, David," and waves at him. Guy didn't even look up.
Wow.
It's like, come on, man. You're not that cool.
Well,
you're sitting lonely in a cafe.
Ugly was still ugly.
I mean, it's a guy. It's
such a dork. It's a bunch of dorks. So many dorks. At least Florio has the guts to come up and shake our hands.
A lot of people are like that. Don't be fooled by some of these jaded media members. There's a lot of clowns, but there's a lot of good people. Katie Mox. We saw her after the show.
Oh, she was feeling no pain.
Katie Mox gave me a hug, and I didn't know who it was. And she was like, keep your head up. And then this other girl, who I won't mention, I had to introduce myself for the 15th time.
That's the worst. Isn't that the worst?
Oh, hi.
The highlight of my day, though.
That's a shame. It's embarrassing.
The highlight of my day, and I mean this sincerely. We're just two kids, grew up in the city, love our team, right? We're very blessed, and we're very grateful to have these opportunities that we've experienced the last couple of years. And I do want to say that, we got into the stadium, and I was just floating. I was floating, okay? And then we didn't have time to bring any of this up.
Right.
You guys walked around. You think you were doing a radio hit or something?
Yeah.
I
I did back-to-back hits. One in Baltimore, and then one KCBS.
And so we sat down in where our designated seats were, and I just sat there and I stared at the field, and all of a sudden the emotion just came gushing over me, and I started crying. And I legitimately started crying, and I was sitting there just soaking in the moment, saying to myself, damn, man, my dad used to take me to Niner games. I was so lucky. My grandfather used to take me, and my dad's in a hospital right now, and I'm sitting here. I'm at this freaking Super Bowl with one of my best friends in the world, and we're doing the job that we love, watching the team that we grew up rooting for. How freaking cool is this? Yeah, and I know they lost, and I know it was heartbreaking, and I'm never going to forget it, but I swear to God, like the SoFi game, like the Philly experience, all of these games, I wouldn't trade these memories for anything. Yeah, and I know they lost, and it sucks, and we're never going to forget it. But damn it, we were so lucky, and I'm very grateful that we got a chance to go.
It's well said. It's well said. Seeing the halftime show, Usher.
That was amazing.
Just being in that environment, the Super Bowl, and watching that place fill up. Because we got there early. We watched it fill up. We watched the players warm up. We looked at the turf, walked around, made our laps, made our rounds. It was freaking the Super Bowl. Super Bowl, I was able to attend. When I started this journey at sports broadcasting, I never imagined myself, cover the Super Bowl. I was just happy to cover Turkey Day. The Academic Athletic Association Public School Championship here in San Francisco.
You were covering a high school Thanksgiving championship game.
I thought that was the highlight. I
know.
Was cool with that. I was straight with that. I was great. I got to cover Turkey Day, a game I used to always attend as just a fan. And then you think about 12 years later, you're like, damn, I'm at the Super Bowl covering the 49ers game in the Super Bowl. It's pretty cool. I posted last night photos from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I didn't even want to. It took me 3 hours to send that post. Because it's I don't even want to post. I don't even want to remember anything from the Super Bowl. But when you put it like that, Shasky, put it in perspective, it was cool. It was cool to experience, man. And seeing, and by the way, it also made me think that it sucks that the casual fans get to go and the big money spenders.
So I'm glad you brought that up.
Because it wasn't as loud as I anticipated. Maybe it was just where we were sitting, but it wasn't as deafening as I thought it would be. And that's because you get all the celebrities and you price out the fans. I don't think that's right, man. The Super Bowl needs to go back to having the common fan, the fans who spend their money all season long, make some tickets affordable for them to experience the Super Bowl.
How many NFC Championship games have you been to at Levi's? The two?
The two NFC Championship games, yeah.
Did you go to any at Candlestick?
No.
Okay. I've been lucky to go to some, and I'm not doing comparative shopping. I'm just saying, so I'm comparing NFC Championship home environment to the Super Bowl. There's no comparison. The feeling at home with all your fans like that, even on the road is super cool.
SoFi was cool.
Really cool. Even Philly was an experience, right? You know what I mean? They're not comparative. It's just different. The Super Bowl is just different. Now, I'm glad I did it. I'm really glad I did it. I would never trade it for anything in the world. It is an experience unlike anything else. Your point about just the casual non-sports fans up and down, that is undeniable. And I do think, though, because it's the Super Bowl, it's impossible to do what you want. And I get what you're saying, have the real fans there. That's what makes the NBA Finals and the World Series. It's different than the Super Bowl.
Home field.
Because, you got the home field.
Yep.
Even though you're going to get that corporate angle, it's very, very different. I will say this. Levi's, as a venue, it's a nice venue. The Las Vegas venue is excellent.
Excellent.
I mean, they nailed it.
It's beautiful.
The in and out, everything about it, the proximity to the casinos for a party.
It was a 15-minute walk. That walk over the bridge to the stadium, it was incredible. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. It is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Let's go to Riff Raff real quick in Daily City.
What's up, Riff Raff?
Riff Raff, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys are a really good team. You complement each other very well.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. And Joe, best wishes to your dad.
Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot.
You're welcome, sure. Hey, I'm an old timer. I go back to the 60s. I'm just as disappointed as anybody in this loss. It was crushing, and I've seen every single one of them, but I've seen a lot of victories over the years, too. I'm blessed to be a 49er faithful. I hear some fans calling for Shanahan's head yesterday, and that's just fans that are frustrated. That's like the little kid that says, I hate you to my parents. They don't mean it. We got a great organization. We got a great general manager, head coach, and owner that wants to go to the Super Bowl every year. And I'd rather be a Niner fan than a Cleveland fan, a Bear fan that still revels in '85. You know, we got a good thing going here. And, you know, I'm 65 years old. I don't break things when we lose anymore. But got to take the bitter with the better, man. And we're going to be there again next year. We got a good thing going here, and we got the best organization in the NFL. God bless both of you.
Have a good one. That's
Thanks,
great
Riff
perspective.
Raff. Thanks, Riff Raff. We needed that. Anthony Sawyer is going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk some Dubs here as they're rolling. Kawhi Leonard is out today with an adductor strain, so he will not play for the LA Clippers. They're coming off a big loss to the Minnesota T-Wolves at home. But this LeBron James to the Golden State Warriors story is very, very intriguing. I want to get back into that, plus some sound from Draymond Green on Kevin Durant. Day-Day's all the way back, Shasky.
Absolutely incredible.
Day-Day's back. The full Draymond experience is back, baby. He's playing well. You know what? That's our guy. We got to ride with him, right? We got no choice.
I love how anything that happens now, he just puts a diss track out there immediately in a podcast.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Draymond is back, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Safeway.
Safeway has great deals this week in store. Choose from USDA Choice T-Bone Steaks,
All through the night, light the fire.
I want to know if anybody out there is celebrating Hallmark holidays like Valentine's Day, what are you doing for your better half? What is the move tonight? Now, thankfully.
Are you serious?
Or, unfortunately, in case Hannah's listening. Unfortunately, we have Warriors and Clippers, so your boy has duty with Warriors pre- and post-game show. But if you don't have any plans, or you don't have any work, what are your plans for Valentine's Day? Bringing out the roses, the chocolates, the wine, taking her out for lobster, steak.
Who's the most romantic person at 95.7 The Game from the on-air host perspective?
Oh, probably Mark Willard.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's a layup.
I mean, you look at his Instagram page with the lovely Christy. They're always going to some candlelight dinner, winery. I mean,
all right. Who's the least romantic?
Yeah, the least romantic. I throw my hat. I throw myself in the hat.
I don't know. No.
I'm not. You think I got a romantic bone in my body?
I do.
Really?
I think you're a lot of bluster, but I think behind the scenes you are more romantic than you give off. I do.
Spadoni?
Because if I know Anna the way I think I know Anna, even though I don't know Anna that well, I would assume that it's mandatory that you have some romantic bones in your body.
I think you are romantic. I think you're the family guy now too. And by the way, as soon as you have kids, like it turns this thing. You have to, like Valentine's Day gets involved with like the kids. I don't remember growing up and my mom giving me a Valentine's.
Yeah.
Like, do you guys remember that?
No.
I don't remember. It's weird, right? It was like your school and then your crush. That's it. Now it's like a family thing. It's like, what are we doing here?
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know what we're doing. The least romantic guy in 95-70 game, Dan Dibley.
Well, the Safeway ad says that.
Why nobody want to touch that? No one want to touch that one.
Because anything that we say will be used against us forever.
Guru?
I don't know.
The California Casanova?
The California Casanova.
Wait a minute. Where did that come from?
Oh, I remember
that was his nickname. You don't remember that?
California Casanova, yeah.
Whenever he had the Blue Chew reads.
Yeah, the California Casanova.
That's pretty funny. Who's the most romantic athlete right now in Bay Area sports? It's got to be Steph, right?
It was Jimmy.
It was Jimmy. 100%.
George Kittle?
Farhan.
Kyle Juszczyk? Farhan.
He loves him.
Jorge Soler?
Hey, I know Shasky can't wait to talk some Giants, baby. He is salivating. You know what? I'm excited about Giants baseball this year. I am. I want to see the youngsters. You guys label me as this baseball hater.
No one labeled
I got
you
hired here because of my baseball knowledge and baseball talk. You know, a lot of things have aged well for my baseball takes. I know that one. I got receipts. But I'm excited to see what the Giants do this year in terms of, playing the youngsters. Logan Webb, what is he going to do for a bounce back? What is it going to look like with Bob Melvin?
I do like the Jorge Soler signing.
It's not bad.
A lot. It's they needed a power bat. What I would say though is that they've got to move a couple players. Like I'm sorry. I know other people thought he had a really good year. Like I'm out on JD Davis. Yeah. I'm out on seeing Austin Slater again. I'm out on seeing Yaz. Like let's move off of those guys. I want to see the youngsters. Today's not the day.
Soler can hit. He's got power.
I mean, the Giants haven't had a 30 home run guy since Barry Bonds, for Christ's sake.
I
I mean, come on.
We're going to get that? I like that. I do like the
Every single team in the Bigs has had at minimum five 30 home run guys. The Giants haven't had one since Bonds.
Before we get into Draymond Green and this Lakers situation, 888-957-9570. Line them up because I think people are going to want to talk about this, especially when it comes to the Warriors who are red hot right now, 7 of 8. They've won 5 in a row. They're back home tonight against the LA Clippers. They could go 2 games over 500 and then go to Salt Lake City tomorrow and get greedy and possibly go to the break 3 games over 500 after just a few weeks ago being 19-24. Really remarkable stretch for the Golden State Warriors. But when it comes to the Giants, it's hilarious. Do we know his lifetime numbers against some of these guys in the NL West?
No.
At all?
No.
Nothing?
But he's just a guy, when he was with the Braves and in the Marlins, his short time there, he's a guy that you know exactly what you're going to get. He's a dude who's a power bat who can play and it plays aggressive, and he's up there trying to go both cheeks into it. And it's not some fake DH Jock Peterson. He is a real power bat, a legitimate 4 out of 5 days player. He will play every day, should play every day. When was the last time they had a 100 RBI guy?
It's been a while.
I mean, right?
So Jorge Soler.
I mean, I believe he's had
31 years old. He's going to be 30.
He had 49 a couple years ago.
Yeah, he's going to be 32 years old in February. 32 now. Now, he had 48 home runs in 2019.
There you go, 28. Okay.
Then he had 8, got hurt, got traded.
Well, COVID year.
35, 27, 22 home runs in 72 games in 2022. Last year, an all-star at the age of 31. 75 RBI, 36 home runs. Now, he is 32.
But also playing, to your point about playing in that division, there is something realistic about playing in the hotbed of Atlanta, Miami,
Philly,
up in Washington,
Citizens
Philly.
Bank Park.
Yeah, it
may inflate your numbers.
It does. But here's what I would say to you. You also get Arizona, San Diego, and Colorado if you're in our division.
He struck out 141 times last year.
Fits right in.
Batted 250. Slugging was over 500.
250 is one of the better batting averages on this team.
OBP 341. So yeah, we'll see it. I don't mind the move.
I don't either.
I don't mind the move at all.
And even if it's an overpay by a year or two, so what? I'm sick of these 1-year deals.
I'm just sick of having redundant players.
Well, you have Conforto, Yaz, and Slater in the outfield with Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee, and then you have obviously Matos, and now you have Soler. So, like, to me, it's logical. They need to make another move, right? I want to see them make a move. And I personally want to see Casey Schmidt play third base more than J.D. Davis. And I think that when you have J.D. Davis and Wilmer Flores, to me, that's redundant. I would keep Wilmer Flores, move on from J.D. Davis.
All right, let's move on to the Warriors here. That'd be our
Sorry,
Giants
that was my Giants.
No, I left it out there.
Better.
No, I asked you about the Giants. So
I know.
It's my
This
fault.
team, I'll tell you right now, this team is better today than they were a year ago.
I don't know how.
My fault we're talking about Giants.
Why is it your fault?
No, like I was quoting you saying it was your fault.
Yeah, it was my fault.
I know. I thought it was
fault.
funny.
It was my fault.
I think they're better. No,
Are you serious?
Does that make them better?
I'm trying to shed this label for somehow, some way. You guys have labeled me as a baseball hater.
I just think you're
I got
frustrated. And I think
no.
I mean frustrated with the direction of the team.
I turned the page.
Oh, okay.
I'm open book now for it going into 2024.
Well,
open book.
Here's the one guy.
I'm not going to yell and bang over a first place team.
We'll get into the Warriors because I think more people care about the Warriors right now. I'm really excited to see Luciano this year. I'm really, really excited for Luciano this year. And I think that his bat is going to be legit. The number one question is going to be health. The second question is going to be like, what are you going to get defensively? Like, where does he really like project defensively? But like Luciano, we've been waiting for 4 or 5 years. And now we get a chance to see him every day. And I'm excited. And I think that he's going to be a really legitimate player.
I hope so.
Oh, they need him.
To go to State Warriors. So Woj dropped the bomb at 4:50 in the morning. Adrian Wojnarowski, ESPN.com, dropped an article at 4:50 a.m. this morning discussing the Golden State Warriors and how they made an unsuccessful bid to convince the L.A. Lakers and LeBron James to consider a trade to pair with longtime rival Stephen Curry. The Lakers! The Warriors were eager to present a package deal to L.A., but neither the Lakers nor LeBron James was willing to explore a potential blockbuster. Even at 39, LeBron James still played at the All-NBA level. That stirred the Warriors' imagination about his ability to extend the window of a franchise's fading dynasty. Armed with the encouragement of Warriors star Draymond Green, Golden State owner Joe Lacob reached out to Lakers owner Jeannie Buss to inquire whether James' apparent public frustration could be interpreted as an opening to discuss a trade. Buss told Lacob the Lakers had no desire to trade James, but that he would need to seek the answer on James' state of mind from his agent, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul. As an owner, Buss had operated with the mindset that she wants her star players content with the franchise and that instructed her thinking on referring Warriors leadership to James's representation. If the Lakers ever wanted a temperature check on James's commitment, here was his chance. In the end, the answer was returned resoundingly on the eve of the trade deadline. Rich Paul told Joe Lacob and Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy that James had no interest in a trade and wanted to remain a Laker. When Dunleavy reached out to Lakers GM Rob Pelinka in those pre-trade deadline hours, Dunleavy had been told the same. The Lakers wanted to keep James. So earlier that day, Draymond Green, who of course is also part of Clutch Sports, sent Paul a text message soliciting his help in convincing James to join him in Golden State. Once Green had been lit, of course, lead recruiter for Kevin Durant and all that. So basically the Warriors did call to see if the Lakers would trade or consider trading for trading LeBron James. Now, Philadelphia did it as well. Daryl Morey called Rob Pelinka, and Rob Pelinka hugged the phone, basically said, is it being available? So the Baker said no. So Rob Pelinka said, yeah, no deal. But the Golden State Warriors called the L.A. Lakers to gauge interest in LeBron James to pair with Stephen Curry. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, as the season is turned around, and we're seeing J.K. average about 23 a game over the last 13. And we're seeing Draymond Green come back with force, and they've been one of the better teams in terms of net rating offensively and defensively. How, Warrior fans, what do you make of this report that the Warriors gauge interest in LeBron James?
Can you do me a favor and let's just put the other stuff, which I will add to the equation. I'll add it to the recipe in a second, but let's just put it to the side. Okay, let's put it to the side. Right now, this year, now I know it would look different when he's on our team, but he'd be the second leading scorer. He'd be the number one in assists and the number one rebounder on the Warriors right now, if his stats carried over to the Warriors. All right? I think that Chris Paul was a good addition for the Warriors, in part because his IQ and his passing fits the ethos of the team. LeBron gives you lots of the same elements of Chris Paul with more of the rebounding, with more of the size, and clearly more of the scoring. So to me, if you're just asking in a vacuum, do you want LeBron James? Hell yeah, I want LeBron James. Hell yeah. This is all about trying to win one more championship with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. And if LeBron fits in financially, somehow, some way, let's make it happen. Now, I want to keep Kuminga, and I don't know if that's plausible.
Yeah, I don't think
but I'm going to try to keep Kuminga at all costs.
If I'm the Lakers, Kuminga absolutely has to be part of the deal.
But I'm talking about in the offseason. Because in the offseason, you can have some slots move up, depending on what they do with Chris Paul, depending on what Chris Paul does. Klay Thompson, the Wiggins thing.
Now, wouldn't LeBron want Klay Thompson on the team because he loves shooters?
Yeah, I would think. Wouldn't you?
Hey, watching LeBron's career, Shane Battier, Mike Miller, Kyle Korver. No, all the shooters. No, he wants to be surrounded with shooters.
Well, and then the report about Klay Thompson, which we didn't even get a chance to discuss, him saying that, like, yeah, I'll accept a smaller role. I want to stay with the team, essentially.
Our poll question on YouTube, do you want LeBron James if it means trading Jonathan Kuminga?
That's a hard no for me. Got to have one young guy. Got to have one young. One. I don't need 5 young guys. Got to have one.
888-957-9570. I just want to gauge Warrior fans, and what do you think about this report that the Warriors inquired about LeBron James before the trade deadline? Now, I get you have to do your due diligence. That's what forward-thinking organizations does. The Warriors are doing their job here. Is LeBron James unhappy? Is there a way we can bring him in? You can't say no to talent. You can't say no to greatness. I get all that.
What if Steph wants it?
Steph may have wanted it. They may have run it by Steph. Steph, I think, will be cool with it. Steph just wants to win.
That's what I'm saying. And I do,
now,
too.
Does LeBron James help you win? I don't know if he helps you win.
I mean, Bonte.
I don't know if he gets you closer to a championship at this stage of his career.
Who's a better I'm going to start picking players a bit. Who's a better basketball player right now, Andrew Wiggins or LeBron James?
Oh, I mean, come on.
Come on, what?
I don't need to answer that.
Well,
that's
then who is
obvious. Oh, it's Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is a better basketball player right now than LeBron James. Now, I know people on their radio can't see my face, but I'm being very facetious.
When does that crack come into
I'm being
play
very sarcastic.
for you?
I mean, that's an obvious one.
I mean,
we know LeBron
Warrior
is
fans,
better.
think about this. LeBron caving in and coming to you. You know you would be all in on that. We all would be all in on that. Come on. Come on.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'd roll with it. I mean, it's LeBron James.
There might not be another star available.
Who needs each other more? Does Steph need LeBron more? Does LeBron need Steph?
I think LeBron
They need
needs
each
Steph.
other.
Ooh.
They need each other. They may need each other, but the Warriors are playing good basketball right now. They're surging. Their style of basketball. LeBron James loves to hold the basketball. Can he play at the pace the Warriors want to play at? He's a half-court player now. He picks his spots.
They do struggle at times in the half court.
They do at times.
Another
they also want to run. They also want to run.
I mean, LeBron can still get up and down the court if he needed to.
He is a one-man fast break.
I mean, come on, dude. He's one of the greatest players ever.
Let's go Niner Mike in San Francisco. Niner Mike, what's happening?
Nah. I don't want no LeBron here. We spent every season trying to get him out the playoffs, beat him one way or another. Nah. Get this out of here. If he gets joined, I'm not going to a game. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing about LeBron here. Get away. They don't love you. That's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. I'm kidding, 5-1. No, of course Andrew Wiggins isn't better than LeBron James.
Thank you,
Bonte. Of course.
I mean, if you survey the land right now, it doesn't feel like Giannis is leaving. It doesn't feel like Embiid is leaving. There aren't many options for the Warriors to upgrade. I'm saying today.
Today.
Let's see how it plays out.
In the all season, I don't know about Giannis and his long-term prospects in Milwaukee. A lot of things going on up there in Milwaukee.
Well, you will agree. It's not like there are a ton of players.
No, there's not.
That you're going to vie for.
Not.
So, it's not like we're talking about all the options in the world.
You think LeBron James could play second fiddle to Steph?
I mean, Steph's already proven that he can oscillate between number 1 and number 2
He
pretty
can.
seamlessly.
Steph can.
What?
Can LeBron.
Well, LeBron did it with AD during the finals. They were awesome together. Why can't they?
LeBron was the lead dog.
I mean, Kyrie and him did pretty well.
He empowered him.
I mean, I look at Team USA.
But LeBron was the clear-cut number 1, though, right?
I mean, there were times where Kyrie was the closer. Yes, LeBron was the number, but LeBron's always going to be, like, in his own eyes, a 1. I just don't think it matters. They're at this point in their career. I think the two of them want to win a championship so bad. I think they're both. To your point of them needing each other, the more I think about it, I think you're right.
Does this do anything for anybody out there?
Oh, the bottom line of the Warriors?
LeBron, no, I'm saying for Warrior fans. We know what it's going to do revenue-wise, jersey sales, tickets, all that stuff. I mean, they're going to be must-see TV. But Warrior fans, does this do anything for you? Does this interest you at all? LeBron James, the Warriors inquired on LeBron James before the deadline. That is kind of wild. It is wild, Spinone.
It is, and you mentioned the Olympics. Steph and LeBron going to be teammates this summer.
Well, they've been teammates on the All-Star game before.
Yeah, but the Olympics are a little different. They're like legit teammates now to win something.
I mean,
right?
The Olympics is partly how Dwayne Wade and LeBron James teamed up in the first place.
Kevin Durant. That's why they planted the seeds for Kevin Durant.
Steve Kerr, the head coach there?
That's after the fact.
Huh.
That's after the fact, though.
No Draymond, though, unfortunately. He's mad about it.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what's hit me more, though? Is Draymond Green.
Oh, boy.
The Draymond Green show. And Draymond's back. I mean, he balled out Saturday night against the Phoenix Suns. He did. 15-9-7.
What a game winner from Steph.
I mean, Draymond's been hooping.
How fun was that post-game show?
Oh, that was very fun. Very fun. It took my mind completely off the Super Bowl. And then once the post-game show was over, I was already packed, ready to go to Las Vegas. I wish I just stayed home. Draymond Green, what he said to KD at the end of the game from the Draymond Green show. Draymond Green is all the way back.
Everybody was questioning what I said to KD at the end of the game. This is me. It's me. I'm not going to share the other word that I said because, that's a spur of the moment type of thing. You're in the game, words come out, but this is me. I do this. Been doing this. Gonna keep doing this. Which is the same thing I said in that Clippers game years ago. Been winning championships. Been doing this. Gonna keep doing this when you leave here. Didn't lie. Got fined a whole game check, which was like $160,000 for saying that. Fast forward. Wasn't a lie, But that's what I said, And all of that was a little brewed up, little built up tension because, again, you go question somebody's character, you got my phone number. If you thought I hope I get the help that I need, you got my phone number. Hit me and say that.
That's Draymond Green on Kevin Durant.
Clearly, they don't get along.
Well,
even though
podcast,
they did the sit down. That's, come on.
There's still some friction there.
Yes.
Big time friction.
Yes.
And we're going to keep winning championships without you, which he did lie about.
And he's rubbing it in his face. I mean, he is. He's rubbing it in his face after the fact. The KD Draymond thing's never going to go away. The two of them are probably going to hate each other post-retirement as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's what Draymond said about Nurkic and KD.
Just to go questioning my character, I thought was whack. But like guys are making a habit out of that. Him and Kevin questioned my character before, as if you go question somebody's character about a basketball game as if this not real life, as if that don't affect people's pockets. Like, I think all of it was really cowardly, if you want my honest opinion. Yeah, I did what I did. I take my stuff on the chin. We spoke about that. I still stand on that. I meant every word I said about it. But if you want to know the truth about that, I think all of it was cowardly. I think, you start going to question somebody's character in front of the whole world, it's whack. So I think they all whack, both of them, if you want my honest opinion. That's that.
Phoenix and the Warriors don't play again in the regular season. It's possible they meet in the playoffs.
Did you see Eddie Johnson talking about why is he so angry? They just won the game, and it was a video of Draymond Green after the end of the Phoenix Warrior game. He's screaming and yelling and everything. Right.
He said, "It's me. It's me. It's me. Don't try me."
All right, so now that Draymond's got the diss tracks back and the podcast is up and running and he's got his whole hit 'em up Tupac thing going, when's the next big tech coming?
Well, you got one Saturday.
I'm aware of that.
His first one in 11 games since he's been back. He's got to play with that edge. Steve Kerr said it yesterday, right? Said we want him out there playing with that edge. He said he's never going to be quiet talking, but a couple texts here. 510, Comcast Business Text Line. Not really interested in LeBron, but how about blowing a second-round pick on Bronny and picking LeBron James for free?
See, I know nobody wants to hear this, but LeBron controls where he wants to go. We act like, oh, the Lakers are going to have such a big say in what they get back in return. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
It's LeBron James. Everywhere he's ever wanted to go, he goes, he dictates the terms, and he determines what resources are given up for him. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's one of the most powerful athletes the game has ever seen.
Now, here's an interesting angle. 650 gives me hope that Dunleavy isn't scared to swing big. Now, let's see if he could close on something, giving him a couple chances. The fact we know Lacob is not afraid to swing big.
Oh.
He wants stars in the building.
Come on.
He wants stars.
Was LeBron with Draymond Green at the Super Bowl?
Yes, they're in the same suite. Same suite. Clutch Sports.
I'm telling you, man, I've been all over this. I texted the thread over and over. LeBron wants to play with Steph. To me, it feels like he's been back channeling this for quite some time.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, Steph was already inquiring about acquiring KD before the season even started. He admitted that. And it was a GQ or a Esquire. One of those articles.
2 years ago.
Was that? That was 2 years ago? I thought it was last
after the
year.
championship.
You know, so I'm just saying, man, like, these guys are all buddies. I know the fans feel some kind of way. Y'all get over it.
You want LeBron bad.
I do.
You want LeBron bad.
Because that's box office.
You want LeBron bad. You don't even care about winning.
Oh, they will win.
How much?
Enough to get in the playoffs.
How come LeBron? Yeah, but is that good enough?
You really don't think a LeBron-Steph team is good enough to win a championship? They'll build the pieces around them.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be something.
I mean,
else.
LeBron got.
I don't want LeBron James sharing the championship with Steph Curry.
Why not?
I don't want that. I want Curry to beat him. I want
but if Curry wants
this is our modern day Magic and Bird.
Yeah, but if
this is our modern day Magic and Bird. Now, trust me,
times have changed.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on all that. Trust me. LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors. I wanted LeBron James on the Warriors a decade ago.
It would be LeBron's team too. Would that be the perception?
No.
The national perception, I believe it would be LeBron's team.
The national perspective would be all over the place.
It's JK's team.
I mean, it's just the national.
And secondarily, you love the Yankees, correct?
I don't love the Yankees. I respect the Yankees.
Okay.
I don't love the Yankees. Where the hell did you get that from?
What would the Yankees do? The Yankees would make this move.
No, of course. This is what the Warriors are all in on these moves.
Yes.
When they signed Kevin Durant, they told you they're all in on stars.
And this is exactly what I would do.
It doesn't surprise me.
What would the Niners do back in the day? They'd have done the same thing. You love that 94 Niner team. It was the Avengers. Like, why wouldn't you be all in on this move? Like, I get it. You guys went to war with this guy forever. It's like Dion. It's like, but you want to come play for us? Okay, I'll look the other way on all the past transgressions. If the superstar of all superstars, Steph Curry, is in on it, Joe Shasky's in on it.
Well, I don't know if Steph Curry's in on it. Draymond Green was definitely in on it. Is Marcus and Pacifica on it? Marcus, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I am not on LeBron James wearing a Golden State Warriors jersey. Sorry. I like to watch him from afar. Appreciate his greatness. But similar to Kevin Durant, we don't need you, bro.
Wow.
We won a championship without you. The Warriors are building a team. When Steve Kerr came out and said that this team could be something magical, I kind of rolled my eyes. I was one of those people that wanted to see a trade at the deadline. Didn't think that, we had the pieces in place. Be honest. But after watching how Wiggins been playing lately, of course, Kuminga's coming on strong. Draymond is probably having his best season of his career. His numbers, 51% from the field, 31% from threes. He's hitting clutch shots when you need it. Defensively, he's always been there. I find it kind of comical going back to when he was in his suspension and some of the commentary and the calls and the people just, ragging on him. I called in and basically said, it is what it is, like you were kind of alluding to earlier. Draymond's going to be Draymond.
Yep.
If he's on our squad, we got to ride and die with him.
So let's just say
things that make you frustrated.
That being said, if Draymond and Steph want this, aren't you all in?
I would have no choice if they made I just wouldn't appreciate it as much. The one thing, being a longtime Warriors fan, seeing this built from the ground up through the draft, that's one of the things that separated the Warriors from a lot of the teams that have went and had some success because this is all homegrown.
Yeah, when they brought Durant in, wasn't homegrown. Durant wasn't homegrown. Like Livingston wasn't homegrown. Iguodala wasn't homegrown. Yeah, the core is still going to be homegrown. You bring in one other guy, right? Like Draymond, Steph, Clay, and Kuminga. Bring in Wiggins. Let's do this.
I don't know. LeBron, it just, for me, I couldn't do LeBron. It's been too much dialogue.
Yeah.
The back and forth rivalry, kind of like, Monty, what you were saying.
Yeah. It's,
I just couldn't see that.
Yeah, Marcus, I understand. And that's where I'm kind of coming from. Oh, look, LeBron James comes here. I'm all for great players coming here. LeBron James is one of the highest IQ great players ever. If I'm just speaking from a competitor standpoint, being a fan of the Doves, knowing that I had to go through this dude to win championships and that he tried to end our dynasty over and over, he talked trash about all that stuff. I'm just like, dude, I want to beat you. I want more rings than you. Like, when Larry Bird want to team up with Magic Johnson to wear a Laker uniform.
Not 1987.
I know, I hear what you're saying, but that's the school I come from. That's the old school I come from.
You looked me in the face and said, if Chris Jones wants to come to the Niners, I would move heaven and earth to go get him.
He's a free agent. Football's a little different. The Niners used to pluck guys off the Cowboys all the time. This is a five-man, different sport. If Chris Jones want to come, because we have a lack of D tackles. We don't lack star power at Golden State. We're fine when it comes to that.
24 points, almost 8 and 8. Those numbers would be number one in assists, number one in rebounds for the Warriors, and he'd be the second highest scorer.
I understand all that. But can I roll with the youngsters that I have? Can I see what this team has? I don't know. I just the competitor in me. I don't know if they're a championship team with LeBron James. The Lakers got swept in the Western Conference Finals.
But
they got swept.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
I just think Warrior fans are in complete denial.
No, I think
if the second he did a breakaway dunk, everyone would be like, thank God we have LeBron.
You know, if you bring in LeBron James, you have no control of the front office, right? It's basically LeBron James and Draymond running the show.
I mean, Draymond and Steph have had a lot of influence on the roster.
Had a lot of
I feel like to this point,
there's been some pushback.
Not as much as LeBron. I'm not pretending.
LeBron comes in.
I know it's
all systems go. Clutch Sports is running the organization once LeBron James comes.
If you get one more championship, I don't really care. I want to get back to the finals that bad.
You sure?
I mean, we've only got a couple years of Steph left, dude. I mean, how many more years do you think we got of prime Steph?
There's no guarantee you're going back to the finals.
No doubt,
James. No guarantee. Jaime, San Carlos. Jaime, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? So, I know you guys don't want LeBron, but I liken this to
I do. No, I do. Make it clear that I will take LeBron. When LeBron, it's like Tom Brady. When LeBron wants to come to you, you say yes. When Tom Brady wants to come to you, you say yes.
I mean, hey, man, look, Joe, Bonte, I'm kind of there with you guys. LeBron.
I'm not there. I'm not there. I will get. Hey, hold on, real quick, Jaime. I will get there at one point. I will get there, convince myself, but right now I'm not there. The Warriors are one game behind the LA Lakers in the standings, for crying out loud. Go ahead, Jaime.
I know, but man, look, this is like the Richard Sherman thing. Everyone hated him. Mm-hmm. He came here, everyone loved him.
Oh, no, not me.
I mean, and
not me. And how did that Sherman episode end? How did that Sherman episode end? He became a complete jerk.
Yeah, that's usually ends ugly. But we had a great year in 2019, did we not, Jaime?
Yes, we did, and we went to the Super Bowl. We went to the Super Bowl with them, and you know what? Exactly. Hey, now a lot of the Niners fans actually like him because he talks well about our team. That's all I'm saying.
I don't like him. You know why, Jaime? He started cutting people's money. Oh, I'm not going to be here because I got to pay this guy, It's like week 8. It's like, I'm trying to get to the playoffs, dude. You're already talking about next year's money.
We just said hi to CP3. I mean, we hated CP3.
You guys hated CP3.
What?
You guys hated CP3. I always respected CP3.
Dog, you literally had to go through your timeline and delete tweets.
No, I didn't.
Hi, I'm Monte Hill, and the great Chris Paul, the point guard, is here with me.
No.
Chris, he played a great game.
There's no tweets deleted. There's no tweets deleted because you guys all screenshotted them. See, I get screenshotted. You know what I mean? Everything I put out there. Dude, Jason Dumas DM me and goes, yo, people are sending me your Alabama's going to kill Michigan tweets from a month ago.
Oh.
I'm not even an Alabama or Michigan fan.
And why are they sending them to Dumas?
I don't know. I think he was a Michigan fan.
Oh, he is?
So, yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But people love to screenshot me.
I mean, look, if I can accept Richard Sherman, if I can accept Deion Sanders, if I can accept Orville Hershiser as a Giant, if I can accept CP3 as a Warrior, hell yeah, bring LeBron James
Which
here.
one of those has worked out?
Richard Sherman, they went to Super Bowl.
They lost the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. They were not going to make the Super Bowl.
They got cooked in the Super Bowl.
He was an all-pro that year.
He got cooked. Dude, he was an all-pro.
So you're going to take away that 2019 season?
The second half of that season, he started getting picked out. Remember the Arizona game? 2 pass interferences?
Now I think you're being a little unfair.
No. I'm not being unfair. We lost the goddamn Super Bowl.
He was great.
Now we're out there talking about we choked the Super Bowl. And what happened in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I know. They got there. They wouldn't have not going to get there without Richard Sherman.
I don't care about getting there anymore.
Okay.
I care about winning. All right?
Well, right now, the team you have is not going to get out of the first round. They'll be lucky to get out of the box. The team you have right now.
What about the Lakers? They're in the box too.
But that Laker team did beat you last year with LeBron James on it. Okay. So
we blew that. The Warriors blew that. We blew that. LeBron James. Bring in LeBron James, 39 years old. Bring in LeBron James. Now we're the desperate ones.
It'd be one thing if he wasn't one of the greatest players of all time.
I understand all that.
Still playing at a very high level.
He's still playing at a very high level.
He's not the same LeBron from 10 years ago.
What are you giving up?
I think he's going to come here and it's some sort of salary dump with CP3 and Wiggins. That's what I think. And then here's all of our young guys except Kuminga. Kuminga's the keeper. Take anything else you want. Here you go. I mean, look back at that Anthony Davis trade. He was in his prime and they gave up nothing. Nothing.
Oh.
In retrospect,
Brandon Ingram is something.
Well, he's a good player, but
he's an all NBA player.
I don't know. I think if you polled 100 NBA fans, you get a long way before you get to
the whole Richard Sherman thing and how he's kissing our butt now and saying good things about the fight. I don't care. I don't care. I know how that season ended in the Super Bowl, how he played.
So it negated all the good he did there.
And how he played the next season and how he showed his ass. He showed who he was that last season. Did he not? And I was irritated. I said, look at Sherman. He's being Sherman again. Look at him. Look at him. He's commenting on everything. How about you guard somebody? Remember the Buffalo game? Oh, when he was getting torched? You know what zone he was in. You got deep third, you got the shallow, you got the flat. What are you doing? So I don't care about Richard Sherman.
I'll take LeBron all day, every day.
I'm telling you, I would warm up to taking LeBron James. I would warm up to it. But the competitor in me, I want to beat him. That's just me. I want to beat him. I want to beat LeBron James. I don't want him having the same amount of rings as Stephen Curry. I don't. I want Curry to have more. You know why? Because this has been the Stephen Curry era. And by LeBron James coming to the Golden State Warriors, that in essence takes something away from Stephen Curry.
But if Steph himself wants him...
We don't know if he does.
Of course we don't know if he does. I'm saying if he wants him, then yeah, we're all in. He wanted CP3. We didn't know that. He was all in.
He was.
And look where we're at. Riding with Steph Curry. We will ride whatever decision Steph Curry decides on.
Oh, you're back on board now? You back on board? Let's go to the line.
I have no other choice. I mean, in the words of my wife, does anyone have a choice?
Dude, let's go. This is wild. This story is wild. The story's wild.
It's not that wild.
No,
LeBron
it is
wants
wild.
To play with,
no,
with,
it is
with
wild that the Warriors actually called the Lakers and say, hey, you want to make a blockbuster? Oscar and Stockton. Oscar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, what's going on, Bonte?
What's up,
man? I'm like you, man. I'm sitting up here watching this on TV. I just came back in the house. I'm like, man, I can't. First of all, I'm old school. I didn't even like when Kevin Durant came here. Steph Curry is a GOAT. We are homegrown. Homegrown means the 3 we drafted. You can't win championships without getting other people to come in. And Steph want to win more than LeBron. That would make total. I don't like that. And I'm glad we didn't do it because we got the team to win. Competitors like to compete against each other. Why we want to bring LeBron in? That doesn't make any kind of sense, man. That messed my whole day up looking at that crap, man. You know what I'm saying? The Warriors on the roll. We don't need no LeBron James. And Steph Curry is the GOAT. We win championships going through LeBron.
What if Steph wants him? Would you change your tune? How do you know?
Man, check this out. I know Steph is a competitor. He's cool, LeBron, but Steph is a competitor. He do not want him on his team. He already let KD come and get it on the team.
Yeah, see, in the words of Steiny, you don't know that. You don't know that. That was a joke.
That was a 4 for your Steiny.
That is a Steiny. You can't say that, Goo. You don't know that.
Get your facts straight and get back to me.
Gosh, I would.
It's LeBron.
Can you imagine LeBron James flopping, telling Steve Kerr to challenge the third possession of the game in the first quarter?
We did so many foul calls.
Steve Kerr has to do it. Steve Kerr has to do it. He's like, I got to challenge this. Oh, my gosh. Let's go to Fred and Tracy real quick for the injury report. Fred, no? You veto with me? Why?
Because we're injured.
Oh my gosh. From Super Bowl loss to talk about.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
The Bay Area. I did drive in this morning. I was like, man, we got nothing but content in the Bay Area.
Chung Hu Lee.
Listen, I'll say this. The fan in Bonte is devastated about the Super Bowl loss. But Bonte, the businessman, knows that a Super Bowl loss is really good for business.
Well, did you ask Bonte, the businessman, if LeBron is good for business?
Oh, man. He would be good for business.
He'd be box office.
He would be good for business. Oh, gosh.
TV Bonte loves the move.
TV Bonte does love the move. He does love the move.
Hey, King!
Radio Bonte. Radio Bonte want nothing to do with LeBron James.
What about injury report, Bonte?
Kawhi Leonard's out. Adductor strain. Left adductor strain. He's not playing tonight. Not playing. As the Warriors, they're red hot. No word has been made about how long this injury could sideline the Clippers all-star forward. This will be the first game he's missed since New Year's Day, January 1st. He's been healthy. Just the 5th game all season, and he's going to miss. Kawhi Leonard going to be MIA for the LA Clippers tonight as they visit Chase Center for the first time this season. Wait, second time they're playing, right? Third or second time? I believe it's the second time they're playing this year. I could be wrong. You know what I remember about the Warriors-Clippers game? Is that Saturday afternoon where the Warriors led all game long, and then Paul George hit a 3. That was that. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls plus Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater joining us here on the roast on 95.7 The Game.
B, I can't argue with you.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is...
Turkey to Roast is back in the Bay. We're back in the Bay after a few days in Las Vegas. It's good to be home. It's good to be sleeping in our own beds. Good to see our families, of course. Kiss our babies, kiss our ladies, kiss our loved ones. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low, auto-low rates. It's super simple online application process. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you 1922. Visit freebidsuppliers.com today. We're talking some Warriors. They've won 7 of 8. They host the Clippers tonight at Chase Center. We'll get back to the Niners in the Super Bowl in a little bit here. A lot going on. A question that we have that is lingering. We'll get to that in a little bit. But first, let's get to Anthony Slater, who joins us on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Of course, hell of a beat writer for The Athletic. And boy, Anthony, I was thinking about this on the way in. Watching the Warriors game Monday as they beat the Utah Jazz and win their 5th in a row, feels like the vibes are back. And I don't think we felt this type of vibe from this team since they took off for Japan last preseason.
Wow.
Do you disagree with that? Because it's just been a lot going on with this team, and it just feels like this is the most connected they felt since maybe that Japan trip. Now, they talked a lot about it at training camp and everything. Hey, Chris Paul's here. We worked out together. But to me, just from afar.
They were 6-2. And Chris Paul was like a plus in all the non-Curry minutes. And you remember that? I mean, they were coming home. They had a tough start to the season. They were winning. At that point, it was like, legit contention. Right. This is coming together quickly. So I would compare that to this. But I will say, I think more to your point, they've found an identity of what this team is. They've worked their way to this point. Like Draymond, full-time center. We'll see, though. I mean, they buried themselves in a deep hole. And the truth is, if and when they get eliminated this season, I think we'll probably go back to blaming, the hole that they dug in the first 50 games and all the reasons for it.
I think that's a fair point, but what has been the key to the resurgence? Is it Wiggins, Kuminga, Clay accepting a different role? If you were to pinpoint the top thing, what would it be?
Draymond Green arriving back on the scene.
Yeah.
And just playing center full time and playing the way he is playing, right? He looks excellent right now. This is as good as he's looked in a couple of years, I think, on offense, right? How about the way he's just getting to the rim? He's shooting the three. He's hitting half quarters even. But and then also the mindset he's unlocked in this team and the lineups. That's the big thing.
Right.
3 weeks ago, a month ago, we were talking about how Wiggins and Kuminga, not only can't play together, you guys were asking me, are they going to have to pick one or two at the deadline? And it felt like one of the two. And it felt like, yes, they were going to have to. And they were probably going to have to, they were going to have to pick Kuminga. And then Wiggins has played better. But again, I think a lot of the reason why some of these guys are playing better is because, they're in lineup combinations with Draymond. And suddenly the defense is working better because he's out there. So that is the main reason, right? And then Steph is on a heater too.
Yeah, no doubt. I saw your numbers on Steph and Curry recently. We'll get to him. We'll get to Clay. We'll get to Kuminga. But what about the story about LeBron James and the Warriors inquiring about LeBron James at the trade deadline? What's your takeaway from that? And if talks did get serious, does this set something up for the future between the Warriors and LeBron James, Anthony?
I'll just say this. The Warriors have been on the search for a potential number 2 next to Steph. I think they kind of know that that's the area in the pecking order that is needed for them to legitimately win a championship. They inquired about Pascal Siakam. I think if they felt like Paul George was disgruntled or Kevin Durant wanted out of Phoenix, I think, a big star wing next to Steph Curry, I think is on the agenda. Now, there's an outside chance that Jonathan Kuminga explodes into one, and that seems like a more realistic thing for me to say than it did a month ago. But of course, LeBron James is the ultimate headline name of headline names.
Right.
And sure, and he's also the one that at least hinted to the public that he might be slightly disgruntled, heading up to the deadline, because no star wing was available until it was like, hey, maybe, could LeBron possibly be? The answer was no. It is no at this point. But yeah, sure. If he's has wandering eyes in the summer, or if Kevin Durant does, or if Paul George, who's going to be a free agent at this point, unless he signs an extension, does, yeah, I think the Warriors will be in on that conversation because I think they want a legitimate star wing next to Steph Curry.
I hadn't considered KD just because of the, hit 'em up track that Draymond Green just like dissed out on KD. Can those two coexist? I don't know. But before I even ask that, everyone always says, well, what do you got to give up? What do you got to give up? And now I know there'd be some free agency and they've got money coming off and whatnot. Hypothetically, any deal that would be out there, whether it's a sign and trade or not, is Kuminga exempt from that deal, or is it deal by deal as to whether he would be thrown in?
It's deal by deal. It's superstar by non-star, right? Like I'm talking superstar. I think Kuminga's name now is like, at this point, is only in the conversation if there is an absolute, 1A, 1B type guy. And there are not many of those guys, right? It's a short list, right? Hey, Nikola Jokic is available. Hey, Giannis is available. And then everybody's in the conversation, essentially, right? Except for Steph. So, but like Alex Caruso, Kelly Olynyk, no. Jonathan Kuminga is not in the conversation.
Well, what about a LeBron James?
Yeah, I mean, it's LeBron James. So again, I'm not sitting here trying to like report anything or like getting this aggregated. Like this is just, it's just the facts of the world. It's the facts of the business. Like yes, to answer your question, he would be in those conversations.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Steph's he's been great, but Klay Thompson, I thought it was very refreshing to see those quotes in the ringer. And I think you've been around Klay Thompson. I think there's this perception that he's selfish. He doesn't want to be a team guy. Yada yada yada. Look, he's going through a lot of reflection on his own career, and he got through the slump, and he didn't close. Obviously, in the Brooklyn game, didn't close later on. And of course, Phoenix basically Pajitsky closed the game for Klay Thompson. But Klay Thompson talking about accepting a new role and aging and saying, hey, I want to remain with this organization. What was your big takeaway from that, Anthony?
Yeah, I think Klay has Klay's mostly just like really he's wanted to get back to his old form, and I think it's what fueled him so much during the rehab. 941 days. That is such a long time. That is the time he went from one NBA game to the other. And I think part of what got him through that was a belief that he'd get back to the mountaintop. And I think what was such a tease for him the whole time was remember the game he got hurt on. We all do, right? Game 6 against the Raptors. Might have been like the mountaintop of his career. He was the best player on the floor and about to maybe lead the Warriors to this 3-1 comeback. And then, the knee injury. And I just think he just has this unquenchable thirst to get back to that, understandably. And it's taken a while for him, I think, to comprehend the competitive guy he is, that's probably never happening. And that, that has shown itself most this season. Because last year he led the NBA in threes. He had a pretty good season.
41%. But people scoff at 41% these days. People told me that Klay Thompson had a terrible season despite leading the league in made threes and shot 41% from the three-point line.
Yeah, he had a bad Lakers series, very bad. He knows that, and it frustrated him this summer, and it fueled him to I'm going to come back and answer those critics. And a lot of superstars are like this. Russell Westbrook, who I used to cover, who now has really accepted kind of this next stage of his career at the Clippers. But for a long time, his biggest strength, his ultimate competitiveness, what makes him so tough on the court, it was also his biggest weakness at time, right? He's always calling his own number. He's always, gonna pick himself to take the game-winning shot, even if Kevin Durant's on his team. That's Klay kind of has that a little bit. His answer to struggles are I'm gonna lean into me. And now he's at the stage where I think he is kind of slowly accepting maybe this next stage of his career, and we'll see, because we say that, but he might get trigger happy tonight and suddenly 22 shots because he hit the first 3.
Anthony, obviously Pajemski's been playing really good basketball right now. You get GP2 back and he looks great. What happens when CP3 comes back? How does this thing shake down?
I think Chris Paul runs the non-Curry minutes, which are usually around 14 a game. We'll say Steph's at about 34 minutes where they like him at. And then I think Chris Paul is, going to want more than 14 minutes per game, obviously. So, how do you dot him in elsewhere when Steph is on the court and you're playing a Chris Paul, Steph Curry backcourt? I think one of the issues that they had earlier in the season was when it was Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson out there. So I think it might be tough to put that trio out there. So maybe as Klay Thompson's minutes kind of get shaved, you could see lineups on certain nights where it's Steph, Chris Paul, but then it's Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, something like that, where he's in the Pajemski spot. It's where Pajemski has played. But it's night to night. I mean, I do think Chris Paul probably is going to have to accept certain games where it is only, his minutes are in the teens. And, other people on the team are going to have to accept nights when Chris Paul's minutes are 28, 30 because he's playing well and kind of running the show well. So it's going to be, I would say it's going to be a traffic jam rotationally.
Yep.
But at the same time, Chris Paul's still not coming back till after the All-Star break. Like, we know how the NBA works. Like, 2 other guys might be out by then. I mean, you're not just going to have your full complement rotation, for the rest of the season. And that's the sad part about sports, right? And injuries.
It's very interesting to see if he eats into Pajemski's minutes, who's become a fan favorite. And you see what he's been doing recently, closing games for the Golden State Warriors, closing halves. So that'd definitely be intriguing there as Shasky almost chokes here on the microphone. Anthony, you got to see this, man. He's about to die, right? Knock on wood, man.
He's not about the Chris Paul minutes?
No, he's just so in. He's so in on LeBron James that he doesn't want to hear anything else, man. He's just like, he's going crazy right now.
I thought he was just thinking back to like that overtime and the 3rd and 4, and he just had a flashback.
You don't need to. Yeah, well, you don't need.
Yeah, I was impersonating the Niners. I just choked.
You couldn't wait for that one, Andy. It's Stephen Curry. You cited his numbers. The guy's shooting 49% from 3 during this 11-game surge or whatnot. I don't know. The guy's ridiculous. I mean, it just never gets old. Saturday night happens against Phoenix. He hits a 29-foot bomb to win the game. Of course, Utah, he goes crazy in the fourth quarter. Stephen Curry is not – it doesn't seem like he's ever going to slow down. Like, he's a tick-off here and there, but, gosh, the offensive efficiency at the age that he's at, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, he looked pretty fatigued if you go back to, like early January. He was having some really kind of tough shooting stretch, really over the course of like a 3-4 week period. And then they got 9 days off. It was like for tragic reasons. And the team was going through something emotionally at the time. Steph certainly was, obviously after Dahan's passing.
Right.
But, Steph Curry's body got 9 days off in the middle of the season. It was basically an all-star break for the body. And then, the 11-game stretch is since they came back from that pause part of the season, he's got like 7 threes a game at like 50% essentially, which is an insane stretch. So I think it's because the body's feeling really good, and then from an emotional mindset standpoint, I think he's invigorated by how the team looks.
Yep.
When you are trying to drag a team to just even get anywhere near 500, and it doesn't look like there's much of a future as a competitive team, that can kind of be depressing from a basketball perspective. Right now, nothing about what the Warriors are doing is depressing. So I think that kind of jolts him to life. I mean, you look at the Utah game the other night, he wasn't very good, like for 3 quarters.
Right.
But he also didn't expend much energy, right? Because they're winning. He's feeling good on the bench. Other guys are kind of going off. Kuminga's been big for him. I just think what Kuminga does, the paint points they're getting, they just have like 50-plus paint points in like 10 straight games, something like that. And then suddenly, boom, he hits 5 threes in the fourth because he's not, dragging. And he kind of, he leads them over the finish line. So, yeah, he's in a really good place right now.
Hey, you mentioned
another All-Star break.
Yeah, no doubt. You bring up the pay points, Anthony, and the balance offensively. Yeah, they're not taking as many threes. And to your point, that's due to J.K. driving to the rack. Andrew Wiggins seems reinvigorated. And the Warriors are rolling right now. Big game tonight, although it lost a little luster with Kawhi Leonard being out. Since the second or third time they played the Clippers. Second time, right, Anthony?
No, third. They played him 2 times, both in L.A. No. One in Chase, one in L.A.
They beat him they beat him at Chase, right? Beat him at Chase, and then they lost that Saturday afternoon game where they led the entire game. Exactly. Yep.
Now, what I will say on tonight, because I have heard a few people like, the Kawhi loss, and it obviously it's a huge loss for the Clippers, but it's like James Harden, Paul George, Westbrook's kind of like rejuvenated, like they Zubac.
It's a big game.
It's not a walkover game tonight.
No, it's still a huge game. Huge game for the Warriors to keep it rolling here before a quick flight to Salt Lake City and the All-Star break. Anthony, good stuff, man. I'll see you at Chase later on tonight.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 the game. I wasn't going to allow him to troll us on the Super Bowl any longer. I was pretty slick.
Well, I've moved on.
Have you?
Yeah, because I'm seeing Field Yates' mock draft here, and they've got the Niners selecting Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle from Georgia.
Oh,
31 overall.
Right tackle?
I mean, he can go both sides. It depends.
I'm going to clear the board here. I'm going to get the Fred and Luke on to go to State Warriors, but for 8:30, I want to ask this question. If you had a chance to re-sign Brock Purdy today, he's not up for a contract until next season. If you had a chance to re-sign Brock Purdy today, A, would you? 2, what does the contract look like? How much? How long? I guess it's just A and B. 1, would you do it? And then B, how long and how much? If you had a chance to re-sign Brock Purdy today. Because I'm hearing a lot of stuff about the Super Bowl. And I'm hearing a lot of stuff off the air about Brock's performance in the Super Bowl. I don't think he was horrible. I think he was good, not great. But if you had a chance and you said, was that enough on Super Bowl Sunday to say, you know what, that's my franchise quarterback. Let's give him a 5-year deal, $100+ million, guaranteed, all that stuff. Are you willing to do that?
Just $100+ million?
It might be more. Quarterback money.
I mean, for 5 years, that's because I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it's to guaranteed money.
Well, just give me the overall money because, I mean, Burrow's getting $250. Mahomes got like $500. You know what I mean? Like,
are we going there with Purdy?
Lamar just got $186. He would have had an MVP already.
You're right.
I'm talking about guaranteed, like $186 guaranteed.
Purdy worth over $150 million guaranteed?
No, not yet.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Oh my God, that will live forever.
888-957-9570.
The way you said it.
If you had a chance,
just give it to me one more time. Just give it to me one more time.
If you had a chance,
Spinoni, hit me with it one more time.
If you had a chance, I'm happy with Brock Purdy. If you had a chance to re-sign Brock Purdy,
that's Shanahan today, after that performance.
If you had a chance to re-sign Brock Purdy today, would you do it? I'm very interested. 888-957-9570. First, let's go to Fred and Tracy. Fred, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte, you got to leave your emotions at the therapist. If you can get LeBron, you go get LeBron. Even if you got to consider, and I'm not saying do it for sure, even if you got to consider letting go of Kuminga in that trade, you're talking about your window right now is almost shutting. Whatever you got to do, if that's what your goal is to get Steph another championship in this current window, then you do whatever you got to do and worry about all the other stuff later on about rebuilding and all that once Steph is gone. But if you want to be satisfied with cornflakes every morning, cool. For me, I want Frosted Flakes. I want some sugar in that bowl. You got to put all in.
Well, I'm trying to watch my sugar count, Fred. So I'm all about that cornflakes life with some bananas.
Okay, first off, there was a phone call that we were going to go to, and he dropped off.
Who?
Sam Lubman. You've been screening calls this morning, Sam.
Who was it?
One of Bonte's friends called in?
Yeah, we heard from Big Dog City.
Oh, what's up, Big Dog?
And what did he say about Bonte's LeBron opinion?
Well, really, I feel like it's better if Big Dog City calls back in and says it himself because I don't want to.
I used to love LeBron James. That's what he's going to call. We said LeBron James is my guy.
Yeah, he's probably going to say you're full of it.
No. LeBron James was my guy. He was my guy.
What did he say to you, Sam?
Oh, he just wanted to come at Bonte and say that Bonte was full of nonsense for not wanting to be in on LeBron.
I used to be all in on LeBron.
But what happened?
He went to Cleveland and he started challenging the home team.
You never apologized? You never turned the other cheek?
No. Forget LeBron. He tried to ruin my dynasty.
But didn't you do that with CP3?
What do you mean?
Well, like,
if LeBron, I told you. How many times I got to say it? LeBron James comes, I'll warm up to it, and I'll accept it, just like I accepted Richard Sherman. And then I told you guys, watch how this ends. And how did it end with Richard Sherman? He showed his ass. Excuse me. Dump that. He showed us you-know-what in this last year. All right? He clowned us. Started counting money, counting other dudes' money. That's a no-no.
But look, Draymond is hanging out with him at the Super Bowl already.
Well,
so why does that bother you? Like,
it doesn't bother me. No,
they're all clearly friends.
LeBron James hanging out with Draymond Green bothered all you guys in the past. All you guys. Don't put that on me.
I know. And
don't
now,
put that on me.
And I admit my shortcomings as a man.
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
I'm willing to amend my opinions.
Don't put that on me.
This is the ultimate pivot.
I just want to go
panic.
at LeBron. I want to go at LeBron as a competitor. LeBron James wanted to go to State Warriors. Sure, why not? I want all the great players. At the end of the day, I want all the great players. Don't try to spin this on me. I know what you guys are doing. It's not going to work. I'll go work.
I'm happy with LeBron.
Steph Curry joined. Steph Curry joined. You know what? Spinoni, get to the sound. Steph Curry joined.
How many years ago was this?
Steiny Guru last year.
This was 2 years ago. This was the championship run.
Was it the championship run?
Correct.
You sure?
Yep.
It was all good just 2 years ago.
This is like during April. What was it? April 6th, I think I put there, something like that. So
play the cut. Steiny, who asked the question?
2 years.
2 years.
Okay. 2 years ago.
All right. This is what Steph said then, right?
A lot of milk has expired since then.
Oh, we sure? Go ahead. Play this out.
Listen.
Who else you want to play with? In today's game, Steph Curry. Yeah. Steph Curry's the one that I want to play with.
Oh, shoot.
The chef.
You know what? Hey, he might want to play with you next weekend now.
That is phenomenal. Where did he say that? Was that on the shop?
Yeah.
I guess the latest one, yeah.
No. Well, we got his wish. So he's the captain. He's picked me the last 2 All-Star games. So I don't know if that suffices, but I'm good right now.
How's that make you feel, though?
Good right now. I mean, whenever you get the interest or curiosity of what it would be like to play with, arguably, MVP kind of caliber dude like he is, and one greatest of all time. Cool. Like, it's amazing. Right. We all can live in that fantasy world, though.
We all can live in our fantasy world.
Well, he also said right now, which was 2 years ago.
Right now.
A lot has happened.
Lakers were a dumpster fire at that time.
A lot has happened.
Russell Westbrook. And
LeBron James is such a genius. When
you
it comes
would
to this
love
playoff
it.
stuff. Okay.
This is Bonte.
Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Luke on the Bay Bridge. What's happening? Luke, where you at, Luke? All right. Hey, guys, we got to pay attention. Luke on the Bay Bridge. What's happening?
Not much. Good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to, chime in a little and, the LeBron and CP3 comparison is too different for me in that, yes, I disliked CP3 and LeBron greatly, but CP3 has nothing on the Warriors franchise and didn't take anything from us. And for me, 2016 still stings. And I mean, we don't know for sure, obviously, but there's no way Steph didn't okay this or give the okay with Dunleavy reaching out, with Lacob reaching out, and Draymond talking to Rich Paul. There's no way Steph didn't know that. They would not go behind his back and surprise him with a text in the morning, hey, the three of us called the Lakers yesterday.
Are you a 49er fan?
I am.
Yeah. If Jim Burke can come to the Niners after breaking Montana's back, anyone can go anywhere.
Oh, my gosh. Ken Norton Jr. did come from the Cowboys.
And we love him. And we love him.
No doubt, we do. And look, I'll warm up to LeBron James. I'm surprised.
I'm happy with LeBron James. We need that drop.
My boy Worldwide happy with Big Dog come down, because I already know what Big Dog's going to say. I know everything Big Dog's going to say 20 minutes before he says it.
It's like 8
20 minutes before he says it, I know what he's going to say. All right, I already know it. I got you guys all figured out like a book. I've read you guys 20 times over. All right? Ponte 650. What about the pre and post game ratings? Oh,
they'd be through the roof.
Business would
That's why TV Ponte. We are going to have Rich Paul on momentarily
at the
with
gatehouse. At the gatehouse. Rich, love what you do. The empire you built with Clutch Sports.
Can you represent me in my next negotiations with Odyssey?
Molly, this LeBron James dribble drive penetration, I got to tell you, this is the missing link for the Golden State Warriors.
Look at this crab dribble. Look at this crab dribble. Look at the way him and Draymond are unified while arguing with the refs.
You guys grew up watching soap operas, man. I just want to watch basketball. All right, we got what's coming up in the game brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Guys are too much, man. By the way, 888-957-9570. You had a chance to sign Brock Purdy today and extend him. Would you? And how much would it be for? I do want to hear from Niner fans on that. And LeBron James, of course. Laura Britt, 920. That's all on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
got fouled with 1.2 to go. Draymond fouled him.
I want it that way.
A lot of the Warriors' problems this year coming to light here in this first half. James down the lane, shoots over Curry, right over the top of him at the buzzer. And it's 68-63. LA with a 5-point lead. They end on a 7-0 run.
I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing. I don't even know the rest of the song, but I know that part.
I'm
Get
happy
LeBron.
with Brock Purdy.
Hear you say, I want LeBron James. That's Curry and Lakeup right now talking to Dunleavy.
No, that's Draymond.
Exclusive music.
No, that's Draymond and Lakeup. That's Draymond. Clutch Sports, Draymond.
I thought Dre's your guy. I thought he's back in your good graces.
No, he's always been in my good graces. I ain't never been an anti-Draymond guy. He plays good basketball on the floor. All the other stuff, I'm like, all right, whatever. Don't put that on me. What are you doing today? What are you doing?
I want LeBron
what
on
are you
the
doing?
Warriors.
You're goofy, man. You're goofy. You don't want LeBron James on the Warriors. You don't want LeBron on the Why? Why?
I'm here
for
1
year?
It. Yep.
1 year. You know what's coming with LeBron James.
Yep.
It's not just LeBron James.
Fame and fortune.
We got fame and fortune.
Lots of whistles.
Aren't we the number one franchise in terms of value?
In the NBA? I think
the NBA.
The Knicks are 1, we're 2.
No, we're 1. We surpassed the Knicks.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
okay,
we surpassed the Knicks.
I could be wrong.
We are the NBA. We already get primetime games. We don't need LeBron James.
God widen the gap on the rest of the league.
I know, seriously.
Oh, please.
If
That's
you're not
what light years ahead is.
You want LeBron James? Love it. Do you want him on his team?
I kind of be down, not for Kuminga, but no, I would be down to bring LeBron James. At minimum, it would be incredibly entertaining.
Thank you.
So now we're in the entertainment business. We want to be entertained, not win championships.
No, this is
winning and entertain. There's lots of ways to be entertained by watching sports.
The Lakers aren't winning. They're 9th place in the Western Conference.
Do you ever see the movie Heat?
Yeah.
When you get De Niro and Pacino on the screen together,
I get it.
You make a classic.
I get it.
Throw in a Val Kilmer, we're good.
Of course LeBron James wants to sign up and be part of the Steph Curry era. Of course he does.
I mean, if you can't join him,
of course he does.
If you can't beat him, you join him.
He beat him last year in the playoffs.
I know.
Well, he beat the Warriors, not Curry. KC and Marin. Forget LeBron James, man. The guys are unbelievable.
Lakeup would want this.
Yeah, of course he would. I bet you Lakeup would. He does. He's open-minded. That's what I give. Joe Lakeup and the Golden State Warriors are open-minded. So I get why they kicked the can on this move. I'm not opposed to it. Just like if you ask me, I'd rather play without him. I don't want him in a Warrior uniform. But you know what? I don't hate LeBron. He's a great player. I know what he adds. The passing, the driving, finishing around the cup. Oh, my God, he's an all-time legend.
I'm not letting you wiggle out of this. In or out?
I'm not wigging. No.
In or out?
If you had me, I want to ride with Kuminga and company.
Okay, you're out.
KC and Marin. No, I'm not out because I would be in. I'm not out. I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded like Joe Lakeup. You guys can't be open-minded. I can.
You ever seen the Muppets movie in the 70s? They're all driving around the car. Get in the car or get out of the car. Are you in the car?
I'm waiting for the bus. KC and Marin. What's happening?
All right, gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate the intro.
Anytime.
Here's my take on this. I don't think this is about LeBron. I think this is about Tatum and Luka and Giannis and every major young supermax that Joe Lakeup and the Warriors will have the money, the ego, and the acumen to go out and try to get them, and they're going to land at some point. And secondly, to go with that, Kuminga keeps playing like he is. They're going to have the biggest trade chip this offseason. And, oh, man, what would Tatum look like in a Dubs uniform? I mean, Boston can't keep going forever if they lose this year. Have a great day, boys.
Jason Tatum. I'm not going that far. Not yet. But you never know what could happen. You never know.
3 weeks ago, we were all like, this team clearly needs to shake it up.
Oh, you guys were saying that. No, I'm a homer. I'm trying to defend Clay and Steph and defend the dynasty. They've won. All it took was a little winning streak. All it took was playing JK.
You know what? You're right.
Now we're back.
They're a perfect team.
No. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm not saying that. See, you guys, There's no nuance anymore. We can't use nuance anymore.
I'm trying to figure out where you are landing on this LeBron thing.
I told you, I'm open-minded. If he comes here, I'd warm up to it. If you ask me today, hey, do I want to trade for LeBron? No, I don't. I don't want LeBron. The competitor in me wants to beat him, like Magic and Bird, like Jordan and his contemporaries. I want to beat them. I want Steph Curry to have 5, not LeBron.
But what if
Remember Joe Lacob joined us a couple years ago? Wouldn't it be so cool if Steph Curry ended up with more rings than LeBron James? By this happening, that's not possible because they would have to win together, and they both win 5.
Things change.
Yeah, I guess things change.
You know?
I just don't want it. I don't want it. I don't. I'm good. That's just me. Am I a bad guy because of that?
No, I think that I don't think you're being truthful. I think everyone would take LeBron James.
Oh, no, not everybody. We just took calls.
Yeah, and then they're foolish, and they know that they just supported CP3 coming here. I never thought I would
support CP3. People are angry. People are still angry about CP3.
And then he got that first assist. And then he got that first assist, and we were like, dude, 6-2, look at this team.
Let me tell you.
Totally changed. He's galvanized the young guys.
Let me take you behind some of the Warrior fans that I run into at Chase Center. CP3 is going to come back, and they're going to start playing Pajimski. People are petrified with the return of CP3.
Well, that was before we saw Pajemski, start to elevate.
People haven't been happy with CP3 all year. All year.
There was a moment in time we were all in on CP3. Come on.
Not the entire fan base. Not the entire fan base.
You can't get anyone to agree on anything in America. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So don't say that. Don't say we all were on it. No, the majority was not on CP3. That has been split down the middle. Now it's worked out. But boy, I have questions. Can CP3 play at this pace? Half court, we know he's good, but can he play at this pace? Warriors been getting up and down, homie. They've been playing fast again. I don't know if you've been watching. They're getting up and down, dude.
No, I haven't been tapped in.
Looking like some greyhounds out there. You're getting ready for.
I was watching HBO Max Celtics last night against the Nets. That's what I was tapped into.
No, you were watching.
And the Kings, Mr. Sabonis having his 50th triple-double.
No. They lost to the Phoenix Suns.
It's on HBO Max now. I don't know if you know that. I've had enough.
By the way, what's on HBO Max?
So, like, if you subscribe to HBO Max, they have multiple. Well, it's not. I don't know if it's every night, but almost every night they have multiple NBA games available that you don't have to pay for. Yeah, so it's pretty cool.
It's actually pretty sweet.
It is. Yeah.
Wow. So I can cancel League Pass then.
Again, don't quote me on this, but I believe, what is it? 1 game a night? 2 games a night? What is it?
It's not bad.
It is. So, like, last night I was going back and forth between a couple games.
Cool. I just thought you were watching like pitchers and catchers or catchers trade for the upcoming spring trade.
So they have a deal with Turner. So all the Turner games, the TNT, all the stuff.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, let's get to Horace in Texas.
It's on their main page. It's pretty cool.
Let's get to Horace in Texas. Then I got some Wade Horse out from today. Then we could pivot. Topetic. Horace in Texas, what's up?
Yes, sir, guys. Hey, man, how y'all doing today?
Great.
Great. Hey, all right. Now, this is for Shasky, because Vontae, you understand. And Shasky, I'm not going to try to change your mind on this. I just want you to try to understand something here. There are certain guys that you don't team up with. All right. Now, I'm from Chicago, born and raised. I remember Jordan's career from the beginning when he was at North Carolina all the way to the end. There was a rumor going around 1987, 88 that he was going to leave the Bulls. It was just a rumor, but everybody in the country was going through all these different scenarios. They had Jordan in everybody's jersey. They were talking about him teaming up with Sean Kemp in Seattle and Gary Payton. They were talking about him teaming up with Magic and Worthy at the Lakers. They were talking about him teaming up with Bird and McHale in Boston, Ewing and Starks in New York, Reggie Miller in Indiana, Dominique and Doc Rivers in Atlanta, Barkley in Philly. At the end of the day, when it was all over, Jordan said, look, I don't want to team up with these guys. I want to figure out how to beat them. And that's what's at stake here. And I heard Barkley say something on TNT, and I'm going to let you guys respond to this. He said one day on TNT, him and Shaq were going back and forth. He said, doesn't anybody want to compete anymore?
Thank you.
Horace, 2 things. Number 1, Sean Kemp came into the league in 1989. He was not there in 87. Number 2, that was 37 years ago. These guys all came up in a different era. They have different points
Sean
of
Kemp
view.
was in that same draft with Scottie Pippen, I believe.
He was talking. He said 1987. Jordan was looking to go other places,
right.
and I'm just telling you, Kemp wasn't in the league at that time. But I know this: the young players don't view things, and LeBron and Steph are older. This is the eras are different. We cannot compare and contrast what happened in 1987 to what's happening in 2024. It's just different. Player movement's different. You know, they have more power than they've ever had in terms of choosing where they want to play. Guys want to play in environments with their friends and in situations that are amicable to them. You know, the era of guys staying in one place for 15 years, even though that place is a loser, are few and far between now. We have to acknowledge that.
925. I feel for you, Butcher. You try to get Bonte to admit to something he's done is like arguing with your wife. He's got to come back for everything. We're not arguing. We're just having a conversation. I don't agree. I just don't agree. Don't tell me how to think. Hey, 925, do this for me. You text me what I should say when Butcher's talking so I can agree with him.
Well, just once I'd like to hear, you know what, Joe, you're right.
No, what do you mean? You are right. What do you want to be? Is it about
we all would take LeBron.
Is it about being right or wrong, or is it about just having a nuanced conversation on why I wouldn't like something? I don't get it. Why does everything have to be right or wrong? Like, I don't do this show to be right. I just do this show to talk sports.
I can't argue with
opinions.
Say
and a lot of people, and you guys,
I can't argue with you.
And a lot of you guys say that I'm wrong all the time. My tracker, boy, I've had a good 2-year run. I want to talk about Steiny having a hell of a year. Look at my receipts. Think how things played out. I mean, come on. If we would have played,
the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
If we would have played that game, but I'm not trying to be right or wrong. I'm just telling you, the competitor and the fan in me, I want to beat LeBron. That's it. That's all.
You and I can't talk about predictions when we whiffed harder than even Shanahan himself did on Trey Lance.
I mean, whatever. But you know what? Unlike a lot of people, I own that. You own that.
Oh, I own it.
Have an opinion. You know, I'm not a fit sitter. We have opinions. You're going to be wrong.
So you're in or out on LeBron?
I can be swayed.
You just said you're not a fan.
I just told you that the competitor in me doesn't want LeBron James. No, but if he ended up being traded here, I'd warm up to it.
Unlimited possibilities.
I warmed up to Richard Sherman. Hey, boy, by the end of the year, by the end of that team, I was regretting it.
We'll admit this. I'll look you in the... It will not end well with LeBron if he goes to whatever team.
Boy.
We all know that. But I also think the same thing about Draymond, right? Like that. The majority of athletes, specifically ones as powerful as LeBron, it always ends ugly for the receiving team and the team that he's leaving.
It does.
I mean, I acknowledge that. He leaves the house completely burned down.
Jason Purdue. Bonte is in a promo with CP3, so anything is possible.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, 2 years ago, it was Bonte and Jordan Poole. A year ago, or this year, it was CP3 and Bonte. Bonte towering over CP3. With his arm around him in a powder blue suit.
What's the commercial with LeBron going to look like? Is he going to hold the crown? Are you holding the crown, shining it out?
I'm the court jester.
Do I tell him, hey, you're King James, but I'm the king of the Bay?
No. I got it. You're sitting on a throne, Bonte. You're texting on your phone. LeBron walks up. That's my seat, homie. Oh, my bad. Something like that.
I love that. Oh, is this seat taken?
That's I'm the king of the Bay. This is for kings, right? Well, I'm the king of the Bay. You're what?
Bonte would be rocking every LeBron James shoe that ever imagined. Are you kidding me?
So I had the LeBron 16s, right? And this is before my second radio contract. So your boy was broke. I was wearing flannels every day, wrinkled up, button-up shirts. I had these pair of LeBrons that I rocked every day. I remember walking in the Warriors locker room with some LeBrons. And Marcus Thompson came up to me. He was like, dude, you know, like, LeBron is the big rival, right? You rocking his shoes in here? I was like, dude, they're comfortable. They were comfortable.
I have the XX, whatever they are, the basketball shoes. I love them. They are good shoes.
You're King James, but I'm the king of Warriors pre and post game live. Hopefully we delete this footage. Maybe the Warriors are listening like, hey, we know who not to have host pre and post game next year.
Hey, give me the Steph Curry drop to the morning roast. Now back to you, Bonte. Imagine LeBron doing this for us.
The morning roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Dude, you would have hairs on the back of your arms standing up.
No, I wouldn't.
Your wildest dreams.
No, it's not my wildest dream.
You've watched this guy since you were 18 years old.
You know what my wildest dream is? The 49ers winning a Super Bowl. That's what my wildest dream is.
Imagine him come back like this. Like, this is King James. Now back to the real King of the Bay Area. Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast.
That's a 4.
You would love that.
Sign me up for that.
You would.
Sign me up for that.
Can have a segment, King to King. There you go.
Oh my God.
King to King.
Hey,
the King's Court. Oh, the King's Court.
Look at the smile on his face. He's loving it.
He's loving it.
You know what?
I told you.
I just had a vision.
If you get to an argument,
me being Roy Fires. What's his name? Roy Firestone from Up Close.
Yeah.
King to King. And it's me and LeBron weekly at NBC Sports Bay
Area. You have to have a quill pen. You have to have a quill pen. And like scrolls, right? You have to have scrolls.
You know what? The hell with LeBron James. The real king is Stephen Curry around these parts. That's who the king is. I don't want LeBron James trying to take Stephen Curry's shine. The hell with LeBron James.
You don't even believe what you're saying.
No, I know. We're all done. Because it's not about me. It's about the Warriors. And you talk about my wildest dreams again. My wildest dream turned into a nightmare Sunday night. That's what it is. Damn Niners lost another freaking Super Bowl. Oh, I almost cursed it.
Vontae lives for the Jay-Z shots at a game. The live Do you know how many Jay-Z shots there would be with Beyonce? You would love it. You are so full of it.
Ricky in San Jose. Ricky, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
In or out on LeBron?
I'm flustered right now.
Oh, completely in, guys. Completely in. This is... I think as a Warrior fans, we're still fixated on the 2016, 2015 years. This is 35-year-old Steph. That's 40-year-old LeBron.
Thank you.
They don't have much wheels left on the tires. If we can get some universal powers to combine us together and see if something could happen, dude, why not? We got to take that chance, even if it's a minimal chance for us to make it happen, to combine the greatest player of all time and the greatest shooter of all time on the same team. We got to take it. We got to take it.
Now, you sound like a very smart individual. You've seen Justice League. I mean, when Batman's grizzled and fighting in Gotham for 20 years, and then he realizes that he has an opportunity to team up with Superman to defeat Doomsday, you do it. You do it. That's what you do for the better good of the world.
Absolutely, yeah. When Batman had a chance to go get Aquaman and Flash and all that, he did that. And Steph is open-minded enough to make that transition and be the leader that he needs to be to make anything happen. If it's KD, if it's 100%. Chris Paul, if it's LeBron James, he can do it.
I totally agree.
I don't know if I agree with that. Miley in Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, will you give me just a second to kind of push out the narrative of what I'm thinking here?
Miley, I'm never the one on the show to interrupt people.
Here's the red carpet for you to address the king.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bonte.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Miley. The floor is yours.
Okay. First off, the narrative. Young guys the old guys versus the rest of the up-and-coming league. You've got the core three on their way out, on the way down. Same with LeBron. Same timeline. Together, this old, grizzled, last decade champions going against the up-and-coming rest of the league. It's awesome. Okay, now I'm going to tell you how you do it and keep Kuminga. All right? You want to keep Kuminga, right?
Of course.
Keep Kuminga? Yeah, I want to keep
Kuminga.
Kuminga.
Now, LeBron has to buy in. And how you get LeBron is he's got all the money in the world. You get under that second apron. You give him the mid-level. You agree with him that you're going to take Bronny in the draft. You keep Kuminga, and now it's the Justice League against the rest of the freaking NBA. Tell me you're not down for that, Bonte.
We're already hated by the rest of the NBA. The whole league hates the Warriors already.
So what? More pelts on the wall.
Listen, man, you guys are trying to sell me on this. Again, I would be all in on LeBron James once he was here. From a basketball sense, I see how it works. Just from a pure basketball standpoint, I see how it could work really, really well. He is 39 years old. There's also the other side of LeBron James. It ain't just LeBron James. There's a whole lot of everything with it. Now, the good thing is the Warriors are used to this, right? They're accustomed to having all the limelight with Kevin Durant and being the team that's hated and whatnot.
Again. I want to be hated again.
Do you?
By everyone.
They're already hated.
I know. This would make us
more
hated.
Nurkic? Ain't nobody worried about Golden State no more. They hate him. the league has been trying to get the Warriors out of the paint for a decade
Can't you imagine Dre and LeBron chastising officials together?
Oh, the same thing that you hate?
It would be incredible.
You told me for years, Draymond, why do you took the referees? Just leave them alone. Leave the refs alone.
Yeah, but
now you're all in on it.
Yeah, because LeBron gives you more grace.
Oh, my gosh.
More leeway.
Oh, my
He
gosh.
never gets thrown out of games.
Oh, my gosh.
You might even be able to grab a camera and make fun of the referees, like Pat Bev.
Then defensively, all you guys talk about, we don't have any defense. You think LeBron James plays defense?
He would be leading the Warriors in rebounding right now. They could use that.
But anybody can rebound. They're rebounding well. They're already a top 3 team in rebounding.
Yeah, but now you got a guy who would lead your team.
They already are a top 3 team in rebounding.
He's a pass
So what are you
first guy.
saying? So defensively, you guys all complain about.
You sold me it's all about getting buckets at the end of the day.
I sold you now. I sold you.
And I listened to you and Mully because you are two premier basketball minds.
No, you don't listen to me at all.
I mean, I'm just one of these people in the town square listening to my king.
The Warriors
and
right
his
now.
best night.
No,
I
stop.
can't argue with you.
Exactly. Stop the cap. The Warriors are second in the league at rebounding right now as a team. In case anybody wouldn't know. In case you guys want to watch some basketball,
they do.
They're behind the Celtics for number 2 in the league in terms of rebounding as a team. So they rebound well already as a team. That's not a problem. Assist numbers, they're already a top 5 team in assist numbers. Always has been. Always. All right? Does LeBron play? Does he play D?
I mean, come on. We could do that on the whole roster currently. Steph don't play D, and I love Steph. He tries.
Is this a bad take? I'd rather roll with Kuminga than sign up for 1 or 2 years of LeBron James.
Well, I don't think you have to give up Kuminga, so that's where I would probably just disagree.
You sure you wouldn't have to give up Kuminga?
Because LeBron dictates who stays and who goes.
But the Lakers are like, the hell with you, LeBron. You're leaving us. You're not
if
going there.
If he has a player option, that means he could become a free agent.
He could become a free agent.
All on his own, which means this might all be a moot point. That's why I don't know why we keep shoveling Kuminga into trade things. Like, Kuminga's going nowhere.
Because we're talking about the report.
I know. But
if you made the trade for LeBron, it probably cost you.
Yeah, that was during the season.
Okay, this just happened last week. Brian Windhorst on the Warriors checking in on LeBron James. Here's Brian Windhorst at ESPN.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different ways to look at this. Obviously, if you're a fan, your initial reaction is going to be to dream about the concept of LeBron and Steph playing together. I don't think that was ever close to happening, but I think it does show that there was a lack of information. There was a lack of information from these teams because Woj and Ramona also reported that the 76ers called the Lakers about LeBron because just the way things have gone for the Lakers this season and the passive-aggressive moves that LeBron has made left people wondering, how does he actually feel about the Lakers? Where is his head at about them going now and going forward? And he gave an emphatic, I'm committed here. And, Rich Paul went on the record publicly last week saying he's not going to be traded. And that's why I think, Greeny, the Lakers were probably okay going to LeBron and Rich Paul with this opportunity because they wanted to find out where LeBron was too. Because LeBron was, putting up emoji tweets and, refusing to talk about it in the media. And so what ended up happening is LeBron ends up recommitting himself to the Lakers, saying, no, I don't want to be traded. I want to be here. And then the Lakers don't do anything at the deadline. I think those two are related because they operated knowing that LeBron was solid. Now, where LeBron might be in the summer when, by the way, Philadelphia is going to have max cap room, that's a different conversation. But I actually think this was more about checking in on an information void than it was about a trade that actually could happen.
So why would LeBron really want to leave L.A. when Bronny James is at USC? Maximus is down there at Sierra Canyon, I believe. And he's a junior, high school junior. Does he really want to leave L.A. and leave his kids and not be able to go to their high school games and college games? Does he really want to do that?
When has that ever stopped Iguodala or Draymond Green from being anywhere and everywhere they want?
This is about LeBron James.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, for example, Draymond Green goes to all kinds of events. You know what I mean? Like,
so
I get your point.
Cool
that is a good point.
Day off, go to L.A., not be with the team, all
Mark
that
Jackson
stuff.
lived in L.A.,
right?
essentially.
I hear you. And how did that work out for Mark Jackson?
It didn't work out great.
Exactly.
But that was Mark Jackson and this is LeBron.
You know what? Forget LeBron James. My Dubs are playing well. They've won 7 of 8 games, and they play the Clippers tonight. And I got Jonathan Kuminga averaging 23 game over the last 13. I got Day barking. The Warriors are a top team over the last month when it comes to ratings, right? Defensive efficiency, 3rd in the league, all right? Do we need LeBron? The Warriors are 1 game behind LeBron James right now in the LA Lakers. LeBron needs us. We don't need him, all right? The Warriors are ascending. It can be
mutually beneficial.
Warriors are ascending. You know what I'm saying? So Forget LeBron. If we cross that bridge in the offseason, they inquired about LeBron James. Great. You want LeBron James. Awesome. I like the team that we got right now. Klay Thompson. Hey, I'm cool with a reduced role. I understand. I'm out of my game after Reggie and Ray Allen. Look how they aged. Perfect. Love hearing that from Klay Thompson. He dropped, 26 the other night against Utah. Look good on both sides of the floor. Look good against Phoenix defensively. I got Draymond Green barking. He's back, talking trash to everybody. Cool. Kuminga. Oh, we got a player there. What about Andrew Wiggins? Oh, Andrew Wiggins defending his ass off right now. And I got Curry being Curry. To the hell with LeBron James. Of course he wants to join us. This guy's so clever. You guys don't even see it. They leaked this out knowing that the Warriors are getting hot, knowing that the Warriors are right behind them, creeping on them, knowing that, hey, they may steal that play-in home game. They got to go to Chase Center now and play in front of this rabid fan base. LeBron James is such a genius when it comes to this PR crap. This is so planted. I'm not going for the okey-doke. He's trying to break up the good vibes that we got going on right here and mess with the heads of a JK, mess with Brendan Pajitsky, mess with all these guys who think, boy, we'll be out of here if LeBron James is here. LeBron James ain't slick, man. Rich Paul's not slick. We know what they're doing.
So you're saying this is a conspiracy theory by LeBron?
Absolutely, this is planned. Absolutely. He knows what's cooking up here in Golden State.
Because
we got something brewing,
he feels
baby.
The Warriors coming up on his.
As Steve Kerr said last week, there's something special happening. There's something special happening with this group right now, and they're playing some damn good ball. So the hell with LeBron James. Warriors are 1-5 in a row. They win tonight. It's their longest winning streak of the season.
Why didn't he do this to the Nuggets in the playoffs last year?
Because he can't get to the Nuggets. He can't get to the Nuggets. He can't get to the Nuggets. He fears Stephen Curry getting hot. Because in the playoff series, you think Minnesota wants to play the Warriors in the playoff series. You think OKC wants to see Stephen Curry and the Golden State Warriors in the playoff series. There is still some fear. Still some fear of the Dubs, baby. So I ain't going for the okey-doke LeBron James. So the hell with him.
Then why is Draymond in the suite with him?
Oh, well, Rich Paul threw him in there. You know, they had to make it look good. Draymond don't care. Draymond don't care. Draymond
says, conspiracy theories falling apart.
You think Draymond Green cares? Listen, Draymond Green right now.
Everybody was questioning what I said to KD at the end of the game. This is me. It's me. I'm not going to share the other word that I said because, that's a spur of the moment type of thing. You're in the game, words come out, but this is me. I do this. Been doing this. Gonna keep doing this. Which is the same thing I said in that Clippers game years ago. Been winning championships. Been doing this. Gonna keep doing this when you leave here. Didn't lie. Got fined the whole game check, which was like $160,000 for saying that. Fast forward. Wasn't a lie. But that's what I said, and all of that was a little brewed up, little built up tension because, again, you go question somebody's character, you got my phone number. If you thought I hope I get the help that I need, you got my phone number. Hit me and say that.
So Draymond's being Draymond, and this is what we love Draymond for. We do. He's now chirping, and he's all the way back. And he's chirping.
I can't stop thinking about when KD and Draymond did that, like Barbara Walters sit down
yes.
and just destroyed Kerr and Bob Myers and the Warriors, and now they're beefing again.
And now they're beefing.
Shocker! I'm shocked.
Well, did you hear KD after the game? You hear KD after the game? Oh, when Draymond was yelling at him, "It's me, it's me," and KD goes, "Well, that's just him trying to pump himself up." That's what he does.
I love it.
Hey, this is a Clutch Sports plant. Hey, by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game because Lubman is all over me about the legal. I told you guys, we got a 10-minute window for the legal. Don't have to do it right at 9 o'clock like every other radio host in America. Hey, let me cut you off midpoint to read this legal. The legal will be read when it gets read, damn it.
Yeah, and we cut each other off no matter what.
So the damn legal will get read.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bronte.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC, and AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget to also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Look, we're down bad right now. Listen, folks, if we're doing this and you think we're wacky, we just lost the damn Super Bowl on Sunday, okay?
So if Patrick Mahomes, who's beaten the Niners more than LeBron
taking Patrick
in the
Mahomes
finals
right now, you don't even have to finish the sentence. Come on, man.
So how's that different?
No, because we need a quarterback in San Francisco, possibly.
We got Purdy. You said you like Purdy.
I like Purdy. I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I finally got you.
No. I like Purdy, but I love Mahomes. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. That's a different situation. That's a different situation, dog.
It's different.
It's very different.
Mahomes is beating the Niners more in the big game than LeBron
give me Mahomes
is
right now. I'll take Mahomes right now.
Everyone would.
Hey, Kansas City, you can have Debo and Brock Purdy.
So let's say Mahomes at the end of his career.
What are you talking about?
He's at the end of his career. You're still taking him.
Absolutely.
They didn't take Tom Brady a couple years ago.
And who was the one person screaming to the moon?
The one person? Really? One person.
On these airwaves?
No, Guru was too. I was doing a show with Guru.
Well, he does like to recycle my opinions.
Whoa. Oh, Guru's.
I am the system of this show.
By the way,
love you, Gil.
YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates.
I love Brock Purdy.
It's super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business X line. It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Hey, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Listen,
nothing has ever encapsulated a playoff performance the way they lost. This was Bonte in his head walking out of Allegiant Stadium when thinking about Brock Purdy.
Where's it at? Spadoni, pay attention.
Spadoni.
Make sure they're paying attention.
This is Bonte thinking out loud as we're walking out of that stadium. 25 different ways we lost that game, and this is how he was thinking about our quarterback.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
He ejected from believing it halfway through the sentence.
I know what I saw, man. One guy was great. One guy was good. Davis is San Jose. Davis, what's happening?
Bonte, I just wanted to say thank you for finally saying what I was thinking the entire time as people were calling in and defending Shafty's point of view, that Clutch Sports and LeBron, all of these moves are carefully calculated. We know this. We've known this for years. If you read that article by Woj and Ramona Shelburne on ESPN, there are these little tidbits that I think are so obviously there to make the Warriors seem weak. And honestly, it makes Draymond Green seem like he's getting played.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
There's no conspiracy theory here. You guys can turn the music off.
No, I'm with you. You're on point, Davis. I agree with everything you're saying right now.
I'll let you finish. Didn't we hear about LeBron going back to Cleveland a little? Like, there were rumors, and like the Laker thing. We saw the Laker move coming a mile away. So he's already kind of calling a shot here.
Yeah, this guy literally had an entire 1 hour broadcast on ESPN to say that he's going to a certain place, right?
Yeah, that was 15 years ago.
Also benefited the Boys and Girls Club of America. So.
Yeah, and it was Jim Gray's idea.
This is a clutch plant, though. They're not slick. I mean, this is so.
So like, now Draymond's getting played.
This guy, LeBron James. New cycle. It's slow.
The second the Super Bowl was over, he was like,
let me throw this out there. It all makes sense. Draymond Green's in the suite with us. By the way, the camera didn't pan to Draymond Green when they showed LeBron James in the suite. Why did he do that? Draymond's got 4 championships just like LeBron James. Come on. And he's got the #1 podcast for an athlete. So, anyway, it's all set up, man. You can't read that. You can't see it. It's all a setup. LeBron James thinks he's slick. He showed his ass.
I want to see one of LeBron's kids go to Reardon and like help their basketball team. And like he's like courtside at a Reardon high school game.
And
you would be all in.
No, and here's the point. No, you'd be all in.
I would.
Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajewski, and Andrew Wiggins were no doubt part of that deal. So now your perimeter defense is gone.
Yeah, that was a midseason deal. Like now we're talking about
your perimeter defense is gone.
We're talking about in the offseason.
Kuminga's going to be up for an extension after next season.
We'll extend him.
Oh, okay.
Gotta have a young guy.
Well, Anthony Slater did join you guys on the 8 o'clock hour, and find the entire interview on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. Subscribe there. But he did mention it. Listen, LeBron, that's one thing, but they will be interested this summer with a guy maybe like a Kevin Durant or a Paul George. And there are going to be conversations about Kuminga in the summertime for guys that may be on another team. So LeBron is maybe pie in the sky, but there's going to be legit,
let me ask you,
ideas on the table.
Would you rather have, right now, they both are free agents. And so you're trading away, let's just say, expiring contracts or guys that are signing trades to go elsewhere. Would you rather have KD or LeBron back?
Kevin Durant.
Are you going to elaborate or?
I want Kevin Durant back. Okay. You asked me just I didn't know you wanted me to elaborate.
What do you think? You think Warrior fans? You think Warrior fans want KD back?
No, Warrior fans they're out on KD. I don't know why.
Who are they out more on, KD or LeBron?
That's a great question.
Who's got more left?
Give me Kevin Durant. I rock with Kevin Durant. He fits our system.
I mean, can Dre and KD coexist?
Well, yes, they can.
I mean,
Dre coexists with Chris Paul. I had him on a podcast. They would at it all the time. Come on, man. Come on.
I wonder what people would go with, KD or LeBron.
By the way, Laura Britt is going to join us in a second. I do want to play this. See, I just want to play to see how you react. Because this is your guy.
Who?
Nick Bosa. Listen to this. Nick Bosa from yesterday.
I think it did mentally and performance-wise, just not having practice and kind of like, I think my hands kind of get going later once I start using them a lot. It kind of takes time to get the timing down, and that's the biggest thing with practice. And then, yeah, just the stress of having that looming, and then the pressure initially once you get it. And I kind of worked through all that towards later in the year and started to feel better. And I think I was playing my best ball towards the end.
It's Nick Bosa on
why are you laughing?
The holdout impacting his play.
Why are you laughing? You know, but like, I'm not.
No, your reaction. Look at you.
You know why? You know why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because there's a bunch of people who cover sports who've never participated in sports and don't realize that you have to prepare for the season to be ready to go when the season starts. Oh, well, he's working off on the side. You need real reps against real pros to be ready for the year. Now, there are certain guys who can get, like Roger Clemens was an example back in the day when he's 42 years old and he's only got so many bullets and he's a pitcher and it's different because you're throwing bullpens. Like, yeah, you can waltz in June and be ready to go. But like defensive linemen, they need to be there going up against other great offensive linemen like Trent Williams. Like, I'm not even taking a victory lap. That sucks. That kind of sucks to hear.
Why would you take a victory lap?
Because I said, like, I'm worried about him being ready to go for the season.
No. We all were a little concerned, but at the same time, when you hold out and you get the bag that you got, I don't want to hear this. He brought this up during the bye week.
No,
he brought it up again after the Super Bowl.
It's both parties' problem.
You know what the 49ers are right now?
What's that?
And I hate to say this. They love to make excuses about every damn thing.
And
Ross Tucker was right.
I know.
We are a bunch of front runners.
I know.
We didn't win the game.
Apology.
We owed it affected me. I didn't have my time. Get your ass in the camp then.
I know.
Get in the camp.
Well, and here's the thing that pisses me off.
You're going to get your money. Whenever Kittle showed up and Fred Warner showed up, they got their money.
And Debo was also a hold-in. He showed up.
He showed up and got his money.
Like, that needs to be said.
He held out.
He showed up.
So I don't want to hear this from Nick Bosa. When you're diving on 4th and 1, crashing with your head cut off, and Mahomes is running the RPO for 21 yards. I don't want to hear that. And this team is really starting to irk me, dude.
I'm with you.
And I'm starting to irk me down there in Santa Clara.
It's
just too much.
I know it is.
It's just too much.
We look like front runners.
We are front runners.
We look like front runners.
We are here. I mean, come on, Nick Bosa. Really? This guy. I just swear to God. It's coming up in a game brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar. Laura Britt's going to join us next on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. We're going to take your calls as well because I got some other sound. We're going to feel sick about this Super Bowl. Sick. Wait till you hear what Louis Riddick said from ESPN about the Super Bowl.
Oh, great. I like Louis.
Freaking choking. Maybe we should just talk Warriors. They won 7 of 8. They make me happy. It's Nick Bosa sound. My timing was off. Well, it's your fault, dude. It's your fault.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bronte.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway, and Safeway is the perfect one-stop shop.
this up. God, which version is this? Oh, this is the Phil Collins version. I like that. You can't hurry, love. You just have to wait. Love don't come easy. I like the 60s version, personally, but this is a good one.
That was abrupt. What happened?
That was like the lights going out in the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
No fade out. No fade out. Louis Riddick.
Technical difficulties back here. It's all good.
Louis Riddick. The Niners are going to be tortured by this loss.
Look, I put it on social media just the other day. I said San Francisco's coaches are going to be absolutely tortured for the rest of their life about this football game, considering all the chances they had to put it away. They should have won that football game in many respects, and that's not taking anything away from what Kansas City has accomplished, because, look, you guys know how I feel about this football team from top to bottom, from their general manager to their head coach to their quarterback. I've been on their bandwagon waving pom-pom since day one. But the fact of the matter is, San Francisco, I thought was going to close out that game. I thought they would make a play to close out that game until Patrick got the ball last, and I was like, they're in trouble now. Now they're in trouble because now he has life, and now he's going to make a play. They played for 3.5 quarters of that game. Basically, for like 90% of that game, they played good enough defense to win it, and then they just ran out of gas. They ran out of gas, and Patrick said, that's it, it's winning time. I'm going to take this game from you. That is going to haunt this organization for a long... I probably wouldn't watch the tape. I wouldn't watch the tape, man. I would have just got on a plane and went to an island somewhere and absolutely stayed hammered for days. Because I don't want to remember what happened.
Yeah, see, I just... It's tough. It's really tough. He's not wrong. All those things, he's right. The losses stick with you way more than the wins. And they do. They just do. They just do. Like, I hate losing much more than I even like winning, and I love winning. I love winning. Doesn't matter what it is. God.
That's... Here's Shanahan on the future Steve Wilks.
No, that's stuff that, we'll talk about a ton as this week goes. We'll talk about a ton in the offseason. Where we want our team to be, our defense, our offense, special teams, and that's a lot of conversations, a lot of film, a lot of personnel or salary cap things we got to discuss, drafts. So, no, we're just haven't even watched the game yet, to tell you the truth.
Let me paraphrase that.
Yeah.
Steve Wilks, hope you to buy a house out here.
When you have to, in the main moments of the game, slam the surface
slammed it in
down.
overtime. He slammed the Microsoft Surface, Shanahan. The defense kept you in the game. How selfish is Shanahan to do that? I'm sorry. I like Shanahan. He doesn't deserve to be fired. But how selfish of him when his offense is out there playing like jokers and turning the ball over and getting called for pre-snap penalties. And the defense played their ass off against Mahomes, playing well.
Can I ask you a question? And I want you to be realistic with me for just a second. Do you believe in curses even a little, or any kind of superstitions on that level? Or no, not at all. You don't subscribe to any of that.
Why? You come up with the Colin Kaepernick curse?
No, I just, we're very tortured right now. We've lost 7 NFC championship games in Super Bowl.
It's their own doing.
No,
they blew it.
I'm aware.
Giving up a 3rd and 15 had nothing to do with a curse. It had something to do with Emmanuel Mosley not dropping back in his zone and
I don't mean
Jimmy Ward
curse like that.
No, I hear you, but then
the ball touches the ground 5 times and not one of them bounces to you.
Well, it's self-inflicted.
Well, I guess they got the one.
They got the one, but no, it happens. Right place, right time. I don't know. I don't believe. No, not with this team.
I do believe in tortured existences. There are certain people, certain things that are tortured in life, hotels that might be haunted, whatever you want to call it. I do believe in those things. Call me a sucker, call me a whack job, fine. I know I'm weird. Yeah. But I will say this, it does have the feelings of we're just a very tortured fan base now.
Well, you blow 10-point leads. That ain't curses. That's just you not taking care of businesses and finishing. You don't have enough finishers. But, maybe there's something to it. What is it, the curse? Candlestick curse?
I don't know.
The Kaepernick curse?
Well, they lost championship games at Candlestick.
Why would we be? Why would this franchise be cursed? They've done everything right. Here's Shanahan on whether or not the players knew the OT rules or asked about the players not knowing OT rules.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs, I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analysts felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle, and I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game, and our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
So there's a couple things. I agree. I know you've had a reconsidering of that. I agreed with him in real time, and I agree with him still to this time. Taking the ball first in the overtime, I'm with that because the defense was gassed. I really thought they're gassed. Here's where I disagree. You could not go the final 2 drives and think that field goals were winning it.
Right.
Against that guy. There are certain guys in sports, Tiger Woods, Steph Curry I would put in there, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Roger Clemens or Barry Bonds. Throw the numbers out the window. You're tempting fate. These are some of they're outliers for a reason. The other thing that I
go ahead, finish.
Well, the other thing I take umbrage is like he goes, I talked with my analytics department regarding like the whole overtime thing. Here's what I would say, like, what do you mean by the analytics department? There's only been one other playoff game ever that's gone to, or Super Bowl game that's gone to overtime. Right. Okay. And there's one other playoff game in recent memory. That data is too small. Are you talking about college?
Right.
Because if you're talking about college, they get the ball to 25. Right. And that doesn't carry. Those analytics don't carry over for me. Yeah. So I wanted a follow-up question on what are the analytics you're citing? Because you referenced gut, and I agree with the gut, and I'm with you. I'm 100% with you on the gut because I agree with that decision. But then I go back to, like, what analytics are you citing?
See, I disagree with the decision now a day later.
That's
I'm
fine.
playing Monday quarterback. In real time, I said, okay, defense is gas. I'll watch them. But at the same time, the Kansas City Chiefs, since they won the game, nobody's going to question them. But Andy Reid elected to kick a field goal with 6 seconds left and one timeout.
What did you and I say to each other?
I said, wow, he just bailed out the 49ers.
They got,
because I feel like
it was 9 seconds, right?
9 seconds.
When they got down, when Kelsey got down. And you and I said, how many plays do they have?
2.
At
least
plays
2.
and then a field goal.
At least 2.
That's what we thought.
They bailed out the 49ers by electing to kick a field goal with 6 seconds left. I couldn't believe they did that. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. So you got a lifeline.
Yes.
And so now when I revisit that situation, I'm thinking to myself, take the damn ball, score a touchdown, and get a stop. Because if you kick a field goal here, Mahomes has scored a touchdown. You're not getting to a third possession. You're not at all.
No.
And so you play for the field goal and you got burned. So my thought process is we're the better team. Let's go down and score and let's get a stop.
What about
or you kick it off and you get a stop, because what if Kansas City faces a 4th and 1 on their first possession? Are they going for it or are they punting it away?
That's a great question.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Let me see what Kansas City does.
Yeah.
So then
I know
my second drive, okay, this is what we need. They kick a field goal, we need 6 to go win the Super Bowl. They could score a touchdown and they kick a field goal. Well, you know what? I'm going to go score a touchdown, and I'm going for 2 because they're not getting a chance to score. So you know what I'm saying?
No, it's a great point. And so that's you're saying about the kicking it to them, which I'm gonna go on the side, and I totally get your point of the revisionist and thinking about it more and more. I believe it was the right decision. That's just me because the defense was gassed, and I wanted to see them, get some rest. It felt like they were on the field a lot. Here's the area where I have the issue. I look over and I say to myself, 2 field goals on your final 2 possessions was not beating that guy in that moment, given all the circumstances that I was feeling in that stadium. That's just me. You needed 6 on one of those possessions. And here's where I bring this up. Incongruent aggression. You went for it on the 4th and 3. But then you didn't go for it on the 4th and 5 to get the field goal. And then
but you can't go for it in that situation. You have to kick the 3. You have to get some points. You don't get 4th and 5. All Kansas City needs is a field goal.
No,
and they're starting to move the ball. So you have to come away from that with points.
But see, that's where I say that 3rd down call to me
should have been a run play.
Well, it should have been baked in that we got to get a yard here. We got to get something.
Because I don't even go for it on 4th and 4.
It's 4 down territory to me.
I don't even go for it on 4th and 4. But if it's 4th and 2. Then maybe I go for it.
Okay, so then
But then I go back to 2-minute warning in regulation. You had the 2-minute warning to discuss your 3rd and 5 play. Why not use that as 4-down territory? Why not run the ball on 3rd and 5 and then go for it on 4th and 2? You know what I'm saying? Instead, you settle for a long field goal. That I think is really... You settled for a long field goal, which you made, but that was no chip shot.
Did you hear Trent Williams? We've played the sound. Trent Williams is like, we can't take a sack here. We can't take a sack here.
Yep.
And, like, the batted down ball was as bad as a sack because it stopped the clock. You got no yards.
Exactly.
Nothing happened. So, like, I hear them on you can't take a sack and lose yards and then get out of field goal range, but also stopping the clock in that situation is equally as bad.
That's what I'm saying. You run the ball, you make them burn a timeout, then you have another decision to make if you don't get the first down. Now, you should have got the first down because listen to this.
We get a first down, we knock a lot of time off this clock. We can play the game right here.
Your best play that you have in your book right now. Because you don't want to give Mahomes the ball back.
All right. Hey, man, we got no sacks, obviously. Hey, alert the pressure. We cannot take a sack. Christian. Got him. Give it to him. Woo, that was a good move.
And that was a Kansas City defender said, boy, that was a good move by McCaffrey.
Did you hear
the Texas route?
Did you hear the official? Mm-hmm. The officials were talking, and they said, you got to go with your best play.
You got to go with your best play.
The officials said you can't give it back to Mahomes. What did you and I say when they got the ball, like, whatever, 4.5?
God. Well, it's just like that in Super Bowl 54. It's why people don't ever bring this up.
What?
They complete the pass to Emmanuel Sanders. There's still 1:30 left on the clock.
Too much time.
It's in Super Bowl 54. So Kyle Shanahan misplayed his hand at the end of both halves in both Super Bowl. We'll go back to Super Bowl 54. I'll scream this until I'm blue in my face. Not calling a timeout with 1:40 left in the 10-10 football game, knowing that you could double up on Kansas City, was one of the most egregious mistakes I've seen in Super Bowl history.
And what about
in terms of that?
And
so then, hold on. And in the end of the game, you throw the ball 4 straight times from midfield with 3 timeouts left and 1:49 left when the run game was still in play. But you call 4 straight passes with the quarterback you don't trust, Jimmy Garoppolo. That's on Kyle Shanahan. Fast forward to the Super Bowl. And in the first half, 2nd down, screaming timeout. Call a timeout. You're not going to get the ball for an hour in real time. The Kansas City receives the second half kickoff. Call a timeout to try to get another shot to score before halftime or touch the football, but you don't do that. But then you get the ball back with 26 seconds left and 2 timeouts, and you run a run play to Christian McCaffrey instead of trying to get. And Jake Moody was on fire. And he could kick a deep one.
And why did you burn the timeout? They had the 3rd timeout. If you're not going to go for the gusto and throw one down the middle of the field, like, none of it made any sense.
So
it was incongruent.
So I think Shanahan misplayed his hand at the end of regulation, calling that pass play, got batted down. You got lucky at the end of regulation because Kansas City settled for a field goal with 6 seconds left. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe Andy Reid did that. Then you go to overtime, and now I fully reversed my opinion on that. They should have kicked the ball off. Chris Jones basically saying they are crazy for doing that. But this goes into not prepping for overtime. Kansas City was prepared for overtime. They discussed this.
That really bugs you.
How do you not be prepared for every situation? Bill Belichick is prepared for every situation. Bill Walsh prepared for everything. Bill Parcells, everything.
Yeah.
The fact that there was confusion about overtime rules.
Well, that's what shocked me about Baldy yesterday. He was so nonchalant about it. It doesn't change anything. I'm like, the hell it doesn't.
No.
The hell it doesn't.
No.
Those who fail to prepare have prepared to fail.
And it makes the 49ers look bad.
Yes.
The team leaders. Kyle Juszczyk is one of the smartest football players in this league.
Yeah, he's an Ivy League.
Eric Armstead, your defensive captain.
Yeah, seen it all.
Yeah, we didn't know the rules. We didn't know what was going on.
Crazy to me.
So again, I know people were kind of mocking us about this. I've heard some other radio shows kind of mock us for this. If the Niners would have scored a touchdown on the first possession, you're telling me some guys wouldn't have celebrated like they won the Super Bowl? They obviously didn't know the rules.
And to your point, like the 15-yard penalty would absolutely have been in play.
Guys would have been throwing helmets left and right.
Yeah.
Oh, we just won a Super Bowl. Wait, hold up a minute. They get another possession. That's bad. That's on the head coach. It's disgusting.
On everybody.
They blew the damn. You know what? Juice and Fremont, say
it's never going to get better.
Juice and Fremont, talk to me, man. Talk to me, Juice.
I'm listening to you brothers, right? Let me say this. The Niners have a Kyle Shanahan problem. That's the situation here. The Chiefs didn't beat the Niners. The Niners beat the freaking Niners. And Kyle is the main reason why they lost 4 years ago, and then why they lost on Sunday, and why this team will never go any further. Kyle is good, but he's not special. Kyle is a game manager, not a game changer. Kyle is a leaner, not a leader. Kyle is no different than Marty Schottenheimer, Norris Turner, Todd Haley, Ken Wisenhunt, Eric Mangini, Cliff Kingsford, and Josh freaking McDaniel. All these big eagle, so-called offensive genius all failed as head coaches. Freaking Usher had a longer senior career than all these men combined as freaking head coaches in the NFL. You know why this hurt? Because of all the Chiefs teams that went to the Super Bowl, this is one of the weakest Chiefs teams that made it to the Super Bowl, and you guys freaking uncoached. Heck, the Chiefs could have had freaking Taylor Swift at the slot and Ice Spice at the tailback, and they still would have lost. Everybody wants to blame the O-line and missing Simons and the blocking scheme against Jones, but who's responsible for putting this line together? The coach. Everybody want to talk about special teams, but who's the person that's supposed to remind these players of what they need to do in a big game situation? Second half, they were going up against a defense that was ranked 4th in passing and 17th in rush defense. And then 9 offensive plays, you're in the freaking league, and they decided to throw 8 times and run once. You target Debo 11 times, knowing that he's not a speed receiver, and he was being covered like a freaking blanket by their all-pro McDuffie. And here's the biggest one. Kelsey had more catches by himself than Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle combined. So you tell me who's the offensive genius. Did you know that the great Andy Reid has an OC? Yes, the 3-time Super Bowl winning coach, Andy Reid has an OC. His name is freaking Matt Nagy. So not also is Kyle not at the same level as Andy Reid, Kyle can't even sniff Matt Nagy's freaking jockstrap. This is the reason why Coach Kyle will never be let go, because Bonte said it earlier, because he's making money for the owners. The stadium's being sold, merchandise are selling the last 2 weeks in the millions, and so the Niners don't have a coach. They have a cash cow, and as long as Kyle Shanahan is in charge, he's being pimped to bring in money for the owner. And guess who loses us? Us, the freaking fans. Kyle Shanahan is the Mark Jackson of the NFL. And until there's a change at the freaking head coach position, the Niners will always be good, but not special. And as I leave here, here's a small poem that I want to dedicate to all the roasters. You school him once, shame on Reed. You school him again, shame on freaking Kyle. And as I leave, I'm going to put myself in a Moni roast jail. I'm going to leave my numbers to the producers, and you guys can call me on my personal phone or text. But as long as Kyle is the coach of this team, I will never call this show, because enough is enough. And like Obama, it's time for a freaking change, and let's address the freaking issue.
Damn.
Did he just retire?
He just retired. Now, Juice.
I'm taking Shanahan over Matt Nagy, but I hear what he's saying.
Juice,
Josh McDaniels.
You know I love you. I love you. You're about Mount Rushmore callers. Shanahan's not going anywhere. That means we're just not going to hear from Juice unless we call him. Listen, man, it's a painful Super Bowl, but it is alarming that a couple days after the Super Bowl, we're talking about players not knowing the OT rules, not knowing what was going on in that situation.
What about my guard tweeting about whose responsibility it was and throwing
Feliciano.
Multiple teammates under the bus, and then getting into it with Jalen Carter?
Yeah, Jalen Carter is 5 times the player you are, Feliciano. You go do one-on-one blocking drills with Jalen Carter, you wouldn't win one drill. All right? You wouldn't win one drill. Honestly, I don't have the energy to get into him today. Could you
imagine John Lynch opening up his phone this morning and like seeing the string of tweets coming from John Feliciano?
I got my boy Ayuk. Can't even get a thought out. He's got his family tweeting left and right. I mean, this is a joke. It's a joke. My all-pro tight end gets 3 targets.
Oh, by the way, one of the best linebackers in Niner history is going to be out for at minimum a year.
You know,
that's the
really
Navarro Bowman.
Yeah,
it really feels very similar.
That really hurt.
How long? I was sitting there devastated for that.
Oh,
guy.
I was too.
I know you were.
I was too. The cart came out. You know how I feel about Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw starts hitting the helmet. He set a tone in that Super Bowl that I was like, wow, this guy's trying to steal the MVP award. He was everywhere. He was blowing up screens, blowing up runs. He was sideline to sideline. They lost all that with Oren Burks. And I get what John Lynch did in the presser yesterday. They both, gave Oren Burks compliments for the way he played. Listen, man, he was put in a tough spot, but he just was not ready. The drop off from Drake Reload to Oren Burks it's not even close. It's not even close. And they took advantage of it. And it killed the defense. Yet, they still held Patrick Mahomes at 19 points. That's why I said this year, it'd be nice if the offense could pick up the defense this season. And for the most part, they did. But you know what? When we look at the playoffs in totality, the Green Bay game, and the Detroit game, and the Kansas City game, we didn't play button up all postseason. We got everything we wanted. A bye week, home field advantage, health. They didn't play button up football at all.
No, they squandered a huge opportunity. And they should be sick to their stomachs.
And really, they should have lost to Green Bay. Well, they should have lost to Detroit. And you know what? Karma's a you-know-what. And they lost to the Chiefs. Despite controlling the game, you weren't button up.
All the sounds from the game are coming out now, the mic'd up players. And when you see Fred Warner's reaction to seeing Dre Greenlaw on the ground and the coach, it's heartbreaking. I mean, Fred sounds like every one of us. No!
You want to hear what else is heartbreaking? Before we get to the lines, we're going to get to everybody. Here's Kelsey on his podcast. What is it? New Heights with his brother Jason Kelsey. Here's what Travis Kelsey had to say about the Niners receiving the ball first in overtime.
Do you win the coin toss? That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us.
Yeah, well,
not trying to harp on the guy, but it was a huge, like when they said we want to receive, and the ref looked at Fred and he said, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
You sure you want to receive? And he said, yeah, I want to receive. I want the ball.
I was
just like, I jumped out of my seat and said, hey, here we go. Let's go, boys. Perfect. They want to receive. We get second possession. We know exactly what they want. Defense, hold them. Just hold them to 3. Just hold them to 3. We're going to go down here and win this thing, baby.
Freaking crazy. Really was.
I mean, come on, man. Come on. That's why I flipped my mindset. I was like, in the moment, I was thinking about it because, you know what? In the moment, I didn't know the overtime rules. I forgot about the overtime rules in the Josh Allen. Remember I was asking you a little bit? I was like, wait, they scored.
It to everyone
I was like, wait. And so when I had the night to sit on it, and then now you're hearing everything,
Do you know what they call that in baseball and tournaments? Having the hammer.
Yep.
So you know how many runs you need to score to end the game. It's called having the hammer. They do it a lot in tournaments, right?
Yeah.
And so you want to be the last team to bat and all that stuff. I get it.
We should have kicked the ball off, Shasky. We gave up. Listen to Kelsey. Listen to him. Hold on. I want you to punt it down that 3 last, Spinodi. Listen to Kelsey.
Do you win the coin toss? That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us.
They are laughing at us. But Chris Jones, Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes.
They have Pat Mahomes.
They were buttoned up, though. They were ready for that moment. They understood everything about overtime.
But what about
and in fact, in the biggest game of our lives, the biggest game of the season, our team wasn't buttoned up, and we looked like fools for not knowing the rules. No. We looked so. Oh my gosh!
Bonte, I might be in the minority, and I'm sure I am, because obviously when you play, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but when
they're laughing at us,
laughing at us. You had Bosa on the sideline in the final couple minutes at times because he was so tired.
Well, that's a Bosa problem.
Well, no, that's
you know what, and you know what, I got something for Bosa. You know what, it's real, but you're the highest paid player in the league, defensive player in the league. Max Crosby's out here smoking cigars, playing every damn snap. He doesn't come off the field. The fact that Bosa was off the field on the final 2 possessions, I remember telling you, I was like, why is Nick Bosa off the field?
I know.
It's the final drive of regulation, and Bosa's off the field for like 3 plays.
But they were
gassed. The last drive of the Super Bowl.
I know, but they were gassed.
It is the Super Bowl.
I understand that.
This is what you run your sprints for. This is the Super Bowl. Yeah, and my highest paid defensive player is on the sideline in the final possession of regulation. But I'm sorry,
let me give you another analogy.
I can't roll with that. I can't roll with that.
I know, but do you remember at the end of the 2016 Game 7, Steph had nothing left. He had no juice left.
But is Steph Curry saying, get me off the floor?
No.
He's going to play.
No. But he had nothing left.
He's going to play.
There was nothing left.
Klay Thompson had nothing left.
2 minutes, no one had anything left.
They're not going to ask you for a sub.
No, that's true.
They're not asking for a sub.
I can't argue there.
You know what? Aaron Donald, did he come off the field against Cincinnati? He played every damn snap and disrupted the 4th down play against Joe Burrow. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying
Reggie White's coming off the field.
But I do. It's easy to be like, come on, you got to get back out there. It's another thing when you're literally chasing around the best quarterback ever.
Kansas City is a button-up organization. The Niners are for the most part too, but in the margins,
it was the details.
The things that separates champs from chumps was on display there. Kelsey's literally laughing at us.
Well, I would say I think the difference for me as I look back on it, and I never thought about it until the playoffs. For me, the big difference was when you paid Hargrave, you lost so much depth by not having Jimmy Ward, Charles Omenihu, Ibukam, etc. Like that caught up to them. That third linebacker, not having Alshire, it caught up to them. Now it took until the final quarter of the Super Bowl, but it caught up to them. The depth, missing the depth, right then and there is when it caught up to them.
But you know what? Offensively, you were fine. Offensively, you were fine.
I don't think you were fine in this game. You needed to score. You needed it.
I'm saying health-wise. Going into the game, you had all your players.
Yes. Going into the game, yes. But, Bonte, you lost Debo for stretches. He wasn't playing on the final drive for a couple of snaps. You had Ray. Jawan Jennings, I think, logged the most snaps he's logged all year in this one game, outside of games that Debo missed. So, they underperformed. A lot of guys underperformed.
But this overtime, I don't think that overtime decision is going to loom with us for the rest of our lives.
I'm going to defend Shanahan because
Kansas City just having the advantage. And Shanahan's talking about a third possession in overtime.
Well, that I don't agree with.
Third possession?
That I don't agree with.
What are you talking about? In overtime, you're talking about getting the ball again?
I don't believe
Do you know who you're going up against? Oh, my gosh, I'm going to lose my mind.
If you think 2 field goals on your final 2 drives against that player in that moment on that stage – That's where we differ.
Even out of the 2-minute warning, you see Mahomes jump up when the ball's batted down. We all knew Spaz was going to send somebody on the blitz.
Oh, we knew it was coming.
We knew McDuffie was blitzing. He's right there setting it up. You didn't have a better play designed for 3rd and 5 against the blitz after a timeout and 2-minute warning? Knowing that, hey, maybe let's run the ball. Let's make them use a timeout even if we don't get it. Just bad strategy. Just not button up. In the quarters, in the halves, you make a bad decision. The referee saying, "Are you sure?" In the Super Bowl? Unbelievable, man. Let's go. Let's clear the board here, man. We got full phone lines here. We're going to start off. We got to be quick here. Everybody has to be quick.
Quick, no pleasant.
45 seconds or less. 45 seconds or less. We'll start off with Tony in Oakland. Tony, what's happening?
Okay, this is what we have to solve the problem. Shanahan is a lamb that will never become a lion. So the dude has to be put in a room with no windows, figure out the plays. He's got to have an offensive coordinator on the line speaking to Purdy. Can you imagine having Shanahan in your head? He ruins your zone. Now, if they want to get rid of that person because we're never going to win with him, Belichick and Carroll are free. Get them in there. This dude will never do it. He doesn't have the balls. Let's look at this. I mean, if DeBartolo were in there, he would be doing this right now. But these other people, like York, and then that other fool who's the general manager, they can't feel the moment. These people can't read it. If I were the general on the other side of the line, I'd take one look at Shanahan and know I'm bringing him down, even if it's in the last seconds of the game.
Thanks, Tony, for the call. In and out.
I have a hard time calling anyone a fool when you lose on a walk-off in the Super Bowl.
She was in and out, though. Got to say that was impressive.
That was her
no religious talk.
Call.
No religious talk. No zone. Tony's in the zone.
Sam is
and you know what? Tony is consistent. She's been down on Shanahan all year. She's not a Shanahan fan. Martial Arts John in Richmond.
Hey, John.
Martial Arts John, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I just have a quick question. So, I mean, in UFC and martial arts, you know, someone might come out strong, win the first round, 2 rounds. But with certain stars, like, say, Khabib, right, he takes you down, you know, you can start getting that feeling. Or Anderson Silva back in the day starts taunting and boxing you up, right? Start getting that feeling like, oh, man, it doesn't matter how strong the guy came out. This is over. We're going into deep waters here. I want to ask you guys, at what play did you guys get that sinking Mahomes feeling? Was it the kickoff?
It was the punt return.
Was it the missed point?
For me, right when they muffed the punt return, I was like, there you go. And then the very next play was a touchdown. Right then and there, I was like, we're going to blow this whole thing.
You know what I felt it? When they did score off that interception, I said, boy, we're playing with fire. And I was a little before the muff punt. But everything leading up to that, when they didn't score, and they came out 3 and out.
What did I say?
And I said, boy, they got the ball at the 44-yard line. You're throwing in completion, false start next play. Now all of a sudden it's 3rd and 15, and you get no points. And I said, oh boy, we're in trouble. They're letting Mahomes hang around. By the way, on the muff punt, The 49ers got away with their running into the punter. Happened right in front of us. And both referees are looking at each other, waiting. They're thinking about throwing the flag.
What did I say? Why? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's just not buttoned up, man.
I'm telling you, dude, this is going to
PAT blocked. Yeah. The first 55-yarder got. Go look at the first field goal
the guy
Jake Moody made.
Goes untouched.
He was untouched. We're lucky that wasn't a touchdown for Kansas City. It's a problem, man, not being this buttoned up. What the hell is wrong with us? Sleprock and Hayward. I'm distraught right now. I'm just thinking about this game.
Sleprock.
I thought I got over it.
I will never get over it.
What's up, Sleprock? I told myself I wouldn't get mad this morning.
It's going to take a while, but here's the thing. The Achilles heel is what got the Niners in the situation they were in, and I don't mean Dre Greenlaw. I mean the two Achilles heel coming into the game was Kyle Shanahan himself and the team in a whole themselves. They weren't buttoned up, like you said. They were getting in their own way. They were their own roadblock for the parade. They didn't do what they were supposed to do as players, but yet they had the whole team set up to win. They had everything they needed. They just got in their own way. Shanahan with his play calling, his clock management, and the team, like I said, in whole penalties before the snap. It just wasn't their day. And these are the repercussions. And you don't fire Kyle, you don't castrate him like the caller did, but I mean, he was the Achilles heel. Yeah. That's why they lost.
Good call. We got to keep it moving here. Good call, Sleprock. Let's go to Kevin in San Francisco. Kevin, what's happening? We got about 45 seconds or less here because we got to run. No problem, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say, first off, get off all the players, get off all what happened negative, because that's what happens in the loss. The Niners was winning this game from the beginning, even though it was going back and forth. We were winning the game all the way to the third to fourth quarter, and that's when Mr. Mahomes did the same thing Brock did to Detroit. He started running. He got free, got close enough for them to make a touchdown and win. We could have won this game many times. We were winning the game, but we couldn't win it. We couldn't finish it. But everybody did great, and everybody got hurt, and they was playing their hearts out.
All right, good perspective there. Way to keep it positive there, even though we're not the most positive guys.
I'm not sure the offensive line had a great day.
He ruined your zone.
No, they didn't. They didn't. Nick Bosa. It's just everything that's coming. These guys, dude, just go to Cabo already. Bobby in Los Altos, what's happening? What's up, Bobby?
Hey, 45 seconds.
Yep.
45 seconds. Okay, let's go. First of all, I've never heard a walk-off call in my life, but I guess Juice just did a walk-off call. But to the game, listen. Look, everybody, for some reason, needs to find some reason to blame. How many minutes were we leading those two home playoff games? We got the lead against Green Bay in 1 minute left. Then the Brandon Ayuk immaculate reception basically got us to the Super Bowl. So you could either look at it two ways. We were a team of destiny going to the Super Bowl, or we were on borrowed time. So, look, bad breaks happen. I mean, it's ridiculous to find something to blame, to say we blame Shanahan. Of course you can play better. You can always play better, even in a win, but just bad breaks happen. I think it's criminal to say McLeod muffed the punt. No one could have gotten that thing. And, look, things just happen. It's painful. We just got to reload and try next year. What else can you say? But to say that you have scientifically pinpointed the reason why we lost all the callers, if you want to live in anger like that, go ahead. But it was just bad breaks, and unfortunately it didn't work out for us.
All right, Bobby. Let's go to Duke of San Bruno. Duke of San Bruno, you'll finish the show. What up, Duke?
Thanks, guys. Hey, knowing Kyle Shanahan's history with quarterbacks, this is a serious question. Does he go after Cousins?
I'm not laughing.
Are you serious?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I know that's a real thing.
Kirk Cousins.
No, that's a real thing.
Play that 3rd and 5 one more time. 3rd and 5.
Here, I got it. Oh, we don't have it on. Here we go.
We get a first down, we knock a lot of time out this clock. We can play the game right here.
The best play that you have in your book right now. Because you don't want to give Mahomes the ball back.
All right. Hey, man, we got no sacks, obviously.
Hey, alert the pressure. We cannot take a sack.
Christian. Got him. Give it to him.
Woo, that was a good move.
I will know if Kyle Shanahan has grown when it comes to relationships with quarterbacks, if he can get over that misplay right there.
Yeah. I don't think he can. Because he was like McCaffrey. Brock Purdy never looked right.
I mean, the things that happened in that Jimmy G playoff game, it felt like it was irreparable. We'll see.
Listen.
See.
Anything's on the table. We'll do this tomorrow. We'll set it back up. We'll be reacting to Warriors, Clippers, and all that. But what you going to do about Brock Purdy? He's got a contract due after next season. I just wonder where the fans' minds are at with Brock Purdy.
Fast five.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
It sounds like you talking to your therapist right before the divorce.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I mean, this overtime thing.
It bugs you more and more and more and more and more and more.
Listen to the players of the Kansas City Chiefs who were prepped on overtime. They were practicing. They were going over this every single week in the postseason. And we're all here saying, oh, well, we just thought we went. Like, what would have happened if the Niners scored on that first drive? Are they throwing Gatorade on Kyle Shanahan? And then the referee's like, hold on. They still get another possession. What? This is... Go ahead, Shasky.
I think I found the saddest place in America. No, it's not the Tenderloin. No. 4 a.m. as I'm waltzing through the Excalibur floor on my way to go get a Starbucks on Tuesday morning. The people in there were very, very sad. The cigarette smoke, still drunk, still hyphy. It was sad. I surveyed my life in that glimpse, and I said, get me back to San Francisco. I don't care how bad these people think San Francisco is. Nothing is sadder than the floor of the Excalibur Tuesday after the Super Bowl at 4 a.m.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Go tell someone you love them.
Hey, I love you, Joe.
I love you too, buddy. Love all you guys. I'm not loving this Super Bowl parade, by the way. Tech Nine's performing currently.
Do the Warriors love LeBron? My thoughts.
I love the idea of the Warriors and LeBron getting together.
Best Valentine's candy?
Ferrero Rocher.
Oh, it's a good one.
Her favorite one.
That's a good one. Shanko.
He ruined your zone.
Blew another Super Bowl.
I got it from Jared.
Blew another damn Super Bowl. And I got people making excuses left and right about practice and this and that, and we don't know the rules. What a joke.
All right, we're good to go.
This is Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. I'm never getting over this. I get angry thinking about this game every single day. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. Future Star Style with Stardy Guru.
He doesn't have the balls.
In order for small business...
It's his first time, Jim.
I'm out.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Hump day, lot going on.
Valentine's Day, not hump day. Well, hey, but you know what I mean. I brought my boy a Valentine gift. Don't bury the lead.
You gave me a cookie that they were giving away free downstairs in our lobby.
I didn't know you saw that downstairs. I said, anyway, happy Valentine, brother. It is hump day for some.
I tell you what. I heard the morning show talking about Valentine's Day, and they were talking about who the most romantic.
I didn't like where I feel. I got 3 kids.
A lot of it depends on. A lot of it depends on what's going on a particular Valentine's Day, whether it's 2024 or 2006.
Yeah,
this one's a joke.
Yeah,
this is a joke.
But Willard won. I'm with them. Willard is the.
Willard wins easy. Willard wins easy. He's the most.
Enjoy it, Willard.
You know what? My number 2 though would be
Dibs.
It would actually be Spadoni.
I think
he does.
Shout out Jay.
I think he does things behind closed doors that we don't know about.
Yeah, Spadoni's black. Right.
And I know Evan's got that little soft side to him too. When
he had a successful date, he texted me. He didn't text
when
you.
things are clicking for Evan, he can be very romantic.
Right.
Yeah.
What we got today?
Let me tell you what we got today. I feel like I got to make a clarification on something. I want to make sure people are clear on something that I feel. I've been talking about the last 2 days. Nothing to see here, but Joe Lacob tried to get LeBron James.
Yeah,
that's a big boy. We'll talk about that one later.
No doubt. And they got a big game tonight.
With Brian Geltzinger. Yeah, they got the 53rd game of the year tonight. By the way, we also can take a little update on our 2 bets. Our 2 bets that we've made, and because we're getting. But here's the one thing I was going to say. I was listening to Bonte and Shasky.
I'm a roaster
this morning, and Bonte was saying this is the most crushing loss of my life, most devastating.
Damn.
And I was just thinking about the last 2 days. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying this can't be the most devastating loss that you've ever had. Or if you think it is, it is. If this is the worst loss you've ever suffered as a fan, it's the worst loss you've ever suffered as a fan. But, Goo, I got to kind of do what I got to do, and that's zoom out and take a big picture look at it. And even though it may have been the most crushing loss of a lot of fans' lives, all in all, I know it doesn't mean anything, but Niners are still okay. The big picture zoom out, they're still okay. They're still one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the league, and they have every bit as much right to be in a Super Bowl contender next year as any team in the league. So, again, I'm not saying, don't worry about it, don't be crushed. No, I'm just saying you got virtually the entire team back. I think you got a quarterback who's getting better. And I see no reason why the 49ers aren't knocking on the door again next year.
I am not mad at you. I think you've been clear over the last 2 days, but I do want to wrestle you, Steiny, as I read my MRI results from my knee. We'll get into that, but I read them to you. You were there comforting me. But, Steiny, they're not the same team. I feel like you are not taking into account.
I don't care about Greenlaw. Guys get hurt.
Well, if you're going to say that, then I have nothing for you.
They'll have the same team next year.
No, if he's not out there, they don't have the same team. That's a big blow.
No, it's not. Relatively speaking, it's not a big blow. They can overcome that. And I'll tell you right now, Goo.
They can overcome that. How, Matt? You don't know that.
Goo.
You don't know that. See, this is why you not being a fan. It's easy for you to just whistle.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Coming
they're
back.
done. No, they're done. You're right. They're done.
That's a big blow. It could be a big blow.
I don't know if it's a big blow.
Here and tell fans,
how long is he going to be out?
Probably the whole year, man. He tore his Achilles.
You don't know that.
He's not going to be there week 1.
Aaron Rodgers was back in 7 months.
Okay, you're right. Listen,
if you look at the roster of the 49ers, they are likely to have less changeover than any other team in the league.
Forget the roster. I'm talking about one of their best players on defense.
Okay, fine. then they're shot.
And I'm
they're
shocked
shot
that you just
early.
keep saying it like
My
it
God.
means nothing.
I just said they're going to have
Let's
virtually
talk about
the same
11
team.
on the defense, not the 53.
Christ almighty.
Come on. You can't just make
then
stuff
give
fit your
up.
narrative.
Then give up.
No, it's like being in a
Dre
relationship,
Greenlaw.
getting in the breakup,
Okay.
and then you coming
Jesus
in there
Christ,
telling
come
the
in and
person,
try-
you're
okay,
going to meet
you're
4
right.
or 5
Well,
other
then tell me
people.
why they're
That
screwed.
works.
Well, then why are they screwed?
No, I want you to admit Dre Greenlaw is just
He's
a
not-
big. It's a question mark right now. So don't say
what?
he's going to come right back.
Who cares if he's a question mark?
So what goes against?
He got hurt in the Super Bowl. We'll see if he comes back
I
next
just
year.
don't understand
one
that.
player, and you're going to
it changed the Super Bowl to that one player.
Okay, if you
but
say
don't
so.
say it's the same team.
Same team. It's the exact same team. He will be on the roster next year.
Not to me.
Dre Greenlaw will be on the roster.
People want to know if he's going to be on the field.
Jesus Christ, they try to
they're
say that the
fine.
Niners are going to be in
They're
good shape.
fine. Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you tell the Bay Area then why they're not fine?
You're stepping in it.
No,
I'm not
you tell me
stepping
why
in
they're
it.
not fine.
You're just so vague.
Tell me.
But you're vague because
not
you're
vague.
not part of it.
I'm not
you don't know
vague.
what it's like to be a fan. So don't come in here and just say they're running back the same team because that's not the truth.
Yes, it is the truth. The truth is Brandon Ayuk is under contract. The truth is Juwan Jennings is a restricted free agent. And the truth is they've got Dre Greenlaw and they got to figure out if he can play.
Which is not a big deal
tell
to you.
49er fans.
Which is not a big deal
why
to
don't you tell them why
I
they're
told them how I
screwed?
feel. I told them how I feel.
Okay.
I didn't say they're
Okay.
screwed, Matt.
No.
I just said for you to vaguely say everything's good here.
Everything
you're
is
feeling
good,
like
relatively
it's like Klay Thompson
speaking.
tearing his ACL and missing a year. We don't know what the prognosis is, but I do know
you're too
this, and I'm not a
emotional.
doctor.
You're
Scott.
way too
no, I'm not,
emotional.
man. I just
See, that's what
you're
I'm
not
saying.
emotional.
That's
and
right.
that's why you say the stuff
That's
that you
right.
think will fly to fans.
That's right.
And it won't.
So you don't think the 49ers are going to have essentially the same team next year? Exactly. They're going to have essentially the same team next year. And they have a right to claim to be a Super Bowl contender like anybody else. Doesn't mean Dre Greenlaw didn't get hurt.
You said
Give me a
so
break.
what? So what?
They will be a contender.
God, man, I love you to death, man.
Playoffs.
Jesus,
you
man.
came
No,
in.
I just
so I
don't
tried
tell me
to
about
come
how
in.
I came in.
No. So I say
throw this stuff and real ones know
Well,
that
why
don't
don't you?
fly. But I got to catch
Fine.
myself because
Tell
you're not
me.
mentally invested.
Tell
so
me.
you look at stuff
And
like
you're
this
overly-
and you think it under. It
you're
makes
overly
sense.
you're
now,
overly
if Klay Thompson
emotional.
was out or basketball
You're overly
part of the
emotional.
starting five was out, that's a big deal. But for you to just disrespect Dre Greenlaw
I'm
and
not
say that it's no big deal is what you said, that ain't cool, man.
You know what's
Come on,
not cool,
Scotty.
Guru? Why don't you tell me why my take is off base? Why don't you tell me why the 49ers don't have a claim to be a Super Bowl contender next year?
I'm not your puppet.
Thank you.
Not doing
Because you
that.
can't.
Yeah.
Because you spoke before you thought.
Yeah.
Roxy in Lafayette. What's up, Roxy? Okay, Dre Greenlaw's out next year. We're shot. Are you happy? They got no chance. Okay. Roxy, what's up, buddy?
Good morning.
Jesus.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hey.
So, I want to say good morning, happy Valentine's Day, and my goodness, you guys, Goo, you gotta listen. Stein is being positive. It's like he was giving you, I mean, at least that's what I heard, you know? And then all of a sudden you just jumped on him. You know, you can't, it's just too hard. You guys are just starting and screaming at each other. I hear the passion because I'm there, but can't we just have a conversation? And Steiny, props for you. Be positive. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Steiny and Goo. Let's just chillax.
All right, you got it.
Rich in Hayward. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Yeah, doing good. Hey, I'm just going to say I feel you on that, but I'll tell you right now is that I am, Purdy he's the man. We're going to be better next year. I mean, we got 10 draft picks, so we can shore up a lot of stuff. And we're going to be, it's not just this year, whatever. We've got a dynasty brewing. And I mean, we're not no Buffalo Bills. We're going to come back and we're going to be stronger than ever. And I'll tell you right now is that, if you look at it, a second-year quarterback, and he played great, right up there with Mahomes.
It's like they missed that block on 95. And I'll tell you right now, if they had their best pass rusher without that game, you know, and I was like, wow, because he tore his MCL, ACL, whatever, versus the Ravens. And I'll tell you right now, we're going to come back better than ever. And I trust Lynch. I trust Shanahan with those draft picks. And you know what? We had the better team. I get that. But I would have took the ball first, too. Because you know what? We got McCaffrey. We got all that weaponry. We went down to 13 plays. We got a field goal. It didn't work out. That happens sometimes. But you know what? We're going to keep coming at them just like every year. Every year. That's what I'm saying. Every year.
Thanks, Rich.
Empire wasn't built in a day.
Thanks, Rich. Goo, why don't you tell the Bay Area why you don't think the Niners are a top?
Are you screaming at me?
No,
bring it down, because I'm not screaming at you.
Guru.
I'm just telling you. Don't yell at me.
Let me guess. Now you're not screaming.
No, I'm just telling you.
Why don't you tell the Bay Area why they're not a top 5 team heading into next year?
I didn't say they're not a top 5 team.
And I said they were.
My whole point was
I said they were.
To fans, some fans.
I said they were.
And I'm not saying you didn't say that.
That's right.
But I didn't like you just mosey along disrespecting Dre Greenlaw like he's not
disrespecting Dre Greenlaw. You're not his friend, Goo.
Wow.
Big deal.
Yeah.
He's hurt. Gotcha. He got hurt. They're going to head into
the
next
impact of him being hurt. So that might change the defense. But you're talking like he's going to be there.
Tell me why they're not a top 5 team.
I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
Because you don't listen. You don't listen, Goo.
Yep.
Tell me why you disagree.
A nonsense meter,
you disagree that they're not a top 5 team. Tell me why.
I don't put words in my mouth.
Tell me why.
I didn't say that.
I said that this team, even without Greenlaw,
I didn't say crap-ola about a top 5 team.
You want to take calls?
Quit putting words in my mouth. That's all we do is take calls. Yeah, take calls.
Okay. Dave in Concord. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man? Guru's going to keep saying that the 49ers are shot.
I'm saying that, dude.
They're shot.
I ain't said that.
Explain to 49er fans why you think they're shot. Just tell them.
Dre Greenlaw's not a big deal. Weak.
Top 5 team is what I said. Top 5 team. Tell me why they're not. You can't. Because you just wanted to jump down somebody's throat. And you did. Go up. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay, but I want to break this up a little bit. So, Dre Greenlaw not being there for however long, it is going to hurt us. And on paper, we still are a top 5 team with or without Greenlaw. But here's the problem. That is not our biggest problem. Our biggest problem is something is going to have to change culturally, because the way we lost that game, the way the players are mentally right now, it's not going to be just show up and turn your mindset around. It's not going to be that simple. Something has to change to get them motivated again like they were this year. It's not the same as 2019 where Kittle's just, I'm coming back. They are drained. And something has to happen. That's the most important thing. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call. Let's go to Justin in Fremont. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good, guys. Love the show. Hey, I think Guru is completely right on this. I think without Dre Greenlaw, I think the Niners are shot next year.
Okay. Well, he didn't say that.
Get to the second round.
In fairness,
done for.
You really think the 49ers are shot without Dre Greenlaw?
Yeah, because I didn't say that.
Okay.
I think so. I think he's the heart and soul of the team.
All right. Well, should they even come to training camp then, the 49ers?
Debatable. I mean, they can show up, but don't expect anything.
Thanks, Justin. I appreciate it. Drop of the hat, Matt. What's up, drop of the hat, Matt?
Hey, how you guys doing? Look,
hey.
I think the 49ers will be fine without Greenlaw. Look at that. He got hurt. They still play a hell of a game without him. So I think they'll be fine. They'll find somebody to plug in there. But I got a quick question for you guys, though, right? With the overtime, because I was talking to this guy the other day, and I told him, look, what would have happened if we did an onside kick right off the bat? I mean, there's the risk and reward that even though that we don't get it, we still get the ball back. You see what I'm saying? What do you think about that?
Gutsy. I think it'd be gutsy.
You think it's a risk and reward? I mean, even though you don't get it, they can score a touchdown. However they score, we still get the ball back to chance to score. But we'll catch them off guard where if we do get the ball, we only need a field goal. The game is over. Patrick Mahomes don't get the ball. Right or wrong?
Well, yeah, if you recover it. But if you don't, they got the ball at the 50-yard line.
They'll run you out of town.
What were you going to say?
I forgot.
I am ready to go.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. You know, some of the things that cost us the game was not blocking Chris Jones. Because we had a would-be touchdown. You know, the muff punt, Daryl Luter off his foot. And, you know, Dre Greenlaw. Like Dre Greenlaw means everything. He's a first-team All-Pro. And when he was in there, Travis Kelce, the guy you think is 100 times better than George Kittle, was crying like a little girly man. He was about to Will Smith, Chris Rock slap Andy Reid in his face. So that means Greenlaw meant a lot. He was flying around. He's a big part of this freaking defense. He's not our whole team, but he's a freaking amazing player. Come on now. You can't sugarcoat that. So
nobody's sugarcoating it, Antonio. I said I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to zoom out.
But you said that's disrespectful. And that was my only premise. You're saying it was no big deal that Greenlaw would be available. That's all.
When we're talking about the big picture next year, I don't think it is. We don't even know if he's going to be out all year. He may join the team halfway through the year and give him a boost.
Or be Clay Thompson, like that's on the table.
Well, get hurt again for 2 years?
I'm just saying, not be himself. That's all I was saying.
Tell me why the big picture's not bright.
Because
Tell me why the big picture is not bright.
Second half of the Super Bowl and one of your best defenders, we don't know when he's coming back. He may miss 8 games, he may miss 5.
Okay, so the future's not bright.
My point is your verbiage on saying it's not a big deal. Miss me.
Okay.
Miss me with that. That's disrespectful.
But you don't. You have not debated me. You've debated a minuscule point.
Oh boy.
I said
you have not debated me.
And you telling me to lower my voice? That's freaking rich.
I'm chill.
Yeah, that's rich, bro.
Yeah.
Marco and Hayward.
Marco and do it outside.
Marco and Hayward's on the phone. What's up,
Hey, Marco.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Greenlaw is a big hit for the team. You know, next year, I think we all have the same idea that they're not going to make any really big upgrades. It's going to essentially be the same team. I just really don't see them really going that far into the playoffs. You know, the Niners' energy, they're drained, they're shot, just like someone else was saying. You know, it's the 49ers. They do the same thing every year. They get everyone's hopes up and they let them down. That's it. That's all I had to say.
Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. Yeah, I mean, forgive me for saying the future's bright. Sorry about that. I should lie and say they're done. No, they're done, Gil. Drake Greenlaw. They cannot overcome. They cannot overcome Drake Greenlaw's absence, apparently. And by saying that,
you said it was no big deal, and that was disrespectful.
Disrespectful. He's one guy on a 22-man team. Gotcha. Guys get hurt in football left and right. Gotcha. It's really unfortunate. By the way, we don't know if he's going to be out next year. It is unfortunate.
You're still screaming,
The big picture, Goo, it's bright. Tell me why it ain't.
You still screaming at me?
Tell me why it ain't. You can't. Yeah. You just wanted something to pick at. Oliver in San Francisco.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Just a quick rundown as far as what happened to the game. First off, Goo, relax. It's all good. We know where you're coming from, but seriously, it's all good. Now, Steiny, in regards to your opinion, I completely agree. They are going to be a top 5 team, in my opinion. The only concern I have will be Greenlaw. If it's the same injury like Bowman did, he didn't come back strong. But, and here's the good thing, I have enough faith with the FOs. They found gems. So I'm not too worried about that. And, bottom line, in regards to the game, I'm a Niner fan through and through, and I was pissed. But bottom line, we just lost to a better team. That's it.
Appreciate the call, Oliver. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners. How's their future look? Randy in Antioch, what's up, man? 49ers in a shambles. What's up, Randy?
I think the problem with, hey guys, I think the problem, and I agree with Guru, is that not having Greenlaw next year is, we might get far without him, but winning in the Super Bowl really showed not having Greenlaw when Kelce started going off. That's the big problem, is when we get back to a position against Kansas City or an elite team like that, you need elite players, and we're going to be missing that. It's a big possibility. So I also want to say, it's been 3 days. I think it's okay to still mourn, still be heartbroken, but, we can be positive later. Right now it's time to analyze and let us mourn for a bit. That's all I got to say.
Thanks.
T in Richmond. What's up, T? How you doing, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, man, I'm good, man. That loss stung. I've been a long-time Niner fan my whole life, born in '89. I witnessed us lose 3 Super Bowls, man. This one probably hurt the most. I feel like there's brighter days ahead. Goo, I hear you getting your Stephen A. on. It's disrespectful. But, man, at the end of it, man, I'm upset that we lost, but I feel like we still got a good team, man. We can make it happen. We just gotta tweak a few things, man. Like, I don't know where to start. I'd say maybe the offensive line, get a little bit more help. But let's go Niners, man. We fought to the end. That's all I can ask for. We didn't get blown out. A loss is a loss, but hey, we right there, man. We gonna end up knocking down that door one day. I can feel it.
There it is.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? A couple things happened since we left yesterday. A couple more players talking about dissension, if you want to call it that. Bosa said they could have been more prepared when it came to the read option. The overtime decision to take the ball after you win the coin toss. That, to me, the more I think about it, is looking like a worse and worse decision. That particular decision. The other thing was the offensive linemen, Feliciano and Burford, those guys getting into it. Does that matter? 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's 2 days after the Super Bowl. What's sinking in? What's not sinking in? Let us know on 95.7 The Game.
Safeway is your Valentine's Day hookup with great deals. Find it.
I want to say good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Talk about the 49ers Super Bowl loss, 25-22 in overtime. How you feeling moving forward? Let's go to Gabe in Foster City. What's up, Gabe? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you?
Hey.
I just want to say you guys got to get rid of Coach Shanahan. He's 0-3 in the big games, having double-digit leads. And I feel like this past Super Bowl, his team wasn't prepared, not buttoned up. And he really chokes during the big moments when an opposite team comes back and rallies up. And he doesn't make any second halftime adjustments. Andy Reid stick with the game plan the first half of the game, and then he switched it, knew it wasn't working, and he made adjustments, and look what happened. So if you guys, really like, being in NFC championships, or do you guys want to win a Super Bowl, you got to get rid of Shanahan.
Appreciate the call. Are you a 49er fan?
I am not.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Because that ain't going to happen. Or that's not going to happen.
Not now. Steel Toe in San Mateo. What's up, Steel Toe? How you doing, man?
Thank you, Steiny. What's up, Gooster?
Hey.
I'm a 49er fan, and at the same time, I am a Kyle Shanahan hater. But I actually still see the 49ers could win the Super Bowl next year if Kyle Shanahan put more emphasis on his strength. If he could somehow get a trade or draft 2 more Pro Bowl offensive linemen next to Trent Williams, I think that's a guarantee they could win the Super Bowl. What do you guys think? Thank you.
I mean, that would be the area where it feels like they have to improve.
Yeah. And yesterday I told you Willard and Dibbs, and Willard got me to thinking, I was talking about philosophy and maybe throwing the ball more downfield. But, Stoney, at the end of the day, maybe you don't even need 2 Pro Bowlers, just 2 offensive linemen to give you a better chance and give Purdy more time. And had they not blown that assignment, I don't know who was at fault on the 3rd and 5 from the 9. We're talking about a parade tomorrow. But my point being is, okay, you know what? As far as changing what you do and who you are, the philosophy, I'll back off that. But in order to do anything and be more successful, Purdy needs more time. And I'm not saying, he was perfect, but he damn sure didn't have a bad game. But they do need more. Purdy needed more time in that game to complete the one to Jennings or the one that Ayuk was in the end zone. That ain't on Kyle to me.
My question for 49er fans is, do you look at that game yesterday, or I should say Sunday, obviously,
feels
as
like yesterday.
they got beat, and it was a heartbreaker, and they could have won, maybe they should have won. But then all the things that happened after the game, we find out that maybe some players didn't know the overtime rule. We find out that on Twitter there's some back and forth over who missed the block on Chris Jones. We also found out Bosa said we could have been more prepared for the run pass option or the RPO, those plays with Mahomes where he kept it. We got Brandon Ayuk, who doesn't seem like he's altogether happy with his role. Is this just what happens after a loss, or do you think these are signs of discontent down the road?
I'll tell you what, you covered the team, the Warriors, forever. So you've been around pro athletes every day. And, Stoney, I know that was kind of social media, but I will say this. I know it's a new era with this social media. We saw Debo take down all his Niner paraphernalia, and we took that as him being mad or disgruntled with the team. So I did read Brandon Ayuk's brother's comments about how he wasn't involved enough. I don't know if that's how Brandon feels, but I'll say this. Is that par for the course in this new era? I'll ask you because I don't know, but I'll say this about Bosa's comments. I take that as a direct, diss it. Like when you say we weren't prepared, whose job is it to get you prepared? To me, that's Steve Wilks. And maybe Bosa maybe I'm wrong for thinking he's pointing out Steve or calling out Steve Wilks in that sense, because that makes it sound like, you know what, we practiced for the Chiefs, but we didn't cover everything. And the offensive linemen going at each other on social, Steiny, I don't know how to take that. I just know I was raised in my family. You don't tell other people what's going on behind these doors. And I don't know if that applies here, but you just had your heart ripped out, and maybe this is nothing and you move on. But I'll add, just from what I think I know of you, this can't be good.
Sandy in Vallejo. What's up, Sandy? How you doing? You're not high on Kyle Shanahan right now. How are you?
I'm fine. I just think things start at the top.
Okay.
He's been 0-3, like they said, and people keep forgetting what he did in Atlanta. But you can't have the outside world knowing what you're doing. And these players, everybody is saying something now. They didn't know about the overtime rules. I'm thinking you need to know about the overtime rule. It was a big deal when the Bills and the Chiefs played. That's why the rule can't change. So how you guys are not going to know? That's your job to know, and your coaches to let you know. And they should have given the coin off to the Chiefs first, then they would know, okay, we need a Super Bowl, we need a touchdown, or we need a field goal. But you go in there, you kick a field goal, that didn't make sense to me.
Which one in particular, Sandy?
Which one?
The field goal that didn't make sense. Which one in particular?
So in the overtime.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you wanted him to go for it on 4th and 4?
You want to know what the other team is doing first.
Well,
She's
that's
saying
why
take the ball. That was the decision.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
I hear you,
there.
Sandy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, now everybody is throwing each other under the bus. That's not what a team does. But I don't think, people keep saying they're going to come back. My son-in-law is a big 49er fan. They're not coming back.
Why not?
If they bring Shanahan
why
back,
not?
They sure ain't coming back.
All right. So they're not going to make the playoffs next year?
You know what? The Lions almost beat them.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions are coming. The coach that the Lion has, he be up in his player's face.
Would you rather you'd rather have Dan Campbell than Shanahan?
Dan Campbell.
It's going to be a long season in the Bay, and I heard something about the Warriors trying to bring LeBron. It's too much going on.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Sandy. 888-957-9570. You want to jump in 2 days removed from the Super Bowl. How are you feeling? Just to let fans know exactly what Shanahan said post-game about the overtime rules. He said that before the playoffs started, he gathered his staff and made sure that they knew that the overtime rules had changed and that both teams would get a shot at the ball unless a defensive team scored the touchdown, but that both teams would essentially get the ball in overtime. So when the game went into overtime, according to Shanahan, that's when he told the coaches again, don't forget to tell everybody that the overtime rules have changed for the playoffs. Andy Reid talked about that they had discussed that all season long, that once the playoffs started, it was going to be different. But do you accept Shanahan's explanation that before the playoffs started, he went over it with the assistant coaches, made sure they knew. Then heading into overtime, he told the assistant coaches, make sure to let them know that the overtime rules have changed. Is that enough for you?
Me personally, I just don't like playing for something that is not guaranteed, and that's that third possession. But to me, watching that game in real time and having my defense just come off the field on a drive where, they had to use everything, Elmer's glue, Gorilla Glue, to keep the Chiefs from scoring and ending the game, I kind of understand taking the ball. And we talked about, some people did, saying the Niners roster collectively was better than the Chiefs. I just hate, Steiny, going into competition, bowing down to somebody like a Patrick Mahomes and assuming I'm so worried about what he's going to do with the ball and almost have no faith in my defense, which has been a strong point of our team, and not focus on or exude confidence in us going down to score. So that was odd hearing him talk about kind of the deciding factor was the third possession when Kyle, man, that ain't a guarantee. You know, maximize or let us know how confident you were going down when you did get the ball to get 7, and they settled for 3.
888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Shanahan. Do you feel as confident in Kyle Shanahan today as you did on Saturday before the Super Bowl? Do you have less confidence in Kyle Shanahan? What about the team in general? Do you feel like there might be a touch of splintering in terms of what's been said in the aftermath of the Super Bowl? 888-957-9570 is the number. How confident are you moving forward with this team? Let's go to Ruben. Ruben's in Fremont. Hey, Ruben, what's going on?
Yeah, I just want to say that when Eddie DeBartolo was running the 49ers, they won every Super Bowl easily. They had 2 weeks to prepare. They didn't look like anything like the Niners under Shanahan. Now the Yorks are taking over. They're running the show, and everything looks unorganized, especially when you got 2 weeks to get prepared for the Super Bowl, to study your opponent, to come up with plays that will fool them, that they're not expecting. And Shanahan doesn't even know anything. I mean, he looks so confused. He looks so desperate. And the players, they're losing faith in this guy. You know, even if they make the playoffs next year and they end up in the Super Bowl, I know they're going to lose because Shanahan always comes up. Now, what they need is to get Ronnie.
Go ahead.
Get Ronnie Lott as an assistant coach or offensive coordinator, or get some ex-49ers that won all those Super Bowls. If they could come up on the staff and help out the Niners and help Shanahan. He needs other coaches observing the game from the upper booth, looking down, knowing what's going on. And if they don't do this, then they should get rid of Shanahan, get Belichick, or even get Ronnie Lott to be the head coach. What do you think of that?
Well, I think the idea of Ronnie Lott as a head coach is a joke. I mean, there's no way Ronnie Lott's going to be a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. Travis Kelce, here's what he thought when the 49ers took the ball in overtime.
You win the coin toss. That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us.
Yeah, well,
I'm not trying to harp on the guy, but it was a huge, like when they said we want to receive, and the ref looked at Fred and he said, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
You sure you want to receive? And he said, yeah, I want to receive. I want the ball.
I was
just like, I jumped out of my seat and said, hey, here we go. Let's go, boys. Perfect. They want to receive. We get second possession. We know exactly what they want. Defense, hold them. Just hold them to 3. I don't just hold them to 3. We're going to go down here and win this thing, baby.
Freaking crazy. Really was.
That was the New Heights podcast. Wow. So they certainly think you made a mistake there, Shanahan.
Let me run this by you, because now this is growing, Steiny, into something maybe I missed. So if Shanny elects to kick the ball, when they settled for their field goal, not knowing what Kansas City was going to do, they kicked the field goal to be safe. You want to get points. So is everybody perplexed because now has Shanny got the ball second? And let's just say Kansas City scored. You're getting 4 downs to try to get that 7.
What do you mean?
That 4th down is an extra. So like the Niners were playing safe. They kicked it on 4th. If you know Kansas City scored and you're going second, you got an extra down. Wow.
Like there were going to be decisions that were going to be made for you. Like if the 49ers, for whatever reason, were down 7, well, they have to go for it on 4th and 4. So
interesting.
The more I think about it, the more I think, to me, the third possession is a red herring almost. It's there, it's out there, and yeah, you're right. If you score 3 and they score 3, or you score 7 and they score 7, or you score 0 and they score 0, yeah, that's right. They'll get the next possession. That's kind of football. Every other score. But the more I think about it, the more I think, yeah, that was a mistake.
Ah,
you got to defer there. Let's go to Bay Delta Boater. What's up, Bay Delta Boater? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys today?
Hey.
Doing well.
Well, I want to get out of the paralysis analysis and look at the silver lining. We found our franchise quarterback. Really, he found us. But, Brock Purdy is going to be a quarterback that will lead us into the future. And we got to be really happy for that. I've been around since O.J. Simpson was brought in before we won our first Super Bowl. I saw Brody play. I saw DeBerg, Bono, and Montana play. And finally Montana took over. Things changed. I think the thing is we haven't had a good offensive line for a long time. It's like Warriors needed a big man back in the day. They didn't have a big man for a long time, right? So we need to get the offensive line set. Then Brock will have more time. And with his quick wit, we will smoke people on offense, and Brandon Ayuk won't have a problem. I understand why he's upset. But you know what? Those guys were sticking to those guys like glue. I watched the game back, and there wasn't a lot of opportunity there because guys were coming, and they're coming for Brock.
Bay Delta, let me ask you a question. So you think the 49ers essentially unequivocally have found their franchise quarterback, Brock Purdy, and he'll be good enough next year. You sign him to a long-term contract, and by God, he's going to be the starter for the next 5 years. We lost him. I was just going to... well, I'll ask 49er fans that. How convinced are we that Purdy is the long-term quarterback of this team? I'm surprised by how many people are saying Kyle Shanahan's never going to be able to win it. I think they did a poll yesterday. 30% said, you know what, we could lose Shanahan tomorrow, or we need a new coach. That to me sounded extremely high in terms of, 3 out of 10 people really think that. I don't. So my question now is, do we, how united are we that Purdy's the man?
Man.
888-957-9570. I think Purdy's going to have, obviously, the first crack at it. I mean, he's got the crack at being the franchise quarterback. I don't think it's a lock at this point.
That's where I'm at.
Let's go to Mr. D. Mr. D's in San Francisco. What's up, Mr. D? How you doing?
What's going on, Steiny and Guru?
Hey.
Steiny, you got a lot of questions out there, but one of the questions you have was, are we as confident in Shanahan today as we were Saturday?
Exactly. Yep.
That would be a no, dog.
Really?
Yeah. Because I'm not just a fair weather 49er fan. I remember the Bill Walsh days. And I remember if Bill Walsh had 2 weeks to study you, it would be surgical. And I don't have that confidence in Shanahan. Never did. And it's like he gets caught up in the game. And then he looks like a deer in the headlights when things get out of control. You can't coach like that. He needs an offensive coordinator because he gets lost in the game.
Man, can you see?
I don't have that.
Well, you know what, Mr. D, is I don't feel like they're going to fire him, but I also don't feel like they're going to bring. No. He's not going to let anybody. I can't see him giving up his offensive coordinator duties.
And that's going to be a problem.
That's fair. That's fair. Thanks, Mr. D. Appreciate it.
They get a first down, Steiny. We're talking about a parade tomorrow. I'm not saying Kyle was perfect, but I get people are mad. But damn, he was not the one to blow the assignment on the play. To me, the most important play of the game. They were all important. But damn, to just blow him out or have him give up some of his power or duties, that's pain.
From the 925 on the Comcast Business Text line, I don't like Shanahan, but his decision to take the ball was not wrong. KC's offense was cooking, and the 49er defense was tired. They barely got out of the fourth with the tie. They played a good game. It was close, and they lost to a guy who will be known as one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. End of story. That's from the 925. I mean, my only retort to that was, well, if the defense was gassed, and that's why you wanted to take the ball, how'd they do when they got that rest for 7 minutes? Like they couldn't stop them when they were completely tired. Also, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jody in SF has a silver lining on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Jody? How are you, man?
Hey, Sonny. I'm good. Just driving on 101, getting back into the city right now. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to share a positive outlook on the 49ers. There's obviously going to be a lot of negativity going around, but I don't lay the blame on Shanahan as much as everybody else seems to be. I mean, those two sets of downs, starting with the interception where he passed 3 straight times, that was inexplicable. But I think he called a pretty good game, including the overtime. I see the logic. Purdy did his job. He was running for his life half the time. I think in the off season, he needs to focus on, getting him to read the protection and figure out some blitz leaders that they can.
You're breaking up a little bit. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
You know what I find, and I'm talking to myself because I overestimated this team in a lot of areas. But if I had $1 and I'm putting you in this, Donnie, every time we talked about how physical the Niner team was as a whole, I guess my question is, it took to get to the Super Bowl for me to find out, okay, maybe the O-line is not all that. So normally when you're physical, it starts up front. But to sit here and say Kyle is not this and not that, and I'm not his biggest fan, Stoney, but I don't have too much blame for him in this game, the way that he coached outside of that stretch that you pointed out where the 8 or 9 plays were passes. But then you guys talked to me about, it was down in distance or whatnot. But, I mean, for it to rear its head on the Super Bowl stage, how many coaches would take that? Okay, we need some enhancements to the O-line, but I'm getting to multiple Super Bowls and I'm getting to multiple NFC championship games.
From the 707 on the Comcast Business text line, Purdy is the future quarterback. He's full of upside. He's only going to get better with more practice. That's from the 707. And all I'm saying is I'll believe it. I'll believe Purdy's the franchise quarterback when they sign him to an extension.
Well, that's what I told you at lunch.
What do you mean?
I said, this is a big year for Purdy. I do believe he's going to answer the bell, but I said, Steiny, if he regresses, and at the end of the day now, this Patrick Mahomes, who we know is not going anywhere, if you feel like he's that, they got to put a ring on that finger. Are you going to hand him over $40 million? But I can't. I bring that up just to say this next season is going to go a long, long way in the Niners finding out what they want to do.
Right, and that's why.
Some people took that as shade.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up at 11:30, we're going to switch gears a little with Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM radio host. He's definitely one of our favorites. He also contributes to NBA TV. And it's a question we've probably asked, maybe 3 times in the last 10 years to Warrior fans. You want LeBron James?
Oh, my God.
You want LeBron James? Let me tell you who definitely wants LeBron James, and that's Joe Lacob. He proved that earlier. We'll tell you why when we get to Geltsy. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about the 49ers looking forward next year and beyond? Are you convinced Purdy is the franchise quarterback? Are you convinced that Shanahan can get this done? 888-957-9570. And that segment was brought to you by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10.
95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in a half hour, we got Brian Geltzeiler, host on SiriusXM NBA Radio. He also contributes at NBA TV. And we got some monster news from the Golden State Warriors that we'll talk about in a half hour. And that is that Joe Lacob, before the trade deadline, called Jeannie Buss, the owner of the LA Lakers, to find out if they would be interested in trading LeBron James to the Warriors. Joe Lacob made the call, according to Brian Windhorst of ESPN. So we'll talk about that in a half hour with Brian Geltzeiler. We're talking 49ers right now and kind of figuring out how you're feeling about the future, how you're feeling about Kyle Shanahan, how confident are you in Purdy? You're worried about Ayuk and some of the cryptic comments that his girlfriend had on Twitter. You're worried about Bosa saying we could have been more prepared. 888-957-9570. Goo, where do you come down on all that stuff?
I'll tell you what, the girlfriend, the brother of Brandon Ayuk, that doesn't sit well with me, but again, we've seen it. We've seen how emotional Brandon Ayuk was at his locker yesterday. Stein, he says he wants to win a Super Bowl. And I know, and I love Brandon because he's not saying this aloud. But Stein, there's no way he's not at home, maybe hoping he was featured more, got more targets. I don't know why that didn't happen, but I know the Niners didn't go into the game and say we didn't want to give him the ball. So we'll see what happens there. But the biggest one to me is I think this team is going to be looking for a defensive coordinator. I'm not mad at Bosa. He's speaking his truth. But when you say that we weren't prepared for everything, I think that goes to the teacher, the coach. So we'll see how that resonates. And the last thing is, I didn't lose the Super Bowl. I don't know what it's like, Steiny. But if the offensive linemen want to go at it, that's one thing. But to go at it in a public forum, I kind of feel like you guys that's family business. And you got to have sense enough to know that just makes the SF or the logo or the team look bad.
Couple things that Shanahan addressed over the course of yesterday is Wilks' future. Here's a couple of, take a listen to what he said. Asked if he and Lynch have thought about Wilks' future.
No, that's stuff that, we'll talk about a ton as this week goes. We'll talk about a ton in the offseason. Where we want our team to be, our defense, our offense, special teams, and that's a lot of conversations, a lot of film, a lot of personnel or salary cap things we got to discuss, drafts. So, no, we're just haven't even watched the game yet, to tell you the truth.
All right, that's what one of his comments on Steve. Go ahead.
But, Steiny, if it was a marriage, wouldn't it, why do you got to go watch the film? Or did I take that out of context? So it's up to you to watch the film for him to stay? Why wouldn't there be, Steve's coming back, he did a great job?
I just think that's his way of saying we'll deal with all that stuff when I'm ready to deal with it.
Right.
Although here's what he also said about, let me see, there's one other one here. Shanny on if he cares about perception, full season. Purdy on decision analytics. Asked if Wilks will be back. Shanahan asked if Wilks will be back.
Is Steve Wilks coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
All right, now hey, Stoney, at least he might not come back, but at least he gave him that.
So he expects all the coaches back. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, let's get into it with Javier. He's got. He wants to talk about the 22 personnel. What's up, Javi?
How you doing today, Mr. Thomas? Mr. Darrell, the Guru Johnson.
Hey.
Not 22 personnel, 20 personnel.
Oh, I'm
21
sorry.
personnel to be exact.
All right.
I hear all this Shanahan criticism. I'm not so much mad about, the result, because what I've learned, and this is going to sound cryptic, but I've came to the realization that, the 21 personnel, we don't need to have a 5-man route in regards to 5-man running routes in the concept post-snap. We need to have 6 or 7-man protection.
Javi.
Obviously, we're not winning interior with our blocking.
Javi.
Yes.
I got to ask you to go a little Dan Dibley right here. So when you're throwing 20 and 22 personnel, you got to say what it means.
Personnel means 2 backs, 1 tight end. Two backs, full back, tailback, 1 for the 1 tight end, which would be Kittle. 2 backs. Juszczyk should have been getting a higher snap count. For my calculations, only had 31 snaps. I think he should have played 50-plus, because you see the interior. Chris Jones and them are wreaking havoc, and the Niners do not invest in guards. They get them at a bargain price, and this is the thing that I've held my head down low since Sunday. The Niners are going to be competitive and very, very good with Shanahan, but I just feel like Patrick Mahomes has made a deal with the devil. Soul to soul. I don't know what it is. They're never going to beat him. I'm just being real. They're never going to beat.
But Javi, you had a chance.
Unless they get it. They're just.
You had a chance.
And they didn't do it again.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it again. I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be great with Shanahan. They're never going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, what do you do then, Javi? What do you do then? If I told you that, if I said to you right now, they're going to be good. They might never win it, but they're going to be good. Would you just fire? Would you get rid of them right now?
I mean, they're making money. They're competitive. They're relevant. They're always talked about for better, for worse, or indifferent. Why would the business of the operation be upset? But they're not going to win. They're not going to beat Patrick Mahomes until you can tell me. I know at the end of the day, the defense. I know they had to get the 3rd and 4, but the protection was bad. Purdy has to throw the ball vacant, or rather erratically, to the boundary to Jennings. When you had Ayuk and you had McCaffrey wide open backside of the concept, but then again, the linemen they don't invest in. They don't believe in investing in guard play. And guards having 2 solid guards, not at least 1, which Chris Jones exploited at the 3-tech position, even the tackle. But they had 2 chances, not 1. They stopped Mahomes 1 of the 2 times, 50%. They win the game.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. They're not going to win with, as long as Patrick Mahomes is breathing and playing NFL football, they're not beating Patrick Mahomes. They're just not happening. And tell me where I'm wrong.
I would say, all right.
Yeah, you can't close twice, Javi.
Thanks, Javi. Appreciate the call.
Feel how you feel.
I mean, I look at that game yesterday and say, all we got to do is play a little better, and we'll win the game.
And here I go, Steiny. Monday morning quarterback on a Wednesday. How big was that missed extra point? I tried to tell you Steiny was just, but man, I'm just saying that to Javi's point, I mean, the Chiefs got to do something and know a field goal's not good enough. So let me get this straight, and I'm trying to grow here. I'm talking to myself, Donnie, but I need your help. So the O-line, all of a sudden, and I get it, is the reason you didn't win, or they were the biggest culprit on why you didn't win, but they're good enough to get you to the bowl 2 times in 5 years. So that ain't on Kyle, right? Now, when you talk about why are you not drafting or using the resources and getting better linemen, but to get to the game with umpteen minutes left twice, some could say, hey, Goo, that's good enough. Like you getting to the game with a lead.
I mean, they got a great offensive lineman in Trent Williams. How's the offensive line outside of Trent Williams? And then how was the offensive line knowing that Trent Williams didn't have a great game on Sunday? I mean, I got to believe that Trent Williams, when he plays great, chances are the line plays pretty well. But if Trent Williams plays poorly, I don't know that you can make up for that.
Which we don't see a lot, but that he played poorly Sunday.
Raphael is in Newark. Hey, Raphael, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning, fellas. How you doing? So, honestly, I think the 49ers lost the game
for McCaffrey fumble at the beginning of the game. If you guys would have done something with that, got at least 3 to 7, you guys probably would have won the whole thing.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Secondly, you 49er fans, as long as you guys are not bandwagoners, should stand by your coach. Same way as us Raider Nations are going to stand by our coach.
Till he stinks.
You just got a new coach. Where's Spadoni at? You back there?
Are they catching strays?
No,
Nice.
you know I'm playing with you, buddy. I get it. If you want off of Steiny, if you want off of Kyle, are you guaranteed to get to the plateau that he's got you to? And in 5 years, he's got you to 2 Super Bowls. I told you situational play calling is an area. It's in his file for me. It didn't rear its head. Now I'm starting to think about, what he thought in overtime. But again, I just remember that defense gassed, or what I deem gas, man. So I don't have all the answers, Sway, but I just know this. As excited as you are about Brock Purdy fan, and I'm talking to Niner fan, Brock Purdy fans, and Brock Purdy, my only thing that we put up on socials on Monday, Steiny, was it still got you to the Jimmy Garoppolo plateau. And that doesn't juncture. And that doesn't mean I'm comparing Purdy and Jimmy. The bottom line is, okay, we got a new quarterback, Steiny. He took you to the NFC Championship game, you lost. You come back, he took you to the Super Bowl, you lost. Guess what? That reminds me of the Garoppolo ride.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who did we just have call? It said McCaffrey, the McCaffrey fumble was a killer. And see, that's the way. Like, that's kind of the way that I look at. At the game on Sunday, and that's why nothing stuck out. A million things stuck out, but what didn't stick out is one person to blame. I mean, you had a McCaffrey fumble, you had Moody kicking too low on an extra point, you made a big mistake on a punt that cost you a possession and a score. You had too many penalties on offense, which put you behind the sticks. You had Kyle Shanahan maybe not making a couple, let's just say he had a couple decisions that were questioning. You had George Kittle, who wasn't good enough or didn't get the ball. Like, there were so many things. Trent Williams plays his worst. So that's almost 10 things that I just ran down, any one of which might have been the difference in the game. And so because of that, I can't blame one person or give one person more blame or credit than another. Kyle Shanahan, he blew it. Christian McCaffrey, blew it. Moody, let's just say they didn't get it done. Those guys just didn't get it done. Not blow it. They didn't get it done.
Now, because this is how I'm feeling, man. I know you and I disagree on Kittle, and you're not calling him a bum. But I'm wondering, Steiny, moving forward, if Kyle is as brilliant as I think, and I've said he is, as far as dialing up a play, George Kittle was an all-pro, and he didn't go in as an offensive lineman. I'm not saying he's Kelsey, but Steiny, I am starting to wonder, just after looking at this box score and why what I think of the Dallas game where Kittle was incredible. There were the longest play of the season in Jacksonville where Purdy hit him. My point is, why on the biggest stage is it okay for us? Because it feels this way. Tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, you played the good defense, so that's why Ayuk only had 3 targets, and that's why Kittle was invisible. Those are the stages where that's when you go to the lab and dial it up and say, hey, good defense or great defense, you could take some stuff away, but you ain't going to take away everything. So, again, I do have questions as where was Kittle and why was Ayuk impact so minimal? And if you're going to tell me, Steiny, it was because Spagnuolo took it away, then he had a better day than Kyle.
I mean, to me, it doesn't matter. Either Kittle wasn't getting open or he was getting open. Purdy didn't throw it to him. And if it's one, it's one. If it's the other, it's the other. But Kittle had 2 catches for 4 yards. I don't know who to blame on that. Deebo Samuel didn't do much. I don't know who to blame on that.
He had a lot on his plate.
Sean's in San Francisco. Hey, Sean, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I just want to get into the fact of where we stand as a team and moving forward, how confident I am in Kyle. I'm very confident in Kyle keeping us with continued success. I think we're set up for long-term success with Brock Purdy and a lot of the weapons that we have at the core positions. As far as the Super Bowl goes, that team was so talented that it took a ton of mistakes for them to lose the game. Now, I don't blame Kyle, but I do think that players didn't step up and make gold jacket plays in the game. I feel like we're going to be in the conversation for Super Bowls for the next 5 years. No. Did we win? No. But I'm very confident in Kyle. I'm very confident in Brock Purdy. And I think we got a good chance to be in the Final Four or in the championship race for years to come. These people are emotionally scarred like all 49ers fans are after the loss. Everybody's hurting, so they're blaming everybody else. But it has nothing to do with where we'll be at championship level-wise moving forward.
I'll tell you this to that point, and I appreciate it. And I don't know, I flew off the handle earlier, but in sports, we know tomorrow is not promised. And Stoney, if you look at this Niner run and how close they've gotten, this is not the first crack at it. It's been since 2019. And I do understand why Vegas has them favored. But at some point, things do change. And that's why I just look at this Greenlaw injury, not knowing how long he's going to be out, but it's going to affect him. Things can happen. And that's why it hurts more, to diehard fans, because we just assume they're going to get back, but they were lucky to get past Green Bay. Maybe that doesn't happen next year, Stoney. They were lucky to get past Detroit. So it's not just assumed that this is just going to keep happening every year like they're just entitled to get close. We see it happen in sports where, they're going to be around forever, and then it's just quiet on the set. So that's why I just take a step back. Like, I get it. I can't say Kyle's not ever going to win one, but for them to get close again, closer than close, and say they'll be right back is like, I understand it, but what if fluke stuff happens? And I think that already happened for next year in this game with Dre Greenlaw.
Let's go to Doug in Wichita. What's going on, Doug? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Red and gold till I'm dead and cold. That's just the way it is. That's just it, man. I'm telling my young boys who were getting upset. They were talking about, we're going to stop liking the Niners. I said, no, that's not how we roll, man. We got our team. It's our team, win or lose. We'll be back eventually. Don't worry about it. Hey, you got to move to the next game. Just like I coach them in their basketball when they play ball. Hey, you lost today. We'll get back to practice, and we'll get better next time. Man, it's our team. I ain't trying to blame Shanahan. Damn sure ain't blaming Purdy. Maybe our offensive line needs to be retooled. I'll buy that all year long. Purdy's been getting run around. But, hey, it's our team, man. That's our team. Those are our guys. We go to battle, we win, or we lose together. And all this crap I
yeah, we lost.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate the call.
Well, to keep the kids in check. No jumping off the ship.
It's not as this is from the 925 on the Comcast business text line. This was an interesting one to me. 925. It's not as simple as keeping Shanahan or firing Shanahan. He obviously is a smart guy, knows how to win. Jed York needs to take a page out of Joe Lacob's playbook and bring in one or more people to form a committee above Kyle Shanahan and around Lynch, around Lynch and Shanahan. That way the decisions for success would be made without ego and no checks in place. 49ers need somebody above Shanny. Well, I don't know if they're going to get anybody above Shanny.
Well,
because Shanny's above
So
John
do you
Lynch.
think that person, Stoney, would say, hey, you know what, Coach? I know you're calling plays. We got to get 11 the ball more.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Richie's in Queens.
Richie.
Hey, Richie.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
You know what? On East Coast radio, everybody was screaming that they should have deferred.
Right.
Because they knew, it got me crazy because I do call them also. They knew that, Casey was going to score. So God forbid that you get a turnover. I don't know of anybody who think they're going to score. They were so good in the first half to give up 3. I don't know what happened second half, whether you got to look at the fact that they made defensive changes, offensive changes. They outcoached the game. But, I'll coach the Niners, whatever it may be. But their thought process, if they score a touchdown, Frisco gets the ball back, they know they got to score a touchdown, and then they go for 2 to win the game.
Right.
Because they do not want to give the ball back. And I'm amazed. I ref semi-pro. I knew the rules. I was amazed, not just that the players didn't know, but once that overtime starts, the wheels got to turn. Shanahan's got to make a decision. Okay, guys, what are we doing? What's our point here? The confusion is mind-boggling. It's not just for coaches. I got guys that following the game for like 30 years that are really into it, and they're calling me up and says, yeah, if they would have scored the touchdown, the game would be over.
Right.
But really nobody just didn't know the rules. But when I called Saturday, and I thought, because I picked them to win, I'm a Giant fan, but I'm a realist. I felt that the Niners were the team to beat if they did everything right. And I mentioned Saturday when I called, defensively, they got to come up big. They got the lead at the end of the game. They were up 3. They had the lead. I know it was not a touchdown in overtime. Bottom line is make the stop. They just didn't do that. And they had 2 plays when they were 3rd and 4. They couldn't come up with that big play. If they do it with 2 minutes to go, they run the clock out. So you could look at everything, the bots, punt, and everything else, but it came down to the end where they were leading twice. Man, make the play. Come up with a turnover. Come up with something at that point. Just don't make it obvious to say, well, because it's him, he's going to walk down the field. He had 75 yards to go in those 2 last possessions to win it, to tie it, and win it. And the Niners didn't come up big, so.
Sounds like you yesterday, Stoney. You said get a stop.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Ron's in San Francisco. Hey, Ron, what's going on, man?
Ronnie.
Hey, Stein. Hey, Goo. How you guys doing? Just recap. I'm hurt and sad over the events, the freaky things that happened. Greenlaw walking onto the field or running on the field and tears his Achilles. The punt off a foot. Those things are unfortunate and it hurts. But despite all that, and here's the point. Despite all that, the last 3 times that Brock and the offense touched the ball, they left us with the lead, including that last time in overtime. And the defense, 3 times in a row, didn't come with a stop. And I'm including all that stuff, all the stuff that happened along the game. McCaffrey fumble, Greenlaw, the muff punt. Despite all that, we were in position to win, and the offense left us with a lead the last 3 times they touched the ball. And the D didn't come up once. If they came up once, we win that game. Once out of 3 times.
Hey, I'll tell you this. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was and I'm not trolling the Steiny here, but I hear what you're saying. It's the Super Bowl, no damn excuses, but they did lose arguably their second best defensive player. So, I mean, at least that should make you feel like we were hampered.
We were hampered, no doubt, because Kelsey started catching balls after Greenlaw left, right? No doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is, despite all that, we were in position, not position once, but 3 times. 3 times. It was unfortunate about the PAT after the touchdown, but, that's on the special teams part of it. But the offense scored a touchdown.
I want to hear this thing from NFL Films. This is the sound of the coin toss. I'm probably going to have to go to break right after, but I want to hear it.
Okay.
Go with the toss? Yeah. Which way you want to kick it? They call it. They call it, right? Yeah, they call the coin flip. It's their coin flip, right?
We want the ball, Fred. San Francisco, you are still the visitors. What is your call?
Tails again.
He called tails again. It is tails. You want the ball? Which way do you want to kick?
We're going to kick that way.
San Francisco will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
They want it. They want the ball. They wanted it. Hey, they wanted it. They wanted it, baby. We want them to have the ball. They want it, they can have it.
Hey, even if we score a touchdown, they still get the ball. I didn't know that.
He won the toss, we were going to kick off, too. Yo, we won it.
I thought it was, thank you, Spadoni. That was you. So, because they didn't know it, we can't assume Kyle knew it, Steiny, but his players didn't, a couple of them.
I mean, the bottom line is the 49ers won the toss, and the Chiefs were very surprised that the 49ers did what they ended up doing.
Man.
Did it, I think they should have absolutely deferred.
Yeah.
But the game
that's
went on
wow.
That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Let's get to some basketball on the other side. Did the Warriors really? Well, they did really. They did really inquire about LeBron James, and we're going to talk about it with Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio and contributor on NBA TV.
Kelly Blue Book is the
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk a little hoops. We've been heavy in football, obviously, since the Super Bowl, but let's head out to Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's also a contributor at NBA TV. And I will just say, Brian, I'm looking at a headline that says the Warriors made a bid for LeBron James at the trading deadline. It involved Joe Lacob making a personal call to Jeannie Buss. What do you think?
Well, I think there was due diligence involved. I think that's everything you need to know from the Warriors on the fact that they don't want to wrap up this dynasty and call it a day quite yet, that they think there's a window that they can still manage to pry open here to make a playoff run. And I, it didn't totally shock me, as crazy as it sounds, because I do believe that LeBron may be coming to that point in LeBron's cycle that we've seen in the past, where the wanderlust is starting to creep in. I think there's a lot of teams that feel that way. LeBron sending his hourglass emoji messages and wearing the Knicks towel over his shoulder and all that. But I think there's a larger point at play here, which is the fact that, listen, the Lakers didn't do anything at the trade deadline because they really didn't, besides trading Austin Reeves, they didn't have enough to go get any of the players LeBron wanted them to get. So what does that mean? It means LeBron's essentially squeezed their assets dry here. That's what's happened. They've gone and done everything they could. Besides Reeves, who LeBron likes to play with, besides one 2029 first-round pick, they got nothing to deal. So when it comes to looking at that, the thought that maybe LeBron doesn't want to be there anymore is not the worst thought in the world. The other thing is, at some point in the next year or two, he's going to want Bronny to play with him. When that comes around, he can certainly use that over a team's head. Now, again, much harder to use in a trade. If you're going to do something and go to a team in the offseason, it's much easier to use if you do it via free agency or even sign and trade, where you can say, hey, I'm not going to sign with you if you don't bring him on board. So I think from that standpoint, the Bronny thing doesn't play a role. But I'm not all that shocked that the Warriors did this. I actually think it was a smart thing to do because you find a way to keep that title window pried open a little bit further. Would a move like that have done it? I'm not sure what would have gone out. So I don't know that it would have done it, but it would have been real interesting to see Steph and LeBron and Draymond Green play on the same floor and see if they could make a horse race of it in the Western Conference. None of it floors me. I'll say that.
Wow. BG, last time we talked to you, I was fighting a good fight. I had the Warriors in the coffin. Dre was out. Steph was looking, tired or whatnot. Now all of a sudden they won 7 of 8, 5 in a row. Dre's back. Kuminga's helping them get easy buckets. The youngsters like Pajemski are chipping in. Has your view of what this team could do, because I said it's Operation Play In, that's where they're at now, 10th. Where are you at in regard to the metamorphosis I feel like we're watching with this team, or is that too soon?
No, I don't. Listen, here's what I'll say. I think that the move with Kuminga in the starting lineup, Draymond to 5, Pajemski finishing more games, it works. It has worked. It's worked really, really well. So I think, but I think it's a great regular season formula. I don't know that it's a great formula in the playoffs, only because if you look at the size that you're going to have to go up against come playoff time, I worry that the Warriors are going to have enough against some of the teams that they have to beat. Now, granted, listen, it's an issue against the Nuggets. It's probably not an issue. It's an issue against the Timberwolves. It's probably not an issue. It's an issue against the Lakers also. It's probably not an issue against the Thunder or the Clippers or the Suns. So there's certain, certainly not Dallas if they end up in a play-in there. But I think the Warriors' goal is to play their way out of the play-in. They're only 3 games in a loss column behind Phoenix and the Pelicans right now. And they're playing as good as anybody in the league right now. So I think they want out of the play-in. I think they want to get in the top 6. This team is definitely, from the regular season standpoint, good enough to do it. I'm just a little skeptical that they're going to have enough size to win multiple playoff series this year if they do get in. But I'll say this, Darryl, to your point, we were talking about this a month ago as it's over. Shovel dirt on this group. Right. Can't do it anymore. And they turned around and give Steve Kerr a ton of credit. They found a mix that works. At one point, Chris Paul's going to come back here. And listen, all of their best lineups, advanced stat-wise this season, have Chris Paul in them. Chris Paul will help a ton when he does come back. I give Kerr all the credit in the world. He's done a fantastic job here. Do I think it's going to take him to the promised land this year? Probably not. But a year that was looking like a lost year, the Draymond suspensions, all that, just got a heck of a lot more interesting.
Brian Gelteiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, also a contributor at NBA TV. I saw an interview with Steve Kerr just a day or two ago, and he says it was with The Ringer, and he said he expects to be back. That he didn't want to get into details, but he's told Joe Lacob that he wants to coach this team after this year, and Joe Lacob has said that he wants Steve Kerr back. You think? You think that's the way it's going to come down? Or do you think it's going to have to do with maybe what they think personnel-wise in the offseason?
Listen, if I think they want Steve Kerr back, I think they'd be crazy not to. I think Steve Kerr wants to be back. If I'm Steve Kerr, it's almost easy at this stage. I'm hitching my wagon to Steph Curry. As long as Curry's there, I'm here with him. And whatever happens from there happens. And I think that's the smart way for Kerr to go. Listen, pays well. Good job. He's got emotional attachments here. They've accomplished a lot together. He's got a lot of pull and cachet in the organization. He may, if he decides to stop coaching his team, he might take another coaching job ever again. Who knows? So I think for him here, this works. He's making it work. Bob Myers had a lot of pull in the organization, and rightfully so. He accomplished a heck of a lot as an executive. I think in the wake of Myers' exit, Mike Dunleavy's leaning on Steve Kerr a little bit more. And I think that is something that Steve Kerr likes. I think that plays to all of Kerr's sensibilities, so to speak. I think he likes it. I think it's good for him. And I think he has a little more input into some of these personnel matters, and he can kind of do what he wants with this team. He's earned it. So to me, if Lacob wants him back, keep coming back. Hit your wagon to Steph Curry. Listen, Steph Curry's, 35 years old? Doesn't look like he's slowing down one bit right now. And continues to play on a very, very high level as long as Draymond's on the court healthy with him. And I'm thinking as long as you have those two guys together, you keep pushing this thing forward if you're Steve Kerr. And if I'm Lacob, why do I go find another coach when this is the coach I have right now?
Wow. BG, you got me thinking. I know in sports you can never have enough good players, but the Warriors' rotation and everything they're doing just seems seamless. When Chris Paul does come back, whose minutes does he take? Because I'm looking at young pods, and he's finishing games, and he's coming up big. I mean, is that a good thing, or how does that work with you in regard to CP3 out there due to come back soon?
Well, listen, I think you have to be very careful not to, reduce Podziemski's minutes in a big way. Gary Payton's playing a bunch here. They've been looking at Canonis lately, has been playing some. So, I kind of look at it and feel like you can piece a couple of minutes from everybody. It may make things a little bit tougher for guys like Clay and Wiggins, who've been inconsistent this year. They've been playing pretty consistent minutes with Chris Paul out, especially recently, and Wiggins has had a resurgence in the starting lineup. Clay's still somewhat inconsistent in spite of his very good game in Utah the other night. But I think you have to be careful who you borrow those minutes from. But I think if you borrow a little bit from everybody, you're okay. Chris Paul's too good to not play him 20 to 25 minutes a game. He's just too good. You have to get him out there. Listen, look what's happened here. With the Kuminga Green look up front, Looney and Trace Jackson David's minutes have gotten squeezed. Even Sarge's not getting what he was. So you got to find minutes somewhere. So I think a little bit from Peyton, a little bit from Clay, a little bit from Wiggins. I wouldn't take any from Podziemski, but a little bit from each of those three. And maybe Paul not playing his full complement of minutes. I think that kind of gets you there.
Brian Gelteiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor to NBA TV. I got to, and if I'm putting you on the spot here, you can say you're putting me on the spot. LeBron's making 47, 48 this year, 51 plus next. What would a trade for LeBron with the Warriors? What do you think it would have looked like? Who we plucking off the Warriors and sending to LA that they might even want?
Well, so first of all, the contract to make it even would have been Clay.
Okay.
So let's understand that up front.
You think the Warriors do Clay and Kuminga?
I think it's possible. I think the Lakers would have wanted some draft consideration also. I think there may have to be a pick or two involved there, but I think that's what it would have been. I think it would have been Clay and Kuminga. Listen, if I'm the Lakers, I'm not trading LeBron if I don't bring in a young stud like Kuminga.
Yeah.
I'm just not. It's not worth it to me. It's not. It's for them to get any cents on the dollar. I need to have somebody's name that I can put on the marquee. I need to sell this to my fans. I need to be able to bring a guy in and say, hey, at least for the next couple of years, we're going to pair him with Anthony Davis while we continue to grow and we use these assets productively. Like that would have been my thing. Because let's face it, they would want to lead with Wiggins. There's no way the Lakers are doing that for Wiggins.
Right.
It's got to be Kuminga.
BG, I love easy. And when Brooklyn put that big three together, I was telling Steiny, oh, my God, watch out, get the parade ready. Heart broke right there. Now I'm looking at the Clippers over the last 40 games. Warriors take them on tonight, no Kawhi, but nobody's got a better record. Are you buying the Los Angeles Clippers?
I am. I'm buying them hard. I think that they are terrific. I think they're going to be terrific. And the thing I will say is that for them, it's about keeping your guys healthy on the floor. And I think, with what they've done here in the short term and how well that they've played and where they've put themselves, I think you will see Kawhi, especially when he's put himself in line to be an all-NBA guy because he's going to play more than 65 games. I think you're going to see him sit some games here. And I think that's okay. Because one of the reasons, and I think you have to, when you look at the Clippers, this is really important to realize, one of their goals going into this season was we need to be a better regular season team. Part of what's hurting us in the playoffs is us not worrying about where our seed is. And when you look historically through this league, teams that have gone to the finals, by and large, have done it from higher seeds. Yes, it's the better team sometimes, but it's also easier to play with home court in each of these series. Like, it's just the higher seeding is more important. Russell Westbrook and James Harden have been regular season monsters in this league. They play a ton of games. They win a ton of games. Now, they both had their fair share of playoff failures, but regular season, they've been awesome. Listen, they have Kawhi and Paul George. They got their playoff guys. Kawhi's, one of the three guys in the history of the sport to win finals MVPs for two different teams. Like, they have those guys. They need guys to keep the record up during the season. Because Kawhi's been healthy, because he's played great, they haven't really gone to those guys to be their main guys that carry the load in the regular season. Now that time kicks in, and you'll see a lot of Harden and Westbrook here in the absence of Kawhi. I think it'll be fine for the Clippers. I love what I see out of the Clippers. Again, as long as they're healthy, to me, they're the best team in the West. But listen, the Nuggets have to keep Jamal Murray and Michael Porter on the floor. The Suns have to keep their big three on the floor. The Lakers, if they're to have any chance, have to keep their big two on the floor and who've been hurt in recent years. We've seen this with the Warriors too. It's, health is not this deep bit of analysis. You know what I mean? But it is an essential element to a team advancing. And I think for the Clippers, if they're healthy, if they have Kawhi, Paul George, and James Harden, I think they're the odds-on favorite to go to the finals in the West.
Real quick, before I let you go, Geltsy, the Warriors are 10 and the Lakers are 9. Which of those two teams are the more likely to make a run?
I would probably tell you the Warriors right now. They feel more together than the Lakers. Right. I know the Lakers just brought in Dinwiddie here, but when LeBron is answering questions in the way he's answered questions and posting hourglass emojis, it doesn't exactly make guys around him feel all that good about his influence. And the game I want to go back to, guys, is the Thursday night TNT game when the Lakers went into Boston without LeBron and without Anthony Davis playing and beat the heck out of the Celtics. Now, granted, they shot the ball exceedingly well in that game, but there was a level of fire and a level of spirit under Darvin Ham that they don't have when Davis and James are playing. So I do worry about a listlessness among that group. When it comes to the Warriors, they are incredibly together. Draymond Green's return here has been amazing in that he's still been playing with that edge that he plays with, but he's been falling on the right side of it and not stepping out of line. He had a challenge with Nurkic the other night where he could have easily had a problem, and he didn't. He didn't take the bait, and I think that's so important for the Warriors. So I look at the Warriors here and kind of feel like this is a group that's first coming together and seeing who they can be. For the Lakers, they look in the mirror at who they are, and I'm not sure how much they like it.
Brian, as always, man, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, guys. Let's do it again soon. Take care.
All righty. Brian Geltzeiler, host on SiriusXM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV.
A lot of good stuff.
Here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN. He was a person who broke the story about the Warriors sniffing around LeBron. Take a listen to Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, I think there's two different ways to look at this. Obviously, if you're a fan, your initial reaction is going to be to dream about the concept of LeBron and Steph playing together. I don't think that was ever close to happening, but I think it does show that there was a lack of information. There was a lack of information from these teams because Woj and Ramona also reported that the 76ers called the Lakers about LeBron because just the way things have gone for the Lakers this season and the passive-aggressive moves that LeBron has made left people wondering, how does he actually feel about the Lakers? Where is his head at about them going now and going forward? And he gave an emphatic, I'm committed here. And, Rich Paul went on the record publicly last week saying he's not going to be traded. And that's why I think, Greeny, the Lakers were probably okay going.
You got cut off there? That's Brian Windhorst, ESPN. Something happened with my sound out here, but we'll move forward. So Brian Windhorst reporting that the Joe Lacob of the Golden State Warriors called the L.A. Lakers owner, Jeannie Buss, and saw what they might want for LeBron James.
Yeah, they didn't go big game hunting. They went big James hunting. I mean, damn. And, they didn't make a move at the deadline, Steiny, but who had them shopping at Nordstrom's? Going for that would have shook the basketball world, man. But again, no players were discussed. But the fact that Lacob was like, we can get LeBron and I can pair him with Steph, I'll take that over. Enough, I'm the Lakers, Steiny. You're not doing that without Kuminga, right? So, I mean, wow. What could it been?
888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru with you. And we're talking a little basketball. Ramona Shelburne and Woj reported, they broke the story that the Warriors' Joe Lacob contacted Jeannie Buss about LeBron James and whether he was available, and if so, how serious the Lakers were about LeBron James. Obviously, he's still a Laker, but the Warriors, Joe Lacob made a call, according to ESPN. Let's go to Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete is in San Ramon. What's up, Pistol? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you all.
Sure.
First off, I'm going to buy my own flowers because I've been saying all season the Warriors don't need to make any big moves. It was all going to come together.
Wow.
And about LeBron, it's almost like going after KD, but LeBron wouldn't even be as much fun to be around as KD was, and he wasn't all that much fun. So I think they just stand pat. Joe's probably not the only owner that might have called about LeBron. I think everything's going to just be fine. Thank you all very much.
Appreciate the call, Pistol. What do you think about, in another market with another owner, fan bases would be shuddering when the owner calls another owner about a player.
Oh, you mean not the GM?
Exactly.
I mean, this would have been Joey Light years, Donnie. I mean, it's his team, his prerogative, but I mean, the fact that we know for a fact he picked up the phone, Joe Lacob that is, and called, like, he was trying to change it all. He was putting all his chips out there. But I will say this, BG said it, Steiny, when you watch this version of the Warriors, and I've been yelling all season, it doesn't look like they're connected. What happened to that? But ever since Dre came back, in this version of them, they just seem connected, man. I don't know where they're going and how many games they're going to win, but they seem like everybody's on the same page. And again, they had to endure. We talked about it earlier. They lost a brother. Steve Kerr was just at his funeral, and you said something that hit me in the cardiac muscle last week. Maybe that just had guys put their issues to the side, focus on one common goal. And now they've won 5 in a row and take on a Kawhi Leonard-less Clippers tonight.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they're at home tonight against the L.A. Clippers. Warriors have won 7 of 8. Clippers are 27-7 since they started 8-10. 27-7 over their last 34. They're playing tonight without Kawhi Leonard. A lot going on with the Warriors. Interested to know what the fans are thinking. We've got a report out there that Joe Lacob called the Lakers, inquiring about LeBron James. The headline said the Warriors made an unsuccessful bid trying to acquire LeBron James. We got Draymond Green coming back from suspension, and that coordinated with the Golden State Warriors winning some games. We got Klay Thompson. We may get into a little Klay Thompson talking about how he's open to returning to the Warriors with a lesser role. What does Klay Thompson look like as a Warrior moving forward, and what would his theoretical role be? And for those of you out there who are saying, Draymond Green's kind of back to being Draymond Green, you're probably right, because he just did a podcast and he eviscerated a few people like he's wont to do. We'll listen to that on the other side. Anthony in San Jose. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man? Anthony, San Jose. What's going on, buddy? 888-957-9570 is the number. And Warriors play the L.A. Clippers tonight. They'll be missing Chris Paul, but he looks like he's getting closer, too. Warriors play tonight and then at Utah tomorrow, and then it's the All-Star break.
Yep. What about his minutes when he does come back? Stanley, you worried about Podziemski's minutes or just what BG said? No, it could be a combo of GP2, other guys.
I mean, obviously, if Chris Paul's healthy, he's going to play. I gotta see what he looks like. Yeah. I mean, you can't on the one hand say, boy, everything's clicking for the Warriors. They found something. Pods is finishing games, and Klay's taking a lesser role. And yeah, so now it's up to Chris Paul and the Warriors for him to come back and make them even better, as opposed to taking minutes away from guys and then maybe they lose something. Podziemski's playing 23 minutes a game. Can he play 16 minutes a game but be as effective or more so in those 16 minutes? That's how the Golden State Warriors, I think, are going to stay hot. 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, on the other side, I want to get into some of this Draymond Green sound with Yusuf Nurkic. 2 peas in a pod, those two, as far as I'm concerned. 888-957-9570. On the other side, don't forget, Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they're a game over 500. They've won 7 of 8. How are you feeling about the Golden State Warriors their last 2 or 3 weeks? Do you think this thing has staying power? Steiny and Guru, 95.7 The Game. One more time, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk to you on the other side.
Next question.
Cars for kids, the easy way.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Warriors, Clippers tonight, 7 o'clock at Chase Center. And we're talking about the Warriors have won 7 of 8, 26-25, 10th place in the Western Conference. How you feeling about the Golden State Warriors these days? Goo?
I'm excited. And like I said, Stoney, I didn't tell you, but I had him. I did tell you. I told the masses, but I was holding out hope. I had him in a coffin. They didn't make a move at the deadline, and I'm hoping. I was wondering about Wiggins. But why I'm excited now is they're not a one-trick pony. It's not all dependent on Steph. And whatever Draymond did to go get, his mental right, his mentals, he's brought it. And now I'm watching ball pressure by everybody. Even if it doesn't work, you can just tell their defense, there's resistance. And you got Pods and Quinones. And I'm not saying he's going to be a part of the rotation moving forward, but they just seem to have clicked. Jonathan Kuminga getting this team the easiest buckets that I remember the Warriors getting in a long, long time, and that just goes a long way. He's a problem in the paint, and now Curry looks as frisky and spry is all outdoor. So they've dug themselves a hole, Steiny. So I'm not here to tell you they're going to the finals, but I am excited to see where this thing ends up.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you changed your mind on the Warriors in the last 3 or 4 weeks, there was a lot of skepticism out there 3 or 4 weeks ago. There were some were saying, let's sit tight and see if we can get healthy and put something together. Others wanted to get rid of Wiggins, wanted to get rid of Clay. Where are you right now, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Nate in San Francisco. Hey, Nate. What's going on, man?
Yo, Steiny, I got to come down your road a little bit.
Sure.
Right before the break, you said Mr. Youssef and Mr. Green were 2 peas in a pod.
Yes.
And I got to say, one is known as a boss, the other is known as a 4-time champion.
Yeah.
And I do think
2 peas in a pod. I'll explain it. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, mostly what I wanted to get in.
You know what? Hey, I got it. Hey, Nate, you got to call back. You're actually breaking up, and I'll give you first crack at it.
Yeah.
Draymond and Yusuf Nurkic, they got into it the other night, and Draymond, I don't know, is this from the podcast or from a pod? Draymond Green.
Just to go questioning my character, I thought was whack. But like guys are making a habit out of that. Him and Kevin questioned my character before, as if you go question somebody's character about a basketball game as if this not real life, as if that don't affect people's pockets. Like, I think all of it was really cowardly, if you want my honest opinion. Yeah, I did what I did. I take my stuff on the chin. We spoke about that. I still stand on that. I meant every word I said about it. But if you want to know the truth about that, I think all of it was cowardly. I think, you start going to question somebody's character in front of the whole world, it's whack. So I think they all whack, both of them, if you want my honest opinion. That's that.
All right, Draymond Green.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
All right, breaking news. According to Kyle Shanahan, Steve Wilks is out as the defensive coordinator to the San Francisco 49ers. Steve Wilks out. Wow. He just announced on a press conference. So there you go.
Yeah, nobody's shocked.
First fallout.
Yeah, no doubt. And maybe this started when they wanted him to come down the boot, come out from upstairs. But I'm not shocked at all. And I don't blame the defense, but you are right when you keep saying Gouda had chances to make a play. But damn, one and done. Calipari with Steve Wilks.
We can jump right back into the Niners. Steve Wilks out. He is out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Did we say mutual, anything like that? That we can glean, was it mutual, or did Kyle Shanahan just say to the writers that he's not coming back? We'll find that out. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo?
My guy, it's been a while, huh?
Hey.
You're having a hell of a year. Hey, Steiny, I'm glad that you're doing well, man. It seems like you just got up on a horse. Nothing happened to you. No load management. Look at you. I I hope some of this money that is coming into the station is going to go to your pockets, guys. I hope some pay raise is coming because you're deserving. I'm following all these commercials, all these. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. And it should be a day Wednesday. I'm glad about the Warriors. I've been waiting for the right time to call about the Warriors. And it's I'm glad that I said this to you before Christmas, when you did that great interview with Stephen A. Steiny. I didn't forget. You cannot make a move. You cannot put your pulse on the Warriors until you have Draymond Green back. And this guy is the game changer for us. And I think he's connecting so many things in this team. Weak side help defense has been great. And I think a lot of that stuff is a tribute to him. So I'm positive. I think we can sneak into that 20 or into that 6th seed, maybe the 5th seed, and I don't think anyone wants to see us. I'm glad we're together, and some guys are getting healthy, and let's go, Dubs. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate it, Murillo. If you're just joining us, the San Francisco 49ers, Steve Wilks, no longer defensive coordinator. This is Kyle Shanahan from yesterday when asked about Steve Wilks.
Is Steve Wilks coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
All right, well, Steve Wilks is not back. That news coming in just minutes ago. The 49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. And go ahead, Evan.
Yes, this was from Kyle Shanahan just moments ago on his conference call. That's when he announced it, saying that, quote, it just wasn't the right fit for the organization. It also added, nothing about Steve as a man or a football coach. He's a great coach, but just where we're going and where we're at with our team from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking through it all throughout the year, the last few days, felt pretty strongly that this was the decision that was best for the organization. That's from Kyle Shanahan.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. I guess you could say maybe this is the first shoe to drop after the Super Bowl. And my question to 49er fans is, what do you think? I mean, what do you think? Steve Wilks is out after 1 year. I have a bigger question for 49er fans, and that is, and I'm not going to hold it against Kyle Shanahan that he's got a coaching tree already, but we've had Robert Saleh, we've had D'Amico Ryans, we've had Steve Wilks. We're going to have somebody new next year. Does that matter? Does that stall continuity? Is that something? Is it a good thing that the 49ers have had two defensive coordinators get plucked from them, forcing them to go in another direction? Steve Wilks out, defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Steve Wilks out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Does that make you feel better about the San Francisco 49er future? Goo?
Oh, man. To answer your first question about the is it a good thing, I mean, it's always about the guy and his future, who you hire, and if they can be in a better situation, nobody will hate. You hate to lose them, and the reason I say that is because they hit it out the park with Saleh and they hit it out the park with D'Amico Ryans. But anybody with good eyesight could see this Steve Wilks was not of that. He wasn't a rah-rah guy, Steiny. He wasn't a guy that that got in your face like they were accustomed to. And how many times did we say, where was Bosa? What's up with this run D? So with that said, I think the defense had Wilks' back from, it's almost kind of, I'm grading on a curve here. Their performance in the Super Bowl is nothing to be ashamed about, even after our guy got hurt, Greenlaw. But the 24-7 first half against the Detroit Lions, guys giving up on the plays for whatever reason, the Niners just, this defensive unit kind of not being as crunk and thug life as we were accustomed. We could kind of see this coming. But where I think the embryo or the seed started was the Monday night all-out blitz right before halftime, him coming out the booth, him kind of biting his tongue. I'm kind of built for this, but you could kind of see this thing coming, Stoney. And I said it a few weeks back to you, and I shared it. I think he could be replaced. And this was before the Super Bowl. And bam, here we are. 3 days after the Super Bowl, he's out.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks out. The only thing I would say is was Robert Saleh definitely better than Steve Wilks? Was DeMeco Ryans definitely better than Steve Wilks? I mean, none of them got it done, right? So,
damn.
They just didn't. There's not a Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator among the three of them. 888-957-9570. I asked you how much confidence you had in Kyle Shanahan. Do you have as much now as you did before the Super Bowl? I guess my question now is, what do you think about Steve Wilks and the San Francisco 49ers? They are going their separate ways. Big hat tip to Lorenzo Neal. He knew it. I'm convinced he knew it last week when he said, I don't think Wilks will be back.
He also alluded, Stoney, that he may not want to be back.
Maybe. So Kyle said he wasn't the right fit. Is that correct, Evan? Steve Wilks was not the right fit.
That's what he said, yes.
So Kyle Shanahan addressed reporters just moments ago. Steve Wilks will not be back, said he wasn't the right fit, and now the 49ers will go get another defensive
So you mentioned those 3 opportunities for the defense to close it out. With this transaction, Stoney, it tells me maybe Kyle and John Lynch felt the 4th and 1 crash. Wilks wasn't on the field where Bosa crashed and Mahomes kept it and ran. I mean, all in all, they felt like our defense should have stopped Kansas City, could have stopped Kansas City, and there's a parade tomorrow. So maybe they're putting it at his doorstep.
So Robert Saleh was the defensive coordinator in 19 when the 49ers lost the Super Bowl. Thumbs up. I mean, the bottom line is that late in both of those games, Super Bowls, the 49ers defense couldn't close.
Yeah.
They gave up 21 late in Super Bowl 2019, and they gave up, unfortunately, 4 consecutive late scores against the Chiefs in Super Bowl Sunday.
Anybody's name come to mind for you? Because Bill Belichick is out. He wouldn't take that job.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. 415 on the Comcast Business text line. I'm glad they fired the defensive coordinator, as we could have played a lot better, but they refused to blitz, which cost us the game. Here you go, Goo, 925. I think Belichick could help a lot. Being next to Shanahan on the sideline, running that defense. We always talk about improving every position.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Kind of makes sense, though, Stoney, when you talk about all that. You've said it many times. The resources, the money, the chicken that was invested in that defensive line, and collectively, even before the playoffs and in the playoffs, before the Super Bowl, they all went MIA. And obviously now I'm starting to think the coach or the head coach thought it might be more the scheme than the players. Because we were like, where's this defense? What's going on? And bam, they didn't waste any time.
From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, it's an obvious move. The season was a failure, being this 49er team is the best in Shanahan's tenure. Someone had to be the scapegoat. That's our guy Chris A. from Oakland, who's on 2 chats. He's that good.
Oh, wow.
Robert's in Oakland. Let's talk about what just happened with the San Francisco 49ers, which is this. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator. What's going on, Robert? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Stoney? Hey, what's up, Guru?
Hey.
I think it's time to get rid of Shanahan. You see, when you have a team with this much talent, but you still cannot win the big one, there's something wrong with the coaching overall. Oh, starting right. Hold on.
All right. Does this make you feel any different about Shanahan? Like, do you feel like, wow, you got rid of Steve Wilks? And we don't know. I'm sure it was Shanahan, but the question is does this make you think, maybe Shanahan's not as safe as we thought?
I'm not mad.
Doesn't have to do with it.
Nah, Stoney, I think this started when again, man, we do work in a team environment, and the way that Steve Wilks reacted when they made his ass come out of upstairs in where he was comfortable at, when they made him come to the field, if you follow the tea leaves then, that was a bad sign. And to me, the sign was, just from a defensive standpoint, the defensive unit collectively could be doing more. And it progressively got worse over the season. So I don't think this is an overreaction about Kyle, because if you followed the Niners all year long, you could tell there was some animosity from Steve when they asked him, I can't even believe you guys are making a big deal about me coaching on the sideline. But bottom line is, we were looking for the Niner defense. We were looking for Bosa. We couldn't understand why this front was not getting home and causing havoc. And only Steve Wilks has those answers, or maybe he doesn't. And you got gifted Randy Gregory and Chase Young, and it still wasn't it never got there to what we thought it was going to be outside of that Jacksonville game weeks ago. So I'm not surprised. I saw it coming, Stoney. I'll say that. No victory lap, because I ain't happy he got fired, but something was off.
Ernie Chavez paying $2 for the super chat. Give Guru his flowers. He called Wilks being fired.
I don't want flowers for that. There was a disconnect, buddy.
Let's go to Bay Rob. What's going on, Bay Rob? How you doing, man?
Evan, I didn't want him, but hey, yeah.
Stoney and Goo, my guys. How y'all doing
man,
today,
I can't wait to hear this call. What's up, baby?
Hey, Goo. He could fire whoever he want to, but you know who would fall back on, right?
Him.
Yeah, exactly. He wet the bed in the biggest moment once again. In 2019, we was up 10 points. The defense held as much as they can. What happened? He wet the bed. He couldn't get us down the field. It happened the same thing again. I swear to you guys, bro, when I was watching that game, I thought I was having a dream of 2019. Once again, the offense did not come through for us. How long is you going to hold somebody like Patrick Mahomes to that many points without them doing something until the momentum of the game changes? The momentum of the game changes, and it went all bad for us. But he can blame Steve Wilks all he wants. We held Patrick Mahomes that whole first half to nothing. In the second half, when they first came out, we made them give up the ball again, and we didn't do nothing.
You're right, man.
888-957-9570. Dave Johnson on the YouTube chat. The Niner D gave up one touchdown in regulation to a top 3 all-time quarterback, and that was on an 18-yard field, correct, after a muffed punt. And Kyle still couldn't close. Let that sink in. Kyle, according to Dave Johnson, is the scapegoat king.
We can't say that because the other two, I won't, Stoney. The other two coordinators are head coaches. But I will say this. It's bigger than the Super Bowl to me then, if you want to look at it from that vantage point, Stoney. They were down 24-7 at home. It looked like JV and varsity against Detroit. The Niner defense looked like a high school defense that game. They got lucky and bailed out to win it. So Wilks was in trouble then. I just don't think this is a reaction over and I get what you said. Hey, Goo, if they would have got one stop. But damn, if anybody watched that Super Bowl and his job was on the line, he would have saved it if it were up to me by the overall play. But that Detroit game was awful to me. I think Wilks could have signed his own death right there with that performance by his defense in that game, man.
Somebody on the YouTube chat, I wish I could give him credit, basically saying the reason Wilks got fired is because the players didn't like him. Damn. I can't disagree with that. It sure sounded like that.
That Bosa sound,
after the game.
Yeah, and that Bosa sound you played earlier that I said wasn't an endorsement. We weren't prepared for everything.
Let's go to David. David's in San Francisco. Hey, David, what's going on, man?
Man.
Yeah, I'm calling about the 24-7 halftime with Wilks' defense.
Yep.
What about the offense? What about the offense?
Wow.
24-7. Okay, and then you said the other two defensive coordinators were head coaches. Steve Wilks was the head coach also.
Yeah.
And at the times when he was head coaches, his defenses were top 5. So I'm trying to figure out, and also you never addressed the highest paid defensive player didn't have a great year this year. That's Steve Wilks' fault. So you're addressing all these other things, but you're not addressing the true factor of the moment where the players play and the coaches coach. You still got to play. In the most important game of the year, the defense held the best quarterback possibly in history outside of the GOAT now.
So you don't like it? You don't like it, then?
You can't tell me. You make that decision and you go on the overtime. Don't know the rules, and you fire a defensive coordinator. That didn't have no reason why the 49ers lost. They lost because the head coach shriveled his nuts up again.
Hey, let me leave you with this. I hear you, but what about this? In my world, when they made that man Steve Wilks come out that booth, and if you read his reaction and saw it, I think the relationship severed right there. They try. So this is bigger than. And you're right about the 7 points, but Kyle's going nowhere. But to me, doing Wilks like that, if you agree or not agree, right there, that told me this thing is not good, and it ended up the way that it did today.
I actually feel like even if the Niners had won that game, he might not be here.
You think so? Man.
888-957-9570 is the number if you're just joining us. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers just 3 days after the Super Bowl. By the way, the person who said on the YouTube chat that Wilks was fired because the players didn't like him, Frisco native 415. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Because Bosa didn't give him an endorsement with what you read earlier, man. We weren't prepared for everything.
Let's go to Chris in El Cerrito. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, so, I mean, I 100% agree. It makes perfect sense that Steve Wilks is fired. You can see the writing on the wall. My question for you guys is, I think it's a head coaching issue, right? I just don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to be able to win the big one. And I feel like a good hypothetical question to ask is, if we were to switch coaches, same teams, but you had Andy Reid leading the 49ers and you had Kyle Shanahan leading the Kansas City Chiefs, do you think Andy Reid could take this team all the way and get them to win a Super Bowl? Because if you do, I think it's a Kyle Shanahan issue.
Well, I'll answer it this way. Everybody would take Andy Reid right now.
Oh, yeah.
What if you asked 10 years ago? Before Andy Reid won anything? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. If you're just joining us, there's news out of Santa Clara. The San Francisco 49ers no longer are employing Steve Wilks. We don't know if he was fired, if it was mutual. Kyle Shanahan just said wasn't the right. It's fired. Okay, it's fired. Kyle Shanahan said that not the right fit. Steve Wilks is not the right fit, and the San Francisco 49ers are going to be looking for another defensive coordinator. Huh, interesting. Secret sauce? Next. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks fired. What do you think on 95.7 The Game?
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve Wilks is out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan told the media that just about a half hour ago. Said it wasn't the right fit.
Wow.
Steve Wilks. If you're a 49er fan, are you smelling scapegoat? Or are you saying, you know what? They had to do it. They had to do it. It was a good move. Or is Steve Wilks taking the fall for
Bosa?
Other issues on this team?
I mean, he had a holdout. He didn't have his best year.
JW in Oakland. What's going on, JW? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How you fellas doing today, man?
Hey.
Hey, yeah, I think it's a little Game of Thrones setup, to be honest with you. I don't know if you caught the whole story last week of, Kyle being the guy who ran all the prep meetings on the D side, the debriefs, the walkthroughs, essentially. So I think, they set the table for it to work either way. If they win the Super Bowl, it's all Kyle. If they have a problem, it's defensive side. They can quietly get, past Steve Wilks.
Wow. It comes with I hear you, man, but like I said, and I told Steiny and anybody that'll listen right now, Kyle's a made man. And I'm Steiny, when you say scapegoat, then you're saying you want Kyle to be removed. So I just know the defense didn't look like the defense. I go back to the Minnesota game. The Arizona game on the road, they gave up about 232 yards on the ground, but they won the game, so it was nothing to see. But if you follow everything, especially Boothgate, when they brought him downstairs to get on the field, you could look at that man and tell, yeah, I'm giving it the good, the good old fight, but you could tell he was irritated too.
415 on the Comcast business text line. I like this. He was made a scapegoat, and it needed to be done.
But the offense didn't score, too. So that coach is still, you know what I mean? So, Kyle, you can do nothing with Kyle. His unit didn't score. They had 7 at halftime in both playoff games going into the Super Bowl. But he's the man. He's got the power.
All right, we're going to get right back into football talk, but quick, it's time for the secret sauce of the game brought to you by our friends at Proposition Chicken.
He's been perfect. He has been perfect. We asked him when he came back to walk the line, we said, you can't be passive. You can't be somebody you're not. You have to bring the energy. You have to bring the edge. I told him, I said, I want you, arguing with the refs. I just don't want you to cross the line and do anything that, would harm you or harm the team or harm an opponent. And I told Draymond, whenever it was a few weeks ago when he came back, that there's no reason he can't do that because he did that for his entire career until this past year. So I think he's in a great spot. He's playing so hard. He's bringing the energy. He's bringing the competitiveness. He's not crossing the line. He's playing like the guy who has helped us win 4 championships.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, and that's the secret sauce of the game presented by Proposition Chicken. Their chicken goes 3 ways, fried, flipped, and fake. Order now at propositionchicken.com.
Can I ask you a question, Donnie?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this is a result of the Super Bowl, the score, and how the game went? Or do you think you kind of saw this coming like I did?
I think it wasn't just one game.
Okay.
I think they might have won the game and he'd still be gone.
Oh, you said that a few minutes ago.
Steve from San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Fellas,
hey.
You guys were going at it this morning. I liked it.
What's
I
up,
that
baby?
Little, raising voices. Hey, yeah, I expected Wilks to be fired because that defense did not play like a 49er defense they're supposed to be playing. They got away from the gang tackling and flying to the ball later in the season, which got them hyped up. And they need to go in another direction there. But I also personally think they need to go in another direction with the head coach to get another culture in there, because right now it sounds to me like that locker room is scattered now.
Let me leave you with this. What about – oh, you may be gone. But you blew my wig, Steiny. When Bosa said, I believe yesterday, we weren't prepared for everything, that's a shot at the defensive coordinator, right?
I would think so.
Yeah. That is point-blank range.
Don's in San Francisco wants to get into Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks been fired by the San Francisco 49ers as a defensive coordinator.
I'm gonna make a comment because I know the first game of the Green Bay game and the Detroit game. If they would have at least lost those 2 games, I think everybody would say, fire Kyle Shanahan, fire Errol, the whole coaching staff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And they and like I want to make another comment. I think they need a good defensive coordinator, and I'll make one more point. I want them to get a good offensive guy can help Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
Appreciate the call,
Stoney. Real quick, what do you call that guy? That would be an assistant offensive coordinator or assistant. What would you call a guy? Just, hey, Stoney, we need to throw it. Ayuk don't have it.
I don't know. I don't know. I would
now
see John Lynch does some of that.
You're looking for a D coordinator now. Rex Ryan's available. Belichick.
Somebody tell me how Steve Wilks, how Robert Saleh is a great defensive coordinator. D'Amico Ryans is a great defensive coordinator, but Steve Wilks is not a great defensive coordinator. Because that's kind of what it feels like.
Well, I will show you the end of the season, Stoney. Under those two gentlemen, the Niners D never stopped gang tackling.
Saleh in the Super Bowl gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter.
3rd and 15.
Let's go to Gaber. Gaber's in San Bruno. What's up, Gaber? How you doing, man?
How you doing, my friend? If you remember me, you were almost giving me the color of the year when I was talking about Draymond Green and the stuff. Now, I just want to make it very simple and clear. We all blame in defensive coordinator and all that stuff. There is one thing. We could have had that game. I just want to ask a question, okay? Where's Kyle Shanahan? We are in the 5-yard line, the game on the line, okay? You're giving the McCaffrey every single run. Why wouldn't you give it to McCaffrey? Look at the throw, the birdie. It's like a kid's throw, okay? You got to blame Birdie too, all right? Another thing, all right? Every single time we lose, we have a staff, we have a team that it can win it by their own way. They don't need no coordinator. We only need to strengthen our defense. Like you got out and got Chase Young, go out and get another guy because we lost Greenlaw. That's always a big loss. It's a bottom line. It's not about coaching. It's not about defense or anything. Somebody have to hang the mistake on somebody else, so he fired this coach. The problem is the coach himself, is the calling play. Look at what's his name, Kelsey. He almost hit his own pitch because he's not giving him the ball. But when he gives him the ball, he wins. That's how simple it is.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Steve Wilks out. Kyle Shanahan told the media that about a half hour ago during his conference call with writers. Steve Wilks.
So I guess now, if you're a Niner fan, Stoney, or just a football fan, do you feel like you lost respect for Kyle because you feel like this is a scapegoat move? But again, just me and the whole black coach thing, I'm Malcolm X when I need to be. This defense as a whole, it was lost before the playoffs. It wasn't it went the wrong way.
I mean, they didn't play great in the postseason.
But they played great. I believe they played their best football in the past month last Sunday.
Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
Mike.
Yo, what's poppin'?
Talk to us.
I mean, I don't really like the blame game because there's so many things you could look at in that game on why we lost. Things happen. People, ultimately, though, we didn't play a good game overall from top to bottom. We weren't buttoned up. We had too many penalties, uncharacteristic penalties, weird fluke plays. Like, you're not going to win like that. And then with the Steve Wilks thing, I kind of just feel like it was more so a fit thing. I think I kind of agree with Steiny, and I agree with you, obviously, Guru. I just think it was more of a fit. But I do agree, even if we would have pulled that victory out, I think Steve Wilks, it just wasn't a fit. From the players to what they were playing to kind of like the schemes he was trying to draw up and kind of like implement, it just didn't work. Now, going forward, I don't know if I want to see Belichick, but I do want to see maybe like a new mind, somebody that's fresh, maybe somebody in the college ranks that can deal with some of the new offenses that are coming on and exploded into the NFL. But ultimately, they do need somebody that could relate with the players. Steve Wilks did a hell of a job. He did a good job considering the fact that this is not his defense, you know. He tried to go into the booth. He tried to do him. He couldn't. The players were kind of pushing back at that. So I think ultimately he did a good job, but ultimately it also wasn't a good fit.
Wow. Thanks, Philmo. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks, defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers, is out. He's been fired. Damn. Kyle Shanahan announced that about a half hour ago. So the 49ers are in the market for a new defensive coordinator.
And again, from the jumps, Donnie, whoever that person is that gets that job, you know, their first question is going to be, how long am I going to be without the Tasmanian devil? And that is Dre Greenlaw.
Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley, wants to talk about the firing of Steve Wilks. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
I wanna just diversify a little bit and get back to this. If I had to pinpoint one thing that the 49ers need to do, we talked all season about how great Brock Purdy is at, you know, doing his reads, going through his progressions. He didn't have time to go through his progressions because the defensive guy for Kansas City took him out of it with blitzes. If I was going to prepare one thing on this team, it wouldn't be the defensive coordinator, wouldn't be Shanahan, because nobody's perfect. You know, Bosa says he can prepare us for everything. He can't be prepared for everything. Give the kid some time to go through his reads, which is what he is excellent at. Do something, you know, so offensively so that you know he's going to get blitzed and block that guy. And that would cure that would cure the ills. He's going to get that as he progresses along our team over the next couple of years. He's going to figure that out. But we got to give him some time. Give the kid time, and he'll tear the defense up. And we won't have to worry about a new defensive coordinator, new offensive coach, all this kind of stuff that we're talking about, the sour grapes, because we're all upset that we lost. All that being said, Wilks was not perfect. Shanahan's not perfect. You know, that's the one thing I would identify. And I think the game would have been different. The O-line.
Fair? That's fair, Doug.
Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Brian Baldinger was on the morning show and was asked about the 49er defense. And this is what Brian Baldinger said.
The big thing was the defense kept bailing him out, to be honest with you, whether it's a Tig Brown interception or, you know, Leo Chenal, you know, stripping McCaffrey. You know, like the defense just kept him in the game. I mean, it's 10-6, 10-6, 10-6. You know, you get the Luter, you know, muff punt, and next thing you know, the 49ers break down, they take the lead. But I just thought it was just Mahomes. I mean, you got Mahomes scrambling. You got Mahomes on a 22-yard run on just a read option that they never run, and they ran twice. And, you know, I mean, so you're getting a chunk play out of the run game. He ran for 69 yards or 66 yards. You know, I thought that really helped them, like just stay on schedule to be able to put 3 straight drives together, you know, in the fourth quarter and then in overtime.
So despite the defense bailing out the offense time and time again, according to Brian Baldinger, Steve Wilks is out.
Yeah. And again, Stoney, I think this relationship soured both ways way before the playoffs and the Super Bowl, and that's why I'm not surprised at this news today.
888-957-9570 is the number. You guys are more than welcome to jump into the conversation. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers just 3 days after Super Bowl Sunday. Fair? Not fair? You tell me. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mel in Daly City. What's up, Mel? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Doing well.
First of all, happy Valentine's to you both.
Thank you.
Well, I would say thank you first for Steve Wilks for delivering us and bailing us out throughout this, Super Bowl run. At the end, apparently, it's no longer fitting to the system. I believe Uncle Sherman needs to be the next defensive coordinator, as he can relate to a young core. And perhaps he'll be the one who can perhaps deliver that Super Bowl Lombardi Trophy for the Bay Area.
Richard Sherman.
I'll tell you what about Richard Sherman, Steiny. He loves his San Francisco 49ers. I listen to him every day. Again, I can't tell a man he's going to leave TV to come coach, but I'm just sitting up here when you talk about X's and O's and being able to relate with today's player. I mean, Sherman knows it. And again, he was part of one of the most famous defensive units in the game. I am curious to see if he would even be interested, but man, I am just not shocked that Steve Wilks lost his job. And to the caller, a few callers back saying, hey, the offense got 7, the offense. You are so right, but it's about power. Kyle Shanahan is a made man. Now, in the form of fans, you could want him gone, but this is how it works. And when you talk real quick, Stanley, when you talk about fit, get your ass out from upstairs and you need to come down here on the field. And how I watched that all fall out, what I deem like, I know Wilks is probably steaming inside. And then there was one interview, Steve Wilks was talking about Steiny after the defense didn't have its best game. He was like, he still was learning the scheme. I'm like, learning the scheme? You're the scheme. I thought you were implementing your scheme. So now you talk about what they were running. Was it all his? But when that happened, the blitz on Monday night against Minnesota, maybe you just couldn't come back from that. And I see Bosa left and right. He ain't going nowhere, and I'm not saying he should. But, Steiny, he held out, and it took him a little while to get going.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And the news today is that Steve Wilks has been fired as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Vincent is in Texas, and he doesn't like the firing. What's going on, Vincent? How are you, man? How come?
Man, so I've been on this online back and forth with everyone. They're like, hey, we need to get rid of him. But he played a good playoff and a good Super Bowl. Like homie said that you played, he kept us in that Super Bowl. And I still to this day believe if Greenlaw didn't get hurt, we win that Super Bowl. You wouldn't have got those runs from Mahomes, and you wouldn't have got those catches from Kelsey. So I can get that maybe they didn't like each other, and that may be it. But it was also his first year with that team. We haven't had a defensive coordinator stay for 2 years and forever. Why don't we give a guy a second year, give him time to build with this team, and maybe we'll actually win the Super Bowl.
Appreciate the call, Vincent. Appreciate the call.
And, that would take more money. You do see it some places, Stoney, where a defensive coordinator or OC will say, I'm staying here, and they get a bag. But I will, again, I'm not justifying the firing. I just understand it and saw it coming. And for the people that say, okay, and I just did it, the Super Bowl, the Niners defense was pretty good or okay, but what about the Detroit game to where maybe superiors or the coaches are looking like we were lucky to win that game, like the season should have been over there by how bad the defense was. So there is a flip side to it, man. And I'm not saying the players are off the hook, but Steiny, he's gone.
From the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, he was scapegoated, meaning Steve Wilks. Kyle needs to be checked. I agree there are better guys out there right now for defensive coordinator that should be hired. So if you can upgrade, I understand. But if Shanahan didn't have his last name, he'd be the one that would be fired. 888-957-9570. Steve Wilks, no longer the 49ers defensive coordinator. What do you think, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. We got a bunch of calls out there. I'll just keep getting to them. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
This is our man.
What's up, fellas? Hey, man. Enjoy you guys' dialogue. You guys got the fire going from this afternoon. This morning. Hey, listen, on this Steve Wilks thing, Goo, I called in a while ago, and I told you Wilks was gone, and I think this preemptive strike by Shanahan is kind of part of his playbook. I saw the same thing from his daddy back in the Redskin days, and I know that people don't want to hear that, but just look at his track record and the way he's handled people, man. I mean, the way he did Garoppolo, putting him off the side of the field, and even the way they handled. I know nobody wants to hear the last thing, but the last thing wasn't handled that great either, if you really want to think about it. And now we get to Wilks, right? He basically embarrasses this man who's a coach who's been in good standing throughout the NFL, and he comes out and says he needs to come down from the booth. I mean, come on, man. I mean, this is one of the worst handlings of personnel. There's no way I would continue to work for a guy like that. And then if you think Richard Sherman's coming to work for him, you're crazy, Guru. There's no way a guy like Richard Sherman's going to come work for Kyle Shanahan. Come on, man. That's all I got. This is crazy.
All right, Austin.
Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I love you, man, but just listen to Richard talk on this podcast about his infinity for this team and Kyle Shanahan, Stoney. I'm just throwing his name out there. Now, what he said, and I'll throw it to you, Stoney, is that even fair to go? But he talked about, and we saw it. We were at practice a couple years ago. Jimmy just on the side, like a trash can, because they didn't need him or whatnot. To handling a Trey Lance, I don't know. But what I do know is Steve Wilks, Boothgate. I knew that was not good. I felt like Wilks was not happy. And you know what? I just can't get over the best game the D played in a month was the game he gets fired 3 days after.
I mean, Robert Saleh was a defensive coordinator, became a head coach. Ryan's defensive coordinator, became a head coach. Wilks was a head coach in the NFL. I mean, are we really going to hire a guy with no coaching experience?
Right.
And Richard Sherman?
All right.
Maybe. Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Well, as far as the Wilks firing, there had to be a fall guy after the debacle of the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, it had to be Wilks. Although I didn't like his pre-vet defense he was running in the Super Bowl, where he had all our DB back, 5 to 10 yards. I was going insane when he had those calls. Luckily, Shanahan had a timeout to prevent one of those, but I mean, he was basically giving him the game. But I think overall, Shanahan was definitely outcoached. He didn't show anything new to the Kansas City defense. They got a great defensive coordinator. They were all over Debo. They were all over Ayuk. The one trick play we had, we scored with McCaffrey. Running McCaffrey up the middle was insane. He should have been thrown out on the outside. And what really hurts me is we're in overtime. It's third down. We're on the 4 or 5 yard line, and nobody blocks Jones. I mean, he's been terrorizing us the whole game, and, I mean, he just had a free shot to Purdy. Purdy had no chance of throwing the ball. Jennings was open in the corner. We would have been Super Bowl champions. I just went livid. How do you not block Jones? High school linemen would have known what to do. It
was a whiff.
That's it, guys. That's all I got.
Yeah, it was a whiff.
Appreciate the call. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. That segment was also brought to you by In at the Tides, the legendary all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feeds at Tides Wharf Restaurant, just $99 a person. That's February 23rd, March 8th, and March 15th. $99 a person, all-you-can-eat Dungeness crab feed. February 2nd, February 23rd, and March 8th and 15th. So the second obviously has taken place, but the next three, February 23rd, March 8th, and March 15th. Make it a getaway and ask for the crab feed special room rate. Info at inatthetides.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway, and Safeway is the perfect one-stop shop for all the Valentine's Day needs. Dibbs, big Valentine's Day guy.
I'm a huge guy for that. Yeah, is that coming?
2022. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Goo, I love you. I love you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Simons, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. If you're just joining us, Steve Wilks is out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Steve Wilks, that announcement coming about an hour ago. 49ers, of course, lose 25-22 in overtime in the Super Bowl. Steve Wilks has been fired as their defensive coordinator. And
you shocked, Steiny? I'm not.
Not really. Right. I mean, obviously there was
saying scapegoat.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in New Jersey. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
I'm a heartbroken 49er fan.
Okay.
I'm so sick. I stayed home from work the other day. I didn't go to work. I am so sick and tired. I was depressed. Because I'm trying to figure out how you going to sit there and fire that man when that defense play like that in the Super Bowl when it's always you who don't run the ball every time. Atlanta, don't run the ball. The Rams, don't run the ball. You don't run the ball. They are blitzing Purdy at a 50% clip every time he drop back. Why are you not running outside zone, Kyle? Well, why you can't be a man? He gets in the press conference yesterday, y'all. Oh, I feel comfortable. All my decisions I made. Look, man, he get me so mad because he's so untouchable. I want to fire him, but somebody to sit him down and like, listen, man, you got to start making better decisions. You up 10 points and you can't never win a game. You need to start running the ball. I'm surprised his father never told him what happened to Terrell Davis at the running back. He don't run the ball. What is his dad telling him?
Thanks for the call, Brian. Appreciate it.
He was hot.
This is, I think, what he was referring to. If Shanahan was asked, he was asked yesterday, does he have any regrets?
Like I've told you guys before, anytime you lose, every decision you made, you make a decision every play throughout that game. So when you lose, you'll go over that stuff always throughout the entire offseason, through cut-ups, through everything. But, there was nothing that I thought in the moment that I did wrong. It was everything. I was proud of that and like the thought process behind everything.
Wow.
This is what he said yesterday about Steve Wilks.
No, that's stuff that, we'll talk about a ton as this week goes. We'll talk about a ton in the offseason. Where we want our team to be, our defense, our offense, special teams, and that's a lot of conversations, a lot of film, a lot of personnel or salary cap things we got to discuss, drafts. So, no, we're just haven't even watched the game yet, to tell you the truth.
Is Steve Wilks coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
All right, one's not.
Oh, damn.
Steve Wilks not coming back.
You got to that tape fast.
David's in Kansas City. Hey, David, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. First of all, I'd like to say thank you. I've really enjoyed listening to your coverage over the last couple of weeks. I am a Kansas City fan here in Kansas City, but I'm not a gloating fan. If someone forced me to pick a second favorite team, it would be the 49ers. I love your city, and I've always really liked the Niners and respected you guys. What I wanted to call about was a couple things. First, from my 10,000 foot view, it looks like a scapegoat to before Patrick Mahomes was even on board. We were calling here in Kansas City for the firing of Bob Sutton. We had the opposite problem where Andy Reid was too loyal to Bob Sutton, and we didn't get Spagnuolo, and that cost us a Super Bowl in our estimation. Patrick Mahomes' first year, and what it looks like to us, back then we were giving up 30 plus points a game, and you guys aren't doing that at all. You guys are giving 20, low 20s a game, and from our perspective, it looks like Kyle Shanahan is overreacting. You guys have a good enough team to win the Super Bowl. It's just, sometimes you run into a Tom Brady or a Patrick Mahomes, and that's really all it is. You guys are definitely good enough. If Mahomes wasn't around, you probably would have 2 Super Bowls. It's kind of that simple. So, if you look at it from that perspective, it looks like a great overreaction. And I don't know if you guys heard this, but part of the reason I turned to your coverage today, I got to go to the parade today. and again, I'm not gloating here, but we had a shooting in Kansas City at the end of the parade, and 8 to 10 people were shot. So I'm trying to hear something different. We, we hear about these things in our country, and we have a real problem. But I wanted to keep the day positive, and that's why I'm turning to you guys in San Francisco again. So thank you for everything you've done over the last couple of weeks, and really enjoyed listening to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless to all the families out there, Stoney. That's just tragic. We've been at a parade,
888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about Steve Wilks, fired as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. That news coming out about an hour ago via Kyle Shanahan, who told reporters that. So Steve Wilks is out. If you're a Niner fan, how you feeling about that? What'd you think about Steve Wilks over the course of the season? I mean, it certainly wasn't a bad performance in the Super Bowl. They held the Chiefs to 25 points in 5 quarters. That's not bad. They gave up some points late, but is that the reason? 888-957-9570 is the number, 707 Comcast Business text line. Wilkes' soft coverage on wide receivers was a joke. He gave up easy yards all year long. That from the 707. Let's go to Charlie. Charlie's in Atlanta. Hey, Charlie, what's going on, man?
How's it going, gentlemen?
Going well.
Good. So my concern is I think it's a scapegoat situation. My name is Charlie. I'm living here in Atlanta. I'm a 49er fan, been here 20 years in Atlanta. When they lost that Super Bowl, everyone was saying how horrible Shanahan was. Then we ended up getting him as a coach, so I have to defend this man. Then all of a sudden, this happens, and it's hard to defend because, this is the second time as a 49er coach. And the fact that we lost that game, to me, it becomes down to the offense more than the defense. We had 3 straight 3-and-outs in the third quarter. We scored no points. The offensive line is not blocking worth crap. The defense has to overplay themselves, so they're tied by the fourth quarter, and then we go into overtime. And then this man gets fired. It looks like a scapegoat situation to me.
Good stuff, Charlie. Appreciate you listening from Atlanta. I think there could be a lot going on here, to tell you the truth. Something obviously happened when Wilkes went down to the field.
Oh, man.
There was obviously a difference in philosophy there.
What about pride? He was embarrassed, honey.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Man.
Tom's in San Ramon. Hey, Tom. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, boys. I think Wilkes, I got 3 things. One,
sure.
Wilkes was a bad hire. I'm a Lions fan who lives in the Bay Area, and Wilkes did nothing in Arizona with J.J. Watt and Patrick Peterson. I don't think he was a good hire to begin with.
All right.
2, I think the 49ers Super Bowl game really turned, to me, I was at the game here, and it just felt like a mirror image of the Lions-Niners game. It was, that ball, that kickoff went off that dude's foot, and I was like, oh, man, that looks like a touchdown off someone's face mask to me, and then just sort of fell apart there at the end. And I was watching it with my family, and they were all Niners fans. So it felt like deja vu weeks later. And frankly, I think I forgot my last point.
No, there was number 3.
Actually, I know what it was. That dude from Jersey needs his own show. He was great.
Oh, appreciate the call.
I did like him. We got a $4.99 super chat, Stoney.
Okay.
I do feel it's a scapegoat situation as well. Here we go. Stoney and Guru, who would you have fired after watching the Super Bowl? I told you nobody. I did have people to blame, but I'll let you answer. Who would you have fired after watching the Super Bowl? I believe you told us.
Nobody.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us on 95.7 The Game, the news of the day was that the Warriors were sniffing around trying to get LeBron James. But now the big news of the day is Steve Wilks, defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers, has been fired. Steve Wilks fired. 1 year. And now they'll be looking for another defensive coordinator. They go through them. And, just the idea of how fast they go through them, I don't necessarily think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's a thing. It's a thing if you don't have any stability at one of your coordinator positions. Now, can you fault? Can you fault the Niners for that? Because they've had at least two defensive coordinators who are so good that you get a head coaching job.
I don't know how you'd fault them.
Well, then you'll never have. If you're hiring coaches that continually get hired away, then you're going to have a stability problem. If you hire guys who continually get hired as head coaches, it's called a coaching tree, and every coach is proud of a coaching tree that they have. So, but the bottom line is the 49ers have gone through defensive coordinators, and they're going to go through their fourth one in about 6 years this offseason. 888-957-9570 is the number. What are your thoughts on Steve Wilks getting fired by the San Francisco 49ers? First of all, you think it's a big deal? Is it a big deal? I mean, it's tough for me to say it's a big deal when the Niners have gone through defensive coordinators like they have, and their defense is still pretty good and has been good for years. So I don't know if it's a big deal or not. I'm asking San Francisco 49er fans what they think. Do you think that Steve Wilks was scapegoated, essentially? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Edward. Edward in Evansville. What's up, Edward? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, boss? Oh, man, I'm glad to be on, man.
All right.
I'm originally from San Francisco, California. I stay right across the street from Candlestick Park. I feel like this, man. When we brought Shanahan in, when he lost that game against the Falcons, when he was Falcons coordinator, we shouldn't have never gave him the job, period. He needs to go. I would go with Bill Belichick. Somebody who's a proven winner, got 6 rings as a coach, 2 as a defensive coordinator with the Giants. He got to go. Don't put the scapegoat on the defense. The offense didn't get it done. You had one play to make to be a champion, and you couldn't get it done. You need to go. You had your chance. Let him go. Wait for all that game time management. He wins great games. You don't win the big one. So we need to go with a proven winner and somebody who I feel like the players are going to respect. You bring Belichick in there, somebody who got rings, the players are going to own up to that.
Appreciate the call.
Tell us how you really feel.
Appreciate the call. Let me see if I can find this text here. From the 650, you guys should mention that the number 1 picks flushed down the toilet on the Trey Lance trade could have reinforced the offensive line.
Well,
it's fair.
But no doubt, more than fair. But the guy that did that got re-upped. He's got a deal. I'm talking about Kyle. He'll be here for the long haul.
Josh is in Delaware. What's going on, Josh? How you doing?
I'm all right, covering up my wounds.
All right.
But I think it's a good move to get rid of Wilks. I mean, I don't think he did bad. I don't in the Super Bowl. But halfway through the season, he's having an interview saying that I don't run this defense. I don't run this defense. Well, that's what our defense runs, you know. And when you still have All-Pro Fred Warner, who's doing his job, he still made All-Pro. Dre Greenlaw should have been All-Pro. He got slighted. They're sitting there saying, you know, we're not used to him trying to run this defense like that. I mean, it just doesn't seem like it was meant to be, like as if he should have never been hired. I definitely think it wouldn't be bad to try to bring in Sherman, at least as a cornerback coach, at least as a corner, and get him bread for
right.
You know, being our new DC.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate the call.
And Stoney, if I brought up that point he just made about that interview from Wilks, basically saying he's still learning the system or alluding to the fact that he's not running his full system, then that person should be the fall guy if you weren't, in total control.
Well, maybe Bosa and the defense didn't want to run that other stuff didn't know how to run it right. And so Wilks just had to go back to what they knew because
Bosa put the nail in him, Steiny. We weren't prepared for everything. I don't care who the coordinator was. When you hear your best player say that on defense, that ain't good.
Dion's in Houston. Hey, Dion, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, man, you know what? Was that Guru that saying that Wilks wasn't running his own system just now?
Yeah.
I read that in the local paper of you all, and I was stunned when I say, you mean to tell told me
Man.
Shanahan had the nerve to tell the defense coordinator to run the wide 9. I wouldn't even taking the job if I had to do that. But let me say this, guys. Wilks won't be out of a job long because he's a great defensive mind. Dude, I never played football in my life on any level, but I tell you what, when I saw Wilks do this in the playoffs, Green Bay and Detroit had San Francisco beat dead to rights. Wilks made so many great adjustments in the second half that I was impressed. Hell, he even had people second-guessing the offensive coordinator for the Lions after the postseason because they didn't score in the second half for the most part because of Wilks' adjustments. He made adjustments against Justin Love and Green Bay when Green Bay had – I thought Frisco was beat. But Wilks won the game for them on both of those games, in my opinion.
Appreciate the call, Dion. I don't think Kyle Shanahan was crazy about Wilks. Yeah. Whatever he was doing, how he was coaching, the defense he was using. I mean, I think he probably got feedback from the players that they weren't totally into Wilks. That seems obvious now after the loss. Will in Pleasanton. Will's got an interesting thought. Hey, Will.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Hey.
I like to keep it simple. 4th and 1 in the overtime. Bosa. All he has to do is keep contained. What does he do? He dives in and tries to get the running back. What does Andy Reid do? He needs one play to get 1 yard. He doesn't even block Bosa because he knows Bosa's a glory hound and is going to go for the tackle instead of doing his job and playing contained. Bosa was the problem. He did not make any big game-changing plays, and he wants all the money and he wants all the credit. Then after the game, he blames Wilks. He was the problem.
That's strong.
Yeah.
Strong from Will. I agree.
And you disagree. I remember I said you said yesterday, Guru, who brought the A game? And I was kind of, Bosa had a good game. But that 4th and 1 was a big play, and he crashed and got beat.
FedEx Mike's in the city. Wants to talk about Kyle. Hey, FedEx Mike. What's going on, man?
Fellas.
Hey.
The defense gives up 5 points a quarter, including overtime, against Patrick Mahomes. That's a win. The defense did what they had to do. And don't even count the 7 points that they got the special teams turnover. Let's be real here. 3rd and 4 at the 2-minute warning. Kansas City only has 2 timeouts. You run the ball, and they have to burn a timeout if we don't get it. And if we don't get it, maybe it's close enough to go for it. You run the ball on that 4th down and make them burn a timeout. If we don't get it, then they have to burn it. If we do get it, we win the game. Game over. There's no overtime baloney. The defense did their job. Again, another bad play call. That's about it, fellas.
Appreciate the call, FedEx Mike.
Well, yeah. Anything offensively, Steiny, that involves Kyle, and we've been hearing it for 2 days, 3 days now, he's made, and nothing's happening with him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. If you're just joining us, the San Francisco 49ers have fired Steve Wilks, their defensive coordinator. Kyle Shanahan addressed the media about an hour ago and made that announcement. Steve Wilks, one and done, 1 year and done for the San Francisco 49ers. 888-957-9570 if you want to talk about it. Let's go to Leonard in Fairfield. Hey, Leonard, how you doing, man?
I'm all right. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, man, I don't have a problem with the Wilks firing or whatever, but at the same time, there was a good defense this season. I think it just didn't hit the same as the previous seasons because I forgot what I was going to say.
Hey,
but I got one more
question. You can wing it.
Have you guys seen any of them videos that they're showing where we got cheated though in the Super Bowl?
How many times? Which ones?
Man, there was one where it was supposed to be like a 2nd and 8, and then they gave them a 1st down.
Not 5,
and
not
then
6, not 7.
Thanks, Leonard.
Well, I'll say this to Leonard. If anybody got Kansas City had a 1st down in my eyes, Steiny, a couple times, and the rest marked them short. One time they were backed up and they had to punt, but I'm like, damn, why can I look at it and it looks like it's a 1st down?
888-957-9570 is the number. Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks has been fired by the 49ers as defensive coordinator. I'm going through some of this Kyle Shanahan sound yesterday, and he was asked if this loss hurts more than any of the others.
Because we lost the Super Bowl in overtime. You know, that's the one would be tied with it is losing another Super Bowl. And behind that, you'd put NFC championships. But, I mean, everyone's goal is to win the Super Bowl, and it's great when you win playoff games. It's great when you win a championship and you get there. But getting the Super Bowl, going through that, you know, with your teammates and your families and just the whole process of it, it's always, I don't know how many people know about it, but it's not fun to go and lose.
Kyle Shanahan on the 25-22 overtime loss to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Let me read this to you from the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat from Apollo Cruz. You shut down the Eagles and Cowboys, and it's Wilks' fault. LOL. But the problem with that, and I agree, Stoney, that was weeks ago. Like, shouldn't the Eagles and Cowboys be some newer names? You know what I mean? That was a while ago.
Oh, how did the defense play in the postseason?
Man.
Was it better or worse than the regular season?
It was worse, especially Detroit. How much blame is there? Maybe the players didn't like him, Stoney. We don't. Maybe that'll be the next part of this. But for Bosa to do, like, I'm mad. I'm mad. Like, I thought that was foul of Bosa. We weren't prepared. But if you were not happy with the dude leading your defense, you know what comes with that statement and how much power you have. So you executed that.
I also want to hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about the overtime rules, whether he knew, whether his coaches knew, whether his players knew.
We did say, and we told everyone as we were waiting for the coin toss, hey, review everyone with them, make sure they're sure before we go out. So we asked the position coach to do that, but I didn't cover it in a meeting on the Super Bowl week. I don't think that changes anything. We did it with our analytics department. We decided that going into the playoffs. I think you guys know how I've explained how I make decisions with that stuff in the past. I take all the information I can get, especially ones I haven't been in, and our analytics felt that was the best way to go. But as you guys know, I don't always just go with that. I take into account what they say, what they think is right, and then I go off my gut in the heat of battle, and I knew what they felt going into it. And when I think about that during the moments I have to make the decision, I think the type of game it did match what they felt was the best way to do. It did seem more like a field goal game, and our defense had been out there for a real long time right before that. So I didn't feel at all to override that at the time.
And that's Kyle Shanahan saying that he had meetings with his assistant coaches before the playoffs, and then at the end of regulation, he told those assistant coaches, remember to go over the overtime rules with the players before the overtime starts.
Yeah. That chief reaction of the players saying they wanted the ball is amazing.
We'll play that on the other side, too. We'll play the sound of the coin toss. It is kind of interesting because when the 49ers said they wanted the ball, I mean, you could hear Kelsey and Mahomes kind of incredulous. They kind of couldn't believe that the 49ers were going to take the ball, and they figured that conventional wisdom in that situation was you've got to defer. So we'll play that sound on the other side of the Kansas City Chiefs being very surprised when the San Francisco 49ers said they were going to take the ball. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, what's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2000s.
Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Steve Wilks is out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan announcing that to the media about an hour ago. Steve Wilks out, defensive coordinator. San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
Dave's in Vallejo. What's going on, Dave? What do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, so I kind of brought you guys yesterday, but this is a scapegoat situation. Hands down, there's no way around it, Kyle. You're not fooling anybody. You brought in a man that does not run the wide nine. You didn't give him 2 years to figure it out. Bill Belichick wouldn't come in here tomorrow and figure it out in half a year to run a system he doesn't run. He runs a 3-4. So you got to bring in somebody that runs the wide nine the way you want to run it, or you just promote Chris Kriceric that doesn't want to do it. But you got to bring in somebody that runs your system. Stop playing games. Bring in a name, somebody who's had success against the Chiefs, because we're going to see him again. That's all I got, fellas.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
Appreciate the call.
I'll say this, Donnie. If I asked you who played better, the Niners offense on Sunday or the Niners defense, I'm gonna say the Niners defense.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't boil down to just that, but the reason I'm not flashing or going crazy is I saw this Ernie Chavez game. I saw this weeks ago, months ago, man.
Steve in Novato jumping in. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Great, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, here's the deal. This is what I got for you. I mean, I said this at the beginning of the year. Kyle Shanahan has the best team in football, right? You tell me what team has a better defensive line, better linebacking core, better tight end, better running back, okay? So you got all those things, and now you got the team. Well, what's left? It's the coaching. So Wilks, please. Guy's been at 7 different places in the last 7 years, including being unemployed in 2020. He was a guy to get because they had no one else to get. As far as Kyle Shanahan goes, I've always thought he was overrated. Always thought he was probably a great offensive coordinator, but that doesn't mean you're a good head coach. I think that York put his whatever pail in the sand with Lynch and with Shanahan. Lynch is fantastic. I mean, gold medal guy. I mean, he's brought all of these players in, and you as the coach aren't getting it done. So someone had to go. Doesn't surprise me as defensive coordinator. You're not going to see Jed York say, geez, I made a mistake. I'm going to get rid of my head coach. Anyway, that's all I got for you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, Steve. Recology Gill in San Francisco. What's up, Recology Gill? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Hanging in.
Hey, I just kind of want to piggyback a little bit on what everybody else said. First of all, I'm not hating on Kyle. I think he's a great offensive mind. I just don't think he's a head coach material. He makes too many mistakes. He has too many responsibilities where he's messing up on draft picks or on the fourth quarter, not running CMC, deferring the kick in overtime. Just too many mistakes. I know you guys earlier said, if we fire him, somebody will get him tomorrow. Fine, let somebody get him. It's just like Andy Reid. Andy Reid has been doing great with Kansas City. I don't think Philadelphia regrets letting him go. Let him go. If he would take a demotion and become the offensive coordinator, coach, whatever you call him, for the 49ers, great. But when it comes down to the clutch moment where we need the right call to do, it's like, come on, such an erroneous mistake in deferring the ball. Like, you're worrying about the third possession. We haven't even just think of the first step. Take one step. Don't take 3-4 steps. Wilks, yeah, I don't think he was the right person, but he put him in there. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan. In order to who would replace him? I don't know. Try Belichick. Try Pete Carroll. How many times, I'm going to baseball, how many times has a team been playing 500 ball, they fire the manager, bring somebody else, boom, next thing you know, they're playing for a spot in the playoffs. Maybe that's what we need. Just get something new, somebody new. I really don't think it's Shanahan.
Thanks for Ecology, Gil. Appreciate the call. Let's finish up today's calls with Manny. Manny's on the Dunbarton Bridge. What's up, Manny? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I'm going to try to be very cerebral about this and not let emotion take place. But yesterday I called in and I was very adamant about I'm very upset with Kyle enough to just say 0-2 in the Super Bowl. You've made enough mistakes in the conference games. It's time for you to go. And I got talked down off that ledge. And then I go to lunch. I turn on my pad. Next thing I know, Kyle is doing the absolute thing that I wanted, somebody to take the sword for this loss. And you know what, Kyle? Maybe you should look in the mirror first before you point fingers at anybody else. Because you know what? We all saw that game. We all knew who was playing what. And what makes this more infuriating for me is that the next article is Nick Bosa saying that they were not prepared to take on Mahomes in the final minutes of the game. Hey, you know what, Nick? Last I checked, you were on the sideline huffing and puffing and not contributing a damn thing to winning that game when it counted the most. So you know what? I'm very frustrated with what the Niners have done. This is enough to make me want to swear off them again and just go root for the Lions or something. Because you know what, guys? Have some class. When it comes to winning, you guys can do it well. When it comes to losing, show some dignity. How they treated Steve Wilks, it's an atrocity. Because you know what? If it wasn't for the defense bailing out that offense and its miscues over and over and over again up until the last few minutes of that game, who knows how that game would have turned out. I mean, let's face facts. You know, Kyle, it was the muff punt and you placing the ball on the Chiefs 16 that cost the game. It was your offense that turned the ball over when McCaffrey fumbled. The defense did absolutely all it could to keep Mahomes negated throughout that game. And the hell with you firing the one guy that kept you in the game the whole 5 quarters is laughable.
Thanks, man.
All I got, fellas.
Appreciate the call. I want to hear from Nick Bosa from yesterday.
I think it did mentally and
negotiations,
performance-wise, just not having practice and kind of like, I think my hands kind of get going later once I start using them a lot. It kind of takes time to get the timing down, and that's the biggest thing with practice. And then, just the stress of having that looming, and then the pressure initially once you get it. And I kind of worked through all that towards later in the year and started to feel better. And I think I was playing my best ball towards the end.
That's Nick Bosa on his contract holdout.
Wow. Stoney, who's our guy here? Jam 18. You got an all-pro wide receiver, running back, left tackle, and tight end, and you muster 22 points in 5 quarters. That's for the offense.
Coming up on the other side, we got Willard and Dibbs. They are going to join us on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. On the other side, Dan Dibley, Mark Willard join us on 95.7 The Game. If you're just joining us, the big news today out of Santa Clara is that defensive coordinator Steve Wilks has been fired. Steve Wilks fired by the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan letting the writers know that about an hour ago. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
big news, gents. Steve Wilks out as defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. What's crossing your mind?
Well, I got to let Dib speak first.
What? Let me speak.
Are you two really going to have this contest?
Yeah, Steiny has my back. I called it when they made him come down from the... They're telling me on YouTube. The people are speaking. I'll take the flowers on Valentine's Day.
Look, whatever. You're both.
No. Guru had it first.
It doesn't matter who had it first.
What I've been doing I'm going to be honest, Mark.
Shout out Twitter.
My whole career.
I don't care who got it first.
And I really don't.
You both got it.
My whole career, ever since I started 12 years before Daryl was even a caller, I've been stealing from him. So thank you, Goo. I want to thank you, Goo,
Ernie
for allowing
Chavez
me.
Give me the flower, but go ahead.
Oh, because Ernie Chavez is now the arbiter of what's right.
I don't even want the flowers for firing. I just knew something was off. When
you
they
don't
made
want the
him come out
flowers, but you're taking the flowers.
Everybody, if you've been watching, you knew something
there
was
we
off.
go. What did you call it earlier? Breadcrumbs.
Yeah. They're breadcrumbs. They started in Minnesota.
Is he a scapegoat? Because a lot of people are calling him.
No, he's a bad fit. That doesn't make him a bad coach. Nick Bosa, short time ago, quote, okay, let me get it. I think he does a great job with the back end.
Oh, my God. Tell it.
Anybody have any more questions? He came in to learn a new system on the fly, and it didn't work. And he's a DB's guy, more so than a D-line guy, and the 49ers are a D-line group. If you want to criticize Kyle, it's fair. Why'd you make this hire? It was a bad fit. It didn't work. Steve Wilks is a really accomplished coach.
He's been 100 places, though. Some were saying that ain't a good thing.
I think that it's fair to think that he could have done the right job, but when we look at why that high-priced defensive line didn't get home that much, that's his job, and it seems like it'd be an easy one, and it's obviously not. The two sides were never on the same page, and I don't mean Kyle and Steve. I mean the front and the back. They were never on the same page all year, and I think Kyle learned a lesson here, and that is you don't go outside the family. And what I mean by the family is this system. They tried to hire somebody outside the system, and they won't do that again. And that's why I personally think you can bucket all your names.
No Vrabel.
Belichick. No Belichick.
Carroll.
No Carroll.
Richard Sherman.
Nope.
Richard Sherman.
He loves the Niners.
Nope.
Richard Sherman.
No.
Staley. Yeah, thank you, Evan.
Brandon Staley.
Oh, wow. Leader in the clubhouse.
No.
It's Belichick. Bring him in. Somebody who can advise Shanahan during the week. Somebody who can somebody who's won a Super Bowl. Somebody who can tell Kyle and let him know how to win a bowl.
Let him know how to win a bowl. Signed Tom Brady.
Signed Bill Belichick, who has more than any other coach in NFL history.
Tom Brady.
Any NFL coach has more than Bill? None.
Tom Brady.
Whatever. Tom Brady, nice little quarterback.
Yeah.
Tom Brady only wins one without Bill.
Bill's been coaching his butt off the last 2-3 years, hasn't he?
Well, because Bill's quarterback turned out to not be the guy.
Been looking pretty good.
The quarterback that Kyle was so covetous of.
Anyway, they're not doing something like that. I don't think those guys would do it, and I don't. Yeah. Go get somebody who works this system. Brandon Staley is
because we want Brandon Staley whispering in his ear, "Go for it on fourth down, Kyle.
Exactly.
Do it.
No, Brandon Staley is a.
I wouldn't kick the field goal here.
Brandon Staley is a Vic Fangio protege. That's the tree. That's the tree. That's the last time the 49er defense looked right, like great. I mean, actually, maybe not. I mean, Saleh and D'Amico.
Saleh and D'Amico were great.
But that's where it started. But those were Fangio guys. Those were assistants underneath. Like, go back to the tree. Go back to somebody who knows exactly.
There's got to be somebody else in the tree other than Brandon Staley.
Of course there is. I'm not saying.
Then let's find somebody else in the tree.
Well,
Rex Ryan's out there, Willard.
But don't be upset at Brandon Staley, the coordinator, because Brandon Staley, the head coach, was terrible. # Norv Turner. There are plenty of people who can coordinate who can't be
Vic
a head coach.
Fangio himself.
There you go. There you go.
My question is, if you're going to go through defensive, if a coach is going to have a coaching tree like Kyle Shanahan, which we all acknowledge is probably a good thing, well, then aren't you going to go through coordinators every year or two?
Sure.
So is that an inherent challenge you have to overcome?
No, just stay on the tree. The tree is huge. These guys all just whatever system, you got to find someone that knows this system. Like, that was stunning this year. Don't you think? Like, look back on it now. I know they had a great first half in the Super Bowl. Fine. They've got to.
But before that, they could have. The Detroit game could have justified any move.
How did this talent look like that? I don't care about any stats, but they were ranked for whatever. How did this talent look like that?
And what happened to the gang tackling? We had a caller bring that up. I said that did kind of dissipate.
I mean, the way that the Detroit Lions.
That first one, that could have got anybody.
Well, for me, the biggest issue is the way you covered against Detroit and the way you played. You played so soft against the Lions, and then, I put out my IG video at halftime about them being more aggressive and blitzing, and then they finally blitzed, and they played more press man, and then against Kansas City, late in the game, you played so soft, and you let Kelsey run, you stopped bracketing him. I think that from a schematic standpoint, you need to get somebody in here who's going to be a little bit more aggressive when you've got this much talent on defense.
Well, Brandon Staley has no problem with aggression. That's for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
On offense.
And he knows Bosa, so that's good too. Right? Good friends with
wasn't
Joey.
Playing. He said we weren't prepared for everything.
You know what?
And then your new one.
Yeah. He does well with the back end.
Wow.
Not that it matters. Bad year for Bosa.
Sure.
Real bad year for Bosa.
Sure.
Start to finish, his comments in between, his play overall.
I ain't mad at that.
He needs a bounce back year next year.
I disagree with bad year just because he didn't have the sacks. He was, I think, number 2 in the league in pressures. And, pressures are almost as important as sacks. Sacks obviously lead to negative plays immediately, but pressures lead to either bad passes or the occasional interception. I don't think it's fair to say that he had a bad year. Now, was he DPOY?
Coach killer.
No. Yeah.
Boy.
Sure, coach
Well,
killer.
no, but so do you guys mean that in two different ways? Like, I feel like, Dibs, you just answered
he did
that
not
as-
have a bad year.
You mean
he had a slow start.
You mean with his play? I don't think I didn't take that to mean
Right.
what.
Well, he didn't have as good a year as he did last year.
Okay, but are you talking about like specifically his play or the whole picture? To go,
Yeah, the whole picture.
To go from holdout,
right, slow start,
and just kind of commentary throughout. Like, and I would argue that for a lot of them, like. This, I don't think you pick out any individual here. This is almost like the game itself.
Man.
I'm not going to point at one person and go, you messed this up. It just wasn't a marriage. It didn't blend. They didn't work together. And
he was, like you said, not
in
from
the
tree.
In the end,
He
that's
was
Kyle's
outside.
fault.
Yeah,
Kyle tried to go outside the tree, and it didn't work. So
I
get
feel
back to the tree.
I feel like they like had a fire Wilks. Because it feels like this was something was going on under the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about this? He might be gone had they won that game.
What's that?
That's what I said.
He might be gone had they won the game.
Played a good game to me. I'm sorry.
Did y'all see Kyle's face when he called the timeout in overtime?
No.
That was actually the moment where I was convinced of what you had said.
Yeah, well, I got it from Guru.
Weeks earlier. Yes, you did.
What specifically?
Everything I get from Guru.
When he had to call a timeout in overtime, and now here's Tony Romo to 200 million people going, Kyle doesn't like what Steve Wilks is doing right now, and he's stopping the game so that he can take this over. You cannot go after 20 football games. You're now in the Super Bowl in overtime against Patrick Mahomes and have the head coach and the defensive coordinator looking at each other going, what the hell are you doing right now? That's a no from me, dog.
Yeah.
You're out. And no one's fault. This marriage didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
And so you get an annulment. It's been, about a year, so you can get annulled. No kids. Certainly no Lombardis. So you can go ahead and I don't know if he got fired or if he was relieved of duty.
That's
Tony asked that, but
that's the same thing.
No, because we have
if it's a mutual parting of ways.
The idiot box is saying he got fired at the bottom.
Well, and it's all a relative.
He got fired.
Well, what was his contract status?
Do
we know that?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because
I've been let go when a contract was up, and I felt fired.
Have you been relieved of duties?
I think it's the same thing.
Well, it's all very relative. There's being fired. There's a mutual parting of ways. There's being relieved of duties. There's
also PR, which is let's use the words we want to use, but here's what happened.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan decided that Steve Wilks was not going to be his DC anymore.
Right.
Has to be fired.
But, well, depends on what his contract was and depends on what his severance is and all the rest of it.
Why does it matter what his contract
Because if he had 2 more years left on his deal, then yes, he got fired.
If he had no more years on his deal, he got
relieved of duties.
Yeah.
If his contract runs until the start of the league year, which is, I believe, March 11th or March 12th, and you let him go now, then he got relieved of duties.
But they're still telling you that we don't want your services.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the same. Yeah. The same idea is in place, which is you don't have to go, but you can't stay here.
I didn't fault Kyle for the decision to take the ball, but did you hear the sound we played?
Oh, yeah.
Or did you guys play? Yeah.
Which one?
With the reaction from Kelsey and Mahomes.
Oh, yes.
Overjoyed.
Yes.
What do you just – I know you got to do the legal, but after that, I mean, that is incredible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here is the sound from pregame and, I'm sorry, from this is right before overtime, the coin toss.
You win the coin toss. That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us. Yeah, well, I mean, not trying to harp on the guy, but it was a huge, like when they said we want to receive, and the ref looked at Fred and he said, "Are you sure?" Yeah. You sure you want to receive? And he said, yeah, I want to receive. I want the ball. I was texting. Just like, I jumped out of my seat and said, hey, here we go.
Which way you want to kick it?
All right, this is the one I meant from NFL.
We get a first down, we knock a lot of time off this clock. Biggest play of the game right here.
The best play that you have in your book right now. Because you don't want to give Mahomes the ball back.
All right. Hey, man, we got no sacks, obviously.
Man. Hold on. This one's the one.
Go with the toss? Yeah. Which way you want to kick it? They call it. They call it, right? Yeah, they call a coin flip. It's their coin flip, right?
We want the ball, Fred. San Francisco, you are still the visitors. What is your call?
Tails again.
He called tails again. It is tails. You want the ball. Which way do you want to kick?
We're going to kick that way.
San Francisco will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
They want it. They want the ball. They wanted it. Hey, they wanted it. They wanted it, baby. We want them to have the ball. They want it, they can have it.
Hey, even if we score a touchdown, they still get the ball. I didn't know that.
We won the toss, we were going to kick off too. We got what we wanted.
6 times. They want it. They want it. They want it.
And Kyle Juszczyk being like, even if we score, we don't win, right? I didn't know that.
Oh boy.
God.
But Kyle, to his defense, did mention he knew his defense was gassed from that 11-play drive.
That's part of it.
I want to take him off the hook right there.
Well, but I also, what about this? Would you argue if both teams have run the scenarios in their heads and the Chiefs say, because I think you can argue this either way, if the Chiefs say, if we get the ball second, we're going for 2. If it goes touchdown, we're going for 2. If the 49ers were to take the ball second and it goes touchdown, and they go, but we're not comfortable going for 2. I can see that argument either way, and to me, that's definitive. You want the ball first if you're not going to go for 2.
And that's why
if
Kyle
you're comfortable going for 2, then you want the ball second, I think.
And they weren't going for 2. That's why Kyle
we don't know that.
about the third
Kyle was talking about the third possession, regardless of whether or not they would go for 2. He hasn't said, well, we wouldn't go for 2, therefore we would trade touchdowns and we want the third. He never said that. He was thinking about only the third possession. He wasn't thinking about, well, if I go for 2 or they go for 2. We've never heard him speak to that.
Right. Well, I'm assuming by bringing up the third possession, you're going to kick the extra point.
If you get the second possession.
Yes, sir.
Well, we don't know that. And we don't know.
Because it could be a trade of field goals, too.
Exactly. Or it could be a trade of punts. He was not thinking in terms of, I want the ball second because I want to really go for it. And this is where Mark and I have had a debate, not only for 2 days or 3 days now, but for a long time about Kyle and being too conservative, and he doesn't use his timeouts at the end of the first half, and he does it a certain way, and like it or hate it, you're going to have to deal with it for 5 more years.
To me, the thing that the way Andy Reid talked about it was the way I feel about it, is when Andy Reid said, if you defer there, you kind of know what you have to do when you get the ball. And I do like that. That's that was the single biggest thought to me is you kick the ball to the Niners. They're either not going to score, they're going to get 3, or they're going to get 7. But at least you know what you have to do to tie or win the game.
I also think it's a poker match. You'd love to know what the other side is thinking, because here's one thing that I keep thinking, and yeah, I think there's been some movement of thought on this topic since it all happened. When it was happening in the moment, I was like, no brainer. You have to have the ball. You have to take the ball because of the third possession. But if the Chiefs are going to take the idea of a third possession away by saying we're going to go for 2, well, obviously that. Right. So now you're playing poker.
But you didn't know, right?
You didn't know. You're playing poker. Does he have pocket aces, or does he have a 3 and a 2? I don't know what they're going to do, but here's what I promise you. I promise you. And this is what I'd love everybody who's ripping Kyle to admit. Okay? Niners defer. Chiefs score a touchdown. Niners get the ball. Niners score a touchdown. Kick the extra point. Patrick goes and kicks a 52-yard field goal. Chiefs win the game. Kyle is torched. And I mean torched at the idea that you gave Patrick Mahomes the ball only needing a field goal. He's torched.
Would the torch be because of that, or would the torch be
because he didn't
for
go
not
for
going
2?
for 2?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Yeah,
and I don't know if he would have gone for 2.
He wouldn't have. And it all speaks to what I'm talking about in terms of my criticism of Kyle Shanahan. And yes, he's a great play caller, and 30 of the teams, if he was on the market, would want him to be their head coach. All that's true. This does not mean that Kyle Shanahan should be fired, but this is an area where I think Kyle Shanahan needs to improve, and he needs to evolve, and he needs to become more aggressive. And he did it again at the end of the first half, where he let Andy run the clock all the way down and control the clock. You're up 10-0. You could have forced him to kick the 3 or get the 7 and get the ball back to have a chance to score again, but he didn't, and you ended up losing the game again.
What would that position look like? What would that? I was asking Stoney. So, hey, Kyle, Ayuk's only got 3 targets. You know, maybe we might want to feed him the ball. And I ain't shortchanging Kyle, but I do have questions as to why Kittle. And if you're telling me this was just like the 2019 Super Bowl, I understood that. They needed him in for blocking. But how do you take 2 of so-called your horses? How are they not involved? And if you guys are going to tell me, oh, Guru, they got a good defense, well, that ain't good enough. Dial something up to where you get your guys loose. How many times did, Michael Irvins of the world, or do you got to pull a Travis Kelce and bump your coach and knock him down for you then to get 8 targets? No, I'm serious. Like, what's going on there, Willard, to where you can just walk away from that? And Kyle might say, Guru, we didn't have time, but Ayuk was emotional with his locker, and I'm like, he didn't even get a chance. And I don't know why.
I just don't personally look at football that way other than like the running back. Obviously, you can turn around and hand the ball to the running back. I don't know. It's not like basketball where you're like, ISO KD, give him the ball. That's like you drop back with multiple options on every play, and then multiple things are thrown at you on the fly in the process in terms of what the defense is doing. So who are they covering? Who are they doubling? Are they blitzing? Are they in your face?
2 of your guys, Will.
I know, but you can't snap the ball and be like, okay, on this play, we're going to Kittle. I mean, that's how you play horrible quarterback. Is by deciding pre-snap. Like saying that's how I play Madden.
Well, I guess
that's why my son crushes my butt.
But I would ask you, I would follow up
because I can tell you right now before the snap who I'm throwing to, and he knows.
How have the Chiefs perfected getting Kelce the ball? You know what I mean? I know it's not that. Hey, we're throwing to Willard, but you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the next evolution of Kyle.
Think how long they went without getting the ball to Kelce. They went 2.5 quarters.
But then they did.
Right. But I don't think that was because they were like, we got to get Kelce involved. I think that
Dre Greenlaw being out.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. It's a big part of it, and it was what was there on those plays. Fred Warner blew a coverage on a huge play in the second half where Mahomes was under pressure and Kelce was by himself over the middle of the field. Ended up gaining whatever that was, 40 yards.
Yeah, Fred was in the trail position.
Yeah,
couldn't get back to him.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just I never look at a box score and go, wow, they decided not to throw it to him today. It's like, I don't know what they decided. That's how it played out.
Right. And if I'm Brandon Ayuk, it's fine to think that. But if you look at Green Bay, 3 catches against Green Bay, 3 against Detroit, 3 in the Super Bowl. You had 9 catches and 1 touchdown in the postseason. And if I'm Ayuk, I'm thinking that's not enough.
Yeah, and his brother says, you need to get out of here because they're not using you right. Not that that's what Brandon's saying, Will, but it's almost like, man, can you guys find a way to get me going?
The Ayuk thing is so interesting.
You got to give him a Steiny yesterday.
Yeah, what do you think? $25 million, you do it?
No, of course not.
Steiny?
Of course not.
Because I'm starting to think you don't use
I'm
him like
I'm
that.
thinking if we're here saying, Purdy played well enough for the 49ers to win, well, then it is on Kittle and Ayuk. To me, if you're telling me Brock Purdy played well enough to win, and he played the kind of game that he's played in the regular season, well, then why didn't those guys have the kind of games they normally have? Purdy's got to have some response. I'm saying it can't be all one or all the other. So it's a combination of either when they were open, Purdy didn't see him, or they didn't see him enough. Or
no, the thought process is, there is some merit to what you're saying, because the thought process is, according to what Steve Spagnuolo told Albert Breer, was that we came out in zone and Brock was kicking our asses.
They were going down the field.
So we had to go man and put our DBs on an island with those guys and hope that they were able to take them out. They did. I'm not good.
Yeah, and they did because the pass rush was able to make Brock uncomfortable.
That too. And I'm very glad.
Best friend.
To me, the most important thing Kyle Shanahan has said so far in these 3 days is that he agrees that they need to retool that offensive line.
Yeah.
There's your key to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think they'll go after LeBron James?
The 49ers? You want him to be the defensive coordinator?
He could be a good right guard.
Yeah, Bron.
He played football.
He did.
In high school.
Just the timing of that article. They're hot. No harm, no foul. You know what it is? And then LeBron's a part of it.
Ramona worked with Woj on that article.
Momo.
She was going to join us in 10 minutes or 20 minutes. And then Steve Wilks got fired.
Okay. I got you.
We had to pivot.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ramona will join us tomorrow.
I do think that they are priming the pump for next year. I think that this is a trial balloon that they floated now to see what people think. And
think about it. We were talking about this the other
and
room.
I think Mark's right.
Well, you can.
It's a trial balloon.
I know.
LeBron is a warrior.
The bag is on the shoulder, so you guys can ponder this on your way to your cars.
So Clay would have to be out.
Why?
Right.
Why does someone want that news out today? And who is that person?
That's coming up.
Let's play with that.
All right. I'll be listening on 95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Maybe nobody wants to hear me say this. I don't want to say it, but I absolutely feel it's a complete obligation.
You know what that is, right?
It is an obligation sensation.
Let's
Thank
go.
you for the comedic relief.
Don't shy away from it.
No, but I'm sorry. The day started with I'm sickened by the fact that we're watching the Chiefs have a parade. And then it ended with I'm further sickened by yet another marring of a public event. So there's no way to belabor this and still do our show, but I would feel gross to just jump into, and we'll talk about Steve Wilks here in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But 1 dead, 10 injured. We'll see where this goes from here. And so here we are again, and now. It takes down the Chiefs Super Bowl parade, and there's nothing left to say. I certainly won't say thoughts and prayers.
No, thank you for not.
Yeah, I'll say, hey, government, do something, you cowards.
Yeah,
do it.
And I won't go on and espouse my realistic negativity about our republic and about our system of government, because today's not the day for that. I will just say that part of me hurts because, the Chiefs and a Super Bowl parade. I didn't want to see it. I don't want to see them celebrating a Super Bowl championship and a parade, but to have it marred like this, and marred is not even the right way to describe it because somebody lost their life and there were children who were shot. And it just is another disgusting example of where we are as a country in terms of our love of guns and the ability for people to just open fire at will wherever you feel like you want to open fire. So we can't even get together as a people now and celebrate a championship. That to me, Mark, it's just a further disgusting example of where our country has devolved into. You can't even have people get together to celebrate a title. And I think about the Warriors parade that we had here, which was about 20 months ago, and you and I broadcasted. We'd only been together for about 6 months as a show, and we're doing a parade, and there were about 500,000 or 750,000 or 1 million people, and everyone's drinking and smoking and having fun, and there was never that feeling or that threat.
Nope.
Maybe the threat was there, and we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you ever have that feeling.
Right. Unfortunately, we don't have that feeling anymore.
I don't think people out at the Chiefs parade were having that feeling, and then it just right. It just.
Well, I think about the Boston Marathon, and you think about this, and like the ability to get together en masse in 100,000 or 300,000 or 500,000 or more people. It feels like we can't really do that anymore, and that's sad.
Yeah, so I just depressed over that, heartbroken over the whole thing. But here we are, and Steve Wilks has been let go by the 49ers. This is another example. Like, we played the sound yesterday from Kyle Shanahan, and both of us immediately, and you had been on this for weeks, you thought that Steve Wilks wouldn't be back, and I now look at the breadcrumbs, and you can absolutely see how this wasn't working and didn't feel good. And when Kyle Shanahan kind of sidestepped the question, but hey, is Steve Wilks back? Well, I don't know why all of the coaches wouldn't be back. No. Like, I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you say that Steve Wilks is going to be? Well, I expect him to be back. Is Jordan Poole going to be a part of this team next year? Absolutely. He's under contract. No doubt about it. You could see that someone had a hold of Kyle Shanahan's Adam's apple as he answered this question yesterday. You could see the look on his face in overtime of the Super Bowl when he had to call timeout because he was essentially feeling like, Steve, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is not going to work. So from Minnesota to the zero blitz and the throwing under the bus and the come down from the booth and come to the sideline, all the way through to the Detroit game, to why is the pass rush with all these great players not getting home, to the overtime of the Super Bowl. Here we are, and we'd love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. I know the word scapegoat is going to get thrown around. I unfortunately think there's no good way to do this. Maybe you could have waited a little bit longer so it didn't look so reactionary. I'm not sure about that. I don't think this is a scapegoat situation because I don't think anybody's sitting here going, hey, Steve, you're to blame for the Niners not winning the Super Bowl. I think what they're saying is this was not a good fit. We tried something. It didn't work. It didn't feel good all year. So let's fix it. That's not, to be honest with you, if I'm Kyle Shanahan on this one, I blame myself. I blame myself because I tried something that didn't work. And in retrospect, it was a bad idea.
Well, in retrospect, it's always easier to look at it and say that didn't work out. And, whatever decision you made, had they won the Super Bowl, would he still be there? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Right. And, you can look at his quote today because he spoke yesterday and, was very vague about whether or not that, he'd be back. And he said, yeah, I expect all of our coaches to be back. And that was on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, when the announcement comes, his words were much different today than they were yesterday.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when I say try something that didn't work, I don't just mean Steve. I mean hiring someone from the outside the organization, outside the tree. Steve Wilks is by nature a DB's guy who did not run previously the system the 49ers run. If you really stop and think about it with a rational brain, it was the biggest compliment Kyle Shanahan could give Steve Wilks to say, look, you don't run our system, so this is not a perfect fit. But my God, we think highly of you.
Right.
So we believe you're going to come in here and we together can do this. They were wrong. But this started out as a hell of a compliment to think that you don't run our thing, but boy, we're big fans of you.
And that's what Kyle said today in his comments. I don't know if you've read them, but he said he's exactly what we wanted as a man, and he's a great football coach, but just where we're going, where we're at with our team from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking at it throughout the year and the last few days, I felt pretty strongly this was the decision that was best for our organization. Looking at it throughout the year and these last few days,
for sure,
he felt that it was the best decision. So for me, looking at it throughout the year, he already knew.
Oh, brother, he made this decision in 2023.
He made this decision, exactly, in the calendar year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think he made this decision when he had him come down from the booth, and he looked at the scheme and thought, this is not the way I want our defense to run.
Saw P.J. Walker running up and down the field, and he's like, you know what? I think maybe we ought to do something different. Let's do something different. And then the very next week, he's doing zero blitz right before halftime against Kirk Cousins. And now you're 5-2. And then you go out there the very next week, and Joe Burrow has like 0 incomplete passes the entire game. And what the most concerning thing was for me all year long, I know the pass rush not getting home was a thing, but all year long, how the hell are you all running the ball like that on the 49ers? How are you, Hargrave, Armstead, Bosa, Warner, and Greenlaw, and you just turn and left, and there's just wide open spaces? Can't have it. Can't have it. Here's Kyle Shanahan today on the Steve Wilks situation.
Sleeping on this for a few nights and trying to come up with a few tough decisions. But this morning I relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. Going to end up making a change here, defensive coordinator. Really tough decision because it says nothing about Steve as a man or as a football coach. I mean, he's exactly what we wanted as a man. He is a great football coach, but just where we're going, where we're at with our team, from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking through it all throughout the year, through these last few days, felt pretty strongly that this was the decision that was best for our organization. Even though it was one I didn't want to make, it was something that once I realized that I think a different direction is what's best for our organization, and then it's something that I have to do. So I let him know this morning, and I know I wasn't able to let you guys know yesterday because I wasn't sure about it yesterday, but I am now.
Yeah, that last sentence I don't buy, but I get that. I mean, you got to say it the way you're supposed to say it.
Of course.
You got to say it the way you're supposed to say it.
So he slept on it one more night.
Right.
And he woke up today and he's like, that's it, Steve.
Like that felt like when Durant joined the Warriors.
Right.
Like, oh my gosh, all 5 Warriors are in my living room and they're sleeping over tonight. But I need to go to bed, and I'll wake up, and I had an egg. I scrambled it, and I went, you know what? I think I want to go to the Warriors.
Or the Dunleavy Jordan Poole. You mentioned it in the crossover. Jordan Poole, we look forward to having him here for a long time, even though you were trying to, in real time deal him.
You can't say it till it's done.
Right.
You can't say it till it's
and
done.
I get that.
But these multi-bajillion-dollar decisions are not made on a whim. Everybody, I love it. Everybody wakes up. Like, oh my gosh. Well, that was a great night's sleep. I think I need to fire Steve Wilks.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think that decision was made weeks ago when Lamar Jackson couldn't be stopped, and Joe Mixon couldn't be stopped, and Kirk Cousins couldn't be stopped. And hell, I mean, they won 27-10, but Brian Robinson of the Commanders couldn't be stopped. And then you get to the playoffs, and Aaron Jones is gashing you, and Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery and all of this. Like, the decision was the decision. You do what you can do. You put some duct tape on it. You see if you can get to the finish line. It's actually amazing that while all of them were feeling this discord now, that's a fair word. I've been using it for weeks and wasn't sure if it was right, but we're there.
Yeah.
Discord, and ended up in overtime of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's kind of incredible, actually. They went to overtime of the Super Bowl feeling like crap about the way the defense was performing the whole year. Nick Bosa said it. I think, he's good on the back end, but obviously this year was a struggle.
Yeah.
And you ended up in overtime of the Super Bowl.
Exactly. And your defense in that moment was unable to get the stop that it needed. And I think Steiny pointed this out earlier in the week where Kansas City scored in its final 4 possessions. I know the first of those 4 was a one-play drive off a muff punt, but the defense did break down late in that game, and you could see and you could sense that the defensive players on that team felt a little disconnected to the scheme this year as opposed to last year.
Yeah, the whole thing is I look back on it, and I think more about the beginning of the season than the end. I know that this will feel like, overtime of the Super Bowl, and we'll remember other things. We'll remember the 3-game losing streak and the first half against Detroit and all of those things. I go back to the offseason, and a mistake was made. This was an error in judgment. And so the only thing I would say to Kyle Shanahan, and I don't think I need to say it because I think that they are singularly focused on this, go back to the tree. Go back to the tree. Think about this. DeMeco Ryans walked in as the defensive coordinator with very little experience. Very little experience as a leader on the sideline. 3 years later, this guy's getting Coach of the Year votes. Why? Because he was part of the system. My God, I don't want a system quarterback, but I sure want a system defensive coordinator. Stick with the tree. Do not get wooed by somebody out there who has a resume and think that you can teach him on the fly. Why would you do that? You're in the ultimate now window.
Right.
And you went with an experiment.
You went with a leader, and Steve Wilks was that. He was a leader of men. He's a veteran coach, and that's what you went with, as opposed to elevating Johnny Holland or Chris Kasarik, guys who I think have a good chance at getting that job. To your point about the system, these are coaches who've been in the system now before Steve Wilks was there, so maybe you just elevate one of those guys.
Maybe. But I think that you're, and we'll play this for you in a little bit. Shanahan was asked about within the organization or outside of the organization. And I want to make sure everyone understands when I say tree, I'm not saying it's got to be in-house. It's got to be in system. And so there are plenty of people around the league who are familiar with this system, have coached with these coaches or whatever. It's a fraternity, right? And it's all interwoven. And so I think it is of the utmost importance that the 49ers hire from that group. So is it somebody who is already on the Niners sideline, although they lost a bunch of coaches today, or is it a Brandon Staley, who, as much as he's been a punchline for 2 years, I got zero problem with him as a coordinator. None. So that's what I think they got to do. But there were more questions that Kyle answered about this. In the organization, outside, system, a little bit more on the style, what did work, what didn't work. We'll play all that for you next. And Rob, Damon, Nick, and Mike, we're coming to you at 888-957-9570. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Willard and Dibbs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area.
Is Steve Wilks coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Steve, this is Kyle.
Victory
Why don't you
lap.
bring your playbook?
You just played that, Grandy, and it reminded me of yesterday. Do you have that racked up? Can you play that one again? So just listen.
Dude.
The second the question gets asked, he uses 2 sound effects first. That's when you know someone's like, uh-oh, what? Don't tell me you just decided this morning, Kyle. Take a listen to it again.
Is Steve Wilks coming back next year?
I haven't talked to anybody yet, so yeah, I expect all our coaches to be back.
It's like a hockey goal.
That sounded like Beaker from the Muppets all of a sudden. Yeah, he's just making noises. He's trying to think of something to say.
Kyle, did we lose you? Yeah, no.
No, but we lost Steve.
Dude, Steve,
did we lose you? Sure did.
Thank you. Go ahead, Grandy.
I'm sorry to laugh.
No, he'll be fine.
Steve will be fine. He's only made $1 bajillion every year in a row for about 20.
Well, and as Kruger said to us yesterday, and I pointed it out as well, he's had 20 different jobs in 27 years.
Which, by the way, can we take a moment to explore that?
Take a moment, yes.
What's up with that? Steve Wilks, right? He's not Mr. Right. He's Mr. Right now.
Right.
I mean,
now.
Every year, he moves on.
1995 to 96, Johnson C. Smith, defensive coordinator. 3 years at Savannah State, 1 year at Illinois State, 1 year at Appalachian State, 1 year East Tennessee State, 1 year Bowling Green,
1 year.
1 year Notre Dame, 1 year Washington, 3 years with the Bears.
Whoa.
3 years with the Chargers.
Wow.
And then Carolina, he was there for 5 years.
Oh, geez.
Well, he was the defensive back coach, assistant head coach, and then he got the head coaching job.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he went to Arizona first. Then he went to Cleveland. Then he went to Missouri. Then back to Carolina. Then to the Niners. So, and I forgot him as a player with the Charlotte Rage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different organizations.
Yeah.
15 organizations in 28 years.
I'm like any other human being. Even though we're broadcasters, I will start a lot of sentences with, but if you go to a second sound effect, it means you don't know what to say. You get one sound effect. You don't get to. Yeah. So
you don't get to.
If your man comes home tonight and you say, "Where were you?" and you get this, that's not good.
Oh, he's been cheating. He's been cheating.
He's drunk and he is with her.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey. Where were you earlier? Yeah.
Why are you late to our date?
Man. Traffic. Boss made me stay late. Flat tire. BART delays. All of the above.
Yeah. All right. Here's some more answers.
Jeez.
Let's count up the sound effects.
Oh, goodness.
This is Kyle Shanahan on forcing Wilks to do something different than what Steve usually does.
That was the hardest part, and I knew that was a challenge. It was tough. It was real tough losing D'Amico. It was tough losing Saul the year before, but we had committed to not just the system, but the players that had been in the system, from our D-line, our linebackers. They had played in it for such a long time, so it was my goal to not have to change all of them, and bringing in Steve, who was unbelievable, and how loyal he was, and him trying to do it, but it just ended up not being the right fit, and it's like. It hurt for me to do this, but that's exactly why I had to.
Yeah. Again, for those of you who think that Steve Wilks is a scapegoat here, this is not this is Kyle's fault. This is on Kyle's plate. I think he tried something here that didn't work. I mean, did this get asked?
It worked, but it didn't work as well as it probably could have or should have.
I don't look at it as
they
working.
made it to the Super Bowl in overtime.
Right,
so,
but they weren't as good as they should have been.
And I know you're a big process versus results guy.
Totally.
And the process was a little bit choppy.
Flawed.
Yes, but you still got to the Super Bowl in overtime.
No doubt.
But I do also think, and I said this last week or the week before, I still thought if they won the Super Bowl, he still would have been gone.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, if it took you 72 hours and you spent most of those hours making sound effects, I think you already knew.
Right.
Thank you. So, all right.
We got to add that to the that we have earlier.
There you go.
That one. Maybe we could do a mashup.
Get a Peter King cough in there if you can at some point.
Pete's got ammonia.
I know.
Hang in there,
not
Pete.
ammonia, pneumonia.
He's got both. He cleaned his kitchen.
That's great.
Thank you, Pete. Peter King.
Don't do that. That one kills me.
You people are full of crap.
He was good to us all year.
I know. Can we get bonus Peter next week? I'm going to text him and ask because I feel robbed. Like I want the postseason Peter.
For sure.
And he's got pneumonia. Am I supposed to say that? Sorry. Anyway, I know we already said it, but now I feel like I'm highlighting it. Anyway.
He put in his column that 81 people suggested how he gets over a cough that he had for 10 weeks.
Well, Lucas said to me yesterday, he goes, Peter has pneumonia. I'm like, he's the last one to know.
Yeah.
We've been listening to his pneumonia since December.
That's great.
It's not funny, Grandy.
Seriously,
sort
Grandy.
of a Smurfy guy.
Anyway. First of all, get well, Peter.
Yes.
And when you do, can we talk to you? That's
maybe at the combine in 2 weeks.
All right.
He knows he owes us.
Kyle Shanahan. That's right. You owe us.
King.
You sick man. All right, Kyle. Inside the org or outside the org?
We'll do both. We've got some good coaches in here, and definitely going to look outside also. So there's a number of things I got to do for the interview process, but I had to get this. This wasn't an easy decision, so it's something that I had to really put a lot of time into. And have that conversation with Steve this morning, which now that's taken care of, and now I'll start working on the interview process and things like that, trying to find who's best for our group.
Yeah.
Interesting soundbite, and there's two things to that. One. Okay. It's something that I thought a lot about. It's been 72 hours, or not even. And then he says, "Yeah, I had to talk to Steve, and that was really tough to do. But now that's taken care of."
Right. What's wrong with that?
Just the way he said that. It's like, yeah, now that's taken care of.
Yeah,
like
I did that.
Things to do today. Take Niners gear to laundromat.
Wow.
Fire Steve Wilks.
I think on the
watch Encanto with children.
The Valentine's Day to-do list started 2 months ago, and Kyle wrote on it, "Fire Steve Wilks." I'm sorry.
Of course. And just
relieve him of his duties.
And I'm not trying to say that Kyle is cold-hearted, but just the way he laid that out,
that's the business.
Right. It's something I thought a lot about for 3 whole days, even though I wanted to fire him back in November and stuff, but I couldn't.
It didn't work, but he's going to be professional about it. He's going to be nice about it. He's not going to torch Steve on the way out the door, but it didn't work. It didn't work.
And Steve will be, I guarantee you, he gets hired.
He'll have a job
by somebody before the next football season.
If Wilks being a DB guy hurt the rest of the crew?
Yes, I think it was. And I don't think that just is solely because his background's DBs. I just think it has to do with, the way we play linebacker and stuff like that. And the way that, Fred and Trey have done it here over the years and the way we've coached it. And there's no one way to do things, but you want to tie things together. And Steve was always working to do that. There's no doubt about that. But it was just for his background and how it ended up with us. It was harder than it needed to be. And felt it would improve us going a different direction.
Maybe this question was asked back when they did it. I think it's a more relevant question today, and I was not on this conference call. Grandy, have you listened to the whole thing from beginning to end?
Yeah. What's up?
To me, the question is, why did you try to do this? He's saying repeatedly, he was willing to learn on the job, and we do it this way, and he does it that way, and so why? Why did you hire someone who didn't already know exactly the way you like to do it? That's the question I want answered. I don't want to jump on Steve's grave. Oh, you were terrible. You can't coach Nick Bosa and Fred Warner? Loser. I don't want to do that. Kyle, why'd you hide? There was nobody available that runs your system, that knows what, as he put it, the way we play linebacker? There's nobody who could do that?
Maybe you hired him thinking that he could adapt and marry what he believes about the back end to what you're doing in the front seven. And he's a guy who is a great leader. And Kyle spoke to that. He's a great man and somebody who you thought could be a good coach of the coaches and maybe blend his experience with what you do here and make it a seamless transition, but it didn't work out that way.
Here's kind of a different way of looking at the question that we're asking about. He was asked if he would consider, again, hiring a DC with a different background, but actually changing the defensive scheme to go with that DC.
I'm committed to trying, with the situation we're in, trying to find what we believe will give the Niners the best chance in 2024. And when you have a group of guys who have played at a high level doing certain things a specific way for a while, I do feel that's the best thing to do for them. But if I find something that I believe in and I could be sold on that could be a better avenue, I would never hesitate to do that. So I'm not closed-minded in any way. I'll look in every possibility. But, you know, when you have some good players who have played at a high level and done it a certain way, I'm not just trying to change that. You know, I lean towards trying to keep them doing similar stuff that they've been very good at that's got us very far. But I have to make sure that I find the right person who's capable of leading our group in that way, that the standard of how we have done it and that the belief that we'll continue to get better at it, I believe in with whoever I choose to do this for us.
I could have done that press conference shorter than Kyle. I'm not known for my brevity, but I could have done that answer quicker. You ready? Ask me the question. Say, hey, Kyle, would you consider hiring a defensive coordinator and then changing to his defensive scheme?
Okay. Let's pretend I just asked that.
Okay.
For the sake of time.
No.
No?
No.
Please explain.
No. We're doing it my way.
Right.
We got good players. They know what they're doing, and that's what we're doing.
Well, then you're going to elevate Johnny Holland, the linebacker coach.
Why?
Because
it doesn't have to be in-house.
No,
it's
but
just someone that knows
it's
this
somebody
system.
who's been here in this system now for 7 years, and your defense has been elite. Your linebacking has been unbelievable when he's been your linebacker coach.
Best
right.
in the game. Yeah.
So if you really want to keep things in-house in the way that they've gone, then you hire somebody in-house.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will. Dibs, they will both consider in-house and out-house candidates.
Well, and he said that's what he has to do.
Yeah.
And that's basically, you know, I don't know if there is Rooney Rule implications in a coordinator job. I don't think so. But he's definitely going to, you know, take his time and find the best candidate.
Chris Kasarik is on the staff?
Yep, sure.
What about him?
I think it's always a possibility for him, but I know what Chris majors in. I know what he loves to do. His passion is D-line. He doesn't go outside of that a lot, but Chris is a hell of a coach, and he's capable of doing a lot.
Let me answer that one in less than 12 seconds. No.
Right.
Chris Kasarik is not a candidate.
Chris Kasarik, what he does better than anybody on your staff is fire guys up. Chris Kasarik is and I'm not going to say he's a madman as a way to disparage him, but his passion, his energy, you hear all these guys talk about how great it is to play for him. He's in a perfect spot as the D-line coach. And I think Johnny Holland, a guy who's been the linebacker coach for a long time, and I don't know Johnny Holland, and I won't pretend to know his aspirations, but he's been in the league for a long, long time, and maybe he's ready for that sort of an elevation in terms of his career. And you know what that would be, right, Mark? It'd be an elevation sensation. In the truest
I thought I'd let you take that one on your own. That one was too obvious.
Well, you gave me the side eye.
Well, you're going to use the word elevation on this show. There's only one way for there. There's only one place.
I'm not trying to get mad at Tim Roy, and we'll get into some Warriors a little bit later.
Get mad at Tim Roy?
I'm not trying to get mad at him.
But you are?
I feel like he's holding back on us, especially with Kuminga. Elevation sensation from Kuminga along the baseline.
Everybody go back and if you haven't had a chance, go back and listen to Tim Roy's call of Curry's three-pointer on Saturday night against the Suns. We came in here yesterday, or maybe it was Monday, and Nahigian pulls us over and goes, "Take a look at this," because the visual of it, the video that they take of the Warrior
broadcast. It was
broadcast,
almost John Sterling-esque with the tremor.
I mean, such great play-by-play, and you know the shot and good, and then there's a 3, 2, 1. And he just has a Curry-gasm is basically what happens. He does.
Dump that, Granny.
He does. He does. He pauses, and then he just goes, Curry! And it was just,
I love his Curry.
It was just like Guru going, the Jeff!
Yeah.
It was beautiful. So go check it out.
No, Tim's amazing. I just feel like, in terms of elevation sensations,
it's holding back.
Give us a couple more, especially with Kuminga on the floor.
Feels like it gets, I don't want to say played out, but you can't, you know what I mean? You can't go to the well too many times.
That's why I just said it the one time, and I think Johnny Holland would be in line for such a maneuver.
Well played to come up with a different word for elevation.
I'm not trying to bury it.
Rob and Sam Bruno here on Willard and Dibbs. Let's take some calls. What's going on? Rob, how are you?
I'm cool, but to me, it's a classic act by the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. The typical blame game. If we want to go watch the film on 4th and 1, 4th down in overtime, it was Bosa who got tricked and went down to the middle and left the outside open. It was Bosa on the overtime score where he did the same thing and left the outside open for Mahomes, and he scored and they threw the touchdown. So we blaming a guy who went to the Super Bowl, played well, lost his third best player on defense, still get an offensive opportunity to score points. The same offense, they averaged 29 points in a regular season, didn't come close, didn't come there in the playoffs, not one game. So my point is this: it don't matter what defensive coordinator you buy in. You're not beating Mahomes with Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo. Mid do not beat greatness, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah, Rob, I couldn't disagree with you more, but I really appreciate the call and the way that you shared that. I accept what Nick Bosa said after that play, which is that the Chiefs had never run read option, and they weren't ready for it. They were not prepared for it. Is that on Steve Wilks? I don't think it matters. I don't look at what happened today as the blame game. I really don't. I look at today as an admission. It didn't work. It was not a good marriage. It was the wrong hire from the beginning. That's not to say Steve Wilks is a bad coach. He's just not this coach. And if you want to ignore all of the things that happened this year, not just that play, you can't ever make this about one play.
Right.
You can't go, it's 4th and 1. And, okay, if they get it, we fire Steve Wilks. And if we don't, come on. One play for 1 yard? Most of the time in the NFL, you should get 1 yard if you go for it on 4th and 1. That's what the data would suggest. And if I got Mahomes, my data is even better. So, it's not about that. But the discord and the mismatch, quite frankly, all year was obvious. And I don't think you can make this about Purdy and Garoppolo. Don't link those two. Everything that we saw all year long suggests that that's completely different. And it's not Purdy versus Mahomes. It's Purdy versus the Chiefs defense and Mahomes versus the 49ers defense. This one was closer. It was different. But if you take the umbrella view of the season, I don't think you can argue that this defense overperformed. For the names that they have, they completely underperformed.
And it comes down to fit. And, if he does not fit, then you're going to have to go in a different direction. And that's where it felt like with Kyle Shanahan and what he wants in his defense, Steve Wilks was not providing that, whether it was in the booth, on the sideline, in the playoffs, in the Super Bowl. It was not about, like you're saying, one drive. If they stop him in overtime, then Steve Wilks gets a 3-year extension. No, he was going to be moved on anyway because it wasn't the right fit for this team.
Let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hi, Nick. What's going on, man?
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Hey, well, I know you're analyzing the Wilks firing, but I just wanted to say something I hadn't heard that in defense of the offense, that the Chiefs in the last 7 games of the season had only allowed 14 points in the last 7 games. So, and by the way, I don't like the blame game of anybody. The whole team couldn't measure up. That's the bottom line. And anyway, just want to make that point about the offense.
You're saying that they performed better than the other teams did?
Well, they scored more, but my point was that nobody played well offensively against the Chiefs in the last 7 games.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Nick. I mean, I look at the Buffalo game, and Josh Allen sure as hell moved the ball. And actually, better to say, James Cook moved the ball.
Right.
They ran the heck out of the ball in that one.
Well, Josh Allen ran the ball great in that game.
And if a field goal goes through, they've scored 27 points in regulation in that game. They didn't do it. I just look at it more that way. Sometimes we go kind of, in my opinion, too macro with our points. Like, the 49ers just weren't good enough or the Bills just weren't good enough. It's like, you're right. They lost, but I don't, like one play goes this way or one play goes that way, and they win. They're right there. The Chiefs made more plays than the 49ers in the end. So therefore, again, I'm not. Steve Wilks didn't get let go because of the Super Bowl,
right?
And he's not being blamed for anything. It's a bad fit. It just didn't. It didn't mix. And if I had to ask one question or point to one thing, it's not Steve. It's Kyle for hiring Steve. And it's not even hiring Steve. It's hiring anybody who doesn't run what you do.
And what you've done is so successful.
Right.
Your previous two coordinators were so good. Your defense was so good. And you brought a guy in who didn't run the same system, and you expected him to come in and run that system. And even though it's not something that he normally would do, so now you're asking him to come in and change in a first year with a team in a championship window. It's one thing if you have a new team or a young team and you're trying to evolve and develop your identity. This team had an identity, so you should have brought in somebody who was familiar with that identity.
Odd choice. Looking back on it. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Much more of your calls. Jonathan, FedEx, Mike, Paul, BPA's on the line. We're going to, we'll get to all of you. And then at 3:15, former NBAer Danny Green is going to join us. And Danny is a former teammate of LeBron. So he's going to call LeBron right in the middle of the interview and ask him about this Warrior rumor, damn it. So all of that is coming up on Willard and Dibs.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, seems not everybody would agree.
No, he's built for it. Do you want me to read his resume again? Up next, Mark Grandy in the best of.
Well, he was when he says when he says he's built for this was public criticism.
Well, what he really
being dragged through the mud at a press conference.
I think what he really means is he's built for this, being this coach in this business, and he's built for it. He's
not built for this system, though.
He's built for this business. He's had 15 jobs.
Yeah, built for the business.
15 different places in 28 years.
He's not built for what Fred Warner does. He not built for what Nick Bosa does or Chase Young does.
Maybe if they would have did it his way, they would have won the Super Bowl. 888-957-9570.
Yeah.
Speaking of my way,
Steve has a conference call at 5:00 where he's going to announce that Kyle Shanahan is not being retained. I called Kyle and let him know that I'm not working with him next year either.
Well, you know,
I didn't want you anyway.
Steve, if he did it his way, maybe they'd be holding the Lombardi.
Maybe.
I doubt it.
No. All right, Danny Green's going to join us in like 14 minutes. How about Jonathan in the city? Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Hey, just waiting for my son to get over with his dental appointment.
Oh, good luck.
You know what needs to go? It's not the coach, but I mean, there has to be a scapegoat. I don't even get it. What needs to go is the wide 9 scheme. That needs to go, man. It gives me a headache seeing a defense giving up that much space in the middle. I thought the game in the defense is to not give any space. So I don't get that. And if I may, right, just to get this off my chest, I think I already know the difference between you guys had an interview yesterday, right? The difference between Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan. I think Steve Kerr, and I heard it from his mouth over and over again, Steve Kerr empowers his players. When push comes to shove, what does Steve Kerr do? He puts the ball in the hands of his players. It's up for them to win the game or lose the game, right? Kyle Shanahan, I think he gets over in his head and he always wants to win with his scheme. For example, at 3rd and 4, why'd you pass and play to the strength of the Kansas City's defense? Their strength is to rush the passer and defend the pass. So why'd you pass? Instead of asking your best run-blocking squad to get those 4 yards in 3rd down and 4th down, I would have called my squad and I would have said and looked them in the eye, we're going to get this 4 yards with all our powers. We got 2 downs to do it. Get those 4 damn yards, and we're never giving back the ball to Patrick Mahomes. I thought that was the mindset.
Yeah. I can tell. Jonathan, I love you. You know I do. I'm going to be fighting about this for 20 years with people. I can already tell. The goal of a pass play is to have, schematically, people run wide open. That play worked perfectly, and Spencer Burford went the wrong way. And there's no way in hell that you would say what some of you are saying if Brandon Ayuk or Juwan Jennings were standing in the end zone shaking their butt because they had just scored a touchdown in overtime. That play was schemed up perfectly, and one of the offensive linemen left one of the best defensive linemen in the game untouched. I'm sorry, it's not on Kyle. You don't run the ball on 3rd and 4 at the end zone, especially not for those of you who want to come out and say Kyle needs to be more aggressive. I'll never understand it. He's too conservative. Run the ball on every play. No, you can't have it both ways.
Well, he's too conservative in ways. And
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
And we can play the sound about the Chiefs rejoicing in the coin toss in overtime.
But there's way too much of when they run the ball, you should have thrown the ball, and when they throw the ball, you should have run the ball. There's just too much of it for me.
That's never going to go away. Well, that's just never going to go away.
I'm never going to stop pointing it out when I hear it.
Okay, and I'm never going to shy away from being critical when I think that there are reasons to be critical.
That's fine. I'm not even talking about your criticism.
Oh, I know. It's just people in general.
You get 2 wide receivers standing by themselves in the end zone, and we're yelling to run the ball.
Jennings had a couple of defenders near him. He was open.
Near-ish.
Ayuk was alone in the end zone.
Literally.
In the painted area.
Block.
Throw.
The
catch.
man.
Touchdown.
Block the man.
Yeah.
And he
didn't.
Strike up the band.
And that's on Kyle Shanahan.
So
that's attention to detail.
Well, I put it on Spencer. You can put it on Kyle.
I mean, ultimately, it falls at Kyle's doorstep.
Sure,
When you don't have players make the plays that need to be made in the biggest of moments. Because when Kansas City, in overtime, had 2 third downs and a 4th down, they didn't have blocking issues. They had plays that Mahomes got 9 yards on 4th and 1, and Rashee Rice got 20, and Mahomes got 20.
Yep.
I mean, those were times where their guys were buttoned up, Andy's guys.
Absolutely. Jeremy Zamora on YouTube says, I'm talking about the wrong play. We're talking about 3rd and 4 in the 4th. Well, goodness, no, you're not, because if the idea is on 3rd and 4, now you're talking about the one right out of the 2-minute warning.
Right.
Okay, so the point that Jonathan made was run the ball because if you only get 2 yards, I'm going for it again. If you go for it on 4th and 2 in a tie game, in field goal range, in the Super Bowl, then you should be fired.
Right.
So, no, I'm not talking about the wrong play. FedEx Mike in the city. Hey, FedEx Mike, what's up?
Mark, Daniel, he is talking about the right play, and here's the thing. It's 3rd and 4, right, Dibs?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
It's at the 2-minute warning. This first play after the 2-minute warning. How many timeouts does Casey have?
2.
They've got 2. Yep.
Thank you. We run the ball. Guess what Kansas City has to do, no matter what, if we get it or we don't? What do they have to do?
Nothing.
They burn a timeout.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Because it's 4th down, FedEx Mike, and they're going to let the 49ers line up for a field goal because that's what human beings would do in field goal range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Exactly. But then look at all the time that runs out, and they only have 1 timeout left.
No, they wouldn't use the timeout. They would let it go to about a minute 20.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes would get the ball with a minute 20 and 2 timeouts, and he would be fine. He would easily still get the field goal, which is exactly what they did.
What if we run it and get the first down?
What if you throw it and get the first down? The game's over.
What if you run it and McCaffrey fumbles?
We can sit here and we can what if all day long. I think a lot of you, thanks FedEx Mike, a lot of you are acting like McCaffrey was gashing him in the 4th quarter. He wasn't. He was getting totally stonewalled in the 4th quarter of that football game.
Overtime, he had a lot of yards.
Overtime, yes. Although his biggest play was a pass play.
Now, if you want to take issue with the 3rd and 4 play, and I'm looking at it right now, they break the huddle with Purdy in the shotgun and 2, quote, running backs next to him. One of them's Kittle. And then you send McCaffrey in motion, so now you have no run threat. And that, to me, was a bigger issue throughout the course of the second half of the game.
I think that's a fair point.
You went empty too much.
That's a fair point.
You took away the threat of a run a lot. And in this play, I'm looking at it right now, thanks to my Xfinity recording. And thank you, Xfinity, for all the great things that you do.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Well, yeah, and I'd like to get back to that, but it's been years now. Once they move McCaffrey out of the backfield, you're not going to hand the ball to Kittle in this play, so you took away any threat of a run.
No. Although, a lot of times they empty out the backfield and then somebody goes in motion back into the backfield.
Right, but not this time.
But I think that's a fair point that you make. And BPA's on the line. Hey, BPA, what are you doing?
Driving home. Hey, Dibs, how you doing?
Hey, BPA, I miss you.
Hi, I know. Me
Love
too.
you, babe.
I think the scheme fit narrative is overdone, especially for defense. I think that. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you're doing great.
Oh, we got you.
Okay, good. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Like that, Belichick ran just as much 4-3 as he ran 3-4 in New England. The best defensive minds can run any kind of defense. They can adjust. So I think the goal should be not a incremental hire. It's go get a great defensive mind that is maybe not Kyle's equal defensively to his offense, but like go try and get a great defensive mind who's incredibly intelligent, can out-scheme other teams, because Wilks couldn't do it.
Who is that, BPA?
You know, Wilks
you got any ideas?
Bill Belichick. It's Bill Belichick.
Yeah,
my man.
I mean, you do know that's like I hear you. It's
a great
fun.
hire,
You know that's not happening, right?
Can I game it out for you just a little bit?
Just a little bit, because we do have to go.
I know.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick didn't get hired as a head coach this year, right? So he has to kind of rebuild his brand a little bit. What better way to do it than come to the 49ers, win the Super Bowl, and then, I think he's an attractive hire the next offseason, of which he's not right now. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, I don't think that Bill Belichick, thanks, BPA, I don't think Bill Belichick needs to rebuild his brand at all. It's Bill Belichick. Everybody knows what the brand is. The issue.
The brand is if Brady, then you win.
Well,
you said it yourself.
And he's also he's getting old. Does he still relate to players? And does he want full control of the roster? I mean, those are all fair questions. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Speaking of the Warriors, apparently Joe Lacob called Jeannie Buss and tried to trade for LeBron James. What would the deal have looked like? Where did this start? Draymond Green? Clutch? Is it still possible in the offseason? Former teammate of his, Danny Green, is going to join us next. We'll talk that out. And those of you on hold, stay right where you are. We will circle back to your calls. It's Willard and Dibbs. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by... He just has a curry-gasm.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. No, I am sure. Yes. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Dibs got a really cool hoodie on today. You should see it.
It's from a poncho.
Yep. Well, it's raining out, so I get it. Subscribe to the channel. Give us a little thumbs up button. We would really appreciate it. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, look who's on the line, everybody. It's longtime NBAer Danny Green, Odyssey NBA Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Let's have an adventure with Danny Green. Hey, Danny, what's going on?
Not much, man. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. What do you make of this story that came out earlier today that Joe Lacob called Jeannie Buss and said, give us LeBron or else? What's up there?
It sounds funny. It sounds like an April Fool's joke, even though it's only February.
Yeah, I mean, but when something like this comes out, I mean, I got a bunch of questions. First of all, you played with him. What's realistic here? Do you think LeBron is open to finishing his career elsewhere?
I think if he gets the opportunity to play with Bronny, I think, yeah, for sure. I know he's trying to make it to Bronny, which, I mean, it's going to be tough. That's a lot of years. He's already got a lot of years under his belt. But to play with his son, I think he'll go anywhere. But I don't think and I also don't think he's opposed to playing with Steph. But I also don't see Lakers giving him up. And if they do, they're going to want the whole team. So, they're going to want Steph in that package. They're going to want Clay, Draymond. And I don't think that makes sense for either side.
Yeah, it's interesting. And LeBron right now sits alongside you and two others as the only players to ever win titles with three teams. Would he be motivated to be a guy to win a title in a fourth year, or is he just driven to win a title, period?
I think, a guy like him, his caliber and his competitive nature, he wants to win every year. I don't think it matters. If he can win 6, he's going to try. He obviously arguably the best to ever do it, but we all know he's always going to be compared or below Mike to a lot of people because he doesn't have 6. So if he can play 3 more years and win 7, he's going to do that wherever he's at. But I think his ultimate goal right now is to obviously win and with the Lakers, but he wants to play with Bronny.
Danny Green with us here on Willard and Dibs. Danny, take us behind the curtain if you would. I don't know how you'll answer this or even if you can, but I'm curious when a story comes out like this. The Warriors called the Lakers right before the trade deadline, and they wanted LeBron, and the Lakers said no, but they sent him to Clutch, and then Clutch said no, this whole thing. And now here we are a week later, and the story comes out. Why? Mm-hmm. Who wants that story out, and why?
I have no idea. I think there's a slow media day. There's too much Valentine's going on, but I have no idea who would want that story or why it's out. It doesn't make any sense. But, some things come to light for no reason. Some secrets get shared. Today's world, nothing stays behind closed doors forever now with the internet. And everybody having stories and telling podcasts and, with changes in organizations where somebody may get fired, somebody may write a book. So, I mean, the story's going to get out eventually. It's just weird that it comes out now, 1 week after, which it doesn't matter. Either way, it didn't matter regardless if it came out before. I just didn't see it happening for either side. But, it's funny to me because I always wondered if GMs, called other teams just to see or mess with other teams if they would give up their franchise guy. Let me call Minnesota and see if they'll give up Anthony Edwards. Let me call and see if they give up Steph Curry. I just wondered if GMs ever did that and mess with other teams just to see. Let's see if I can get Joel Embiid. Let me see if I can get Nikola Jokic from Denver. I don't see it ever happening for any of these franchises, but I think they just, for the hell of it, just bored, and we'll see what the asking price is.
Yeah, but did you ever experience this, like maybe from the agent side? There's jockeying going on for the future. Maybe this comes from agents who want a narrative out or they want to send a message. Does that stuff happen?
Yeah, for sure. I could see certain things coming out from certain camps of putting pressure on certain teams, either putting pressure on for an extension or putting pressure on teams to win. Or, Joel is the king of trolling. And I think, not that he's necessarily done it recently or right, but he will put certain things out there. Certain guys will put certain things out there to let them know. There's a possibility if you guys don't do what you're supposed to do. I'm sure Bron does too. He has random cryptic messages where it's like, all right, we need to make something happen or win now, or I could be gone, or I need an extension. I need to make certain, I need certain players around me, or I'm not happy. And if you don't keep me happy, things could change. So, some guys, some superstars have that power, and they do put the pressure on their organizations within, and of course within their group and their camp, from the outside, and having their camp, maybe leak something.
Yeah, and LeBron with his hourglass tweet from a couple of months ago talking about, TikTok, make my team better. And then the Lakers didn't go out and do that. LeBron with a player option in the offseason. Could you see him being the kind of guy who would maybe take a veteran minimum kind of contract just to pick his next destination? Or is he all about that paper?
I wouldn't say he's all about that paper, but he knows his worth. There's no case or any scenario where he's going to be worth the vet minimum. As much as ticket sales and when he drives the organization, he's worth way more than that to any, or even at his worst, he would never. I don't think he would ever accept a vet minimum.
Even thinking about what Tom Brady did all those years in New England, where he sublimated his own salary to win championships, he wouldn't do that.
I could see him changing his salary, but the minimum is way different than changing your salary. Going from $40 million to $50 million or $60 million, like again, $50 million a year to 3 or 4, that doesn't make any sense. Now, he could go to maybe 20. He could maybe go to 20 million, something like that. But the minimum is a big drop.
We're talking with Danny Green here on Willard and Dibbs. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available 8-track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. Danny, what's it like playing with LeBron? And by the way, if we're going to have fun with this, if LeBron and Steph played together, who's the alpha?
I think it would be Bron. He's his natural leader. He's a great guy, a lot of fun. But, he's a guy that Steph can play off the ball. And I'm not saying Bron can't, but I think he's better on the ball. And I see Bron be running the point guard and Steph coming off pin downs and Bron being aggressive in that nature. So I could see Bron, being the alpha in that sense. Obviously, you can see also, even on the team right now, Steph may be the alpha offensively, but when it comes to the group and the team, that energy is really Draymond. So I could see Bron, or Steph taking a passenger seat to Bron if he came over. But yeah, playing like with Bron was a lot of fun. So he's a big kid. You have a lot of fun off the court. He'll make the game easier for you. He understands the game, very high IQ, remembers things, knows how things goes. And, if he doesn't like something, he'll point it out and let you know and make the adjustments himself.
Would a pairing like that be enough to coax you back into sneakers? Or have you decided that you're just going to hang him up, Danny?
No, I have not decided. It's not going to take much to coax me back into sneakers. I only have a couple more years left, I think, at playing. And I'm going to try my best to try to get, a couple, if the league allows me to. I'm going to try my best to get back on the floor if I get an opportunity. I did have a decent opportunity in Philly earlier this year, which I thought went pretty well until the trade happened. But we'll see. If a team gives me another shot, man, I'm waiting. I'm here.
Danny, speaking of being traded, I wonder what it feels like. This is the other question I have about the rumor coming out. If the rumor comes out, there are certain Warriors, Andrew Wiggins, for example, and others, who now take that and go, "Oh, you were shopping me." How does that affect a guy?
It could change. It can affect most guys, but guys that are in certain situations, when you're playing for the Lakers and you're not winning, I'm sure you got to know that you're going to be in conversations of trades. When you're playing for the Warriors, another top team that is supposed to be making the playoffs, not only making the playoffs, but being a contender, you're not performing well. I couldn't see Wiggins being shocked that his name might be in trade talks. But it said it could affect certain guys. Like, I've seen certain reports of certain locker rooms being weird, and I guess Jalen Green in Houston, like, knowing his name was being shopped around, it made him feel the way he's a younger guy. But most of these other guys that are veterans, they know, they've been around it, they understand the business. D'Angelo Russell knows it. He's been traded a couple of times. He understands the business, so he ain't taking it personally. But he played well. He balled out, and for good reason, they kept him.
Danny, as mentioned, you played for 3 different championship teams. What is it about a championship locker room, and at what point do you look around and realize that maybe you've got something special and maybe that group can actually win a chip?
You kind of know that before you even get in the locker room. You could tell by the roster and the makeup and what conference you're in. I knew before we got to Toronto we had a good group. I wasn't sure if we'd win the champs. I knew we had a contention. San Antonio, we've done it a couple of times. We had a really good group. We kept together for a while. In LA, the roster we put together was just a group like, all right, it's really special. And I think as the year goes along, you can find yourself seeing yourself being, last team standing at least about halfway through if you guys stay healthy. So you can kind of tell and notice that at some early on in the season, and even before that, you can kind of see where the standings are of your conference and what your roster looks like, up until that point. So, and who has what, and who you guys face, who can you beat, who's unstoppable. There was plenty of times that we knew that before the season even started, we had a group that can do something special in San Antonio, and in Toronto and LA as well.
Do you still see these Warriors as a title contender?
They have great pieces if they could stay. I mean, if guys can get their confidence back, get in rhythm. It's kind of late right now. It's something you have to build throughout the season. I think they lost some good pieces that hurt them. I think they definitely a playoff team, but I don't any longer see them as a contender right now this year. But I do think with the pieces they have, they can figure it out and bounce back. And they have a short window of like maybe 1 or 2 more years of trying to figure it out.
Danny, one team that's kind of flummoxed my partner and I'm kind of on board now is the Clippers. What do you think about the Clippers and their chance to win a chip this year?
They're very good. They have a really good chance. I just don't know how well they'll match up with Denver and stopping Jokic and Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray, but I think that'll be a good matchup. It'll be a hell of a series, and they have a really good chance. They have all the pieces. They figured it out. I don't think anybody saw that coming or could predicted that. But, Ty Lue has guys playing really good basketball together and figuring out, guys taking less of a roles to make the team better. James Harden, Russell Westbrook, those guys have really put themselves in the backseat or passenger seat and let, Paul George and Kawhi kind of take lead, but also play their roles and play it efficiently to where everybody can thrive.
Danny Green with us. Danny, I have a quick sort of two-parter with regard to Klay Thompson. Here's the first one. And I don't want to make our audience suddenly not like you, but I want to remind everybody that it was your defense in the finals that where Klay tore his ACL. Yeah, what are your memories of that?
I remember playing in the finals, man. There is no, letting somebody just go. Obviously, I did no intent to hurt him. He knew that. And since then, we both had injuries, and we both have checked in on each other and make sure. And right now, I root for Klay. I'm glad that he's come back. He's done some remarkable things since the injuries, and I still think he's a great player. And I still think he can get back to that. I think mentally right now, he's still trying to find his rhythm and find himself. But and everybody in the world that even if you're not a Golden State fan, you're a fan of certain guys and certain players. And I hate to see them win, but I root for certain guys' individual success. And not that I've ever played with him; he's a close friend of mine or anything like that. But I've always competed against him. You always want to see greats like that go out on a good note. And right now, it's like you're hoping to see him get back to where he was. I want to see him, continue to succeed and do well.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You're 36 years old. We're talking about your future. Same thing with Klay. He's a little younger, but his body's been through a lot. And there's been a lot of talk in this town about, growing old gracefully. He still wants to be out there thought of as a top player. What's he going through in at this point in his career mentally?
It's crazy that people say we're old. We're really not that old. I mean, we're older, but being in your mid-30s is not old. I said it's more of a mental thing more than anything for him as a shooter, the life of a shooter, and adjusting to certain, situations. For me, it's just finding and getting an opportunity and proving that we can still do it at the level that we did before, or at least close to it. I thought I had proven that my leg was healthy, and I had a good training camp. And even last year when I got my opportunity to play with certain groups, I thought so. But, the league is getting younger. You have to continue to fight for your spot regardless of who you are. You got to continue to fight for your minutes. You got to continue to fight and prove what you can do year in, year out because, ultimately they want to find somebody that with a younger guy that's cheaper, that has higher potential they can groom. They no longer, care to wait on or, so what have you done for me lately type of business and league. And if you haven't done anything special for them lately, they kind of forget. And it's crazy that, this guy won 4 rings for you guys. And they're so quick to like, oh, let's trade him. Let's do this. And I'm sure that he's getting a lot of slag. He's getting a lot of hell on social media, which was just nuts. But, it's the guy that has earned the right to have a rough year once in a while. He had a great decade of playing career, even longer than that. To have it happens. You have bad years in basketball sometimes. You have bad shooting years. And last year he played amazing. He shot well, or the year before even. He had a great last 2 years or so right after the injury. So bad basketball happens. tough years happens, and I just don't think you close the door on somebody like that.
Danny, I didn't mean to call you old. I mean, you know,
Man,
we're
younger than both of us by a lot.
Well, and you're no LeBron, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not that far behind, but even Bron, like people say, he's 40 years old. He's just old in terms of basketball years. He's older, but he's still, it's all a mindset too. If you continue to mentally stay young and keep running around with the kids and stuff like that, you see Bron still doing some great things at 39 years old.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Keep telling yourself that, Danny, because I'm north of 50, and let me just tell you, you hit 38, and it's all downhill from there, kid.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Because some people age differently, man. Some people age differently.
That's true.
I got you.
Play is still able to run around. If you're still able to run and move and slide, I think your body is more mental than anything. Now, once you start seeing your legs go and your knees go, and you're not able to move as quickly or slide or get up and down and chase guys, then you have to think about hanging it up. For me,
kidding.
it's like I'm still able to run a little bit. I'm still able to get up and down, get corner to corner space, shoot shots at a pretty good clip. So I don't think I'm ready to hang them up yet. I think I have a couple good years to give some good competitive nature out there.
Yeah, Danny, good luck, man. It's fun to have you. Thank you for coming on.
It. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
All right, absolutely. We'll do it again. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Braun is ancient, man. 39.
Yeah. I mean, whoa, boy. Hang him up. Or don't.
Yeah.
All-star starter.
He's only 10 years younger than me, for God's sakes.
Yeah, he's still looking pretty good out there, too.
He sure is.
And, we talk about the chef and how he's playing at, 30, almost 36 now, coming up here in a couple of weeks.
I mean, we'll get back to your Niner calls here in just a sec. I'll just say this. I do think, and I wonder to whatever level, whoever's floating this story, maybe an aspect of it is to dip toe in water and find out what everybody sort of thinks about it. And I will say this, based on the record of the Warriors, the conversations that have taken place, et cetera, I'm not saying Warrior fans are big on the idea of rooting for LeBron. I'm saying they're more open to it than they have ever been before in the Steph Curry era.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, that I feel.
Well, and I think that's an interesting question for Warrior fans is, and it would happen in the offseason, LeBron's got a player option. If he declines it, and I asked Danny the wrong way about him coming on a veteran minimum. I should have asked him about LeBron coming at like a $20 million deal. If he signs for 20 and Clay signs again for 20 and Chris Paul moves on, if LeBron comes here, and I don't think Bronny's coming out this year. I mean, he could. I don't think he's ready to come out based on what I've seen of him at USC. But would you want LeBron here if it meant a chance to get a fifth championship?
No doubt. No doubt.
Some Warrior fans, I think, would say no.
Of course some would.
Right.
I'm not one of them.
Right.
You're asking me. I would say absolutely. I'm there. I've had moments in my fandom where I'm like, no, not that. To me, we're past it. We're past it, and I would expect if there are major named free agents available this offseason, if they become available, a LeBron, a Paul George, if they become available,
right.
I expect the Warriors to explore every possible way to get their hands on him.
I agree with you, but to me, LeBron is a totally separate category because he's been the number one villain forever. It's one thing to sign Chris Paul at 39 and say, okay, I get it. I don't like it. And even you had to swallow hard and kind of hold your nose at the thought of it. And I don't even know if you've completely warmed to it.
Still not my favorite.
He's coming back in about a week, and he's going to play a role in this stretch run.
I kind of like the whole Warriors winning without him thing.
But he's coming back. So I think LeBron coming here is that whole hold your nose thing times about 100 for many fans.
Oh, yeah, and I feel the other way. For me, Chris Paul is harder to wrap my arms around than LeBron James.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's just me. Like James Harden, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, those are the ones that I would have the hardest time kind of wrapping my head around. All right, Kyle Shanahan today, just a few hours ago on a conference call with regard to Steve Wilks.
Sleeping on this for a few nights and trying to come up with a few tough decisions, but this morning I relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. Going to end up making a change here, defensive coordinator. Really tough decision because it says nothing about Steve as a man or as a football coach. I mean, he's exactly what we wanted as a man. He is a great football coach, but just where we're going, where we're at with our team, from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking through it all throughout the year, through these last few days. Felt pretty strongly that this was a decision that was best for our organization, even though it was one I didn't want to make. It was something that once I realized that I think a different direction is what's best for our organization, and then it's something that I have to do. So I let him know this morning, and I know I wasn't able to let you guys know yesterday because I wasn't sure about it yesterday, but I am now.
Yeah, that last part, I feel like, you could have left it out. I think people get it. It's almost like he's trying to apologize for not being honest about it yesterday. You can't be honest about it yesterday. People get it. You're a head coach of the 49ers. You don't have to spill all the beans every time somebody asks.
Right.
So,
and usually when you fire somebody, and I've been in the spot of being the firee 6 or 7 times, they usually know.
Nobody woke up that morning. I don't think we're going to fire Dibley today.
No, including the time where they hired a new producer for our show, and they had him work 2 days. And after the second day, we went in for a show meeting, and that producer was not in on the show meeting. It was like, hey, should we get a chair for John Goulet? And no, go ahead and close the door. So, yeah.
Go on.
It's bad when the producer's not in the show meeting. Fire Kyle right now.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Hey, Roy and San Leandro on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Roy, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, Mark? How's life treating you?
Fantastic, Roy. I don't know, better than Dibbs is, but we're getting along.
Hey, look, what I wanted to say was that going forward, I think that problem on the 49ers offensive line. I think that the team should have addressed that by mid-season, after maybe around the 7th or 8th game. I mean, because I don't know about that, with the exception of that, Williams and that guy named McKivitz. I mean, the 49ers need to go ahead and rebuild a line. They need another wide receiver, and they could use another maybe defensive end to in the middle, so to speak, because that stuff with that coach today, Wilks, that they just fired, it was obvious, after those 2 games, those playoff games, that it was going to be a problem with him. And I think Lynch and Shanahan seen it. What do you think?
Roy, yeah, I think that this has been a season-long thing. I think your comments about the offensive line are accurate, although I would be even harsher than you were. I don't think everything was all sunny and roses with Colton McKivitz. I think that he struggled in pass protection. That's what everybody struggled with, and they're going to need to rework that offensive line completely, and Kyle Shanahan has already addressed that and to a certain degree agreed. I think they've got somebody who can throw the ball now, and so now it's time to protect him.
Yeah, without a doubt, and you've got your first pick at the end of the first round, and you can use that on offensive line depth, or you can try to find somebody further down, or you can trade for somebody. The problem is you don't have a lot of money under the salary cap.
Are y'all buying or feeling? I know I do. I think you do too, Dibbs. Are you feeling like this was just a bad fit? Or are some of you feeling scapegoat vibes on the Steve Wilks situation? We'll keep talking about it. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals. USDA Choice T-Bone Steaks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Chiefs Super Bowl parade today. We mentioned it off the top of the show. We're going to go right back to Steve Wilks in the situation. There's no other way for us to proceed. But for those of you maybe just hopping in your car after a day of work or looking for updates, a shooter broke out at the parade because America. And it's frustrating, it's maddening, it's nauseating. I won't say thoughts and prayers. I'll say do something. Government, we are now at the point where it is one fatality, and local Mercy Hospital in Kansas City is treating 9 children with gunshot wounds. So, 9 children.
Yeah. Who went to a parade.
Went to a Super Bowl parade.
Right, in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's devastating to think about. And, you think about a parade here and what that would mean. And we all can think, well, that wouldn't happen here. And unfortunately, that happens everywhere.
Yeah.
Here, there, and everywhere in this country. And yeah, I like your sentiment about do something. I wish I had more of a positive outlook and more hope for something actually being done. I know we've made some incremental moves in terms of, tracing firearm sales and tracing, weapon sales and all the rest of it. But we are still a long, long, long way from being a society that has control of the real epidemic in this country.
It's brutal. And I hate some of the things that get politicized in this country, like COVID did. We don't have to make everything on different lines. This is life or death. And bleep you and all right. I'll leave it at that. So anyway, Kyle Shanahan today on a conference call with regard to Steve Wilks and him being let go. A little bit more on that. And I thought this was kind of maybe the money quote and conversation, because those of you who feel like Steve Wilks is being made to be the scapegoat, I don't know if you feel this way, Dibs. This is how I feel. This if this didn't work, it's on Kyle. It's not on Steve. Steve came in, by all accounts, tried to do what Kyle Shanahan's era and system does, and it wasn't able to click. Nick Bosa spoke openly and said Steve is really good on the back end. He's talking about the back end of the defense. He is a DB guy by trade. That's who Steve Wilks is. He tried to learn what the Niners were doing on the job, and they thought they could get there in time, and they didn't. And it doesn't mean the defense was a disaster or horrible, but it wasn't right, and we can all agree with that. You saw it. You used your eyes. With the talent they have, it should have been a better defense. My question comes to this, though. Why did you, there was no reason to go. I know maybe you like Steve Wilks, fine. There's plenty of people out there that you like. Why did you go outside of the system and grab someone who had to learn on the fly as opposed to somebody who could fit right in? Why did you do that?
You probably thought that his positives were so great that whatever his drawbacks were, his negatives, not running the system, he could adjust to it. Guy's been a coach, as I mentioned earlier, at 15 different locales in college and in the pros. He's been a defensive coach. He's been a head coach. He's got the experience. He's got the gravitas. And you bring him in for an interview and you talk to him. And I'm sure they asked him if he could run the system. And he said, yeah, I can adjust to it. I'll run the system.
How much you paying me?
Right.
Yeah, I'll run your system.
Exactly.
No problem.
So I don't know how different it is, what he wants to run and what they ran, and how much he was unable to adjust. I do know that you had multiple times where defensive players looked like they were playing slowly this year, and they were a little bit tentative. And if that's Steve's scheme, or if they were not put in the position that they used to being in to be able to go out there and play as hard and as well as they could, well, that's on Kyle. And I agree with you there.
And here's what he said about it, by the way. The idea of forcing Wilks to work in a system that was not his norm.
That was the hardest part, and I knew that was a challenge. It was tough. It was real tough losing D'Amico. It was tough losing Saul the year before, but we had committed to not just the system, but the players that had been in the system, from our D-line, our linebackers. They had played in it for such a long time, so it was my goal to not have to change all of them, and bringing in Steve, who was unbelievable, and how loyal he was, and him trying to do it, but it just ended up not being the right fit, and it's it hurt for me to do this, but that's exactly why I had to.
Yeah, so I that's the question I would have loved to be asked today. Why did you go back to last offseason? You have a system. If anybody in this world, sports world, is more stubborn and married to the way they do it, it's Kyle Shanahan, right? So why'd you leave? Why'd you leave the system and hire somebody outside of your tree? There's plenty of people from which to choose. So that'd be my only advice. Not that anybody asked for it, but next time around, dude, stay in the tree. Don't hire someone and be like, okay, crash course, let's go. No, go get somebody who does this, because you've been very good for a very long time and you have amazing players. And you're already going to have to figure some things out at the linebacker position for next year, because Dre Greenlaw is not going to play.
And Oren Burks is a free agent, and Demetrius Flanagan-Falls is also a free agent. So we talked to Larry Krueger on Monday, and he was mentioning some of the young linebackers they already have. Well, they're going to have to step in now and play a significant role. I thought it was interesting what David Lombardi of The Athletic said on his Twitter about Shanahan getting overly ambitious with the hire, figuring that the personnel and defensive structure was strong enough to allow what you're talking about, an outside the family hire to come in. You figured what you already had was strong enough to where he could come in and just kind of figure it out as he went along as the head man, and he didn't bring in his own assistants with him.
Right.
So he came in and inherited a system and had to marry his beliefs with what they already had, and Kyle Shanahan thought that would work.
But why? Okay, I think our structure is strong enough to withstand this. Why test it?
Because you've got a man in Steve Wilks who's been a head coach.
Sure.
And he is a strong leader, and he's a guy who has been through it many, many times. And so you bring him in, and I'm sure he did well in the interview. I'm sure he didn't come into the interview and say, well, I don't know what you're running. I mean,
but someone who is so married to concept and system and the way, that's Kyle Shanahan. What's the positive? Like, what is Steve Wilks so good at that you decided to create this barrier?
Coverage. And so you looked at your defense, and I think you looked at your defense last year and thought, what's our biggest weakness? It's not the front seven, it's the back end. So you bring in Steve Wilks, who is great as a defensive backs coach. It's what his background is. And you think, all right, Steve, you come in, you're the DC. Let's fix the back end and pretty much leave the front seven alone, because the front seven is doing great. So if he comes in and fixes the back end and makes the right calls for the defense overall, it's going to be a good fit.
But was the back end bad last year?
It wasn't great.
Hufanga, Jimmy Ward, Mooney Ward, were they bad?
Ambry Thomas.
Ambry, although Ambry was worse this year than he's been.
Right.
I mean, a couple years ago, he put him into the playoffs in that game against the Rams.
I think that was your weakness last year on defense.
Lenore was getting better. I thought Lenore was fantastic at the second half of this year. Yeah.
And that's Steve Wilks.
But he was getting better. And he's already getting better. Lenore wasn't bad before this. He's a young player.
I think the secondary was an area where they definitely improved this year for the most part. But it was the front seven who, in the run defense, is where you started to have real problems in the second half of the year and in the playoffs.
Yeah. I just don't. I never understand something where you're like, okay, we're going to have a conceptual issue, but let's do it anyway because fill in that blank. Like, I get what you're saying.
Well, maybe he was the best guy out there.
Fair answer.
And I don't remember the pool of candidates.
Anybody. You could hire anybody. There's a billion assistant coaches. And all you need is a mind that works with what you do. Think of the defensive coordinators in the Kyle Shanahan era. They've all crushed it. They're all getting head coaching gigs. So why would you depart from that formula? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. So, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. What's up?
Hey, man, a couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about, the process, trust the process, when do you deviate from the process? And it's like, I hear what you're saying. You guys are exactly right. The whole point is that why did we let DeMeco Ryan go? Why didn't we pay him? Because, maybe he was going to take, Shanahan's job if somehow Shanahan lost the Super Bowl. No one's brought that up for one thing. Another thing, why didn't you run Mason not one time during the game, bro? You didn't give Suzanne a single carry. That's so disrespectful to the player. I don't even get that. Why didn't you call a timeout when the Kansas City was in a hurry up and they were going to their plays? You could have called timeout after you seen them line up. You had 3 timeouts. You didn't even burn in the first half. We could have shut them out in the first half. Shanahan, what are you doing, dude? You could have went to the press conference also and said, yeah, I blew the game, man. Bill Walsh, every loss, Bill Walsh, he's like, it's on me. Every win is on the assistant coaches and the players. All glory to them. And he just never takes responsibility, man. It's sickening. It's
Nick. You're fired up because Jordan Mason didn't touch the ball?
No, I'm fired up because Andy Reid used his other tight ends to get receptions when Kelsey was on the bench, and he could have used Mason to get in there to run a couple plays because Mason runs really hard, and not to give the guy one carry in the Super Bowl is just criminal.
Nick, thanks. We haven't seen Jordan Mason in weeks. When's the last time Jordan Mason got a carry?
Well, he got 6 carries against the Rams in the second string game.
So when no one was playing.
Before he had 2 against Washington.
Okay.
5 against Arizona, 4 against Seattle, 2 against Philly. He had none in the playoffs.
Yeah, he had 40 all year.
Correct.
This is not someone,
including 6 against
I don't know.
the Rams.
This is an odd thing to point to. Like, we got to the Super Bowl and we didn't use someone that we never used.
Right.
And the only reason he got those carries midway through the season was because Elijah Mitchell was hurt.
Correct. Elijah Mitchell was hurt.
Correct.
And Eli did perform in the Super Bowl and performed well, by the way. And the DeMeco Ryans comment was no good either, by the way.
He was getting a head coaching job.
You don't stay as a coordinator when you're offered a head coaching gig.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay DeMeco enough to not go to Houston. By the way, you don't do that to people. You bring up the word disrespect, Nick. That would be disrespectful if you're like, doing anything other than promoting. Like, if I'm Kyle,
Don't be disrespectful.
you call the Texans and you tell them D'Amico would be an amazing head coach. You make sure that you are helping your people get promoted within the industry.
Now, Anthony Lynn making a lateral move to go to Washington and the Commanders and now be their run game coordinator. That is an interesting one. And I know he goes with Adam Peters, with whom he has a close relationship, and Peters now in Washington, but that's one where you kind of go, because it's not like he got a job as an OC.
No, but it's probably nothing more than what you just said. Like,
right.
if he's an Adam Peters guy, then he's going with Adam Peters.
Exactly. It's a lateral move and a chance for him to maybe have more say.
Maybe.
When you're coaching underneath Kyle Shanahan, and you've, I'm sure, got some input on things, but Kyle's going to run it the way he wants to run it.
Maybe, although if I'm a running game coordinator, I'd like to stay with Christian McCaffrey. I think that puts you in a better position to win than going to the Washington offense.
Right, but if you
want
to maybe have a chance to get that next job and get elevated.
I get you.
If you're, because you're not going to be the offensive coordinator here. That's for sure.
No.
There isn't one.
No, there isn't. There's never going to be one.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's go next to Vince in the city. Hi, Vince. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to say I kind of agree with Dibs on that take with hiring Steve Wilks. If you look at the last few seasons, it was pretty clear that our secondary play was abysmal. They were getting cooked in a lot of games, especially the high pressure games, just broken coverages and penalties and stuff. So I believe in hearing what you guys are saying about the staff, you would keep the personnel and the coaching staff the same, and you would add Steve Wilks in where there's a vacancy in hopes everything from before stays the same, because our run defense was top tier forever. But then you have Wilks come in and help, solidify the secondary on the back end, which I think it kind of happened, but it kind of didn't, because our DBs played better this season. But then the second half of the season, our line was giving up a lot of runs up the middle, and it was just, little gashes here and there that would really flip field position and give other teams, extra chances to score, which is what happened in Kansas City or against Kansas City.
Yeah, Vince, I don't disagree at all. I just, to me, that's not worth it. You know what I mean? The hopes of securing or shoring up a defensive backfield that I didn't think was playing all that badly last year anyway. And in fact, conceptually, I'd argue the 49ers are always a group that wants to focus on the defensive line play, and they would hope that their secondary plays better because of their defensive line. That's why they went out and drafted Nick Bosa number 2 overall. Their secondary famously had 2 interceptions in an entire year. Then they brought in Nick Bosa, and the exact same secondary had 17 the next year. Because you have a great pass rush, suddenly your secondary gets better. The whole thing's got to be married. I'm just someone who also, by the way, and maybe I'm gullible, but I believe a lot of these guys when they talk, and I look at their body language and just their regular language. And if you listen to Nick Bosa all year, I know when he's in front of a microphone, his personality is kind of just like, I'm just about to fall asleep. I get that, but I saw a body language that to me felt very frustrated and confused at times as to why things were not working at the level they should work. Like, this is strange to me that this has been discussed this way. I know he held out.
Yeah.
The defensive player of the year came back this year with the biggest deal in NFL history and didn't even get a vote the following year. That has to be bigger to me than just something wrong with Nick. Like,
it's part of it, yeah. But Nick himself said that the holdout definitely in the contract was a distraction.
Yeah.
And that's why he had a slow start to the year.
A slow start? How about the rest of it?
He was pretty good in the playoffs.
I know he was pretty good. but even you would agree it doesn't look and feel quite right. And I think that he felt the same way. And I think his comments since then have proven that.
Yeah, I think if you look at, how the team played, and I'll punch up the sack numbers and the pressure numbers with Steve, without Steve. I was looking at their pass defense. This year they were 5th in net yards allowed in the pass game. Last year they were 11th without Steve Wilks. So that would indicate to me that, the pass defense on the back end with a similar pass rush was a little bit better this year in terms of net yards allowed. This year they were 8th in sacks. They had 48 sacks.
Yeah, and remember Cheryl Bosa comes on with us and goes, no, it's not just about stats. And,
right.
And that's true. It is somewhat about stats.
No, come on.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'm sorry.
4 more sacks this year than last year.
Yeah, but come on, man. You watch the games.
For sure.
You watch the
pressure
games.
percentage last year was at 22.9. This year their pressure percentage was 21, so a little bit lower.
It
did look a little bit
not right.
It didn't look to be as game wrecking.
Yes.
And if you think about the upgrade, Javon Hargrave injected into the middle of that defense, and he didn't have the kind of year that we remember him having in Philadelphia.
Right.
That's for sure.
No doubt.
And Armstead didn't get hurt until later in the year. Cleveland Ferrell was there for a lot of the year. You brought in Chase Young. He flashed a little bit. Randy Gregory had some flash plays, but by and large, you think about all those names, Armstead and Bosa and all the rest of them, they should have been ferocious.
Hargrave was pointed out by almost every NFL expert. They're like, that is the free agent signing of the offseason.
Yeah.
And he was fine.
There's your word.
He was fine.
There's your word.
Yeah. And I believe that he's going to be a lot better next year. I think that, I'll predict that right now. I don't even know who the DC is going to be. But I'll tell you that next year, you're going to be like, oh, this is what we expected to be getting from Hargrave. Because I think Kyle Shanahan's going to go back to the tree. And to me, that's the phrase. That's what he's got to go back to the tree. Diego, Walnut Creek. What's up, Diego? How's the East Bay?
Hey, guys. Just driving in the rain.
Yeah, man. Tell it to stop soon because we're going to get off work here in an hour and 52 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right.
But all right, so I wanted to talk about, it's been a few days since the game, and I feel like we as fans and even Shanahan, we're all trying to think back of what cost us the game, what was the reason. Brock played good, the defense played good in my opinion. So it comes down to details. I clearly remember a couple plays specifically where Tony Romo, right before the play, one of them was the Chiefs had a third down, and right before the play, Tony Romo was like, "Oh, they're coming in. There's a blitz coming in." And when he said that, I knew that if he knows it, Patrick knows it. And just like that, they had a play call when McKinnon slipped right up to the right, and there's a dump off, and they had a first down. And in the Niners side, on the last play where Chris Jones comes in flying, Romo said it right before the play. Watch out, Brock, there's a blitz coming. And we just were not prepared. So I think that, it was the details that Shanahan is looking for. And I don't know, maybe Steve Wilks was too predictable. We weren't prepared, so I think he got he got the short end of the stick and he got fired, but there is the details that we need to improve on.
Diego, thanks. Yeah, I don't think anybody can disagree with that, and it's up to everybody, and unfortunately on each individual play to kind of assess where the attention to detail went wrong. There are a few times where either Kyle Shanahan or Steve Wilks probably had something out there that didn't work. That's part of football. There were plays that Brock Purdy didn't see, and then there were missed assignments on the part of offensive line, defensive backfield. There was all of it. There was all of it. So all of that is fair and true. But here's my takeaway so far post Super Bowl. In 3 days, we've learned that there was a lot more going on behind the scenes than we realized. And that is what is relevant now, because that's what's going to rear its head going forward. In 72 hours, the defensive coordinator has been fired.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk, his girl, and his brother are all on social media. NFL Films has audio of Kyle Juszczyk saying, I didn't know what was going on in overtime. Nick Bosa has said we were not prepared, and followed it by saying Steve Wilks is really good with the back end of the defense. And John Feliciano has thrown Spencer Burford under the bus and gotten into a total war of words with Jalen Carter of the Eagles, which was over 2 months ago, and what they said to one another.
And we learned that the Chiefs were rejoicing when Kyle Shanahan elected to take the ball in overtime.
Correct. So...
openly saying, they want the ball. They want the ball.
What really stinks is in 3 days, to me, the Super Bowl loss is getting more painful, not less.
The Cranberries had a song, Mark, their big #1 hit. Did you have to let it linger?
Yeah.
And that's what this feels like.
It is. Every day I wake up and it gets worse. Somebody's got a video where they're like, look, we found another spot where the Niners screwed it up.
And I showed you the 3rd and 4 at the 2-minute warning where Ayuk is open.
He's open. Brock missed him. Pacheco's running down the middle of the street looking like GP2 with a water gun in a parade.
No.
I mean, like the whole thing just gets more painful because a lot of what's going on with the 49ers, not all of it, it felt a little bit like a house of cards. The dam broke. 72 hours. That's all it's been. 72 hours. We've gotten all that. That's one of the worst post-Super Bowl hangovers in an immediate form, I think, that I've ever seen. We're sponsored by Lucky California. We see you lined up, and we're coming for your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
This Valentine's Day, Lucky invites you to celebrate the one person you can't live without. Right now, a dozen roses is only...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, Mark. Man, Super Bowl heartbreaks on a Sunday. Can't get over it. Fired Wilksy. Should have deferred. Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger?
Oh, you went early. You were doing so good.
I know.
And I get it.
I don't know this
You're
tune
like,
well
how
enough.
many? Well, I mean, what are we going to do? 5 verses?
Couldn't stop Mahomesy and Kelsey ran wild. Taylor Swifty, did you have to let it linger? Thank you, Grandy. I give myself a 2, but I tried.
You're like the hosting version of Jonathan in the City.
Totally.
Just end every segment with a song that you just make up on the fly. What's up, y'all?
On the spot.
Oh, gosh.
And, I mean, I am surprised that it is lingering this long. I knew we'd talk about it all week, and you mentioned it Monday. This thing's going to go on, and I think I said it on Monday.
Yeah.
This one's going to hurt more than the one 4 years ago, I think.
No doubt.
And it's going to absolutely linger. Did you have to? And it's going to have to linger.
I think this one's going to hurt more than that one, not because of how close it was, not because Jimmy, Brock, whatever. I think it has to do with the fact that at the beginning of the season, you thought it was going to happen. And 4 years ago, you didn't. Nobody did. Nobody was thinking Super Bowl. I told you, I did that preseason video. I go 10-6, and every single comment underneath, oh, Homer, loser, fanboy.
Totally. You get that a lot.
Yeah. And
loser, Homer, fanboy.
And they went 13-3. They went 13-3. They had a better record then than they had this year. So, anyway, expectations, that's always what sort of spins it. And so I get it. And I see it. It's all over the YouTube chat right now. It's all over Fox Sports Radio. I told you that yesterday. I got about 5 friends who decided to do a Fire Shanahan rant and get it all over the Instagram stories.
Right.
Yeah, good for you. I mean, look, there's a middle ground here. There's a middle ground. Am I a huge Shana fan? Yep. Fanboy. That's right. Turned that around real quick, didn't you?
Keep that
I knew. I'm like, he's gonna love that one. Anyway, I'm a big Shana fan. I don't run from that at all. I think he is a fantastic football coach. He's not perfect in the same way that no human being is, but he's a winning coach. He has repeatedly gotten the 49ers in position. And I understand that for many, it is just still your emotional anger talking, and I stand with you. My emotional anger just goes to a different spot, but I stand with you that this one's really hard. This one is really hard. And for many of you, that means point the finger at Kyle Shanahan. And that's fine. That's totally fine. I'm not stoked on the offseason of Shanahan's a choker. I'm not stoked on it because I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't agree with it. I look at that football game and I go, if you want to hold Shanahan fully accountable, I can give you 12 other names and 12 other plays. And is that campy to be like, win as a team, lose as a team? Maybe. But that's what happened. That's what I saw.
I mean, the whole thing about Shanahan's a choker is a non-starter because he's back next year in 24 and in 25 and in 26 and in 27. And I would bet between now and then he gets an extension.
Yeah, because
so he'll be here in 28, 29, and 30.
Because I bet in that window he's going to go to the playoffs a bunch more times.
Because joke again there.
Because, yes, he can win the big game.
He can win a big game. He can't win the big game.
I just don't separate them. There's no, like, I understand that one of them is the last game.
Sure.
But the preparation for the NFC title game and the Super Bowl is the exact same. You don't put extra bows on or something.
Well, you get an extra week for the Super Bowl.
I'm going to wear my bracelet. You got 2 weeks for the Packer game? That's a big game?
Yeah, and they were ill-prepared. They were lucky to win that game.
Your opinion.
Well,
I don't know if they were ill-prepared.
Well, they were sluggish.
By the way, for those of you who think Steve Wilks was a scapegoat, fine. Go back to those 2 big games. I'd argue Kyle Shanahan bailed Steve Wilks the hell out. Because in both of those games, they came out and the defense looked awful. And the 49ers had to rally in the fourth and do what everybody said Kyle and Brock couldn't do. And then they did. And now here we are.
The defense bailed out Kyle in the Detroit game after halftime because they put up a 0 after the half.
Okay.
They were down 24-7. The offense
They went on a 27-0 run. That's not bailing an offense out.
Well, the defense got the ball back.
They were both good.
Yeah.
They were both fantastic.
The defense was able to generate the big turnover and get the ball back.
And the offense was able to score a touchdown on like every drive.
It was complimentary football in the second half. In the first half, neither unit was good.
Correct. But there's no arguing that the first half of the defense
they got gashed on the ground.
Was epically bad.
Yes.
It was
run defense.
epically bad.
And that, to me, is the biggest reason why we are where we are today with Steve Wilks, is because the run defense got worse over the course of the year, even though you didn't really have that many dramatic losses. Apologies to Eric Armstead. He's a good player, but he's not the absolute key to your run defense. You had other pieces you could put in there. It was scheme to me more than anything.
Again, complimentary football was not being played, and that's why Steve Wilks is no longer the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. Love it or hate it, call it a scapegoat or not, things were not connected. And if you're mad at Kyle, fine, go to the other comments. Like Nick Bosa's comment was way more scathing than Kyle's if you want to look at something that makes Steve Wilks look bad. You spent a whole year trying to fit into a certain system, and then the top paid defensive player in the history of the game walks to a microphone and goes, I think he's really good on the back end. But, we had a hard time this year. Wow.
Yeah.
That's your money quote. As far as Steve Wilks, forget Kyle. Your DPOY last year, your highest paid defensive player in the history of the game, does not back Steve Wilks.
Well, and that speaks to, without saying any other words, how many other defensive players felt that way or close to that way.
I would guess more than one.
Well, and I haven't totally been on Twitter today, but I haven't seen anybody come out on Twitter and say, this is an outrage. We can't go forward without Wilksy. Our defense will never be the same. And, I haven't even seen the, hey, Steve, thanks for your 1 year. We're going to miss you tweet. And maybe it's out there and I just haven't seen it. But I get the sense that Nick Bosa, who is not known for being an outlandish speaker, if he says what he says, I think he's reflecting on what many in that locker room were thinking or had already discussed.
I don't even know where to find him on here. Diamador Lenore is super chirpy on social media.
Not just chirpy, but super chirpy?
Super chirpy. I can't, Grandy, will you find his Twitter, see if he said anything, and his IG? I can't find it, at least not quick. Let's go to Stovetop in Fairfield. Stovetop, like the stuffing? What's the deal out there, Fairfield?
Yeah, just like the stuffing, like Shanahan, we need the stuffing, and here's why.
All right.
Man, the dude never takes accountability when something goes wrong. Here's what the defensive coordinator. So the offense sucked in the game. I mean, he's pointing to the defense, say, the coordinator didn't do what he do. How many points did the offense score? And they're supposed to be this great offense. How many times did Purdy miss somebody wide open in the end zone? He overthrew Debo. He overthrew 3 or 4 passes without the pressure. I grant the third down where he missed him because the alignment didn't.
Oop, I didn't do that. That wasn't me.
You ran him.
I didn't like what he was saying, but I didn't do that. Look, go to the...
I heard click-clack.
Red hanky. Yeah, if you hear click-clack, that automatically means it's not me. The click-clack means it came... Right? You know, Grandy.
I picked up a different call from the... I don't know what the hell happened.
My hands are up.
Put up a Twitter poll. Do you think Mark ran a guy who was coming down Kyle's road? I agree with you.
I'm you right now. Palms up. I didn't touch anything. I'm sitting here listening to this guy.
We'll see what happens in the next guy who comes out and buries your boy Shanahan. Because you already came out this segment and said, I'm a fanboy.
No, I said I'm a Shana fan.
Oh, yeah.
Get it right.
No, you also said...
Dibley.
What did you say earlier? Homer, loser, fanboy.
Fanboy!
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
All that.
It's all true. It's all true.
Diamador Lenore on Twitter at 8:30 this morning just sent out a crying
emoji.
And I think that was before.
Yeah, damn right it was. But,
before the Steve Wilks.
But he knew. He knew. Well, and again, Steve, the reason I brought up Lenore is because Steve is a DB's guy. And Lenore had a great year. So I wonder if Diamador had some thoughts. And apparently he's in tears. So there you have it. But anyway, with regard to what the caller was saying, here's my issue with it. It's not even that he was blaming Kyle Shanahan. I reject this idea that what happened today was Kyle blaming Steve Wilks. That's not how I take this. Do you take it that way? That he's blaming Steve Wilks for the loss?
I think he's righting his own wrong.
Yes.
Is what he's doing.
He's like this marriage didn't work. Nick Bosa said it too. And I also reject the idea that Kyle Shanahan, quote, never comes out and takes accountability. What's your evidence of that? Go listen to the Trey Lance press conference after he got traded and tell me that Kyle Shanahan never takes accountability. Go listen to it. And if you still feel that way after you listen to it, you come on back. Come on back, you hear?
And even listen to his comments after this game. He takes responsibility for what he can, which is basically, his team didn't know the overtime rules.
Yeah.
Didn't think that was really a factor in why they lost. I agree with him there. The fact that Kyle Juszczyk didn't know the overtime rules, how did that affect how they played one bit? It really didn't. And Kyle Shanahan didn't come out and blame the refs. He didn't blame anybody. He just admitted that they got beat. I don't know what else he's supposed to say.
No, I mean, I did not hear Kyle Shanahan come out and say, everybody gather around. Spencer Burford went the wrong way, or else we would have won. I didn't hear that press conference.
Right.
Yeah, he has said nothing offensive, and he didn't say anything offensive about Steve Wilks today. Kurt in Santa Cruz. Hey, Kurt, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, bud.
Good, Kurt.
Good. I'm just wondering what your opinion of is of Chase Young, because my feeling on Chase is he's overrated. He's kind of a one-trick pony like D Ford was, and I think the 49ers missed out on going after the better linebacker that the Commanders had, and that was Montez Sweat. The Bears had to give something up for Sweat, and I think there's a reason why the 49ers didn't have to give up hardly anything. And a conditional second-round pick for Young. And he didn't really do much.
Well, Kurt, here's something that I would say on that, though. You got to put those 2 points that you just made together. Like, why do you think the Bears were willing to give something up for Montez Sweat?
Because I think he's a really good player.
Well, no, it's because they were going to re-sign him, which they did. And the 49ers did not have money to do a move like that. So, in other words, you're not going to give Washington more for Montez Sweat because you're looking for a rental. The Bears were looking for the future. So they're willing to give up a whole lot more because they think they can keep a player, and they did. So I don't think that thanks, Kurt, appreciate it. I don't think this was a narrative on who the 49ers thought was better. It was a matter of you can't match Chicago's offer because we're just looking to bring someone in for 8 games. And you're not going to pay that kind of a price for 8 games. You're only going to do it if it's going to be like really cheap, which it was.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought that Chase Young came in and played about as well as you would expect from a guy who you got in for an 8-week rental. And it's easy to look at the play against Detroit where we all saw him jogging, but think back to the Super Bowl on the, I think, second play from scrimmage when or might have been the first play from scrimmage that Kansas City ran.
It was early.
And he burst through and had a tackle for loss, and he made plays in the Super Bowl. And I don't think that you look at the defense particularly and you look at their performance as a reason why they lost. I personally don't.
I agree. I mean, he was back and forth. He good moments and then bad moments, and then he would disappear and then he would return. And, you know, I bet if you talk to a Washington fan, they'd tell you, yeah, that's the problem. We spent the number 2 overall pick on someone who plays well sometimes.
Right.
You need that person to play well all the time. Let's go to Robin. Robin in the city. Hey, Robin, what's up?
Hey, you guys, thank you for having me. So I want to address two components. One you might not touch, but on social media, in particular among my people, which are black people, they would like to accuse Shanahan of being a racist, which is absurd. Because, you know, Steve, I mean, you know, we don't have to go into the politics of that, but I just want to point that out, you know, and I want to tell you how I shut them down with that, okay? First of all, Ray Charles could see that he wasn't a complete fit. I mean, it's like when you want a job, right? And you know, you see your boss always constantly correcting you. I'm not saying he constantly correcting, but he made a few mistakes, and you never saw that dynamic between him and D'Amico Ryan or whatever. So I'm like, So now, you know, he's doing his year-end evaluation, okay? And I agree, it wasn't a perfect fit. And the next one should go is Kinlaw, and the next one should go is Chase Young. It's like you're on your job after 6 months, after a year, you're getting an evaluation, okay? It's not because you're black, because you're white. The only color that matters here is red. He didn't fit. That's how that goes. And then I want to say to all the people out there who's making that bogus claim, why don't you go look up the fact that five black men, 3 have become head coaches under Kyle Shanahan, and 2 an executive in the front office. So miss me with that claim, all right? A loss is a loss. Should Shanahan get it together? Yes, but he controls the pen, baby. So miss me with that. Peace out, you guys.
Oh, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
Go ahead and rock that girl. That was a great call. It's a great point. And
I mean, what does a guy have to do to avoid that label?
You can't. It's stupid. You and I went through this earlier this year when Brandon Pajemski was getting minutes over Moses Moody. In the NBA and the NFL, racism exists at the ownership level. Yes. The idea that head coaches in the National Football League and the National Basketball Association are putting their jobs on the line and their winning record on the line because they want to play white players over black players is some of the laziest stuff that you will ever hear come out of a sports taker's mouth. It's absurd, and I can't stand that that's become such a thing. Let's be honest. Put it on the table. This was an underbelly conversation about Steve Wilks all year long. All year long. It became the offense is white and the defense is black, and like, whose fault is it? For a lot of people. I'm watching the comments on YouTube all day. I've been accused of being a racist because I've sided apparently with Nick Bosa and Kyle Shanahan.
How could you?
And not Steve Wilks.
Right.
When actually the only thing I've said today about this is that this is a bad marriage and it's Kyle's fault. Kyle made a poor decision in hiring someone that is outside of the scheme. Nothing to do with the color of his face. And I can't stand that we're even acknowledging this, but Robin brings it up.
And I'm glad Robin, was able to put words to it because I'm sure it's something that she sees a lot more. I guess I'm not in the same corners on Twitter. And in all honesty, I'm not on the X as much as I used to be because of a lot of what you're talking about. The other thing she mentioned is Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Javon Kinlaw. They're all free agents, so they all can be gone. And Chase Young, he's not going to be back. And the estimated value for him is $13 million. You're not going to pay him $13 million. Randy Gregory, it's a good effort. And, he's over 30, and he was making big money as well, so he'll be gone. Javon Kinlaw is the interesting one. Larry Krueger speaks on, how Javon Kinlaw played pretty well this year, finally, and his market's about $5.5 million.
His market's not going to be much.
No, but maybe you keep him as a guy you re-sign, but Randy Gregory, Chase Young, they're both going to be gone. A lot of these free agents will be gone. You're going to have a lot of new faces next year.
One got 11 draft picks.
Right.
11 picks. Got to do a good job.
Yeah, and
to do a good
they've
job
done
there.
pretty well, especially in the later rounds.
Pretty well.
Something we can get into as we get closer to the draft is what do you do with pick number 31? And, Larry was making an interesting case when we talked to him about if you did trade Brandon Ayuk, maybe you trade him to the Raiders and you get their pick, which is at, I think, 11. Is that right? If you're going to do that, if you're going to trade Brandon Ayuk, and this is something, again, for maybe not today, but down the road, you'd want to use that player to move up in the first round. And like you're saying, Mark, 11 draft picks, when you're this close to the cap, you need to get relatively cheap labor on this team.
Just trying to imagine, how those interviews go, in the NFL and the NBA. Here comes Kyle Shanahan. He's got a flat bill hat and Yeezys on. He's like, all right, guys, Jed, sit down. Here's my plan. We're going to go with the white guys. Just stop, everyone. Please. Just stop. It's so absurd.
Well, you gave Debo a contract,
right.
You traded for Trent Williams,
and you elevated and promoted Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, and we could go on and on and on. You just, sometimes in life, all of us, self included, dude, just check yourself.
Right.
Check yourself. What are you actually saying? Right? Don't go, you put stuff out there in the world. And that only hurts you, man. That only comes back around when you put that stuff out there. You can be angry about whatever you want, but come on, man. Just to check yourself.
I tell you one thing that Diamador Lenore is angry about, and I'm looking at it right here, and he's got a case.
What's that?
The game-winning touchdown, the Chiefs had 2 offensive linemen downfield.
Correct. Should have been a penalty.
It should have been a penalty. And I'm looking at it again.
Yeah, it should have been. And I love that you brought this up.
Well, he brought it up, and I...
No, but thank you. Because if I had brought this up, you'd have kicked me in the teeth.
Well, you're a refist. It's refism.
I'm really not.
I was going to wear my stripes today, maybe tomorrow.
But I just do it to you. If I had a different co-host, I would never... I don't want to sit here and talk about refs.
Of course you do. All of you can't handle it.
Well, none of you are any good at it. But anyway...
that's not what your buddy said.
That's correct, but I wasn't there to see it. I watched the ref earlier this year. You missed a couple. But anyway, I don't want to talk about refs. That's boring. There's a game... If it's that big, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And this is
this
is one of those ones
where...
There
were a couple of linemen downfield. There's no question.
None of us in real time probably saw it because we were seeing red and we were so mad that the game ended. But I'm watching it back, and on the snap, they have 2 linemen go from the 3-yard line down to the 1. And they're throwing blocks,
right,
Mark.
But here's why I'm chill on this. Because a lot of it, never go full Jeff, just put this on YouTube. Because of the clock... There's this brigade of people out there who think that if the penalty had been called, the game was over. No, it just goes to the next quarter.
Right, we go to the other end.
The clock had nothing to clock had nothing to do with anything in that moment. If that penalty is called, it is 1st and goal from the 8. Spoiler alert, they going in. They're going in anyway.
Yeah,
because you wasn't stopping anything by then. So anyway, I don't think it would have changed a damn thing. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and we have absolutely no intention of doing anything but taking your calls throughout the final hour of this show tonight on Willard and Dibs.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning and James Hardie for insulation.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. This is an interesting development. Then we'll go right back to your phone calls. But you know how the Phoenix Suns, they don't like controversy. They don't want to throw hands.
No.
They want therapy.
Right.
Okay, Draymond? Well, the Pistons and Suns have had an incident in the back tunnels of the Suns arena tonight. I assume, is this pregame? Do they have a game tonight, the two of them? All right. The game's still hours away, but Pistons forward center Isaiah Stewart was chest to chest with Suns player Drew Eubanks. And then at a certain point, Stewart decided to throw down. And he connected. He connected with a right hook.
Out of here.
And then the two were separated, and police presence is now involved in the situation. So I don't know if this is from a previous game or something that happened tonight, but I'm sure that Yusuf Nurkic will not approve.
Man.
I'm sure of that.
Yeah, because he's a peacemaker, Mark.
Well, we don't want anybody touching each other out here in this professional sports world.
Yeah. A pregame fisticuffs in the association.
Yeah, like, have we seen this name before in something like this? Stewart. Isaiah Stewart. Am I like...
He was he looked like a crazy man running across a gym trying to get to LeBron James.
Is that what it was?
A couple years ago.
What do you mean trying to get to LeBron James?
There was about 9 other basketball players in between them grabbing him, and he was furiously trying to swim move every one of them to get to LeBron.
He was going to beat up LeBron James.
Yes. He maybe caught a backhand accidentally, but and he was bleeding from his mouth.
Yeah.
Or it was an elbow. I don't remember the exact situation, but it was that.
Shout out to Jeff again on YouTube. He goes, I feel like this isn't the first time with Stewart. And I'm like, I agree. Well, I've seen that name before, and not for like hitting a cool three-pointer or anything like that. All right. So off to anger management you go.
Yeah. Apparently he got, I'm looking at it here from 2021. He got caught after a free throw, and he confronts LeBron, and he wants a piece of LeBron. And LeBron's actually coming back. And here's DeAndre Jordan trying to hold him back. Russell Westbrook is kind of involved. And now Stewart is mad.
Dibs with the play-by-play.
Scott Foster is holding him back. 3 coaches in masks are holding him back. Stewart is having none of it. He wants his pound of flesh from the king, and now it's broken off. Here comes Cade Cunningham in from the left side. Swim move from Stewart. More security personnel holding him back, and he's got blood coming from the right eye, and he doesn't like it. He needs a Band-Aid. He's got blood in his mouth. He wants the king, and he wants him bad.
Whew,
dude, he's bloody.
That was good.
Thank you.
That was good.
Narrator chimes in.
Yeah.
He never got him.
Yeah.
Right between the eyes. Yeah, there it is.
You could have done some Kevin Harlan for that.
I was trying, but you didn't take
He's
a breath.
mad at the foul line.
He's drunk. He's going after the king.
The man is angry.
He swings and misses right between the eyes. Yeah, that's...
He's angry at the 20. He's pissed at the 15. He's infuriated at the 10.
Someone's pet cat has run onto the field. All right, cool.
Man.
There it is. Can you imagine? Fun fact, fun thought.
Dude, he's really bleeding.
Can you imagine having the mentality, the body structure, and the overall makeup to, quote, want a piece of LeBron?
Yes.
That's a funny idea to me. You know what? I want a piece of LeBron. Come here, you 6'9", cut out of granite rock,
totally.
255-pound, absolute human Adonis, Hall of Fame greatness player. I want a piece of you.
He did get caught with a cheap shot at the foul line.
Okay,
and he was bleeding.
An elbow, right?
Isaiah Stewart, 6'8", 250.
Okay,
so
that's
it's not
what I'm
like
saying.
we're talking about, shout out Muggsy Bogues, one of my all-time favorites, but this is not Muggsy Bogues. This man is 6'8", 250.
And his nickname is Beef Stew, so you don't mess with the Beef Stew.
Yeah.
Please research how to get it. How to get that nickname.
He's a lot of beef.
He's big, and
okay.
his last name
you don't
is
know,
Stewart.
but you're guessing. Maybe Mama made beef stew and he really liked it. Maybe it's from childhood. I don't know.
Maybe he gets into a lot of beefs. That would be my guess.
Maybe he gets a lot of beefs against guys named Stu. I don't know.
Fair.
I know his last name's Stewart. I get it.
It's just an old Pac-12 beef. He's a Husky. Eubanks was a Beaver. They're going at it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Who wins between a Husky and a Beaver?
Depends on the venue.
Yeah.
If it's a water fight, I like the Beaver.
My son has those books. It's called Who Would Win? No joke.
Okay.
And there's all these chapters, and they'll come up with two animals, and they're like, who would win? And then you go through the whole chapter, and the thing kind of go, well, this one would have this advantage.
Save this for July. This is All-Star Week.
No, this is gold.
You're right. No, sorry. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying bring the book in.
Who would win?
I'm with you, Lucas. Bring the dang book.
A Husky and a Beaver. I will tell you, Huskies are the bleep holes of the dog park. And I say that with all due respect because I used to want one when I didn't know anything about dogs.
Oh.
I love the way Huskies look. But now that I've become a dog owner and you start to go to dog parks and talk to people who are dog people and you learn characteristics of dogs, the Huskies don't listen to anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone.
Why are the beautiful ones always so much trouble?
Exactly.
Fluffy and gorgeous and a headache.
I'm gorgeous. I don't need to listen to you. You don't have a treat? I'm not coming to you, even if you do. I'm going to poop over here.
I'm not getting in that car.
How can you get in the car, stupid owner?
I think Husky v. Beaver on land. I like the Husky at minus 200.
Okay.
Get me into a shallow stream or even a deep river. Beaver's got it.
Yeah.
The Beaver's got the upper hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Beavers have hands.
The Husky won't even see it coming.
No.
Got those big front teeth.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And that tail. Don't sleep on that
damn tail.
Stop whopping me, Beaver.
Beef stew.
Totally. Right. Anyway.
All right, we digress. It's a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Seriously, the Huskies. It's like, you guys are such jerks. Why are you acting like that?
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about the poodle. And I don't know a lot of dog breeds, but...
See, I don't know a lot of poodles.
Yeah, you can't trust a poodle.
No, when the Huskies are there, because they seem to come in pairs, too. People are like, we got one Husky and he won't listen. Let's try to get another one. Oh, crap, he doesn't listen either. No, I got two dogs that don't listen. Let's just go and have them not listen together. You go to a dog park and the Huskies are out, you consider coming back later. You're like, the Huskies are here. I'm out. Let's go to Jeff in San Jose.
Grady just gave me the look.
Well, he's
I was just saying, I agree. I hate the Huskies.
Yeah. Like Grandy's been sitting in there for the last 2 minutes. Like, how can I Pac-12 this conversation? Like,
and he nailed it.
Right. He did. Hi, Jeff. What are you doing? You own a Husky or what?
No, I don't.
Okay, good decision.
Yeah, right. So a comment and a question. First comment, Mark, thank you for being the voice of reason amongst all these crazy takes over the last 3 or 4 days. So I need to get that. Happy with that, Dan.
Yep. Dan.
So
I'm going to throw up.
Jeff, call him Dan twice more in this call, and I will, I don't know, I'll send you a DoorDash or something.
Just run this guy. Oh, Mark, you're so sensible. Go ahead, Jeff. What else you got?
All right. So what else? So the defense and Wilks. So defense highly ranked all year, right? Playoffs, they've laid a couple of eggs against the Packers and the Lions. Super Bowl played phenomenal, right? You hold Mahomes to basically no touchdowns except for the gift of the one that was in the red zone. So I feel like firing was just a philosophy disagreement between Shanahan and Wilks. My question to you is, do you think, due to Bosa's comments, do you think Bosa got in Shanahan's ear and helped that happen?
That's an interesting question, Jeff. Thanks. Look, obviously, there's no way to know, but I think Dibbs and I both agree that this is not something that came together over the last week. Listen, I'll take you back to, was it week 7 when they played Minnesota? I remember talking to you about this then. That was the only sign you needed to know that something was not cool.
Well, I told him, and he knew it was wrong and stuff.
The guy held a press conference 48 hours later and said something along, I don't want to misquote, Steve knows he messed up. Have you ever heard a head coach say that about a coordinator because of a play call? Ever. I've never heard something like that.
Yeah.
And I walked away that day and I'm like, oh, they don't like each other. And I think that they worked through it to a point where they could obviously coexist. But that was the beginning of the end, and quite frankly, it might have already been the end.
The quote was, yeah, he knows. He knows he messed up on that call. I have no problem with zero blitzes, especially when people need a lot of yards. If you need to get 20 to kick a field goal, I have no problem with a zero blitz. But I do when there's 16 seconds left. That's when he lost track. There was no necessary need for that just because of the time. I have no problem with that play call, but when it's that time you can't do that, that's not an option.
Oh, my God.
Shanahan.
You might as well fired him right there. And Lucas came in and asked a question, which you've sort of touched on a couple of times today and tonight. And he's like, what if the Niners win the Super Bowl? Is Steve still out? And I'm with you. I think the answer is still yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have been today. Well,
the
like there was
parade
going to be a
would have been
parade.
today.
So, no.
Mid-parade? Steve's parade vehicle gets pulled
Steve's
over.
Car breaks
gets pulled
down.
over.
It's left.
Boop, boop. All right, Wilks, pull it over.
They get him in a car. It's got 4 flat tires.
Right?
Oh, damn. I don't think we're going to make it out there, Steve.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be back. Yeah.
I do think that it probably would have been next week.
It didn't work. It's not. This is not scapegoating and blaming him for losing in the Super Bowl. There obviously was a lot of work that went into this all year long, and the breadcrumbs are there that it never felt good. It never felt good to Nick Bosa. You know, I wonder what Fred and Dre would say about it. I wonder what Chase Young would say about it. I wonder what Javon Hargrave would say about it. But there were too many times this year where it felt like defense over here in this corner of the room and the offense over there in that corner of the room. And but more importantly, defensive line over here in this corner of the room, defensive backs over here in that corner of the room. They weren't working together.
Right, and it felt like, defensive coach up in the booth, defensive team down on the field. And that's what it was until he needed to come down and he was beckoned down on the field. And, we all thought, oh, that was the fix that they needed because they went out and they won 5 straight games. I believe that was after the bye when he came down from being in the booth after they had lost 3 in a row.
Right.
You had the bye. You went to Jacksonville. The defense actually looked great.
It was amazing that day.
Rested and fresh. And, Jacksonville turned out to not be as good as we thought.
Also
and
true.
The defense did stack some good games together against lesser opponents. And so we thought, okay, problem solved. But turns out the problems were still there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll keep going with your phone calls, but there's some interesting new audio we just got. Emmanuel Acho, FS1, listen to what he says about Shanahan and Wilks.
Kyle Shanahan got me heated. Come here, fam. Shanahan, you wasted a season. You hired a defensive coordinator in Steve Wilks who you never believed in the first place. Go back to the Minnesota Vikings game middle of the season, early in the season. Steve Wilks runs an all-out blitz. Shanahan, he berates him at the end of the game in the post-game press conference. But in 2017, when Wilks was a coordinator for the Carolina Panthers, the defensive coordinator, and they had a top-flight defense, he blitzed 47% of the time. So blitzing is what Steve Wilks does. If you didn't want Wilks to blitz, why'd you hire him? Then Super Bowl, biggest stage, everybody watching in the biggest moment. You call a timeout to question Steve Wilks. You never believed in the dude in the first place. Now you're going to fire him. Now your Niners defensive players are going on their 4th defensive coordinator in 5 seasons. Saleh, D'Amico, Wilks, question mark. Shanahan, you got to know what you're doing before you do it. You can't just be hiring dudes all willy-nilly when you got all pros all over the defense. You're wasting their careers. Hire somebody that you believe in and go get the job done.
Totally agree.
Yeah, love the passion.
I totally agree. I totally agree. It's why I will probably, unfortunately, right, like Kyle Shanahan and the Niners will now run for the hills. My job in this industry, your job, Dibs, is we have to be here every day. So I don't get to go to a lot of press conferences with Kyle Shanahan. But my God, I would love to ask, why did you hire him in the first place? Why? Why would you go outside the scheme to bring someone in and admit right up front, yeah, this is going to be hard here. We're going to have to like chase around and do this on the fly. It's like you chose the path of more resistance purposefully. You knew it. You knew from the beginning. You sat there at a fork in the road because D'Amico Ryans was hired away. You looked at the fork. One of them had clear, smooth sailing, and the other one was under construction. And you went, yeah, let's go that way. I'm not bothered by orange signs. Why?
I don't know who the clear, smooth sailing hire would have been. And I think that's
somebody on the tree. There's going to be so many people.
Yeah, we can go back and look. Brandon Staley was not available.
Not available.
He was still coaching the Chargers in his last days. And I don't know who else out there he felt like would have been a good candidate. I'll see if I can go back and find who else they interviewed and who else the candidates were.
But there's got to be so many people on the, if you want to call it this, the Vic Fangio tree. How many, like he's been coaching forever. There's got to be so many people underneath it. And good God, who doesn't want the 49er DC position? 2 in a row have gotten head coaching jobs. That is a super sought-after position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could have had anybody.
You would figure. Interesting what Acho says about the blitz percentage. In 2017, if the Panthers blitzed 47% of the time, this year the Niners were third to last, I think, in blitz percentage. At blitz percentage, they were at 18%, third to last.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a guy who likes to blitz almost half the time, and you bring him here, and basically your system here is we're rushing 4, we're going to go wide 9, we're going to rush with 4, and we're going to use the 4 up front to stop the run and use our incredibly fast and good linebackers to clean up the mess and have our secondary rally up with hard-hitting safeties. That's how we're going to do it here. We're going to play a little soft in coverage, and we're going to not blitz very often. And so Wilks comes in, and he's blitz happy, and you want him to adjust and adapt to that system. Seems like a bad fit.
Yeah.
And easier to say now than, back when they hired him.
Although, not impossible to say then, and the question was asked then, and it was answered then, and I don't know that the answer today makes any more sense than it did then. Yeah, we're hiring Steve Wilks because he's a great coach. He's been around forever. We think he can fit into this system. All right. But why? If you're going to sign up for a challenge, it has to be because there's an overwhelming positive somewhere else. And I'm failing to see what that was. That's all.
Yeah. And I would bet it's experience and leadership.
Yeah.
And probably his ability to make the secondary better.
But isn't that an interesting thing you just said? Like, okay, if you hired him for his leadership, I understand leadership, that's practice, that's the whole week, that's the whole picture. But I'm going to hire someone for their leadership, and they're going to be in the booth? If I want someone for their leadership, they're going to be next to my guys talking to them on the sideline.
Right.
Which eventually they got there. But week 10? I don't know. The whole thing, to me, it's totally head-scratcher. Philip in Oakland. Hey, Philip, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, my point of view is he hired the right guy. Okay, they needed more blitzing. They hired the right guy, and I really feel like, let's look at it. They got to the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl. I mean, if they would have hit the extra point, the game would have been won in regulation with that defensive coordinator.
Not necessarily, but I hear you. Not necessarily.
Well, okay, so what do you mean?
Well, you kick the extra point.
The extra point.
Right, but you can't just make it like the Chiefs would not have made the same decisions if they were down 4 as opposed to where they were down 3. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. True. Okay, granted. But, I mean, my point is that he hired the guy. He obviously felt like blitzing or some aspect of what Steve Wilks was going to bring was going to help the organization. And it did. They got to the Super Bowl, right? And
except they didn't
there's an argument that they could have won in regulation.
They could have. Right. I'm with you on that front, Philip. It's not, the team was not a disaster this year. However, your premise is sort of saying you brought him in to blitz and it worked. Well, but they didn't. They didn't blitz. That's what Dibs just detailed. They brought in a blitzer and didn't blitz. They went down to 18% of the time with someone who's used to doing it half the time. So, like, you get what I'm saying, Philip? I'm going to stand by my point, which is no, they didn't hire the right guy. It didn't conceptually make sense from the beginning.
Well, so the argument, then you could say they hired the right guy, but he didn't execute in a way that was consistent with the way he had in the past.
Yeah,
and I don't think that they.
Thanks,
thank
Phillip.
you for the call. I don't know if they wanted him to execute his game plan because it's not what they do here. They play their base with the 4 down and the wide 9, and they don't like to blitz because you feel like you don't need to blitz. And honestly, if you look at their pressure rate and their sack numbers and their interception totals, they all were comparable from last year to this year. The red zone defense got better.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that became a real issue was the run defense.
Yep.
And, I'm not going to sit here and break down every run and tell you that I know all the scheme, but from a defense standpoint against the run, that's where they had the biggest issue in the second half of the year.
Nick looked bothered the whole year. And if you want to put that on him, you can put it on him, but he's their best player. So look at the way we all watch Warrior basketball. Nobody's doing anything that's not okay with Steph. They're not making trades that's not okay with Steph. But we're out here giving Nick Bosa the biggest contract in the history of defense and putting him in a system with a defensive coordinator that doesn't highlight him, doesn't put him in the best position to win, which is what Kyle Shanahan literally and Steve Kerr just said to us yesterday is the heart of coaching, putting your best players in their best position to win. Steve Wilks does not put Nick Bosa and that defensive line, Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead in their best position to win. They underachieved this year. So if your premise for saying they hired the right guy is, well, because they made the Super Bowl, I'd argue it a different way. This may sound silly, but they made the Super Bowl in spite of this move. Their defense should have been better. I don't care how good it was. It should have been better.
Yeah.
And I think they were so much better than the rest of the NFC that they found a way to get into the Super Bowl despite playing like crap for 2 weeks and watching teams put the fear of God in them before they somehow rescued a win in games where teams didn't even belong on the field with them.
Well, Detroit belonged on the field with them.
I don't think they did.
Detroit had a very good offense.
Not if their defense played up to snuff.
If their defense in the beginning of that game especially, it was galling.
It was like the worst half of the year.
It was Gibbs. It was Montgomery. It was Reynolds on a reverse where you had 5 guys with a chance to make the tackle and you didn't, and it was 7-0 before you even had a chance to crack open the Daisy Dips. That thing escalated quickly, as the old expression goes.
Yep.
I'm looking at an article from I had to get one in. I'm looking at an article from last year from Niners Wire from Kyle Madsen, friend of the program.
Hi, Kyle.
6 options to replace DeMeco Ryans, and one of them, Steve Wilks.
Steve Wilks, all right.
Vic Fangio, but he runs a 3-4, so I think that was a big reason why they didn't even consider him because they didn't want to go to that. Chris Harris, who ended up getting another job. Ejiro Evero, who got the DC job in Carolina. Another young guy, Chris Kasarik, which would have been an elevation sensation. Corey Undlin. These are guys who have never been defensive coordinators. So I think that Kyle Shanahan looked at the candidates and thought, I want a guy with experience. I have an experienced team, Super Bowl ready. I don't want to roll the dice with a guy who's never done this before.
I get it, but that's what they had just done and struck gold with DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh. So I'm sorry, man. If I'm looking at this objectively, Kyle went the wrong way.
But this is my hypothetical look at what Kyle Shanahan may have been thinking. I don't know, and you don't know, and maybe we will never know. And perhaps with this new hire, because now it's going to be, a 4th straight year or 4th coordinator in 5 years, actually, because I think DeMeco's there for a couple. You're going to need a new coordinator, and so does he try to bring in another experienced guy, or do you elevate somebody from your staff, or like you're saying, find somebody from the tree?
Yeah, just do somebody who does what you do.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
To me, it's easy who you hire.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Bring him in.
Who?
I'm going to show you for the YouTube audience. What am I wearing, Mark?
Yeah, well, we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah. What am I wearing, Willard? What am I wearing, Willard?
Wearing a hoodie.
Yeah, I am.
I'm bringing him in.
Mark.
Can you imagine?
Mark. Bringing the hoodie. Well, and he has press avails, so Kyle can and stuff, and then Bill. How do you think your run defense looked this past week? Well, I know.
Yeah, well, we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think we're going to be on to Cincinnati.
I'm just
bring him in
now, so
bring him in.
I don't have to do this anymore.
Yes, he does.
I mean, I'm built for this.
Once a week. Yes, YouTube audience. Thank you, D-Lou, on the YouTube.
I have to say I'm sort of built for this.
I'm wearing a hoodie. Bring in the hoodie.
I am prepared.
It's hot.
Take the hoodie off.
Thank you.
I am prepared to take what I eat for breakfast every day and slap it on my face. I'm going to eat it. Thank you.
No, he's not going to eat it is the thing. I'm going to wear it.
I am prepared to end up with egg all over my face. What will I offer here?
Will you literally put egg on your face? Because that's what the people want.
Okay.
You won't. Wait.
Yes. I will
You
do.
won't.
I will do.
I love Lucas
I will
out of
do an
nowhere.
entire show with egg on my face. Literally. If the 49ers hire Bill Belichick to be the defensive coordinator. Mark it.
Okay. Grandy that tape.
And
Mark it with a C.
You can make it whatever kind of egg you want. Scrambled.
Oh, yeah.
Over easy.
I'm going to poach that thing.
I mean, hard boil
What would be
it.
the worst? Just a raw
Over
egg.
easy and plop it straight on his head.
Okay.
All right. I like it. Grandy.
The yolk just run down all
Just
show.
Dude,
raw,
Grandy's waiting.
Raw.
Yeah, raw.
Stinky.
Raw's the answer.
Yeah.
egg.
Uncooked.
Okay.
Fine. Done.
I like it.
I will do 4 hours
With egg on your face.
with runny yolk all over my cheek if the 49ers hire Bill Belichick to be the defensive coordinator.
Okay. I love
Okay.
this. This is great. Mark the tape.
It's a bad fit. There's no way in hell he would do it. There's no way in hell Kyle would want it. There's no way in hell you want that kind of presence in the room. As a coordinator, it makes 0 sense. Therefore, it'll probably be announced at like 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Makes perfect sense. He's in need of a job. I was in need of a coordinator.
Why would you think that he wants to be a coordinator?
Maybe he wants to come and get back to his roots and coach up defense. It's what he does. His defense this year was very good.
What would make you think that he wants to do that?
What would make you think that he doesn't?
Because
so he's not getting a head coaching job, right?
Not this year.
Okay, so what's he going to do? He's not going to go into the broadcast booth?
Take a gap year. What does he need to eat or something?
He wants to be a part of the fabric.
When you look at Bill, are you like, boy, there's a guy who doesn't know how to sit down and take a breath? No, he looks like he never stands up. Bill's going to go sit on a couch.
No chance. He's a grinder, and a grinder grinds.
He's in his 70s.
He wants to come. Hypothetically, you come here, you take Kyle under your wing, and you show Kyle how to close. Kyle, this is Bill. I'm going to show you how to close. And
I love it.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach and stuff. I'm happy to have a mentor like you, and I'm really fortunate and stuff to have you here.
It's going to be 72 in 2 months.
Can you imagine the and stuff against the monotone?
Oh, my God. No. I would actually force the 49ers to all get liquored up before every press conference. You're not allowed to talk to the press until you've had 3 drinks. At least. Especially you, Bill.
I think if Bill wants a job this year, and I don't know, you don't know, nobody knows if he actually wants to work.
That would surprise me.
Come here for a year, coordinate.
You know what that would be?
It'd be a coordination sensation. Cha-ching! Totally. I don't know. Egg on your face.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
What about
up,
the pride of Redwood, who does not have a job? Thank you, Dibs.
The gum
Pete
chewer.
Carroll.
No.
Also,
no.
I'm also in my 70s.
No, yeah. Can you imagine? Listen to yourselves. Who on earth is like a Super Bowl winning head coach and gets into their 70s and they're like, you know what? We're doing it. Let's be an assistant.
If they hire
These people
Pete Carroll,
have had total control of organizations for decades.
If they hire Pete Carroll to be the defensive coordinator, I will do the whole 4-hour show with gum in my hair. Grandy.
That's too easy.
Gum in my beard?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
In your ears.
I will smear gum all over my beard.
Yeah.
I'll do 4 hours with gum on my face if they hire.
They're more likely to hire Marshawn
I like that,
Lynch
Lucas.
to be the defensive coordinator next year. Pete Carroll. Stop it.
Speaking of former players, I did see someone throw out on Twitter, Richard Sherman?
Well, I mean...
he can talk the talk.
Yeah, he can talk. Can he coach?
No.
I mean, 5 minutes ago, you guys were like, "What? He really wanted someone with experience." Now he's going to go get a podcaster? Like,
Acho?
That does not. Yeah, there you go. Co-DCs, Acho and Sherm. I don't know, man. Like, is that even what Sherm wants to do? Is he qualified? No.
That's a leap.
I'd argue.
That's a leap.
Yeah. Jeff and Marin. Hi, Jeff. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. What's up? Thanks for taking the call. So I've got a couple thoughts. First of all, I agree with Shanahan's a very good coach. There's no real questioning that. However, that doesn't mean he's not subject to some criticism. I agree with the previous caller and you guys. Steve Wilks was trying to pound a square peg into a round hole. Also, there was a series in the third quarter, as I recall, where we just stopped them and we go into a spread formation, nobody in the backfield. Everybody knows it's going to be a pass. We get stuffed. Second down, same thing. You got CMC, and you're not trying to run the ball in that situation. So that's one comment. The other thing is this. We always talk about complementary football, right? Well, there's complementary defense. We draft defensive linemen up to kazoo. When was the last time we spent a first-round draft pick on a real star cornerback? I don't remember. And contrast that with Bill Walsh. In the season that we went to the Super Bowl, right? He drafted Ronnie Lott, he drafted Eric Wright, he drafted Carlton Williamson, and he picked up Dwight Hicks off the street, right? All four of those guys went on to become Pro Bowl players, and Ronnie, of course, a Hall of Famer. So I think we need to sit there and start spending the capital there. The other thing I think we need to do in terms of the draft is, when was the last time we spent a first-round draft pick on an offensive tackle? It's been a while, and I think we need to start building up that line a little bit.
Well, McGlinchey is the answer.
Yeah, McGlinchey. And Jeff, thanks. I don't disagree with that on the offensive line part. The DB part, it's also not a terrible idea. However, again, this is why I don't understand the Steve Wilks hire in the first place, which is that Kyle Shanahan has a very clear, and most coaches do, a very clear philosophy. The philosophy of this group, and it is aided by John Lynch, no doubt about it, the philosophy of this group is to build their defense from the front to the back. They value the defensive line and getting max pressure on situations, and that helps the DBs rather than the other way around. And I would argue in today's football that is the right thing to do. You bring up what Bill Walsh did, and while there's nothing ever that's been better in the history of anything in sports through the eyes of me, you're talking about drafting for what was a completely different game. That was a completely different game that Bill Walsh was drafting for. So you're not going to see that nearly as much anymore. We've reached a time in the NFL with different rules and different type athletes at the quarterback position that if what you're asking for your defense to do is just cover guys, cover for 5 seconds while we're trying to get there, you can't. You can't. Tyreek Hill is literally a cheetah. And you have quarterbacks who are running around like gazelles.
Right.
Like you can't. You've got to go get that quarterback and contain him and ask your DBs, cover for 3 seconds if you can.
Right.
But it's just it's a different game. And so I'm not saying I'm against using an early pick on a DB at all.
Well, you haven't had a lot of early picks.
Yeah, but I also don't look at the current DBs and think they're awful. They're not like Ward, Lenore, Gibson, these people had good years.
And they used their first pick last year on Jair Brown. It was a third-round pick, but that was their top selection. You had Darrell Luter you drafted last year. The history of their drafting, you're right, Mark, in terms of how they do it. 2017, defensive end and a linebacker in the first round. Then McGlinchey. The next year they took Nick Bosa, number 2. The next year, Javon Kinlaw. Brandon Ayuk was also a first-rounder. The next year they took Trey Lance.
Yep.
And as a result, you didn't have a first-rounder in the subsequent years. And the problem with that approach is this year you're drafting 31, which is not good for the draft, but that means you had a good year when you're picking 31st.
Correct.
So it's going to be hard to find the Hall of Fame left tackle or even the lockdown corner. You're better off looking deeper in the draft at a find like Jair Brown in the 3rd round is a good pick.
Well, and I mean, you
got
can find
Hufanga in the 5th.
Yeah, you can find offensive linemen in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round, no doubt. Like those are valuable picks, and the Niners have a bunch of them, a lot of picks. So there's no doubt they're going to address offensive line, draft, and beyond, for that matter. Ryan in San Jose is next up. Hi, Ryan. What you doing?
Just hanging out. I was listening in on your guys' conversation and talking about Bill Belichick is definitely what I would love to see. I mean, I'd love to see the egg in the face. I think that would be an amazing move, probably the craziest move in coaching history that I can think of, at least recently.
But is that just like a soap opera thing, Ryan? Is that like a soap opera thing, or like you got like some X's and O's deals as far as why you want that?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I don't see anybody else, at least currently, that there's available that is like, wow, we should go out and get that guy, besides Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I just don't know if you need a wow. You don't need a wow. Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans were not wows, and they were great, you know?
Yeah, I hear you there, but I don't know. I mean, this last year with Steve Wilks was up and down. Besides the Super Bowl, I honestly think he played well in the Super Bowl up until that overtime drive. That was probably one of the best games that he's coached, in my opinion. We held Patrick Mahomes to absolutely nothing up until it got to the end of 4th quarter and overtime. So, I mean, I think a wow factor would be great to see, because right now it's Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator. And in this last Super Bowl game, he was low-key, at least through that last couple plays, kind of a defensive coordinator making the decision to change the play. So, I don't know. I'd like to see something big.
Yeah, Ryan, thanks. I get it. My priority for this is completely different. I don't need wow factor. I don't need name value. I don't need any of that. I want something and someone that fits. That's it. You know, yeah, Steve Wilks had if you want to call it a good Super Bowl, like a good plan. And he lost Dre Greenlaw and others toward the end. All of those things to be acknowledged. This is not a blame Steve Wilks for the Super Bowl situation. No. I don't think at all. But
I think it's a fit thing.
Yeah,
like
to find evidence of a fit problem is not hard. It's not hard. And the Niners defense had a nice night most of the time in the Super Bowl, but we are 2.5 weeks removed from what was nothing short of embarrassing
for a half, yeah,
in the first half against the Lions.
And I look at that game, and I mentioned it in my rare halftime IG video. They were not aggressive. They were playing too far off the line of scrimmage. They were soft in the run game, and that to me was a scheme thing. And I don't know how they came to the adjustment at halftime, but they started playing aggressively. They cheated up to the line of scrimmage to stop the run. They got Detroit to abandon the run, which thank God they did, because there was no answer for Gibbs or Montgomery in that game.
You know, there's one other thing. We'll keep going with the calls. There's one other thing we haven't heard yet, and we haven't played for you yet. And Kyle Shanahan, I think this is sort of interesting. He was asked if Steve Wilks' lack of energy on the sideline had anything to do with moving on.
That has nothing to do with my decision. Watch Saleh now. He's not that energetic. That's that energetic on the sidelines has absolutely nothing to do with coaching.
Well, I disagree with one thing. Watch Saleh on the sideline. He's not that energetic.
He's less energetic than he was as a DC.
Well, you got more stuff going on.
Yeah.
You got more things going on to deal with.
And it's hard to be energetic when your team is losing.
That guy's also done like 80-yard sprints to catch up with a ref or chest bump a player at least a few times this year. That guy's a nut job.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah, it's easier to be energetic when your team is doing well. it's harder to be energetic when you're out there watching Zach Wilson play and
score like one touchdown a week.
Right, and you're down 7-3 early in the fourth quarter, and you're thinking, my God, where's Brett? I mean, where's Aaron? Get him back here. Get him out here on one leg. He'll do better.
Let's see. Brandon in Oakland. Hi, Brandon. What are you doing?
Hey, shopping for some pasta to make some chicken Alfredo tonight.
Happy Valentine's Day, Brandon.
Thanks. Same to you guys. I also just wanted to do a quick station check. Is it Warriors Wednesday today?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Winers Wednesday. I really wanted to hear about the team on a 5-game win streak, the superstar development of Jonathan Kuminga.
Excuse me, Brandon.
The Warriors getting healthy again.
Excuse me, Brandon. To whom would you be referring?
Oh, I mean, morning through right now, hosts, fans, anyone that's called in.
All right, Brandon, this is for you. Don't stop listening, Brandon. This is for you.
I hate when guys don't play, especially star players. We've lost so many games the last couple of years when star players have sat out. There's just kind of a natural letdown. And then you always end up getting guys who are coming off the bench who can't wait to be out there playing, and they bring their best effort. And so I'm hoping that Kawhi is okay long term, and I'm hoping that we can bring our best stuff tomorrow despite his absence.
No Kawhi tonight. No Bones Highland tonight. Warriors Wednesday, 95-7 the game.
I think that Kawhi Leonard would be a good defensive coordinator for the Niners, Mark. Cross-pollinating the topics there.
How about Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
Young, used to play great defense.
Energetic.
Right? But willing to take a smaller role. Unlike Bill Belichick.
We'll see about that. Mike Vrabel, another name that's been thrown out as possible defensive coordinator. But you don't...
Nope.
Yeah, you want somebody who won't challenge Kyle. If Kyle's off...
No, that's not what I said.
Struggling,
not what I said.
Kyle's struggling. You don't want you don't want an alpha in there. Like,
you don't think Steve Wilks challenged Kyle Shanahan?
There was no job security with Steve Wilks there.
They're not going to be...
The hoodie comes, Kyle's going to have to look over his play sheet.
Oh, sure.
He'll feel the heat.
Could you imagine Bill Belichick being the head coach of the 49ers? Pass. Okay? 72 years old.
He's chasing down the record.
Come on. Get out of here. You think Kyle Shanahan sounds arrogant? Y'all want Bill Belichick to come to town? Stop it. Ronnie in Tracy, I actually think wants to piggyback what you just said. Hey, Ronnie, what's up?
Yeah, well, you kind of took it out of my mouth there. Braves was my suggestion for it. But another question I have, are you too opposed to having, the Super Bowl win like the Rams had a couple years ago? Just going all in and getting over the hump, and then, taking a couple years to rebuild again. Just what are your thoughts?
Ronnie, I guess I'd ask you, like, what does that look like? Like, what did the 49ers not do this year to make it all about this year? I mean, from McCaffrey yeah. to Chase Young to, like, every trade deadline, they've done everything that they could do. I think the 49ers, one of the beauties of their front office in recent years is that they've navigated both how to sustain but totally go all in every year. So I think they kind of are already doing that, Ronnie.
Yeah, I would agree. It seemed like they strengthened, what their strengths are on defense, or you gave a front seven. I feel like they could have went and got Jalen Johnson from Chicago to help the secondary. I know they played well, but just for future, I think he would have been a big home run hit for them.
I don't disagree with that at all. I don't know how available he was. That was going to be very expensive. And he ended up not moving, right?
Right.
Yeah, he ended up not moving. Like, that's a young player that would have been, that's like a multi-draft pick type of an acquisition. So the 49ers weren't going to do that. You don't, like, at the trade deadline, you're only going to give up big draft capital if it's someone that you're planning on keeping, like a Montez Sweat. The Niners were not going to go get someone and then sign him to a big contract.
Or like a Christian McCaffrey, when you gave up a second, third, fourth, and a fifth, and you thought, all right, this guy's a good player. If he stays healthy, boy, he can really help us for the next 2 and 3 years, and he has. So I do agree with you that they kind of did go all in. You went out and got Randy Gregory. You got Chase Young. Other than that, I mean, what were you really looking for? A lot of people were down on McKivitz early in the year, and that now in the offseason is where you look at your offensive line other than Trent Williams, and you think, how do we get that team better so that we can avoid these mistakes deep in the season?
Yeah, and Shanahan did make comments this week about at least fortifying the offensive line. So I definitely think that's going to get addressed. Ali in San Ramon. Hey, Ali, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Big fan.
Thanks, man.
I wanted to piggyback on what you guys talked about on the offensive line. And one of the things I read was there was about 9 plays during the Super Bowl where there was a free rusher at Brock Purdy. And now that we have Brock Purdy, who I think is probably one of the better quarterbacks in the league and what we had in a long time, I think our strategy on offensive line should be focused a little less on run blocking and a little bit more on pass protection, because I think we can go back and I know our play action pass is how we get everything going, but if we give a couple more, like even a half a second more to Brock Purdy, I think we pick up a lot more first downs in that Super Bowl.
Ali,
I'm just curious to know your thoughts on that.
I totally agree. I don't know if you do, Dibs. This is one thing I wonder about. All right, you're Kyle Shanahan, and yes, you love to run the ball. However, you're also known as, well, quarterbacks perform better with you than they do with anyone else. You once were the OC when Matt Ryan was MVP of the NFL.
You got Matt Schaub a contract.
Matt Schaub is a millionaire somewhere.
RG3 was Rookie of the Year when you were on the staff.
Okay, so, but now you're out here with Jimmy Garoppolo, and you're like, NFC title game. I have an idea. Let's throw it 8 times. All right, so we all sort of are well established with the idea that Kyle had some trust issues with Jimmy Garoppolo. ... Fair. Now you've got Brock Purdy, and you probably should tilt a little bit of what you do more toward the pass. Not a lot. You're still going to run the ball a lot. You still got Christian McCaffrey. That's always going to be bread and butter. But you can now be more aggressive in the pass game. And I'd argue with Kyle Shanahan's play calling, they were. But was the team constructed that way in the offseason? Because in the offseason, Kyle's sitting there going, I better call Tom Brady and sign Sam Darnold, because I don't even know if this guy's going to be ready this year. So I'm going to continue to build this team as a run-first NFL team, which is rare today. But he builds it that way, and then Brock Purdy backs up last year, finishes 4th in the MVP race. I'd argue, get an offensive line that is a little bit, because they're very good with run blocking.
Right.
They're not great with pass blocking. They're very middle of the road. I would start conceptually to move it more toward pass blocking, not giving up run blocking, but like more well-rounded offensive line, because the pass game can be a huge weapon for you now as well.
It can, but I think conceptually he prefers to have it this way, where he'd rather have good run blockers than good pass blockers if both things were created equally. And you're not going to be able to go out and find the best, most dominant offensive line. You got to draft these guys, and the offensive linemen they've drafted have been mid-round picks, and they've kind of played like it. There's no disrespect to Burford and to McKivitz, but these are guys, and Zakel is a guy you drafted in the 5th round, and he's been a depth piece, and Jalen Moore and these other guys, they've just been okay offensive linemen, and I don't know if you can go out there and spend the money to bring in the premier guys because your cap situation is a little bit tight. And I do think that if Kyle had his choice, he would rather have a good run blocking offensive line than a good pass blocking line, because he likes to go 2 running backs and a lot of times 2 tight ends. And I think that I think he prefers that. Until I see otherwise, I'm going to assume that he likes to go with a fullback and use 2 tight ends a lot and play that style of football.
I don't disagree. I just want a good offensive line, period.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean? It doesn't need to just, and I don't think that they were sitting there going, well, let's get guys that are only good against the run. Like, that's not what they were trying to do.
This was not a bad offensive line.
No, not at all. Not at all. But an offensive line that is going to be a little bit more buttoned up in terms of creating a couple extra seconds for Brock Purdy, because Purdy does very well against the blitz. We now know the athleticism is there. He can create time. He can do it. But, everybody's going to have a hard time when you got guys running through unblocked. So that's got to be the focus. Coach Walk in Richmond. Hey, Coach Walk, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long time listener, first time caller.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Coach.
Right on. So I seen a post on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now with Guy Haberman. You guys familiar with that name, right?
We know Guy very well.
I love the Haberman.
Yeah. So he had a post talking about the replacement DC for the 49ers, and it was kind of interesting. College. He was at UCLA last year, DC. Before that, he was in the NFL to some capacity. I haven't been able to do the research. But D'Anton Lynn, Coach Anthony Lynn's son, he shot out some PFF grades and everything like that. Go to the post. I don't want to shoot out no stats that I'm going to be wrong with, but just look into it and do some research, and then tell me what you think.
Can't have him, Coach. Sorry.
Yeah, Lucas is going to come get you, Coach Walk, because he was just named the defensive coordinator at USC no more than 9 weeks ago. Now, look.
That didn't stop Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, exactly. The NFL calls. The NFL calls. I don't care if you were named the USC defensive coordinator yesterday. But that's a high-profile spot already, knowing that it was a national story how awful USC's defense was. So they went out and got him. They're obviously feeling good about him as well. But I'll admit, I don't know a whole lot about him.
And he's only had one season as a coordinator at any level.
Yeah.
So he had 1 year at UCLA, and now SC made
Quit trying to get us off the trail, Lucas. Just because you got him at USC doesn't mean we can't hype him up.
It's a clarification sensation. And if you want to know more about why Bronny James shouldn't come out, we can talk SC basketball.
If you want to talk SC women's basketball, Lindsey Gottlieb and what she's done with the program,
Juju Watkins, though.
Yeah.
51.
Lucas Alexander and Mark Grandy, big Big Ten fans.
Yeah.
They love the Big Ten. Look at they're in there with their Big Ten sweatshirts.
Way too early top 25. Oregon number 3.
Baby.
Pac-12 not dead yet. Still got baseball.
If you haven't, it's weird because the checks aren't clearing. Anyway, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out Morning Roast, all their content, Steiny and Goo, all their content. We would be so thankful if you would. 888-957-9570. More coming up on the entire situation. And oh, by the way, this is non-Steve Wilks related. A very interesting comment from national NFL reporter Albert Breer on what the Chiefs' defensive staff told him about Brock Purdy. You're going to want to hear this coming up next. Willard and Dibs. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar locally and
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Spladow.
I'm going to start calling you Bobby Fischer. Chess, not checkers. I'm Mark Willard. Knight to rook 3 on that. Man, he's over here.
Hey.
You're all super positive and cheery and look at me and my girlfriend, kissy, hug. You dropping hammers, bro.
You're lucky I stayed to the end of this show. We got a date, okay? It's Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day.
Well, what's kind of cool is...
I'm coming, babe. I'm coming.
I knocked it out yesterday. I came with the flowers.
Are you kidding? Listen to me. My gosh. It's nauseating. Thank you.
I came with the kablammy kablow yesterday. So today, I come home a hero. Those flowers they've already been rated as lovely. Mm-hmm. And according to sources, my lovely spouse supper was blown away and impressed at the gesture, the card, and you got to include the baby on the card. A couple of goo-goo gagas in there.
Of course, yeah. Don't forget your kids on Valentine's Day.
It's a freebie. And little does she know, I've got something planned for her that she doesn't even know about.
Tonight?
Tomorrow's my half birthday.
Okay.
So supper, if you're out there listening, you would best be shopping 55.5 tomorrow, Mark. Oh, God. I'm halfway home, halfway to 111 tomorrow.
Celebrating half birthdays.
55 and a hook tomorrow. And I understand if you guys don't want to shower me with presents.
What are you buying
one
me
each.
for Columbus Day? I mean, like, what?
Dude, half birthdays are real.
What are we doing?
We're celebrating half birthdays around here. And if you guys all want to go in on a present together, I'll understand. It's just a half birthday.
I got something for you tomorrow. I sure do.
Is it a finger? Is it the finger next to the
What's
index?
in the box?
Totally.
It's Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What would any Willard and Dibs show be without a compliment for the great Brock Purdy? What would it be? Now, this is interesting. Albert Breer hanging out.
Brock Purdy.
Yep, Brock Purdy is the subject matter. Albert Breer, via the Rich Eisen show, had a conversation post-game with Steve Spagnuolo and the entire Kansas City defensive staff. And listen to him pass along what they had to say about battling Brock Purdy.
On his own, he said, Brock Purdy is really good. When he was referencing why he changed what he was doing in the middle of the game, and they came off of playing so much zone and they went almost exclusively to playing man coverage, he was like, Purdy was identifying what we were doing and ripping apart our zones. And say we could not stay in that defense because of who Brock Purdy was as a player. So we had to put more in our corners and play more man defense, and, wound up working out for them, but they were adjusting to what Purdy was doing, not the other way around.
I think that's really significant, and the underbelly of the whole thing is it's not a great look for A, certain offensive linemen, and B, so much talk the last 2 days about Brandon Ayuk. This is not a great look for the 49ers skill position players. When you say, okay, we're going to go zone, this quarterback is picking us apart, let's go man, can our guys on an island stay with the 49er skill position guys? Well, kind of looked like yes.
Right. And a lot of that was because Brock Purdy didn't have a ton of time to throw.
Didn't have time,
and, the pass rush, so you go in man, and you've got the 5 eligible, so you're able to rush 6 and, keep 5 back to guard the 5, and your 6 were getting home. And even when you brought 5, you were getting home. And that big play that we all talk about when Burford didn't slide to the right, that was a play where you brought 6 and you broke that one up.
Yep. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, I do look at it, and the receiver, Juwan Jennings, I thought, had a great game. He had a great game. And there were other players where, we've detailed 2 plays. In fact, the 2 key 3rd and 4s of the game. If the 49ers convert either, they are probably Super Bowl champions today, and we're just wrapping up the parade. Ayuk was open on both of them. One of them wide open.
Right.
But on both of them, Purdy could not get the ball to him, or did not get the ball to him. I don't want to excuse him on the one right after the 2-minute warning. He probably could have there. But blitzes slashed missed assignments on the offensive line made it incredibly difficult to where Brock got the ball and it was like, dude, you got to eject. You got to hit the eject button right away. And both times that led to incomplete passes and opened the door for Patrick Mahomes, and you don't want to do that.
Right, and you can just say it even more simply than that. Spagnuolo greater than Shanahan in that game, in that second half in particular.
I don't look at it that way.
Well, I do, because he changed the scheme. You were getting picked apart. You made the adjustment. You went to more man coverage. You heated up Brock Purdy, and the Niners didn't make the adjustment. They didn't make the plays, and Spagnuolo was the one who made the adjustment. They were getting gashed. If McCaffrey doesn't fumble on that opening drive, I think it's 7-0.
Right, but there you go. See, again, that's why.
Well, again, if Darrell Luter Jr. doesn't stagger into the ball,
it's all complimentary. So this doesn't excuse Kyle Shanahan, but he's only one of the names that you can use. So it's not Spagnuolo greater than Shanahan. It's the whole picture. I'm not going to take this away from the Kansas City defensive players either. They made plays. McDuffie, these guys are fantastic in the secondary, and they've been good all year. So the players also have to make the plays. And that doesn't mean the scheme is perfect when they're making plays, and it doesn't mean it stinks when they're not making plays. Spencer Burford went the wrong way. I'm sorry. That's forever going to be a fact, and I do not put that on Kyle Shanahan. I just don't. And I think the Niners are up 26-19 in overtime of the Super Bowl if Spencer Burford doesn't go the wrong way.
PAT pending, but I'll allow it
okay,
for
fine.
the sake of the conversation.
And there's another one that we don't even bring up a lot. PAT gets missed. Luter in the wrong spot. Missed assignment here, there. Spagnuolo's fantastic. He made an adjustment.
Yeah.
The 49ers, for the most part, certainly once they got to the fourth quarter, they did what they needed to do to put points on the board, and little mistakes here and there prevented him from doing it. But you even bring up the first quarter. How does this game go differently if instead of 10-3 at halftime, it's 17-3?
Right, and
you got a completely different ball game and approach by all the coordinators.
And that's what I've said from the outset. My only tweet on X post-game was they lost this game in the first half. And we can nitpick overtime. Should you take the ball? Should you not take the ball? A PAT, a Luter Jr., a Burford, all the rest of it. Purdy missing Ayuk on the 3rd and 4 and the drive that would have prolonged it, and you could have kicked the game-winning field goal with 2 seconds left on the clock. All these little things would have been non-factors if you would have handled your business in the first half. And it's more than just the McCaffrey fumble. It's offensively.
It's 100 things.
You were dominating in that first half, and you go to the locker room and you're up 10-3, and Kyle didn't use his timeouts. Kyle didn't want the ball back, obviously. So it was a collection of things, and you're up by 7 where you should have been up by 14 at least.
That's what Spagnuolo told Albert Breer. Like, they only scored 10 points in the first half, but Spagnuolo's like, we got to completely change what we're doing because they're gashing us. But they couldn't score. They didn't score because of too many mistakes.
Yep.
And then the refs. I mean, the refs.
There you go. There you go.
Illegal man downfield. Bosa was held.
Oh, Bosa was held.
On the 2-yard run by Mahomes. It's very well documented. He got tackled.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the refs.
Yeah.
Actually.
Save it for the end.
No. It took me 3 days, but I'm there.
Buzzer beater.
I'm there. The refs cost the 49ers the Super Bowl.
There you go. There you go.
Are we ready to go? All right. It's Warriors Live time. Grandy's waving because he's like, my ball.
Totally.
Pass me the ball. Because what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And it is none other than Grandy with Warriors Live ahead of Warriors and the Kawhi-less, Bones Highland-less. Who's the other one? Who else is out?
PJ Tucker.
PJ Tucker-less Los Angeles Clippers, which Steve Kerr hates. But hopefully the Warriors will survive. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Totally.
Let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. Babe, I'm coming.
I came with the kablammy kablow yesterday.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway, and Safeway is the perfect one.
Bye.